The rise of nationalism in Europe. Figure 1. The dream of worldwide democratic and social republics, The Pact Between Nations, a print prepared by Frédéric Souriau, 1848. In 1848, Frédéric Souriau, a French artist, prepared a series of 4 prints visualizing his dream of a world made up of democratic and social republics, as he called them. The first print of the series shows the peoples of Europe and America, men and women of all ages and social classes, marching in a long train, and offering homage to the Statue of Liberty as they pass by it. As you would recall, artists of the time of the French Revolution personified liberty as a female figure. Here you can recognize the torch of enlightenment she bears in one hand and the Charter of the Rights of Man in the other. On the earth in the foreground of the image lie the shattered remains of the symbols of absolutist institutions. In Souriau's utopian vision, the peoples of the world are grouped as distinct nations, identified through their flags and national costume. Leading the procession, way past the Statue of Liberty, are the United States and Switzerland, which by this time were already nation-states. France. New words. Absolutist, literally a government or system of rule that has no restraints on the power exercised. In history, the term refers to a form of monarchical government that was centralized, militarized, and repressive. Utopian, a vision of a society that is so ideal that it is unlikely to actually exist. Activity. In what way do you think this print depicts a utopian vision, identifiable by the revolutionary tricolor, has just reached the statue? She is followed by the peoples of Germany bearing the black, red, and gold flag. Interestingly, at the time when Souriau created this image, the German peoples did not yet exist as a united nation. The flag they carry is an expression of liberal hopes in 1848 to unify the numerous German-speaking principalities into a nation-state under a democratic constitution. Following the German peoples are the peoples of Austria, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, Lombardy, Poland, England, Ireland, Hungary, and Russia. From the heavens above, Christ, saints, and angels gaze upon the scene. They have been used by the artist to symbolize fraternity among the nations of the world. This chapter will deal with many of the issues visualized by Souriau in Fig. 1. During the 19th century, nationalism emerged as a force which brought about sweeping changes in the political and mental world of Europe. The end result of these changes was the emergence of the nation-state in place of the multinational dynastic empires of Europe. The concept and practices of a modern state, in which a centralized power exercised sovereign control over a clearly defined territory, had been developing over a long period of time in Europe. But a nation-state was one in which the majority of its citizens, and not only its rulers, came to develop a sense of common identity and shared history or descent. This commonness did not exist from time immemorial. It was forged through struggles, through the actions of leaders and the common people. This chapter will look at the diverse processes through which nation-states and nationalism came into being in 19th century Europe. Source: Ernst Renan. What is a nation? In a lecture delivered at the University of Sorbonne in 1882, the French philosopher Ernst Renan outlined his understanding of what makes a nation. The lecture was subsequently published as a famous essay entitled Qu'est-ce qu'une nation? In this essay, Renan criticizes the notion suggested by others that a nation is formed by a common language, race, religion, or territory. A nation is the culmination of a long past of endeavors, sacrifice, and devotion. A heroic past, great men, glory, that is the social capital upon which one bases a national idea. To have common glories in the past, to have a common will in the present, to have performed great deeds together, to wish to perform still more. These are the essential conditions of being a people. A nation is therefore a large-scale solidarity. Its existence is a daily plebiscite. A province is its inhabitants. If anyone has the right to be consulted, it is the inhabitant. A nation never has any real interest in annexing or holding on to a country against its will. The existence of nations is a good thing, a necessity even. Their existence is a guarantee of liberty, which would be lost if the world had only one law and only one master. New words. Plebiscite, a direct vote by which all the people of a region are asked to accept or reject a proposal. Discuss, summarize the attributes of a nation, as Renan understands them. Why, in his view, are nations important? 1. The French Revolution, and the idea of the nation. The first clear expression of nationalism came with the French Revolution in 1789. France, as you would remember, was a full-fledged territorial state in 1789, under the rule of an absolute monarch. The political and constitutional changes that came in the wake of the French Revolution led to the transfer of sovereignty from the monarchy to a body of French citizens. The revolution proclaimed that it was the people who would henceforth constitute the nation and shape its destiny. From the very beginning, the French revolutionaries introduced various measures and practices that could create a sense of collective identity amongst the French people. The ideas of la patrie and les citoyens emphasized the notion of a united community enjoying equal rights under a constitution. A new French flag, the tricolor, was chosen to replace the former royal standard. The Estates General was elected by the body of active citizens and renamed the National Assembly. New hymns were composed, oaths taken, and martyrs commemorated, all in the name of the nation. A centralized administrative system was put in place, and it formulated uniform laws for all citizens within its territory. Internal customs duties and dues were abolished, and a uniform system of weights and measures was adopted. Regional dialects were discouraged, and French, as it was spoken and written in Paris, became the common language of the nation. The revolutionaries further declared that it was the mission and the destiny of the French nation to liberate the peoples of Europe from despotism, in other words, to help other peoples of Europe to become nations. When the news of the events in France reached the different cities of Europe, students and other members of educated middle classes began setting up Jacobin clubs. Their activities and campaigns prepared the way for the French armies, which moved into Holland, Belgium, Switzerland, and much of Italy in the S. With the outbreak of the Revolutionary Wars, the French armies began to carry the idea of nationalism abroad. Figure 2. The cover of a German almanac designed by the journalist Andreas Rebmann in 1798. The image of the French Bastille being stormed by the revolutionary crowd has been placed next to a similar fortress meant to represent the bastion of despotic rule in the German province of Kassel. Accompanying the illustration is the slogan, "The people must seize their own freedom." Rebmann lived in the city of Mainz and was a member of a German Jacobin group. Fig. 3. Europe after the Congress of Vienna, 1815. Within the wide swath of territory that came under his control, Napoleon set about introducing many of the reforms that he had already introduced in France. Through a return to monarchy, Napoleon had no doubt destroyed democracy in France, but in the administrative field, he had incorporated revolutionary principles in order to make the whole system more rational and efficient. The Civil Code of 1804, usually known as the Napoleonic Code, did away with all privileges based on birth, established equality before the law, and secured the right to property. This code was exported to the regions under French control. In the Dutch Republic in Switzerland and Italy and Germany, Napoleon simplified administrative divisions, abolished the feudal system, and freed peasants from serfdom and manorial dues. In the towns too, guild restrictions were removed. Transport and communication systems were improved. Peasants, artisans, workers, and new businessmen. Fig. 4. The planting of Tree of Liberty in Zweibrücken, Germany. The subject of this color print by the German painter Karl Caspar Fritz is the occupation of the town of Zweibrücken by the French armies. French soldiers, recognizable by their blue, white, and red uniforms, have been portrayed as oppressors as they seize a peasant's cart, harass some young women, and force a peasant down to his knees. The plaque being affixed to the Tree of Liberty carries a German inscription which in translation reads, "Take freedom and equality from us, the model of humanity." This is a sarcastic reference to the claim of the French as being liberators who opposed monarchy in the territories they entered, enjoyed a newfound freedom. Businessmen and small-scale producers of goods, in particular, began to realize that uniform laws, standardized weights and measures, and a common national currency would facilitate the movement and exchange of goods and capital from one region to another. However, in the areas conquered, the reactions of the local populations to French rule were mixed. Initially, in many places such as Holland and Switzerland, as well as in certain cities like Brussels, Mainz, Milan, and Warsaw, the French armies were welcomed as harbingers of liberty. But the initial enthusiasm soon turned to hostility, as it became clear that the new administrative arrangements did not go hand in hand with political freedom. Increased taxation, censorship, forced conscription into the French armies required to conquer the rest of Europe, all seemed to outweigh the advantages of the administrative changes. Fig. 5. The courier of Rhineland loses all that he has on his way home from Leipzig. Napoleon here is represented as a postman on his way back to France after he lost the Battle of Leipzig in 1813. Each letter dropping out of his bag bears the names of the territories he lost. 2. The making of nationalism in Europe. If you look at the map of mid-18th century Europe, you will find that there were no nation-states as we know them today. What we know today as Germany, Italy, and Switzerland were divided into kingdoms, duchies, and cantons whose rulers had their autonomous territories. Eastern and Central Europe were under autocratic monarchies within the territories of which lived diverse peoples. They did not see themselves as sharing a collective identity or a common culture. Often they even spoke different languages and belonged to different ethnic groups. The Habsburg Empire that ruled over Austria-Hungary, for example, was a patchwork of many different regions and peoples. It included the Alpine regions, the Tyrol Austria, and the Sudetenland, as well as Bohemia, where the aristocracy was predominantly German-speaking. It also included the Italian-speaking provinces of Lombardy and Venetia. In Hungary, half of the population spoke Magyar while the other half spoke a variety of dialects. In Galicia, the aristocracy spoke Polish. Besides these three dominant groups, there also lived within the boundaries of the empire a mass of subject peasant peoples. Bohemians and Slovaks to the north, Slovenes in Carniola, Croats to the south, and Rumans to the east in Transylvania. Such differences did not easily promote a sense of political unity. The only tie binding these diverse groups together was a common allegiance to the emperor. How did nationalism and the idea of the nation-state emerge? 2.1. The aristocracy and the new middle class. Socially and politically, a landed aristocracy was the dominant class on the continent. The members of this class were united by a common way of life that cut across regional divisions. They owned estates in the countryside and also townhouses. They spoke French for purposes of diplomacy and in high society. Their families were often connected by ties of marriage. This powerful aristocracy was, however, numerically a small group. The majority of the population was made up of the peasantry. To the west, the bulk of the land was farmed by tenants and small owners, while in Eastern and Central Europe the pattern of landholding was characterized by vast estates which were cultivated by serfs. Some important dates: 1797. Napoleon invades Italy. Napoleonic Wars begin. 1814 to 1815. Fall of Napoleon. The Vienna Peace Settlement. 1821. Greek struggle for independence begins. Revolutions in Europe. Artisans, industrial workers, and peasants revolt against economic hardships. Middle classes demand constitutions and representative governments. Italians, Germans, Magyars, Poles, Czechs, etc. demand nation-states. 1859 to 1870. Unification of Italy. 1866 to 1871. Unification of 5 Slav national against Ottoman empires. In Western and parts of Central Europe, the growth of industrial production and trade meant the growth of towns and the emergence of commercial classes whose existence was based on production for the market. Industrialization began in England in the second half of the 18th century, but in France and parts of the German states, it occurred only during the 19th century. In its wake, new social groups came into being: a working-class population, and middle classes made up of industrialists, businessmen, professionals. In Central and Eastern Europe, these groups were smaller in number till late 19th century. It was among the educated, liberal middle classes that ideas of national unity following the abolition of aristocratic privileges gained popularity. 2.2. What did liberal nationalism stand for? Ideas of national unity in early 19th century Europe were closely allied to the ideology of liberalism. The term liberalism derives from the Latin root liber, meaning free. For the new middle classes, liberalism stood for freedom for the individual and equality of all before the law. Politically, it emphasized the concept of government by consent. Since the French Revolution, liberalism had stood for the end of autocracy and clerical privileges, a constitution and representative government through parliament. 19th century liberals also stressed the inviolability of private property. Yet, equality before the law did not necessarily stand for universal suffrage. You will recall that in revolutionary France, which marked the first political experiment in liberal democracy, the right to vote and to get elected was granted exclusively to property-owning men. Men without property and all women were excluded from political rights. Only for a brief period under the Jacobins did all adult males enjoy suffrage. However, the Napoleonic Code went back to limited suffrage and reduced women to the status of a minor, subject to the authority of fathers and husbands. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, women and non-propertied men organized opposition movements demanding equal political rights. In the economic sphere, liberalism stood for the freedom of markets and the abolition of state-imposed restrictions on the movement of goods and capital. During the 19th century, this was a strong demand of the emerging middle classes. Let us take the example of the German-speaking regions in the first half of the 19th century. Napoleon's administrative measures had created out of new words, suffrage, the right to vote, countless small principalities, a confederation of 39 states. Each of these possessed its own currency, and weights and measures. A merchant traveling in 1833 from Hamburg to Nuremberg to sell his goods would have had to pass through 11 customs barriers and pay a customs duty of about 5% at each one of them. Duties were often levied according to the weight or measurement of the goods. As each region had its own system of weights and measures, this involved time-consuming calculation. The measure of cloth, for example, was the ell, which in each region stood for a different length. An ell of textile material bought in Frankfurt would get you 54.7 centimeters of cloth. In Mainz, 55.1 centimeters. In Nuremberg, 65.6 centimeters. In Freiburg, 53.5 centimeters. Such conditions were viewed as obstacles to economic exchange and growth by the new commercial classes, who argued for the creation of a unified economic territory allowing the unhindered movement of goods, people, and capital. In 1834, a customs union or Zollverein was formed at the initiative of Prussia and joined by most of the German states. The union abolished tariff barriers and reduced the number of currencies from over 30 to 2. The creation of a network of railways further stimulated mobility, harnessing economic interests and national unification. A wave of economic nationalism strengthened the wider nationalist sentiments growing at the time. 2.3. A new conservatism after 1815. Following the defeat of Napoleon in 1815, European governments were driven by a spirit of conservatism. Conservatives believed that established traditional institutions of state and society like the monarchy, the church, social hierarchies, property, and the family should be preserved. Most conservatives, however, did not propose a return to the society of pre-revolutionary days. Rather, they realized, from the changes initiated by Napoleon, that modernization could in fact strengthen traditional institutions like the monarchy. It could make state power more effective and strong. A modern army, an efficient bureaucracy, a dynamic economy, the abolition of feudalism and serfdom could strengthen the autocratic monarchies of Europe. Friedrich List, professor of economics at the University of Tübingen in Germany, wrote in 1834, Source B. Economists began to think in terms of the national economy. They talked of how the nation could develop and what economic measures could help forge this nation together. Describe the political ends that List hopes to achieve through economic measures. The aim of the Zollverein is to bind the Germans economically into a nation. It will strengthen the nation materially as much by protecting its interests externally as by stimulating its internal productivity. It ought to awaken and raise national sentiment through a fusion of individual and provincial interests. The German people have realized that a free economic system is the only means to engender national feeling. Discuss. In representatives of the European powers, Britain, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, who had collectively defeated Napoleon, met at Vienna to draw up a settlement for Europe. The Congress was hosted by the Austrian Chancellor Duke Metternich. The delegates, new words, conservatism, a political philosophy that stressed the importance of tradition, established institutions and customs, and preferred gradual development to quick change, drew up the Treaty of Vienna of 1815 with the object of undoing most of the changes that had come about in Europe during the Napoleonic Wars. The Bourbon dynasty, which had been deposed during the French Revolution, was restored to power, and France lost the territories it had annexed under Napoleon. A series of states were set up on the boundaries of France to prevent French expansion in future. Thus the Kingdom of the Netherlands, which included Belgium, was set up in the north, and Genoa was added to Piedmont in the south. Prussia was given important new territories on its western frontiers, while Austria was given control of northern Italy. But the German Confederation of 39 states that had been set up by Napoleon was left untouched. In the east, Russia was given part of Poland, while Prussia was given a portion of Saxony. The main intention was to restore the monarchies that had been overthrown by Napoleon and create a new conservative order in Europe. Conservative regimes set up in 1815 were autocratic. They did not tolerate criticism and dissent and sought to curb activities that questioned the legitimacy of autocratic governments. Most of them imposed censorship laws to control what was said in newspapers, books, plays, and songs, and reflected the ideas of liberty and freedom. Activity. Plot on a map of Europe the changes drawn up by the Vienna Congress. Discuss. What is the caricaturist trying to depict? Figure 6. The Club of Thinkers. Anonymous caricature dating to c. 1820. The plaque on the left bears the inscription, "The most important question of today's meeting, how long will thinking be allowed to us?" The board on the right lists the rules of the club, which include the following. 1. Silence is the first commandment of this learned society. 2. To avoid the eventuality whereby a member of this club may succumb to the temptation of speech, muzzles will be distributed to members upon entering. Associated with the French Revolution. The memory of the French Revolution nonetheless continued to inspire liberals. One of the major issues taken up by the liberal nationalists, who criticized the new conservative order, was freedom of the press. 2.4. The revolutionaries. During the years following 1815, the fear of repression drove many liberal nationalists underground. Secret societies sprang up in many European states to train revolutionaries and spread their ideas. To be revolutionary at this time meant a commitment to oppose monarchical forms that had been established after the Vienna Congress, and to fight for liberty and freedom. Most of these revolutionaries also saw the creation of nation-states as a necessary part of this struggle for freedom. One such individual was the Italian revolutionary Giuseppe Mazzini. Born in Genoa in 1807, he became a member of the secret society of the Carbonari. As a young man of 24, he was sent into exile in 1831 for attempting a revolution in Liguria. He subsequently founded two more underground societies, first Young Italy in Marseille, and then Young Europe in Bern, whose members were like-minded young men from Poland, France, Italy, and the German states. Mazzini believed that God had intended nations to be the natural units of mankind, so Italy could not continue to be a patchwork of small states and kingdoms. It had to be forged into a single unified republic within a wider alliance of nations. This unification alone could be the basis of Italian liberty. Following his model, secret societies were set up in Germany, France, Switzerland, and Poland. Mazzini's relentless opposition to monarchy and his vision of democratic republics frightened the conservatives. Metternich described him as the most dangerous enemy of our social order. Fig. 7. Giuseppe Mazzini and the Founding of Young Europe in Bern, 1833. Print by Giacomo Mantegazza. 3. The Age of Revolutions, 1830 to 1848. As conservative regimes tried to consolidate their power, liberalism and nationalism came to be increasingly associated with revolution in many regions of Europe, such as the Italian and German states, the provinces of the Ottoman Empire, Ireland, and Poland. These revolutions were led by the liberal nationalists belonging to the educated middle-class elite, among whom were professors, school teachers, clerks, and members of the commercial middle classes. The first upheaval took place in France in July 1830. The Bourbon kings, who had been restored to power during the conservative reaction after 1815, were now overthrown by liberal revolutionaries who installed a constitutional monarchy with Louis Philippe at its head. When fezes, Metternich once remarked, the rest of Europe catches cold. The July Revolution sparked an uprising in Brussels which led to Belgium breaking away from the United Kingdom of the Netherlands. An event that mobilized nationalist feelings among the educated elite across Europe was the Greek War of Independence. Greece had been part of the Ottoman Empire since the 15th century. The growth of revolutionary nationalism in Europe sparked off a struggle for independence amongst the Greeks which began in 1821. Nationalists in Greece got support from other Greeks living in exile, and also from many West Europeans who had sympathies for ancient Greek culture. Poets and artists lauded Greece as the cradle of European civilization and mobilized public opinion to support its struggle against a Muslim empire. The English poet Lord Byron organized funds and later went to fight in the war, where he died of fever in 1824. Finally, the Treaty of Constantinople of 1832 recognized Greece as an independent nation. 3.1. The Romantic Imagination and National Feeling. The development of nationalism did not come about only through wars and territorial expansion. Culture played an important role in creating the idea of the nation. Art and poetry, stories and music helped express and shape nationalist feelings. Let us look at Romanticism, a cultural movement which sought to develop a particular form of nationalist sentiment. Romantic artists and poets generally criticized the glorification of reason and science. Figure 8, The Massacre at Chios, Eugène Delacroix, 1824. The French painter Delacroix was one of the most important French Romantic painters. This huge painting depicts an incident in which 20,000 Greeks were said to have been killed by Turks on the island of Chios. By dramatizing the incident, focusing on the suffering of women and children, and using vivid colors, Delacroix sought to appeal to the emotions of the spectators and create sympathy for the Greeks, and focused instead on emotions, intuition, and mystical feelings. Their effort was to create a sense of a shared collective heritage, a common cultural past, as the basis of a nation. Other Romantics, such as the German philosopher Johann Gottfried Herder, claimed that true German culture was to be discovered among the common people, das Volk. It was through folk songs, folk poetry, and folk dances that the true spirit of the nation was popularized. So collecting and recording these forms of folk culture was essential to the project of nation building. The emphasis on vernacular language and the collection of local folklore was not just to recover an ancient national spirit, but also to carry the modern nationalist message to large audiences who were mostly illiterate. This was especially so in the case of Poland, which had been partitioned at the end of the 18th century by the great powers, Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Even though Poland no longer existed as an independent territory, national feelings were kept alive through music and language. Karol Krupinski, for example, celebrated the national struggle through his operas and music, turning folk dances like the Polonaise and mazurka into nationalist symbols. Language, too, played an important role in developing nationalist sentiments. After Russian occupation, the Polish language was forced out of schools, and the Russian language was imposed everywhere. In 1831, an armed rebellion against Russian rule took place which was ultimately crushed. Following this, many members of the clergy in Poland began to use language as a weapon of national resistance. Polish was used for church gatherings and all religious instruction. As a result, a large number of priests and bishops were put in jail or sent to Siberia by the Russian authorities as punishment for their refusal to preach in Russian. The use of Polish came to be seen as a symbol of the struggle against Russian dominance. 3.2. Hunger, hardship, and popular revolt. The 1830s were years of great economic hardship in Europe. The first half of the 19th century saw an enormous increase in population all over Europe. In most countries, there were more seekers of jobs than employment. Population from rural areas migrated to the cities to live in overcrowded slums. Small producers in towns were often faced with stiff competition from imports of cheap machine-made goods from England, where industrialization was more advanced than on the continent. This was especially so in textile production, which was carried out mainly in homes or small workshops and was only partly mechanized. In those regions of Europe where the aristocracy still enjoyed power, peasants struggled under the burden of feudal dues and obligations. The rise of food prices or a year of bad harvest led to widespread pauperism in town and country. The year 1848 was one such year. Food shortages and widespread unemployment brought the population of Paris out on the roads. Barricades were erected, and Louis-Philippe was forced to flee. Box 1. The Grimm Brothers' Folktales and Nation Building. Grimm's Fairy Tales is a familiar name. The brothers Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm were born in the German city of Hanau in 1785 and 1786 respectively. While both of them studied law, they soon developed an interest in collecting old folktales. They spent 6 years traveling from village to village, talking to people and writing down fairy tales which were handed down through the generations. These were popular both among children and adults. In 1812, they published their first collection of tales. Subsequently, both the brothers became active in liberal politics, especially the movement for freedom of the press. In the meantime, they also published a 33-volume dictionary of the German language. The Grimm brothers also saw French domination as a threat to German culture, and believed that the folktales they had collected were expressions of a pure and authentic German spirit. They considered their projects of collecting folktales and developing the German language as part of the wider effort to oppose French domination and create a German national identity. Discuss the importance of language and popular traditions in the creation of national identity. Fig. 9. Peasants' Uprising, 1848. National Assembly proclaimed a republic, granted suffrage to all adult males above 21, and guaranteed the right to work. National workshops to provide employment were set up. Earlier, in 1845, weavers in Silesia had led a revolt against contractors who supplied them raw material and gave them orders for finished textiles but drastically reduced their payments. The journalist Wilhelm Wolff described the events in a Silesian village as follows. In these villages, cotton weaving is the most widespread occupation. The misery of the workers is extreme. The desperate need for jobs has been taken advantage of by the contractors to reduce the prices of the goods they order. On 4 June at 2 p.m. a large crowd of weavers emerged from their homes and marched in pairs up to the mansion of their contractor demanding higher wages. They were treated with scorn and threats alternately. Following this, a group of them forced their way into the house, smashed its elegant window panes, furniture, porcelain. Another group broke into the storehouse and plundered it of supplies of cloth which they tore to shreds. The contractor fled with his family to a neighboring village which, however, refused to shelter such a person. He returned 24 hours later having requisitioned the army. In the exchange that followed, 11 weavers were shot. Discuss. Describe the cause of the Silesian weavers' uprising. Comment on the viewpoint of the journalist. Activity. Imagine you are a weaver who saw the events as they unfolded. Write a report on what you saw. March 3, 1848, the revolution of the liberals. Parallel to the revolts of the poor, unemployed and starving peasants and workers in many European countries in the year 1848, a revolution led by the educated middle classes was underway. Events of February 1848 in France had brought about the abdication of the monarch, and a republic based on universal male suffrage had been proclaimed. In other parts of Europe where independent nation-states did not yet exist, such as Germany, Italy, Poland, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, men and women of the liberal middle classes combined their demands for constitutionalism with national unification. They took advantage of the growing popular unrest to push their demands for the creation of a nation-state on parliamentary principles, a constitution, freedom of the press and freedom of association. In the German Regency, a large number of political associations whose members were middle-class professionals, businessmen and prosperous artisans came together in the city of Frankfurt and decided to vote for an all-German National Assembly. On May 18, 1848, 831 elected representatives marched in a festive procession to take their places in the Frankfurt Parliament convened in the Church of St. Paul. They drafted a constitution for a German nation to be headed by a monarchy subject to a parliament. When the deputies offered the crown on these terms to Friedrich Wilhelm IV, King of Prussia, he rejected it and joined other monarchs to oppose the elected assembly. While the opposition of the aristocracy and military became stronger, the social basis of parliament eroded. The parliament was dominated by the middle classes who resisted the demands of workers and artisans and consequently lost their support. In the end, troops were called in and the assembly was forced to disband. The issue of extending political rights to women was a controversial one within the liberal movement, in which large numbers of women had participated actively over the years. Women had formed their own political associations, founded newspapers and taken part in political meetings and demonstrations. Despite this, they were denied. New words. Feminist awareness of women's rights and interests based on the belief of the social, economic and political equality of the genders. Source C. How were liberty and equality for women to be defined? The liberal politician Karl Welcker, an elected member of the Frankfurt Parliament, expressed the following views. Nature has created men and women to carry out different functions. Man, the stronger, the bolder and freer of the two, has been designated as protector of the family, its provider, meant for public tasks in the domain of law, production, defense. Woman, the weaker, dependent and timid, requires the protection of man. Her sphere is the home, the care of the children, the nurturing of the family. Do we require any further proof that given such differences, equality between the sexes would only endanger harmony and destroy the dignity of the family? Louise Otto Peters was a political activist who founded a women's journal and subsequently a feminist political association. The first issue of her newspaper carried the following editorial. Let us ask how many men, possessed by thoughts of living and dying for the sake of liberty, would be prepared to fight for the freedom of the entire people, of all human beings. When asked this question, they would all too easily respond with a yes, though their untiring efforts are intended for the benefit of only one half of humanity, men. But liberty is indivisible. Free men therefore must not tolerate to be surrounded by the unfree. An anonymous reader of the same newspaper sent the following letter to the editor on June 2005, 1850. It is indeed ridiculous and unreasonable to deny women political rights, even though they enjoy the right to property which they make use of. They perform functions and assume responsibilities without however getting the benefits that accrue to men for the same. Why this injustice? Is it not a disgrace that even the stupidest cattle herder possesses the right to vote, simply because he is a man, whereas highly talented women owning considerable property are excluded from this right, even though they contribute so much to the maintenance of the state? Source. Figure 10. The Frankfurt Parliament in the Church of St. Paul. Contemporary color print. Notice the women in the upper left gallery. Suffrage rights during the election of the Assembly. When the Frankfurt Parliament convened in the Church of St. Paul, women were admitted only as observers to stand in the visitors' gallery. Though conservative forces were able to suppress liberal movements in 1848, they could not restore the old order. Monarchs were beginning to realize that the cycles of revolution and repression could only be ended by granting concessions to the liberal nationalist revolutionaries. Hence, in the years after 1848, the autocratic monarchies of Central and Eastern Europe began to introduce the changes that had already taken place in Western Europe before 1815. Thus, serfdom and bonded labor were abolished both in the Habsburg dominions and in Russia. The Habsburg rulers granted more autonomy to the Hungarians in 1867. Discuss. Compare the positions on the question of women's rights voiced by the three writers cited above. What do they reveal about liberal ideology? New words. Ideology, system of ideas reflecting a particular social and political vision. 4.1 Germany. Can the army be the architect of a nation? After 1848, nationalism in Europe moved away from its association with democracy and revolution. Nationalist sentiments were often mobilized by conservatives for promoting state power and achieving political domination over Europe. This can be observed in the process by which Germany and Italy came to be unified as nation-states. You have seen, nationalist feelings were widespread among middle-class Germans, who in 1848 tried to unite the different regions of the German Confederation into a nation-state governed by an elected parliament. This liberal initiative to nation-building was, however, repressed by the combined forces of the monarchy and the military, supported by the large landowners of Prussia. From then on, Prussia took on the leadership of the movement for national unification. Its chief minister, Otto von Bismarck, was the architect of this process carried out with the help of the Prussian army and bureaucracy. 3 wars over 7 years with Austria, Denmark, and France ended in Prussian victory and completed the process of unification. In January 1871, the Prussian king William I was proclaimed German emperor in a ceremony held at Versailles. On the bitterly cold morning of January 18, 1871, an assembly comprising the princes of the German states, representatives of the army, important Prussian ministers, including the chief minister Otto von Bismarck, gathered in the unheated Hall of Mirrors in the Palace of Versailles to proclaim the new German Empire headed by Kaiser William I of Prussia. The nation-building process in Germany had demonstrated the dominance of Prussian state power. The new state placed a strong emphasis on modernizing the currency, banking, legal, and judicial systems in Germany. Prussian measures and practices often became a model for the rest of Germany. Figure 11. The proclamation of the German Empire in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles. Anton von Werner. At the center stands the Kaiser and the chief commander of the Prussian army, General von Roon. Near them is Bismarck. This monumental work was completed and presented by the artist to Bismarck on the latter's 70th birthday in 1885. 4.2% Italy unified. Like Germany, Italy too had a long history of political fragmentation. Italians were scattered over several dynastic states as well as the multinational Habsburg Empire. During the middle of the 19th century, Italy was divided into 7 states, of which only one, Sardinia-Piedmont, was ruled by an Italian princely house. The north was under Austrian Habsburgs, the center was ruled by the Pope, and the southern regions were under the domination of the Bourbon kings of Spain. Even the Italian language had not acquired one common form and still had many regional and local variations. During the 1830s, Giuseppe Mazzini had sought to put together a coherent program for a unitary Italian republic. He had also formed a secret society called Young Italy for the dissemination of his goals. The failure of revolutionary uprisings both in 1831 and 1848 meant that the mantle now fell on Sardinia-Piedmont under its ruler, King Victor Emmanuel II, to unify the Italian states through war. In the eyes of the ruling elites of this region, a unified Italy offered them the possibility of economic development and political dominance. Figure 13. Caricature of Otto von Bismarck in the German Reichstag, from Figaro, Vienna, March 5, 1870. Activity. Describe the caricature. How does it represent the relationship between Bismarck and the elected deputies of parliament? What interpretation of democratic processes is the artist trying to convey? Chief Minister Cavour, who led the movement to unify the regions of Italy, was neither a revolutionary nor a democrat. Like many other wealthy and educated members of the Italian elite, he spoke French much better than he did Italian. Through a tactful diplomatic alliance with France engineered by Cavour, Sardinia-Piedmont succeeded in defeating the Austrian forces in 1859. Apart from regular troops, a large number of armed volunteers under the leadership of Giuseppe Garibaldi joined the fray. In 1860 they marched into South Italy and the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies and succeeded in winning the support of the local peasants in order to drive out the Spanish rulers. In 1861, Victor Emmanuel II was proclaimed King of United Italy. However, much of the Italian population, among whom rates of illiteracy were very high, remained blissfully unaware of liberal nationalist ideology. The peasant masses who had supported Garibaldi in southern Italy had never heard of Italia, and believed that L'Italia was Victor Emmanuel's wife. 4.3. The strange case of Britain. The model of the nation, or the nation-state, some scholars have argued, is Great Britain. In Britain, the formation of the nation-state. Activity. Look at Fig. 14. Do you think that the people living in any of these regions thought of themselves as Italians? Examine Figure 14. Which was the first region to become a part of unified Italy? Which was the last region to join? In which year did the largest number of states join? Figure 14. Italy after unification. The map shows the year in which different regions become part of a unified Italy. Was not the result of a sudden upheaval or revolution. It was the result of a long drawn-out process. There was no British nation prior to the 18th century. The primary identities of the people who inhabited the British Isles were ethnic ones, such as English, Welsh, Scot or Irish. All of these ethnic groups had their own cultural and political traditions. But as the English nation steadily grew in wealth, importance and power, it was able to extend its influence over the other nations of the islands. The English Parliament, which had seized power from the monarchy in 1688 at the end of a protracted conflict, was the instrument through which a nation-state with England at its center came to be forged. The Act of Union between England and Scotland that resulted in the formation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain meant in effect that England was able to impose its influence on Scotland. The British Parliament was henceforth dominated by its English members. The growth of a British identity meant that Scotland's distinctive culture and political institutions were systematically suppressed. The Catholic clans that inhabited the Scottish Highlands suffered terrible repression whenever they attempted to assert their independence. The Scottish Highlanders were forbidden to speak their Gaelic language or wear their national dress, and large numbers were forcibly driven out of their homeland. Ireland suffered a similar fate. It was a country deeply divided between Catholics and Protestants. The English helped the Protestants of Ireland to establish their dominance over a largely Catholic country. Catholic revolts against British dominance were suppressed. After a failed revolt led by Wolfe Tone and his United Irishmen, Ireland was forcibly incorporated into the United Kingdom in 1801. A new British nation was forged through the propagation of a dominant English culture. The symbols of the New Britain, the British flag, the national anthem, the English language were actively promoted, and the older nations survived only as subordinate partners in this union. Activity. The artist has portrayed Garibaldi as holding on to the base of the boot, so that the King of Sardinia-Piedmont can enter it from the top. Look at the map of Italy once more. What statement is this caricature making? Box 2. Giuseppe Garibaldi is perhaps the most celebrated of Italian freedom fighters. He came from a family engaged in coastal trade and was a sailor in the merchant navy. In 1833 he met Mazzini, joined the Young Italy movement and participated in a Republican uprising in Piedmont in 1834. The uprising was suppressed and Garibaldi had to flee to South America, where he lived in exile till 1848. In 1854 he supported Victor Emmanuel II in his efforts to unify the Italian states. In 1860, Garibaldi led the famous expedition of the Thousand to South Italy. Fresh volunteers kept joining through the course of the campaign, till their numbers grew to about 30,000. They were popularly known as Red Shirts. In 1867, Garibaldi led an army of volunteers to Rome to fight the last obstacle to the unification of Italy, the Papal States, where a French garrison was stationed. The Red Shirts proved to be no match for the combined French and Papal troops. It was only in 1870 when, during the war with Prussia, France withdrew its troops from Rome, that the Papal States were finally joined to Italy. Fig. 15. Garibaldi helping King Victor Emmanuel II of Sardinia-Piedmont to pull on the boot named Italy. English caricature of 1859. New words. Ethnic relates to a common racial, tribal, or cultural origin or background that a community identifies with or claims. 5. Visualizing the nation. While it is easy enough to represent a ruler through a portrait or a statue, how does one go about giving a face to a nation? Artists in the 18th and 19th centuries found a way out by personifying a nation. In other words, they represented a country as if it were a person. Nations were then portrayed as female figures. The female form that was chosen to personify the nation did not stand for any particular woman in real life. Rather, it sought to give the abstract idea of the nation a concrete form. That is, the female figure became an allegory of the nation. You will recall that during the French Revolution, artists used the female allegory to portray ideas such as liberty, justice, and the republic. These ideals were represented through specific objects or symbols. As you would remember, the attributes of liberty are the red cap or the broken chain, while justice is generally a blindfolded woman carrying a pair of weighing scales. Similar female allegories were invented by artists in the 19th century to represent the nation. In France, she was christened Marianne, a popular Christian name, which underlined the idea of a people's nation. Her characteristics were drawn from those of liberty and the republic, the red cap, the tricolor, the cockade. Statues of Marianne were erected in public squares to remind the public of the national symbol of unity, and to persuade them to identify with it. Marianne images were marked on coins and stamps. Similarly, Germania became the allegory of the German nation. In visual representations, Germania wears a crown of oak leaves, as the German oak stands for heroism. New words. Allegory, when an abstract idea is expressed through a person or a thing. An allegorical story has two meanings, one literal and one symbolic. Figure 16. Postage stamps of 1850 with the figure of Marianne representing the Republic of France. Fig. 17. Germania, Philip Veit, 1848. The artist prepared this painting of Germania on a cotton banner, as it was meant to hang from the ceiling of the Church of St. Paul, where the Frankfurt Parliament was convened in March 1848. Box 3. Meanings of the symbols. Activity. With the help of the chart in Box 3, identify the attributes of Veit's Germania and interpret the symbolic meaning of the painting. In an earlier allegorical rendering of 1836, Veit had portrayed the Kaiser's crown at the place where he has now located the broken chain. Explain the significance of this change. Fig. 18. The Fallen Germania, Julius Hübner, 1850. Activity. Describe what you see in Figure 17. What historical events could Hübner be referring to in this allegorical vision of the nation? Fig. 19. Germania guarding the Rhine. In 1860, the artist Lorenz Clayson was commissioned to paint this image. The inscription on Germania's sword reads, "The German sword protects the German Rhine." Activity. Look once more at Figure 10. Imagine you were a citizen of Frankfurt in March 1848 and were present during the proceedings of the Parliament. How would you, as a man seated in the Hall of Deputies, and as a woman observing from the galleries, relate to the banner of Germania hanging from the ceiling? 6. Nationalism and imperialism. By the last quarter of the 19th century, nationalism no longer retained its idealistic liberal democratic sentiment of the first half of the century, but became a narrow creed with limited ends. During this period, nationalist groups became increasingly intolerant of each other and ever ready to go to war. The major European powers, in turn, manipulated the nationalist aspirations of the subject peoples in Europe to further their own imperialist aims. The most serious source of nationalist tension in Europe after 1871 was the area called the Balkans. The Balkans was a region of geographical and ethnic variation comprising modern-day Romania, Bulgaria, Albania, Greece, Macedonia, Croatia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Slovenia, Serbia, and Montenegro, whose inhabitants were broadly known as the Slavs. A large part of the Balkans was under the control of the Ottoman Empire. The spread of the ideas of romantic nationalism in the Balkans together with the disintegration of the Ottoman Empire made this region very explosive. All through the 19th century, the Ottoman Empire had sought to strengthen itself through modernization and internal reforms, but with very little success. One by one, its European subject nationalities broke away from its control and declared independence. The Balkan peoples based their claims for independence or political rights on nationality, and used history to prove that they had once been independent but had subsequently been subjugated by foreign powers. Hence, the rebellious nationalities in the Balkans thought of their struggles as attempts to win back their long-lost independence. As the different Slavic nationalities struggled to define their identity and independence, the Balkan area became an area of intense conflict. The Balkan states were fiercely jealous of each other, and each hoped to gain more territory at the expense of the others. Matters were further complicated because the Balkans also became the scene of big power rivalry. During this period, there was intense rivalry among the European powers over trade and colonies as well as naval and military might. These rivalries were very evident in the way the Balkan problem unfolded. Each power, Russia, Germany, England, Austro-Hungary, was keen on countering the hold of other powers over the Balkans and extending its own control over the area. This led to a series of wars in the region, and finally the First World War. Figure 20. A map celebrating the British Empire. At the top, angels are shown carrying the banner of freedom. In the foreground, Britannia, the symbol of the British nation, is triumphantly sitting over the globe. The colonies are represented through images of tigers, elephants, forests, and primitive people. The domination of the world is shown as the basis of Britain's national pride. Nationalism, aligned with imperialism, led Europe to disaster in 1914. But meanwhile, many countries in the world which had been colonized by the European powers in the 19th century began to oppose imperial domination. The anti-imperial movements that developed everywhere were nationalist, in the sense that they all struggled to form independent nation-states, and were inspired by a sense of collective national unity, forged in confrontation with imperialism. European ideas of nationalism were nowhere replicated, for people everywhere developed their own specific variety of nationalism. But the idea that societies should be organized into nation-states came to be accepted as natural and universal. Write in brief. 1. Write a note on a Giuseppe Mazzini, by Count Camillo di Cavour, see the Greek War of Independence, to Frankfurt Parliament, the role of women in nationalist struggles. 2. What steps did the French revolutionaries take to create a sense of collective identity among the French people? 3. Who were Marianne and Germania? What was the importance of the way in which they were portrayed? 4. Briefly trace the process of German unification. 5. What changes did Napoleon introduce to make the administrative system more efficient in the territories ruled by him? Discuss. 1. Explain what is meant by the 1848 revolution of the liberals. What were the political, social, and economic ideas supported by the liberals? 2. Choose 3 examples to show the contribution of culture to the growth of nationalism in Europe. 3. Through a focus on any 2 countries, explain how nations developed over the 19th century. 4. How was the history of nationalism in Britain unlike the rest of Europe? 5. Why did nationalist tensions emerge in the Balkans? Project. Find out more about nationalist symbols in countries outside Europe. For one or two countries, collect examples of pictures, posters, or music that are symbols of nationalism. How are these different from European examples? Nationalism in India. As you have seen, modern nationalism in Europe came to be associated with the formation of nation-states. It also meant a change in people's understanding of who they were and what defined their identity and sense of belonging. New symbols and icons, new songs and ideas forged new links and redefined the boundaries of communities. In most countries, the making of this new national identity was a long process. How did this consciousness emerge in India? In India, and as in many other colonies, the growth of modern nationalism is intimately connected to the anti-colonial movement. People began discovering their unity in the process of their struggle with colonialism. The sense of being oppressed under colonialism provided a shared bond that tied many different groups together. But each class and group felt the effects of colonialism differently. Their experiences were varied, and their notions of freedom were not always the same. The Congress under Mahatma Gandhi tried to forge these groups together within one movement, but the unity did not emerge without conflict. In an earlier textbook, you have read about the growth of nationalism in India up to the first decade of the 20th century. In this chapter, we will pick up the story from the 1920s and study the non-cooperation and civil disobedience movements. We will explore how the Congress sought to develop the national movement, how different social groups participated in the movement, and how nationalism captured the imagination of people. Mass processions on the streets became a common feature during the national movement. In the years after 1919, we see the national movement spreading to new areas, incorporating new social groups, and developing new modes of struggle. How do we understand these developments? What implications did they have? First of all, the war created a new economic and political situation. It led to a huge increase in defense expenditure, which was financed by war loans and increasing taxes. Customs duties were raised and income tax introduced. Through the war years, prices increased, doubling between 1913 and 1918, leading to extreme hardship for the common people. Villages were called upon to supply soldiers, and the forced recruitment in rural areas caused widespread anger. Then in 1918 to 19 and 1920 to 21, crops failed in many parts of India, resulting in acute shortages of food. This was accompanied by an influenza epidemic. According to the census of 1921, 12 to 13 million people perished as a result of famines and the epidemic. People hoped that their hardships would end after the war was over, but that did not happen. At this stage, a new leader appeared and suggested a new mode of struggle. 1.1. The idea of satyagraha. Mahatma Gandhi returned to India in January 1915. As you know, he had come from South Africa, where he had successfully fought. New words. Forced recruitment, a process by which the colonial state forced people to join the army. Figure 2. Indian workers in South Africa marched through Volksrust, November 6, 1913. Mahatma Gandhi was leading the workers from Newcastle to Transvaal. When the marchers were stopped and Gandhiji arrested, thousands of more workers joined the satyagraha against racist laws that denied rights to non-whites. The racist regime with a novel method of mass agitation, which he called satyagraha. The idea of satyagraha emphasized the power of truth and the need to search for truth. It suggested that if the cause was true, if the struggle was against injustice, then physical force was not necessary to fight the oppressor. Without seeking vengeance or being aggressive, a satyagrahi could win the battle through non-violence. This could be done by appealing to the conscience of the oppressor. People, including the oppressors, had to be persuaded to see the truth, instead of being forced to accept truth through the use of violence. By this struggle, truth was bound to ultimately triumph. Mahatma Gandhi believed that this dharma of non-violence could unite all Indians. After arriving in India, Mahatma Gandhi successfully organized satyagraha movements in various places. In 1917, he traveled to Champaran in Bihar to inspire the peasants to struggle against the oppressive plantation system. Then in 1917, he organized a satyagraha to support the peasants of the Kheda district of Gujarat. Affected by crop failure and a plague epidemic, the peasants of Kheda could not pay the revenue and were demanding that revenue collection be relaxed. In 1918, Mahatma Gandhi went to Ahmedabad to organize a satyagraha movement amongst cotton mill workers. 1.2. The Rowlatt Act. Emboldened with this success, Gandhiji in 1919 decided to launch a nationwide satyagraha against the proposed Rowlatt Act. This act had been hurriedly passed through the Imperial Legislative Council despite the united opposition of the Indian members. It gave the government enormous powers to repress political activities and allowed detention of political prisoners without trial for 2 years. Mahatma Gandhi wanted non-violent civil disobedience against such unjust laws, which would start with a hartal on 6 April. Rallies were organized in various cities, workers went on strike in railway workshops, and shops closed down. Alarmed by the popular upsurge, and scared that lines of communication such as the railways and telegraph would be disrupted, the British administration decided to clamp down on nationalists. Local leaders were picked up from Amritsar, and Mahatma Gandhi was barred from entering Delhi. On 10th April, the police in Amritsar fired upon a peaceful procession, provoking widespread attacks on banks, post offices and railway stations. Martial law was imposed and General Dyer took command. Source: Mahatma Gandhi on Satyagraha. It is said of passive resistance that it is the weapon of the weak, but the power which is the subject of this article can be used only by the strong. This power is not passive resistance, indeed it calls for intense activity. The movement in South Africa was not passive but active. Satyagraha is not physical force. A satyagrahi does not inflict pain on the adversary, he does not seek his destruction. In the use of satyagraha there is no ill will whatever. Satyagraha is pure soul force. Truth is the very substance of the soul. That is why this force is called satyagraha. The soul is informed with knowledge. In it burns the flame of love. Non-violence is the supreme dharma. It is certain that India cannot rival Britain or Europe in force of arms. The British worship the war god and they can all of them become, as they are becoming, bearers of arms. The hundreds of millions in India can never carry arms. They have made the religion of non-violence their own. Activity. Read the text carefully. What did Mahatma Gandhi mean when he said Satyagraha is active resistance? On 13 April, the infamous Jallianwala Bagh incident took place. On that day, a large crowd gathered in the enclosed ground of Jallianwala Bagh. Some came to protest against the government's new repressive measures. Others had come to attend the annual Baisakhi fair. Being from outside the city, many villagers were unaware of the martial law that had been imposed. Dyer entered the area, blocked the exit points and opened fire on the crowd, killing hundreds. His object, as he declared later, was to produce a moral effect, to create in the minds of satyagrahis a feeling of terror and awe. As the news of Jallianwala Bagh spread, crowds took to the streets in many North Indian towns. There were strikes, clashes with the police and attacks on government buildings. The government responded with brutal repression. Seeking to humiliate and terrorize people, satyagrahis were forced to rub their noses on the ground, crawl on the streets and do salam to all sahibs. People were flogged and villages were bombed. Seeing violence spread, Mahatma Gandhi called off the movement. While the Rolat Satyagraha had been a widespread movement, it was still limited mostly to cities and towns. Mahatma Gandhi now felt the need to launch a more broad-based movement in India, but he was certain that no such movement could be organized without bringing the Hindus and Muslims closer together. One way of doing this, he felt, was to take up the Khilafat issue. The First World War had ended with the defeat of Ottoman Turkey, and there were rumors that a harsh peace treaty was going to be imposed on the Ottoman Emperor, the spiritual head of the Islamic world. To defend the Khalifa's temporal powers, a Khilafat committee was formed in Bombay in March 1919. A young generation of Muslim leaders like the brothers Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali began discussing with Mahatma Gandhi about the possibility of a united mass action on the issue. Gandhiji saw this as an opportunity to bring Muslims under the umbrella of a unified national movement. At the Calcutta session of the Congress in September 1920, he convinced other leaders of the need to start a non-cooperation movement in support of Khilafat, as well as for Swaraj. Fig. 3. General Dyer's crawling orders being administered by British soldiers, Amritsar, Punjab, 1919. 1.3 Why non-cooperation? In his famous book Hind Swaraj, Mahatma Gandhi declared that British rule was established in India with the cooperation of Indians and had survived only because of this cooperation. If Indians refused to cooperate, British rule in India would collapse within a year, and Swaraj would come. How could non-cooperation become a movement? Gandhiji proposed that the movement should unfold in stages. It should begin with the surrender of titles that the government awarded, and a boycott of civil services, army, police, courts and legislative councils, schools and foreign goods. Then, in case the government used repression, a full civil disobedience campaign would be launched. Through the summer of 1920, Mahatma Gandhi and Shaukat Ali toured extensively, mobilizing popular support for the movement. Many within the Congress were, however, concerned about the proposals. They were reluctant to boycott the council elections scheduled for November 1920, and they feared that the movement might lead to popular violence. In the months between September and December, there was an intense tussle within the Congress. For a while, there seemed no meeting point between the supporters and the opponents of the movement. Finally, at the Congress session at Nagpur in December 1920, a compromise was worked out and the non-cooperation program was adopted. How did the movement unfold? Who participated in it? How did different social groups conceive of the idea of non-cooperation? New words: boycott, the refusal to deal and associate with people, or participate in activities, or buy and use things, usually a form of protest. Figure 4. The boycott of foreign cloth, July 1922. Foreign cloth was seen as the symbol of Western economic and cultural domination. Two differing strands within the movement. The non-cooperation Khilafat movement began in January 1921. Various social groups participated in this movement, each with its own specific aspiration. All of them responded to the call of Swaraj, but the term meant different things to different people. To movement in the towns. The movement started with middle-class participation in the cities. Thousands of students left government-controlled schools and colleges, headmasters and teachers resigned, and lawyers gave up their legal practices. The council elections were boycotted in most provinces except Madras, where the Justice Party, the party of the non-Brahmins, felt that entering the council was one way of gaining some power, something that usually only Brahmins had access to. The effects of non-cooperation on the economic front were more dramatic. Foreign goods were boycotted, liquor shops picketed, and foreign cloth burnt in huge bonfires. The import of foreign cloth halved between 1921 and 1922, its value dropping from 102 Nepalese rupees crore to 57 Nepalese rupees crore. In many places, merchants and traders refused to trade in foreign goods or finance foreign trade. As the boycott movement spread, and people began discarding imported clothes and wearing only Indian ones, production of Indian textile mills and handlooms went up. But this movement in the cities gradually slowed down for a variety of reasons. Khadi cloth was often more expensive than mass-produced mill cloth, and poor people could not afford to buy it. How then could they boycott mill cloth for too long? Similarly, the boycott of British institutions posed a problem. For the movement to be successful, alternative Indian institutions had to be set up so that they could be used in place of the British ones. These were slow to come up, so students and teachers began trickling back to government schools, and lawyers joined back work in government courts. 2.2 Rebellion in the countryside. From the cities, the non-cooperation movement spread to the countryside. It drew into its fold the struggles of peasants and tribals. New words: picket, a form of demonstration or protest by which people block the entrance to a shop, factory, or office. Activity. The year is 1921. You are a student in a government-controlled school. Design a poster urging school students to answer Gandhiji's call to join the non-cooperation movement, which were developing in different parts of India in the years after the war. In Awadh, peasants were led by Baba Ramchandra, a sannyasi who had earlier been to Fiji as an indentured laborer. The movement here was against talukdars and landlords who demanded from peasants exorbitantly high rents and a variety of other cesses. Peasants had to do bigar and work at landlords' farms without any payment. As tenants, they had no security of tenure, being regularly evicted so that they could acquire no right over the leased land. The peasant movement demanded reduction of revenue, abolition of bigar, and social boycott of oppressive landlords. In many places, Dobi bands were organized by panchayats to deprive landlords of the services of even barbers and washermen. In June 1920, Jawaharlal Nehru began going around the villages in Awadh, talking to the villagers, and trying to understand their grievances. By October, the Oud Kisan Sabha was set up headed by Jawaharlal Nehru, Baba Ramchandra, and a few others. Within a month, over 300 branches had been set up in the villages around the region. So when the non-cooperation movement began the following year, the effort of the Congress was to integrate the Awadh peasant struggle into the wider struggle. The peasant movement, however, developed in forms that the Congress leadership was unhappy with. As the movement spread in 1921, the houses of talukdars and merchants were attacked, bazaars were looted, and grain hoards were taken over. In many places, local leaders told peasants that Gandhiji had declared that no taxes were to be paid, and land was to be redistributed among the poor. The name of the Mahatma was being invoked to sanction all action and aspirations. New words: bigar, labor that villagers were forced to contribute without any payment. Activity. If you were a peasant in Uttar Pradesh in 1920, how would you have responded to Gandhiji's call for Swaraj? Give reasons for your response. In 1928, Vallabhbhai Patel led the peasant movement in Bardoli, a taluka in Gujarat, against enhancement of land revenue. Known as the Bardoli Satyagraha, this movement was a success under the able leadership of Vallabhbhai Patel. The struggle was widely publicized and generated immense sympathy in many parts of India. Source B. On January 6, 1921, the police in United Provinces fired at peasants near Raebareli. Jawaharlal Nehru wanted to go to the place of firing but was stopped by the police. Agitated and angry, Nehru addressed the peasants who gathered around him. This is how he later described the meeting. They behaved as brave men, calm and unruffled in the face of danger. I do not know how they felt, but I know what my feelings were. For a moment my blood was up, non-violence was almost forgotten, but for a moment only. The thought of the great leader, who by God's goodness has been sent to lead us to victory, came to me. And I saw the Kisans seated and standing near me, less excited, more peaceful than I was, and the moment of weakness passed. I spoke to them in all humility on non-violence. I needed the lesson more than they, and they heeded me and peacefully dispersed. Quoted in Sarvapalli Gopal, Jawaharlal Nehru, a biography, Vol I. Tribal peasants interpreted the message of Mahatma Gandhi and the idea of Swaraj in yet another way. In the Gudam Hills of Andhra Pradesh, for instance, a militant guerrilla movement spread in the early 1920s, not a form of struggle that the Congress could approve. Here, as in other forest regions, the colonial government had closed large forest areas, preventing people from entering the forest to graze their cattle or to collect fuelwood and fruits. This enraged the hill people. Not only were their livelihoods affected, but they felt that their traditional rights were being denied. When the government began forcing them to contribute bigar for road building, the hill people revolted. The person who came to lead them was an interesting figure. Alluri Sitaram Raju claimed that he had a variety of special powers. He could make correct astrological predictions and heal people, and he could survive even bullet shots. Captivated by Raju, the rebels proclaimed that he was an incarnation of God. Raju talked of the greatness of Mahatma Gandhi, said he was inspired by the non-cooperation movement, and persuaded people to wear khadi and give up drinking. But at the same time he asserted that India could be liberated only by the use of force, not non-violence. The Gudam rebels attacked police stations, attempted to kill British officials and carried on guerrilla warfare for achieving Swaraj. Raju was captured and executed in 1924, and over time became a folk hero. 2.3 Swaraj in the plantations. Workers too had their own understanding of Mahatma Gandhi and the notion of Swaraj. For plantation workers in Assam, freedom meant the right to move freely in and out of the confined space in which they were enclosed, and it meant retaining a link with the village from which they had come. Under the Inland Emigration Act of 1859, plantation workers were not permitted to leave the tea gardens without permission, and in fact they were rarely given such permission. When they heard of the non-cooperation movement, thousands of workers defied the authorities, left the plantations and headed home. They believed that Gandhi Raj was coming, and everyone would be given land in their own villages. They, however, never reached their destination. Stranded on the way by a railway and steamer strike, they were caught by the police and brutally beaten up. Activity. Find out about other participants in the national movement who were captured and put to death by the British. Can you think of a similar example from the national movement in Indochina? The visions of these movements were not defined by the Congress program. They interpreted the term Swaraj in their own ways, imagining it to be a time when all suffering and all troubles would be over. Yet when the tribals chanted Gandhiji's name and raised slogans demanding Swatantra Bharat, they were also emotionally relating to an all-India agitation. When they acted in the name of Mahatma Gandhi, or linked their movement to that of the Congress, they were identifying with a movement which went beyond the limits of their immediate locality. At Chori Chora in Gorakhpur, a peaceful demonstration in a bazaar turned into a violent clash with the police. Hearing of the incident, Mahatma Gandhi called a halt to the non-cooperation movement. 3. Towards civil disobedience. In February 1922, Mahatma Gandhi decided to withdraw the non-cooperation movement. He felt the movement was turning violent in many places, and satyagrahas needed to be properly trained before they would be ready for mass struggles. Within the Congress, some leaders were by now tired of mass struggles, and wanted to participate in elections to the provincial councils that had been set up by the Government of India Act of 1919. They felt that it was important to oppose British policies within the councils, argue for reform, and also demonstrate that these councils were not truly democratic. C.R. Das and Motilal Nehru formed the Swaraj Party within the Congress to argue for a return to council politics. But younger leaders like Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhas Chandra Bose pressed for more radical mass agitation and for full independence. In such a situation of internal debate and dissension, two factors again shaped Indian politics towards the late 1920s. The first was the effect of the worldwide economic depression. Agricultural prices began to fall from 1926 and collapsed after 1930. As the demand for agricultural goods fell and exports declined, peasants found it difficult to sell their harvests and pay their revenue. By 1930, the countryside was in turmoil. Against this background, the new Tory government in Britain constituted a statutory commission under Sir John Simon. Set up in response to the nationalist movement, the commission was to look into the functioning of the constitutional system in India and suggest changes. The problem was that the commission did not have a single Indian member. They were all British. When the Simon Commission arrived in India in 1928, it was greeted with the slogan, "Go back, Simon." All parties, including the Congress and the Muslim League, participated in the demonstrations. In an effort to win them over, the Viceroy, Lord Irwin, announced in October 1929 a vague offer of dominion status for India in an unspecified future, and a round-table conference to discuss a future constitution. This did not satisfy the Congress leaders. The radicals within the Congress, led by Lala Lajpat Rai, was assaulted by the British police during a peaceful demonstration against the Simon Commission. He succumbed to injuries that were inflicted on him during the demonstration. Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhas Chandra Bose became more assertive. The liberals and moderates who were proposing a constitutional system within the framework of British dominion gradually lost their influence. In December 1929, under the presidency of Jawaharlal Nehru, the Lahore Congress formalized the demand of Purna Swaraj, or full independence for India. It was declared that January 26, 1930, would be celebrated as the Independence Day, when people were to take a pledge to struggle for complete independence. But the celebrations attracted very little attention, so Mahatma Gandhi had to find a way to relate this abstract idea of freedom to more concrete issues of everyday life. 3.1. The Salt March and the Civil Disobedience Movement. Mahatma Gandhi found in salt a powerful symbol that could unite the nation. On January 31, 1930, he sent a letter to Viceroy Irwin stating 11 demands. Some of these were of general interest, others were specific demands of different classes, from industrialists to peasants. The idea was to make the demands wide-ranging so that all classes within Indian society could identify with them, and everyone could be brought together in a united campaign. The most stirring of all was the demand to abolish the salt tax. Salt was something consumed by the rich and the poor alike, and it was one of the most essential items of food. The tax on salt and the government monopoly over its production, Mahatma Gandhi declared, revealed the most oppressive face of British rule. Mahatma Gandhi's letter was, in a way, an ultimatum. If the demands were not fulfilled by 11 March, the letter stated, the Congress would launch a civil disobedience campaign. Irwin was unwilling to negotiate. So Mahatma Gandhi started his famous Salt March, accompanied by 78 of his trusted volunteers. The march was over 240 miles from Gandhiji's ashram in Sabarmati to the Gujarati coastal town of Dandi. The volunteers walked for 24 days, about 10 miles a day. Thousands came to hear Mahatma Gandhi wherever he stopped, and he told them what he meant by Swaraj and urged them to peacefully defy the British. On 6 April he reached Dandi, and ceremonially violated the law, manufacturing salt by boiling seawater. This marked the beginning of the civil disobedience movement. How was this movement different from the non-cooperation movement? People were now asked not only to refuse cooperation. Source C. The Independence Day Pledge, January 26, 1930. We believe that it is the inalienable right of the Indian people, as of any other people, to have freedom, and to enjoy the fruits of their toil and have the necessities of life, so that they may have full opportunities of growth. We believe also that if any government deprives a people of these rights and oppresses them, the people have a further right to alter it or to abolish it. The British government in India has not only deprived the Indian people of their freedom, but has based itself on the exploitation of the masses, and has ruined India economically, politically, culturally, and spiritually. We believe, therefore, that India must sever the British connection and attain Purna Swaraj or complete independence with the British, as they had done in 1921-22, but also to break colonial laws. Thousands in different parts of the country broke the salt law, manufactured salt, and demonstrated in front of government salt factories. As the movement spread, foreign cloth was boycotted, and liquor shops were picketed. Peasants refused to pay revenue and chowkidari taxes, village officials resigned, and in many places forest people violated forest laws, going into reserved forests to collect wood and graze cattle. Worried by the developments, the colonial government began arresting the Congress leaders one by one. This led to violent clashes in many palaces. When Abdul Ghaffar Khan, a devout disciple of Mahatma Gandhi, was arrested in April 1930, angry crowds demonstrated in the streets of Peshawar, facing armored cars and police firing. Many were killed. A month later, when Mahatma Gandhi himself was arrested, industrial workers in Sholapur attacked police posts, municipal buildings, law courts, and railway stations, all structures that symbolize British rule. A frightened government responded with a policy of brutal repression. Peaceful satyagrahis were attacked, women and children were beaten, and about 100,000 people were arrested. In such a situation, Mahatma Gandhi once again decided to call off the movement and entered into a pact with Irwin on March 5, 1931. By this Gandhi-Irwin pact, Gandhiji consented to participate in a round-table conference the Congress had boycotted, the first. Fig. 7. The Dandi March. During the Salt March, Mahatma Gandhi was accompanied by 78 volunteers. On the way they were joined by thousands. Box 1. 3.2. How participants saw the movement. Let us now look at the different social groups that participated in the civil disobedience movement. Why did they join the movement? What were their ideals? What did Swaraj mean to them? In the countryside, rich peasant communities like the Patidars of Gujarat and the Jats of Uttar Pradesh were active in the movement. Being producers of commercial crops, they were very hard hit by the trade depression and falling prices. As their cash income disappeared, they found it impossible to pay the government's revenue demand. And the refusal of the government to reduce the revenue demand led to widespread resentment. These rich peasants became enthusiastic supporters of the civil disobedience movement, organizing their communities, and at times forcing reluctant members to participate in the boycott programs. For them, the fight for Swaraj was a struggle against high revenues, but they were deeply disappointed when the movement was called off in 1931 without the revenue rates being revised. So when the movement was restarted in 1932, many of them refused to participate. The poorer peasantry were not just interested in the lowering of the revenue demand. Many of them were small tenants cultivating land they had rented from landlords. As the depression continued and cash incomes dwindled, the small tenants found it difficult to pay their rent. They wanted the unpaid rent to the landlord to be remitted. They joined a variety of radical movements, often led by socialists and communists. Apprehensive of raising issues that might upset the rich peasants and landlords, the Congress was unwilling to support no-rent campaigns in most places. So the relationship between the poor peasants and the Congress remained uncertain. Round-table conference in London, and the government agreed to release the political prisoners. In December 1931, Gandhiji went to London for the conference, but the negotiations broke down, and he returned disappointed. Back in India, he discovered that the government had begun a new cycle of repression. Ghaffar Khan and Jawaharlal Nehru were both in jail, the Congress had been declared illegal, and a series of measures had been imposed to prevent meetings, demonstrations, and boycotts. With great apprehension, Mahatma Gandhi relaunched the civil disobedience movement. For over a year the movement continued, but by 1934 it lost its momentum. To the altar of this revolution we have brought our youth as incense. Many nationalists thought that the struggle against the British could not be won through non-violence. In 1928, the Hindustan Socialist Republican Army was founded at a meeting in Ferozeshah Kotla ground in Delhi. Amongst its leaders were Bhagat Singh, Jatin Das and Ajoy Ghosh. In a series of dramatic actions in different parts of India, the HSRA targeted some of the symbols of British power. In April 1929, Bhagat Singh and Batukeswar Dutta threw a bomb in the Legislative Assembly. In the same year, there was an attempt to blow up the train that Lord Irwin was traveling in. Bhagat Singh was 23 when he was tried and executed by the colonial government. During his trial, Bhagat Singh stated that he did not wish to glorify the cult of the bomb and pistol, but wanted a revolution in society. Revolution is the inalienable right of mankind. Freedom is the imprescriptible birthright of all. The laborer is the real sustainer of society. To the altar of this revolution we have brought our youth as incense, for no sacrifice is too great for so magnificent a cause. We are content. We await the advent of revolution. Inquilab Zindabad. What about the business classes? How did they relate to the civil disobedience movement? During the First World War, Indian merchants and industrialists had made huge profits and become powerful. Keen on expanding their business, they now reacted against colonial policies that restricted business activities. They wanted protection against imports of foreign goods and a rupee-sterling foreign exchange ratio that would discourage imports. To organize business interests, they formed the Indian Industrial and Commercial Congress in 1920 and the Federation of the Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industries in 1927. Led by prominent industrialists like Purushottam Das Thakurdas and G. D. Birla, the industrialists attacked colonial control over the Indian economy and supported the civil disobedience movement when it was first launched. They gave financial assistance and refused to buy or sell imported goods. Most businessmen came to see Swaraj as a time when colonial restrictions on business would no longer exist and trade and industry would flourish, without constraints. But after the failure of the Round Table Conference, business groups were no longer uniformly enthusiastic. They were apprehensive of the spread of militant activities and worried about prolonged disruption of business, as well as of the growing influence of socialism amongst the younger members of the Congress. The industrial working classes did not participate in the civil disobedience movement in large numbers, except in the Nagpur region. As the industrialists came closer to the Congress, workers stayed aloof. But in spite of that, some workers did participate in the civil disobedience movement, selectively adopting some of the ideas of the Gandhian program, like boycott of foreign goods. As part of their own movements against low wages and poor working conditions, there were strikes by railway workers in 1930 and dock workers in 1932. In 1930, thousands of workers in Chota Nagpur tin mines wore Gandhi caps and participated in protest rallies and boycott campaigns. But the Congress was reluctant to include workers' demands as part of its program of struggle. It felt that this would alienate industrialists and divide the anti-imperial forces. Another important feature of the civil disobedience movement was the large-scale participation of women. During Gandhiji's Salt March, thousands of women came out of their homes to listen to him. They participated in protest marches, manufactured salt, and some important dates. 1918 to 19. Distressed-up peasants organized by Baba Ramchandra. April 1919. Gandhi and Hartal against Rowlatt Act. Jallianwala Bagh Massacre. January 1921. Non-cooperation and Khilafat movement launched. February 1922. Chauri Chaura. Gandhiji withdraws non-cooperation movement. May 1924. Alluri Sitarama Raju arrested, ending a 2-year armed tribal struggle. Lahore Congress adopts the demand for Purna Swaraj. 1930. Ambedkar establishes Depressed Classes Association. March 1930. Gandhiji begins civil disobedience movement by breaking salt law at Dandi. March 1931. Gandhiji ends civil disobedience movement. December 1931. Second Round Table Conference. 1,932 civil disobedience relaunched. Picketed foreign cloth and liquor shops. Many went to jail. In urban areas, these women were from high-caste families. In rural areas, they came from rich peasant households. Moved by Gandhiji's call, they began to see service to the nation as a sacred duty of women. Yet this increased public role did not necessarily mean any radical change in the way the position of women was visualized. Gandhiji was convinced that it was the duty of women to look after home and hearth, be good mothers and good wives. And for a long time, the Congress was reluctant to allow women to hold any position of authority within the organization. It was keen only on their symbolic presence. 3.3. The limits of civil disobedience. Not all social groups were moved by the abstract concept of Swaraj. One such group was the nation's untouchables, who from around the 1930s had begun to call themselves Dalit or oppressed. For long the Congress had ignored the Dalits, for fear of offending the Sanatanis, the conservative high-caste Hindus. But Mahatma Gandhi declared that Swaraj would not come for 100 years if untouchability was not eliminated. He called the untouchables Harijan. Figure 9. Women join nationalist processions. During the national movement, many women, for the first time in their lives, moved out of their homes onto a public arena. Amongst the marchers you can see many old women, and mothers with children in their arms. Discuss. Why did various classes and groups of Indians participate in the civil disobedience movement? Or the Children of God organized satyagraha to secure them entry into temples and access to public wells, tanks, roads, and schools. He himself cleaned toilets to dignify the work of the Bangi and persuaded upper castes to change their heart and give up the sin of untouchability. But many Dalit leaders were keen on a different political solution to the problems of the community. They began organizing themselves, demanding reserved seats in educational institutions and a separate electorate that would choose Dalit members for legislative councils. Political empowerment, they believed, would resolve the problems of their social disabilities. Dalit participation in the civil disobedience movement was therefore limited, particularly in the Maharashtra and Nagpur region, where their organization was quite strong. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who organized the Dalits into the Depressed Classes Association in 1930, clashed with Mahatma Gandhi at the Second Round Table Conference by demanding separate electorates for Dalits. When the British government conceded Ambedkar's demand, Gandhiji began a fast unto death. He believed that separate electorates for Dalits would slow down the process of their integration into society. Ambedkar ultimately accepted Gandhiji's position, and the result was the Pune Pact of September 1932. It gave the depressed classes reserved seats in provincial and central legislative councils, but they were to be voted in by the general electorate. The Dalit movement, however, continued to be apprehensive of the Congressional national movement. Some of the Muslim political organizations in India were also lukewarm in their response to the civil disobedience movement. After the decline of the non-cooperation Caliphate movement, a large section of Muslims felt alienated from the Congress. From the mid-1920s, the Congress came to be more visibly associated with openly Hindu religious nationalist groups like the Hindu Mahasabha. As relations between Hindus and Muslims worsened, each community organized religious processions with militant fervor, provoking Hindu-Muslim communal clashes and riots in various cities. Every riot deepened the distance between the two communities. The Congress and the Muslim League made efforts to renegotiate an alliance, and in 1927 it appeared that such a unity could be forged. The important differences were over the question of representation in the future assemblies that were to be elected. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, one of the leaders of the Muslim League, was willing to give up the demand for separate electorates. If Muslims were assured reserved seats in the Central Assembly and representation in proportion to population in the Muslim-dominated provinces, negotiations over the question of representation continued, but all hope of resolving the issue at the All-Parties Conference in 1928 disappeared when Mr. Jayakar of the Hindu Mahasabha strongly opposed efforts at compromise. When the civil disobedience movement started, there was thus an atmosphere of suspicion and distrust between communities. Alienated from the Congress, large sections of Muslims could not respond to the call for a united struggle. Many Muslim leaders and intellectuals expressed their concern about the status of Muslims as a minority within India. They feared that the culture and identity of minorities would be submerged under the domination of a Hindu majority. Source D. In 1930, Sir Muhammad Iqbal, as president of the Muslim League, reiterated the importance of separate electorates for the Muslims as an important safeguard for their minority political interests. His statement is supposed to have provided the intellectual justification for the Pakistan demand that came up in subsequent years. This is what he said. I have no hesitation in declaring that if the principle that the Indian Muslim is entitled to full and free development on the lines of his own culture and tradition in his own Indian homelands is recognized as the basis of a permanent communal settlement, he will be ready to stake his all for the freedom of India. The principle that each group is entitled to free development on its own lines is not inspired by any feeling of narrow communalism. A community which is inspired by feelings of ill will towards other communities is low and ignoble. I entertain the highest respect for the customs, laws, religions, and social institutions of other communities. Nay, it is my duty according to the teachings of the Quran, even to defend their places of worship if need be. Yet I love the communal group which is the source of life and behavior, and which has formed me what I am by giving me its religion, its literature, its thought, its culture, and thereby its whole past as a living operative factor in my present consciousness. Communalism in its higher aspect, then, is indispensable to the formation of a harmonious whole in a country like India. The units of Indian society are not territorial as in European countries. The principle of European democracy cannot be applied to India without recognizing the fact of communal groups. The Muslim demand for the creation of a Muslim India within India is therefore perfectly justified. The Hindu thinks that separate electorates are contrary to the spirit of true nationalism because he understands the word nation to mean a kind of universal amalgamation in which no communal entity ought to retain its private individuality. Such a state of things, however, does not exist. India is a land of racial and religious variety. Add to this the general economic inferiority of the Muslims, their enormous debt, especially in the Punjab, and their insufficient majorities in some of the provinces, as at present constituted, and you will begin to see clearly the meaning of our anxiety to retain separate electorates. Source. Discuss. Read the source D carefully. Do you agree with Iqbal's idea of communalism? Can you define communalism in a different way? The sense of collective belonging. Nationalism spreads when people begin to believe that they are all part of the same nation, when they discover some unity that binds them together. But how did the nation become a reality in the minds of people? How did people belonging to different communities, regions, or language groups develop a sense of collective belonging? This sense of collective belonging came partly through the experience of united struggles, but there were also a variety of cultural processes through which nationalism captured people's imagination. History and fiction, folklore and songs, popular prints and symbols, all played a part in the making of nationalism. Figure 11. Bal Gangadhar Tilak, an early 20th century print. Notice how Tilak is surrounded by symbols of unity. The sacred institutions of different faiths frame the central figure. The identity of the nation, as you know, is most often symbolized in a figure or image. This helps create an image with which people can identify the nation. It was in the 20th century, with the growth of nationalism, that the identity of India came to be visually associated with the image of Bharat Mata. The image was first created by Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. In the 1870s he wrote Vande Mataram as a hymn to the motherland. Later it was included in his novel Anandamath, and widely sung during the Swadeshi movement in Bengal. Moved by the Swadeshi movement, Abanindranath Tagore painted his famous image of Bharat Mata. In this painting, Bharat Mata is portrayed as an ascetic figure. She is calm, composed, divine and spiritual. In subsequent years, the image of Bharat Mata acquired many different forms, as it circulated in popular prints, and was painted by different artists. Devotion to this mother figure came to be seen as evidence of one's nationalism. Ideas of nationalism also developed through a movement to revive Indian folklore. In late 19th century India, nationalists began recording folk tales sung by bards, and they toured villages to gather folk songs and legends. These tales, they believed, gave a true picture of traditional culture that had been corrupted and damaged by outside forces. It was essential to preserve this folk tradition in order to discover one's national identity and restore a sense of pride in one's past. In Bengal, Rabindranath Tagore himself began collecting ballads, nursery rhymes and myths, and led the movement for folk. Figure 12, Bharat Mata, Abanindranath Tagore, 1905. Notice that the mother figure here is shown as dispensing learning, food and clothing. The mala in one hand emphasizes her ascetic quality. Abanindranath Tagore, like Ravi Varma before him, tried to develop a style of painting that could be seen as truly Indian. Nehru is here shown holding the image of Bharat Mata and the map of India close to his heart. In a lot of popular prints, nationalist leaders are shown offering their heads to Bharat Mata. The idea of sacrifice for the mother was powerful within popular imagination. Revival. In Madras, Natesa Sastry published a massive 4-volume collection of Tamil folktales, the folklore of southern India. He believed that folklore was national literature. It was the most trustworthy manifestation of people's real thoughts and characteristics. As the national movement developed, nationalist leaders became more and more aware of such icons and symbols in unifying people and inspiring in them a feeling of nationalism. During the Swadeshi movement in Bengal, a tricolor flag was designed. It had 8 lotuses representing 8 provinces of British India, and a crescent moon representing Hindus and Muslims. By 1921, Gandhiji had designed the Swaraj flag. It was again a tricolor and had a spinning wheel in the center, representing the Gandhian ideal of self-help. Carrying the flag, holding it aloft, during marches became a symbol of defiance. Another means of creating a feeling of nationalism was through reinterpretation of history. By the end of the 19th century, many Indians began feeling that to instill a sense of pride in the nation, Indian history had to be thought about differently. The British saw Indians as backward and primitive, incapable of governing themselves. In response, Indians began looking into the past to discover India's great achievements. They wrote about the glorious developments in ancient times when art and architecture, science and mathematics, religion and culture, law and philosophy, crafts and trade had flourished. This glorious time, in their view, was followed by a history of decline, when India was colonized. These nationalist histories urged the readers to take pride in India's great achievements in the past and struggle to change the miserable conditions of life under British rule. These efforts to unify people were not without problems. When the past being glorified was Hindu, when the images celebrated were drawn from Hindu iconography, then people of other communities felt left out. This figure of Bharat Mata is a contrast to the one painted by Abanindranath Tagore. Here she is shown with a trishul, standing beside a lion and an elephant, both symbols of power and authority. Activity. Look at Figs, 12 and 14. Do you think these images will appeal to all castes and communities? Explain your views briefly. Source E. In earlier times, foreign travelers in India marveled at the courage, truthfulness and modesty of the people of the Arya Vamsa. Now they remark mainly on the absence of those qualities. In those days, Hindus would set out on conquest and hoist their flags in Tartar, China and other countries. Now a few soldiers from a tiny island far away are lording it over the land of India. Tarini Charan Chattopadhyay, Bharat Barshar Itihas, Vol. 1, 1858. Conclusion. A growing anger against the colonial government was thus bringing together various groups and classes of Indians into a common struggle for freedom. In the first half of the 20th century, The Congress under the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi tried to channel people's grievances into organized movements for independence. Through such movements, the nationalists tried to forge a national unity. But as we have seen, diverse groups and classes participated in these movements with varied aspirations and expectations. As their grievances were wide-ranging, freedom from colonial rule also meant different things to different people. The Congress continuously attempted to resolve differences and ensure that the demands of one group did not alienate another. This is precisely why the unity within the movement often broke down. The high points of Congress activity and nationalist unity were followed by phases of disunity and inner conflict between groups. In other words, what was emerging was a nation with many voices wanting freedom from colonial rule. Figure 14b. Women's procession in Bombay during the Quit India movement. Quit India movement. The failure of the Cripps mission and the effects of World War II created widespread discontentment in India. This led Gandhiji to launch a movement calling for complete withdrawal of the British from India. The Congress Working Committee, in its meeting in Wardha on July 14, 1942, passed the historic Quit India resolution demanding the immediate transfer of power to Indians and quit India. On August 8, 1942 in Bombay, the All India Congress Committee endorsed the resolution which called for a non-violent mass struggle on the widest possible scale throughout the country. It was on this occasion that Gandhiji delivered the famous Do or Die speech. The call for Quit India almost brought the state machinery to a standstill in large parts of the country as people voluntarily threw themselves into the thick of the movement. People observed hardals, and demonstrations and processions were accompanied by national songs and slogans. The movement was truly a mass movement which brought into its ambit thousands of ordinary people, namely students, workers, and peasants. It also saw the active participation of leaders, namely Jai Prakash Narayan, Aruna Asaf Ali, and Ram Manohar Lohia, and many women such as Matanjini Hazra and Bengal Kanaklata Barua in Assam, and Rama Devi in Odisha. The British responded with much force, yet it took more than a year to suppress the movement. Write in brief. 1. Explain why growth of nationalism in the colonies is linked to an anti-colonial movement. B. How the First World War helped in the growth of the national movement in India. C. Why Indians were outraged by the Rowlatt Act. D. Why Gandhiji decided to withdraw the non-cooperation movement. 2. What is meant by the idea of satyagraha. 3. Write a newspaper report on A. The Jallianwala Bagh Massacre. B. The Simon Commission. 4. Compare the images of Bharat Mata in this chapter with the image of Germania in Chapter 1. Discuss. 1. List all the different social groups which joined the non-cooperation movement of 1921. Then choose any 3 and write about their hopes and struggles to show why they joined the movement. 2. Discuss the Salt March to make clear why it was an effective symbol of resistance against colonialism. 3. Imagine you are a woman participating in the civil disobedience movement. Explain what the experience meant to your life. 4. Why did political leaders differ sharply over the question of separate electorates? Project. Find out about the anti-colonial movement in Indochina. Compare and contrast India's national movement with the ways in which Indochina became independent. Project. Section 2. Livelihoods, Economies and Societies. The Making of a Global World. 1. The Pre-Modern World. When we talk of globalization, we often refer to an economic system that has emerged since the last 50 years or so. But as you will see in this chapter, the making of the global world has a long history of trade, of migration, of people in search of work, the movement of capital, and much else. As we think about the dramatic and visible signs of global interconnectedness in our lives today, we need to understand the phases through which this world in which we live has emerged. All through history, human societies have become steadily more interlinked. From ancient times, travelers, traders, priests, and pilgrims traveled vast distances for knowledge, opportunity, and spiritual fulfillment, or to escape persecution. They carried goods, money, values, skills, ideas, inventions, and even germs and diseases. As early as 3000 BCE, an active coastal trade linked the Indus Valley civilizations with present-day West Asia. For more than a millennia, cowries from the Maldives found their way to China and East Africa. The long-distance spread of disease-carrying germs may be traced as far back as the 7th century. By the 13th century, it had become an unmistakable link. Figure 1. Image of a ship on a memorial stone. Goa Museum, 10th century CE. From the 9th century, images of ships appear regularly in memorial stones found in the western coast, indicating the significance of oceanic trade. 1.1 Silk routes link the world. The Silk routes are a good example of vibrant pre-modern trade and cultural links between distant parts of the world. The name Silk routes points to the importance of westbound Chinese silk cargoes along this route. Historians have identified several silk routes, over land and by sea, knitting together vast regions of Asia and linking Asia with Europe and northern Africa. They are known to have existed since before the Christian era and thrived almost till the 15th century. But Chinese pottery also traveled the same route, as did textiles and spices from India and Southeast Asia. In return, precious metals, gold and silver, flowed from Europe to Asia. Trade and cultural exchange always went hand in hand. Early Christian missionaries almost certainly traveled this route to Asia, as did early Muslim preachers a few centuries later. Much before all this, Buddhism emerged from eastern India and spread in several directions through intersecting points on the Silk routes. 1.2 Food travels, spaghetti and potato. Food offers many examples of long-distance cultural exchange. Traders and travelers introduced new crops to the lands they traveled. Even ready foodstuff in distant parts of the world might share common origins. Take spaghetti and noodles. It is believed that noodles traveled west from China to become spaghetti. Or perhaps Arab traders took pasta to 5th century Sicily, an island now in Italy. Similar foods were also known in India and Japan, so the truth about their origins may never be known. Yet such guesswork suggests the possibilities of long-distance cultural contact even in the pre-modern world. Many of our common foods such as potatoes, soya, groundnuts, maize, tomatoes, chilies, sweet potatoes, and so on were not known to our ancestors until about 5 centuries ago. These foods were only introduced in Europe and Asia after Christopher Columbus accidentally discovered the vast continent that would later become known as the Americas. Figure 2. Silk Route trade is depicted in a Chinese cave painting, 8th century, Cave 217, Mogao Grottos, Gansu, China. Figure 3. Merchants from Venice and the Orient exchanging goods, from Marco Polo, Book of Marvels, 15th century. In fact, many of our common foods came from America's original inhabitants, the American Indians. Sometimes the new crops could make the difference between life and death. Europe's poor began to eat better and live longer with the introduction of the humble potato. Ireland's poorest peasants became so dependent on potatoes that when disease destroyed the potato crop in the mid-1840s, hundreds of thousands died of starvation. 1.3 Conquest, disease and trade. The pre-modern world shrank greatly in the 16th century after European sailors found a sea route to Asia and also successfully crossed the Western Ocean to America. For centuries before, the Indian Ocean had known a bustling trade, with goods, people, knowledge, customs, etc. crisscrossing its waters. The Indian subcontinent was central to these flows and a crucial point in their networks. The entry of the Europeans helped expand or redirect some of these flows towards Europe. Before its discovery, America had been cut off from regular contact with the rest of the world for millions of years. But from the 16th century, its vast lands and abundant crops and minerals began to transform trade and lives everywhere. Precious metals, particularly silver, from mines located in present-day Peru and Mexico, also enhanced Europe's wealth and financed its trade with Asia. Legends spread in 17th century Europe about South America's fabled wealth. Many expeditions set off in search of El Dorado, the fabled city of gold. The Portuguese and Spanish conquest and colonization of America was decisively underway by the mid-16th century. European conquest was not just a result of superior firepower. In fact, the most powerful weapon of the Spanish conquerors was not a conventional military weapon at all. It was the germs such as those of smallpox that they carried on their person. Because of their long isolation, America's original inhabitants had no immunity against these diseases that came from Europe. Smallpox in particular proved a deadly killer. Once introduced, it spread deep into the continent, ahead even of any Europeans reaching there. It killed and decimated whole communities, paving the way for conquest. Fig. 4. The Irish Potato Famine. Illustrated London News, 1849. Hungry children digging for potatoes in a field that has already been harvested, hoping to discover some leftovers. During the Great Irish Potato Famine, around 1 million people died of starvation in Ireland, and double the number emigrated in search of work. Box 1. Biological warfare? John Winthrop, the first governor of the Massachusetts Bay Colony in New England, wrote in May 1634 that smallpox signaled God's blessing for the colonists. The natives were near all dead of smallpox, so as the Lord hath cleared our title to what we possess. Alfred Crosby, Ecological Imperialism. Guns could be bought or captured and turned against the invaders, but not diseases such as smallpox to which the conquerors were mostly immune. Until the 19th century, poverty and hunger were common in Europe. Cities were crowded and deadly diseases were widespread. Religious conflicts were common and religious dissenters were persecuted. Thousands therefore fled Europe for America. Here, by the 18th century, plantations worked by slaves captured in Africa were growing cotton and sugar for European markets. Until well into the 18th century, China and India were among the world's richest countries. They were also preeminent in Asian trade. However, from the 15th century, China is said to have restricted overseas contacts and retreated into isolation. China's reduced role and the rising importance of the Americas gradually moved the center of world trade westwards. Europe now emerged as the center of world trade. New words. Dissenter, one who refuses to accept established beliefs and practices. Discuss. Explain what we mean when we say that the world shrank in the 1500s. A prospective buyer carefully inspecting slaves lined up before the auction. You can see 2 children along with 4 women and 7 men in top hats and suit waiting to be sold. To attract buyers, slaves were often dressed in their best clothes. To the 19th century. The world changed profoundly in the 19th century. Economic, political, social, cultural, and technological factors interacted in complex ways to transform societies and reshape external relations. Economists identify three types of movement or flows within international economic exchanges. The first is the flow of trade, which in the 19th century referred largely to trade in goods. The second is the flow of labor, the migration of people in search of employment. The third is the movement of capital for short-term or long-term investments over long distances. All three flows were closely interwoven and affected people's lives more deeply now than ever before. The interconnections could sometimes be broken. For example, labor migration was often more restricted than goods or capital flows. Yet it helps us understand the 19th century world economy better if we look at the three flows together. 2.1. A world economy takes shape. A good place to start is the changing pattern of food production and consumption in industrial Europe. Traditionally, countries like to be self-sufficient in food, but in 19th century Britain, self-sufficiency in food meant lower living standards and social conflict. Why was this so? Population growth from the late 18th century had increased the demand for food grains in Britain. As urban centers expanded and industry grew, the demand for agricultural products went up, pushing up food grain prices. Under pressure from landed groups, the government also restricted the import of corn. The laws allowing the government to do this were commonly known as the Corn Laws. Unhappy with high food prices, industrialists and urban dwellers forced the abolition of the Corn Laws. After the Corn Laws were scrapped, food could be imported into Britain more cheaply than it could be produced within the country. British agriculture was unable to compete with imports. Vast areas of land were now left uncultivated, and thousands of men and women were thrown out of work. They flocked to the cities or migrated overseas. As food prices fell, consumption in Britain rose. From the mid-19th century, faster industrial growth in Britain also led to higher incomes, and therefore more food imports. Around the world in Eastern Europe, Russia, America, and Australia, lands were cleared and food production expanded to meet the British demand. It was not enough merely to clear lands for agriculture. Railways were needed to link the agricultural regions to the ports. New harbors had to be built, and old ones expanded to ship the new cargoes. People had to settle on the lands to bring them under cultivation. This meant building homes and settlements. All these activities in turn required capital and labor. Capital flowed from financial centers such as London. The demand for labor in places where labor was in short supply, as in America and Australia, led to more migration. Nearly 50 million people emigrated from Europe to America and Australia in the 19th century. All over the world, some 150 million are estimated to have left their homes, crossed oceans and vast distances over land in search of a better future. Fig. 6. Emigrant Ship Leaving for the U.S. by M. W. Ridley, 1869. Figure 7. Irish Emigrants Waiting to Board the Ship by Michael Fitzgerald, 1874. Thus, by 1890, a global agricultural economy had taken shape, accompanied by complex changes in labor movement patterns, capital flows, ecologies, and technology. Food no longer came from a nearby village or town but from thousands of miles away. It was not grown by a peasant tilling his own land, but by an agricultural worker, perhaps recently arrived, who was now working on a large farm that only a generation ago had most likely been a forest. It was transported by railway, built for that very purpose, and by ships which were increasingly manned in these decades by low-paid workers from Southern Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Caribbean. Activity. Imagine that you are an agricultural worker who has arrived in America from Ireland. Write a paragraph on why you chose to come and how you are earning your living. Some of this dramatic change, though on a smaller scale, occurred closer home in West Punjab. Here, the British Indian government built a network of irrigation canals to transform semi-desert wastes into fertile agricultural lands that could grow wheat and cotton for export. The canal colonies, as the areas irrigated by the new canals were called, were settled by peasants from other parts of Punjab. Of course, food is merely an example. A similar story can be told for cotton, the cultivation of which expanded worldwide to feed British textile mills, or rubber. Indeed, so rapidly did regional specialization in the production of commodities develop, that between 1820 and 1914 world trade is estimated to have multiplied 25 to 40 times. Nearly 60% of this trade comprised primary products, that is, agricultural products such as wheat and cotton, and minerals such as coal. 2.2 Role of technology. What was the role of technology in all this? The railways, steamships, the telegraph, for example, were important inventions without which we cannot imagine the transformed 19th century world. But technological advances were often the result of larger social, political, and economic factors. For example, colonization stimulated new investments and improvements in transport. Faster railways, lighter wagons, and larger ships helped move food more cheaply and quickly from faraway farms to final markets. Activity. Prepare a flowchart to show how Britain's decision to import food led to increased migration to America and Australia. The trade in meat offers a good example of this connected process. Till the 1870s, animals were shipped live from America to Europe and then slaughtered when they arrived there. But live animals took up a lot of ship space. Many also died in voyage, fell ill, lost weight, or became unfit to eat. Meat was hence an expensive luxury beyond the reach of the European poor. High prices in turn kept demand and production down until the development of a new technology, namely, refrigerated ships, which enabled the transport of perishable foods over long distances. Now animals were slaughtered for food at the starting point, in America, Australia, or New Zealand, and then transported to Europe as frozen meat. This reduced shipping costs and lowered meat prices in Europe. The poor in Europe could now consume a more varied diet. To the earlier monotony of bread and potatoes, many, though not all, could now add meat to their diet. Better living conditions promoted social peace within the country and support for imperialism abroad. 2.3 Late 19th century colonialism. Trade flourished and markets expanded in the late 19th century. But this was not only a period of expanding trade and increased prosperity. It is important to realize that there was a darker side to this process. In many parts of the world, the expansion of trade and a closer relationship with the world economy also meant a loss of freedoms and livelihoods. Late 19th century European conquests produced many painful economic, social, and ecological changes through which the colonized societies were brought into the world economy. Cattle were traded at fairs brought by farmers for sale. One of the oldest livestock markets in London was at Smithfield. In the mid-19th century, a huge poultry and meat market was established near the railway line connecting Smithfield to all the meat-supplying centers of the country. Fig. 9. Meat being loaded onto the ship, Alexandra, Illustrated London News, 1878. Export of meat was possible only after ships were refrigerated. Look at a map of Africa. You will see some countries' borders run straight, as if they were drawn using a ruler. Well, in fact, this was almost how rival European powers in Africa drew up the borders demarcating their respective territories. In 1885, the big European powers met in Berlin to complete the carving up of Africa between them. Britain and France made vast additions to their overseas territories in the late 19th century. Belgium and Germany became new colonial powers. The U.S. also became a colonial power in the late 1890s by taking over some colonies earlier held by Spain. Let us look at one example of the destructive impact of colonialism on the economy and livelihoods of colonized people. Box 2. Sir Henry Morton Stanley in Central Africa. Stanley was a journalist and explorer sent by the New York Herald to find Livingstone, a missionary and explorer who had been in Africa for several years. Like other European and American explorers of the time, Stanley went with arms, mobilized local hunters, warriors, and laborers to help him, fought with local tribes, investigated African terrains, and mapped different regions. These explorations helped the conquest of Africa. Geographical explorations were not driven by an innocent search for scientific information. They were directly linked to imperial projects. Map of colonial Africa at the end of the 19th. Figure 11, Sir Henry Morton Stanley and his retinue in Central Africa, Illustrated London News, 1871. 2.4 Rinderpest, or the cattle plague. In Africa in the 1890s, a fast-spreading disease of cattle plague or rinderpest had a terrifying impact on people's livelihoods and the local economy. This is a good example of the widespread European imperial impact on colonized societies. It shows how in this era of conquest, even a disease affecting cattle reshaped the lives and fortunes of thousands of people and their relations with the rest of the world. Historically, Africa had abundant land and a relatively small population. For centuries, land and livestock sustained African livelihoods, and people rarely worked for a wage. In late 19th century Africa, there were few consumer goods that wages could buy. If you had been an African possessing land and livestock, and there was plenty of both, you too would have seen little reason to work for a wage. In the late 19th century, Europeans were attracted to Africa due to its vast resources of land and minerals. Europeans came to Africa hoping to establish plantations and mines to produce crops and minerals for export to Europe. But there was an unexpected problem: a shortage of labor willing to work for wages. Employers used many methods to recruit and retain labor. Heavy taxes were imposed which could be paid only by working for wages on plantations and mines. Inheritance laws were changed so that, Figure 12, transport to the Transvaal gold mines. The graphic, 1887. Crossing the Wild River was the quickest method of transport to the gold fields of Transvaal. After the discovery of gold in Witwatersrand, Europeans rushed to the region despite their fear of disease and death, and the difficulties of the journey. By the 1890s, South Africa contributed over 20% of the world gold production. Figure 13, diggers at work in the Transvaal gold fields in South Africa. The graphic, 1875. Peasants were displaced from land, only one member of a family was allowed to inherit land, as a result of which the others were pushed into the labor market. Mine workers were also confined in compounds and not allowed to move about freely. Then came rinderpest, a devastating cattle disease. Rinderpest arrived in Africa in the late 1880s. It was carried by infected cattle imported from British Asia to feed the Italian soldiers invading Eritrea in East Africa. Entering Africa in the east, rinderpest moved west like forest fire, reaching Africa's Atlantic coast in 1892. It reached the Cape 5 years later. Along the way, rinderpest killed 90% of the cattle. The loss of cattle destroyed African livelihoods. Planters, mine owners, and colonial governments now successfully monopolized what scarce cattle resources remained. To strengthen their power and to force Africans into the labor market, control over the scarce resource of cattle enabled European colonizers to conquer and subdue Africa. Similar stories can be told about the impact of Western conquest on other parts of the 19th century world. 2.4 Indentured labor migration from India. The example of indentured labor migration from India also illustrates the two-sided nature of the 19th century world. It was a world of faster economic growth as well as great misery, higher incomes for some and poverty for others, technological advances in some areas and new forms of coercion in others. In the 19th century, hundreds of thousands of Indian and Chinese laborers went to work on plantations, in mines, and in road and railway construction projects around the world. In India, indentured laborers were hired under contracts which promised return travel to India after they had worked 5 years on their employer's plantation. Most Indian indentured workers came from the present-day regions of eastern Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, central India, and the dry districts of Tamil Nadu. In the mid-19th century, these regions experienced many changes. Cottage industries declined, land rents rose, lands were cleared for mines and plantations. All this affected the lives of the poor. They failed to pay their rents, became deeply indebted, and were forced to migrate in search of work. New words. Indentured labor, a bonded laborer under contract to work for an employer for a specific amount of time, to pay off his passage to a new country or home. The main destinations of Indian indentured migrants were the Caribbean islands, Mauritius and Fiji. Closer home, Tamil migrants went to Ceylon and Malaya. Indentured workers were also recruited for tea plantations in Assam. Recruitment was done by agents engaged by employers and paid a small commission. Many migrants agreed to take up work hoping to escape poverty or oppression in their home villages. Agents also tempted the prospective migrants by providing false information about final destinations, modes of travel, the nature of the work, and living and working conditions. Often, migrants were not even told that they were to embark on a long sea voyage. Sometimes agents even forcibly abducted less willing migrants. 19th century indenture has been described as a new system of slavery. On arrival at the plantations, laborers found conditions to be different from what they had imagined. Living and working conditions were harsh and there were few legal rights. But workers discovered their own ways of surviving. Many of them escaped into the wilds, though if caught they faced severe punishment. Others developed new forms of individual and collective self-expression, blending different cultural forms, old and new. In Trinidad, the annual Muharram procession was transformed into a riotous carnival called Hosay, in which workers of all races and religions joined. Similarly, the protest religion of Rastafarianism is also said to reflect social and cultural links with Indian migrants to the Caribbean. Chutney music, popular in Trinidad and Guyana, is another creative contemporary expression of the post-indenture experience. These forms of cultural fusion are part of the making of the global world, where things from different places get mixed, lose their original characteristics and become something entirely new. Most indentured workers stayed on after their contracts ended, or returned to their new homes after a short spell in India. Consequently, there are large communities of people of Indian descent in these countries. Have you heard of the Nobel Prize-winning writer? Figure 14. Indian indentured laborers in a cocoa plantation in Trinidad, early 19th century. Discuss the importance of language and popular traditions in the creation of national identity. Figure 15. Indentured laborers photographed for identification. For the employers, the numbers and not the names mattered. Versus Naipaul. Some of you may have followed the exploits of West Indies cricketers Shivnarine Chanderpaul and Ramnaresh Sarwan. If you have wondered why their names sound vaguely Indian, the answer is that they are descended from indentured labor migrants from India. From the 1900s, India's nationalist leaders began opposing the system of indentured labor migration as abusive and cruel. It was abolished in 1921. Yet for a number of decades afterwards, descendants of Indian indentured workers, often thought of as coolies, remained an uneasy minority in the Caribbean islands. Some of Naipaul's early novels capture their sense of loss and alienation. 2.5 Indian entrepreneurs abroad. Growing food and other crops for the world market required capital. Large plantations could borrow it from banks and markets. But what about the humble peasant? Enter the Indian banker. Do you know of the Shikaripuri Shroffs and Natakotai Chettiars? They were amongst the many groups of bankers and traders who financed export agriculture in Central and Southeast Asia, using either their own funds or those borrowed from European banks. They had a sophisticated system to transfer money over large distances, and even developed indigenous forms of corporate organization. Indian traders and moneylenders also followed European colonizers into Africa. Hyderabadi Sindhi traders, however, ventured beyond European colonies. From the 1860s, they established flourishing emporia at busy ports worldwide, selling local and imported curios to tourists whose numbers were beginning to swell, thanks to the development of safe and comfortable passenger vessels. 2.6 Indian trade, colonialism and the global system. Historically, fine cottons produced in India were exported to Europe. With industrialization, British cotton manufacture began to expand. and industrialists pressurized the government to restrict cotton imports and protect local industries. Tariffs were imposed on cloth imports into Britain. Consequently, the inflow of fine Indian cotton began to decline. From the early 19th century, British manufacturers also began to seek overseas markets for their cloth. Excluded from the British. Figure 16, a contract form of an indentured laborer. Source A, the testimony of an indentured laborer. Extract from the testimony of Ram Narain Tewari, an indentured laborer who spent 10 years on Demerara in the early 20th century. In spite of my best efforts, I could not properly do the works that were allotted to me. In a few days I got my hands bruised all over, and I could not go to work for a week, for which I was prosecuted and sent to jail for 14 days. New emigrants find the tasks allotted to them extremely heavy and cannot complete them in a day. Deductions are also made from wages if the work is considered to have been done unsatisfactorily. Many people cannot therefore earn their full wages and are punished in various ways. In fact, the laborers have to spend their period of indenture in great trouble. Source: Department of Commerce and Industry, Emigration Branch, 1916. Source: Figure 17, East India Company House, London. This was the nerve center of the worldwide operations of the East India Company. Market by tariff barriers, Indian textiles now face stiff competition in other international markets. If we look at the figures of exports from India, we see a steady decline of the share of cotton textiles, from some 30% around 1800s to 15% by 1815. By the 1870s, this proportion had dropped to below 3%. What then did India export? The figures again tell a dramatic story. While exports of manufactures declined rapidly, export of raw materials increased equally fast. Between 1812 and 1871, the share of raw cotton exports rose from 5% to 35%. Indigo used for dyeing cloth was another important export for. All through the 17th and early 18th centuries, Surat remained the main center of overseas trade in the western Indian Ocean, many decades. And as you have read last year, opium shipments to China grew rapidly from the 1820s to become for a while India's single largest export. Britain grew opium in India and exported it to China, and, with the money earned through this sale, it financed its tea and other imports from China. Over the 19th century, British manufacturers flooded the Indian market. Food grain and raw material exports from India to Britain and the rest of the world increased. But the value of British exports to India was much higher than the value of British imports from India. Thus, Britain had a trade surpluses with India. Britain used this surplus to balance its trade deficits with other countries, that is, with countries from which Britain was importing more than it was selling to. This is how a multilateral settlement system works. It allows one country's deficit with another country to be settled by its surplus with a third country. By helping Britain balance its deficits, India played a crucial role in the late 19th century world economy. Britain's trade surplus in India also helped pay the so-called home charges that included private remittances home by British officials and traders, interest payments on India's external debt, and pensions of British officials in India. Fig. 19. The trade routes that linked India to the world at the end of the 17th century. 3. The interwar economy. The First World War was mainly fought in Europe, but its impact was felt around the world. Notably for our concerns in this chapter, it plunged the first half of the 20th century into a crisis that took over 3 decades to overcome. During this period, the world experienced widespread economic and political instability, and another catastrophic war. 3.1 Wartime transformations. The First World War, as you know, was fought between two power blocs. On the one side were the Allies, Britain, France, and Russia, and on the opposite side were the Central Powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Ottoman Turkey. When the war began in August 1914, many governments thought it would be over by Christmas. It lasted more than 4 years. The First World War was a war like no other before. The fighting involved the world's leading industrial nations, which now harness the vast powers of modern industry to inflict the greatest possible destruction on their enemies. This war was thus the first modern industrial war. It saw the use of machine guns, tanks, aircraft, chemical weapons, etc., on a massive scale. These were all increasingly products of modern large-scale industry. To fight the war, millions of soldiers had to be recruited from around the world and moved to the front lines on large ships and trains. The scale of death and destruction, 9 million dead and 20 million injured, was unthinkable before the industrial age, without the use of industrial arms. Most of the killed and maimed were men of working age. These deaths and injuries reduced the able-bodied workforce in Europe. With fewer numbers within the family, household incomes declined after the war. During the war, industries were restructured to produce war-related goods. Entire societies were also reorganized for war. As men went to battle, women stepped in to undertake jobs that earlier only men were expected to do. The war led to the snapping of economic links between some of the world's largest economic powers, which were now fighting each other to pay for them. So Britain borrowed large sums of money from U.S. banks as well as the U.S. public. Thus, the war transformed the U.S. from being an international debtor to an international creditor. In other words, at the war's end, the U.S. and its citizens owned more overseas assets than foreign governments and citizens owned in the U.S. 3.2% post-war recovery. Post-war economic recovery proved difficult. Britain, which was the world's leading economy in the pre-war period, in particular faced a prolonged crisis. While Britain was preoccupied with war, industries had developed in India and Japan. After the war, Britain found it difficult to recapture its earlier position of dominance in the Indian market, and to compete with Japan internationally. Moreover, to finance war expenditures, Britain had borrowed liberally from the U.S. This meant that at the end of the war, Britain was burdened with huge external debts. The war had led to an economic boom, that is, to a large increase in demand, production, and employment. When the war boom ended, production contracted and unemployment increased. At the same time, the government reduced bloated war expenditures to bring them into line with peacetime revenues. These developments led to huge job losses. In 1921, 1 in every 5 British workers was out of work. Indeed, anxiety and uncertainty about work became an enduring part of the post-war scenario. Many agricultural economies were also in crisis. Consider the case of wheat producers. Before the war, Eastern Europe was a major supplier of wheat in the world market. When this supply was disrupted during the war, wheat production in Canada, America, and Australia expanded dramatically. But once the war was over, production in Eastern Europe revived and created a glut in wheat output. Grain prices fell, rural incomes declined, and farmers fell deeper into debt. 3.3% rise of mass production and consumption in the USRI was quicker. We have already seen how the war helped boost the U.S. economy. After a short period of economic trouble in the years after the war, the U.S. economy resumed its strong growth in the early 1920s. One important feature of the U.S. economy of the 1920s was mass production. The move towards mass production had begun in the late 19th century, but in the 1920s it became a characteristic feature of industrial production in the U.S. A well-known pioneer of mass production was the car manufacturer Henry Ford. He adapted the assembly line of a Chicago slaughterhouse to his new car plant in Detroit. He realized that the assembly line method would allow a faster and cheaper way of producing vehicles. The assembly line forced workers to repeat a single task mechanically and continuously, such as fitting a particular part to the car, at a pace dictated by the conveyor belt. This was a way of increasing the output per worker by speeding up the pace of work. Standing in front of a conveyor belt, no worker could afford to delay the motions, take a break, or even have a friendly word with a workmate. As a result, Henry Ford's cars came off the assembly line at 3-minute intervals, a speed much faster than that achieved by previous methods. The T model Ford was the world's first mass-produced car. At first, workers at the Ford factory were unable to cope with the stress of working on assembly lines in which they could not control the pace of work, so they quit in large numbers. In desperation, Ford doubled the daily wage to $5 in January 1914. At the same time, he banned trade unions from operating in his plants. Henry Ford recovered the high wage by repeatedly speeding up the production line and forcing workers to work ever harder. So much so, he would soon describe his decision to double the daily wage as the best cost-cutting decision he had ever made. Fordist industrial practices soon spread in the U.S. They were also widely copied in Europe in the 1920s. Mass production lowered costs and prices of engineered goods. Thanks to higher wages, more workers could now afford to purchase durable consumer goods such as cars. Car production in the U.S. rose from 2 million in 1919 to more than 5 million in 1929. Similarly, there was a spurt in the purchase of refrigerators, washing machines, radios, gramophone players, all through a system of hire purchase, i.e. on, Fig. 21, T-model automobiles lined up outside the factory, credit repaid in weekly or monthly installments. The demand for refrigerators, washing machines, etc. was also fueled by a boom in house construction and home ownership, financed once again by loans. The housing and consumer boom of the 1920s created the basis of prosperity in the U.S. Large investments in housing and household goods seemed to create a cycle of higher employment and incomes, rising consumption demand, more investment, and yet more employment and incomes. In 1923, the U.S. resumed exporting capital to the rest of the world and became the largest overseas lender. U.S. imports and capital exports also boosted European recovery and world trade and income growth over the next 6 years. All this, however, proved too good to last. By 1929, the world would be plunged into a depression such as it had never experienced before. 3-4. The Great Depression. The Great Depression began around 1929 and lasted till the mid. During this period, most parts of the world experienced catastrophic declines in production, employment, incomes, and trade. The exact timing and impact of the depression varied across countries, but in general, agricultural regions and communities were the worst affected. This was because the fall in agricultural prices was greater and more prolonged than that in the prices of industrial goods. The depression was caused by a combination of several factors. We have already seen how fragile the post-war world economy was. First, agricultural overproduction remained a problem. This was made worse by falling agricultural prices. As prices slumped and agricultural incomes declined, farmers tried to expand production and bring a larger volume of produce to the market to maintain their overall income. This worsened the glut in the market, pushing down prices even further. Farm produce rotted for a lack of buyers. Second, In the mid-1920s, many countries financed their investments through loans from the U.S. While it was often extremely easy to raise loans in the U.S. when the going was good, U.S. overseas lenders panicked at the first sign of trouble. In the first half of 1928, U.S. Box 3, Figure 22, migrant agricultural workers' family, homeless and hungry, during the Great Depression, 1936. Courtesy, Library of Congress, Prints and Photographs Division. Many years later, Dorothea Lange, the photographer who shot this picture, recollected the moment of her encounter with the hungry mother. I saw and approached the hungry and desperate mother, as if drawn by a magnet. I did not ask her name or her history. She told me her age, that she was 32. She said that they had been living on frozen vegetables from the surrounding fields, and birds that the children killed. There she sat, with her children huddled around her, and seemed to know that my pictures might help her, and so she helped me. From Popular Photography, February 1960. Overseas loans amounted to over $1 billion. A year later it was 1/4 of that amount. Countries that depended crucially on U.S. loans now faced an acute crisis. The withdrawal of U.S. loans affected much of the rest of the world, though in different ways. In Europe it led to the failure of some major banks and the collapse of currencies such as the British pound sterling. In Latin America and elsewhere it intensified the slump in agricultural and raw material prices. The U.S. attempt to protect its economy in the Depression by doubling import duties also dealt another severe blow to world trade. The U.S. was also the industrial country most severely affected by the Depression. With a fall in prices and the prospect of a depression, U.S. banks had also slashed domestic lending and called back loans. Farms could not sell their harvests, households were ruined, and businesses collapsed. Faced with falling incomes, many households in the U.S. could not repay what they had borrowed, and were forced to give up their homes. Cars and other consumer durables. The consumerist prosperity of the 1920s now disappeared in a puff of dust. As unemployment soared, people trudged long distances looking for any work they could find. Ultimately, the U.S. banking system itself collapsed. Unable to recover investments, collect loans and repay depositors, thousands of banks went bankrupt and were forced to close. The numbers are phenomenal. By 1933 over 4,000 banks had closed, and between 1929 and 1932 about 110,000 companies had collapsed. By 1935, a modest economic recovery was underway in most industrial countries. But the Great Depression's wider effects on society, politics, and international relations, and on people's minds, proved more enduring. 3.5 India and the Great Depression. If we look at the impact of the Depression on India, we realize how integrated the global economy had become by the early 20th century. The tremors of a crisis in one part of the world were quickly relayed to other parts, affecting lives, economies, and societies worldwide. In the 19th century, as you have seen, colonial India had become an exporter of agricultural goods and importer of manufactures. The Depression immediately affected Indian trade. India's exports. When an unemployment census showed 10 million people out of work, the local government in many U.S. states began making small allowances to the unemployed. These long queues came to symbolize the poverty and unemployment of the Depression years, and imports nearly halved between 1928 and 1934. As international prices crashed, prices in India also plunged. Between 1928 and 1934, wheat prices in India fell by 50%. Peasants and farmers suffered more than urban dwellers. Though agricultural prices fell sharply, the colonial government refused to reduce revenue demands. Peasants producing for the world market were the worst hit. Consider the jute producers of Bengal. They grew raw jute that was processed in factories for export in the form of gunny bags. But as gunny exports collapsed, the price of raw jute crashed more than 60%. Peasants who borrowed in the hope of better times, or to increase output in the hope of higher incomes, faced ever lower prices, and fell deeper and deeper into debt. Thus the Bengal jute growers lament, "Grow more jute, brothers, with the hope of greater cash. Costs and debts of jute will make your hopes get dashed. When you have spent all your money and got the crop off the ground, traders sitting at home will pay only 5 Nepalese rupees a mond." Across India, peasants' indebtedness increased. They used up their savings, mortgaged lands, and sold whatever jewelry and precious metals they had to meet their expenses. In these Depression years, India became an exporter of precious metals, notably gold. The famous economist John Maynard Keynes thought that Indian gold exports promoted global economic recovery. They certainly helped speed up Britain's recovery, but did little for the Indian peasant. Rural India was thus seething with unrest when Mahatma Gandhi launched the civil disobedience movement at the height of the Depression in 1931. The Depression proved less grim for urban India. Because of falling prices, those with fixed incomes, say town-dwelling landowners who received rents and middle-class salaried employees, now found themselves better off. Everything costs less. Industrial investment also grew as the government extended tariff protection to industries, under the pressure of nationalist opinion. Discuss. Who profits from jute cultivation according to the jute growers' lament? Explain. Rebuilding a world economy, the post-war era. The Second World War broke out a mere 2 decades after the end of the First World War. It was fought between the Axis powers and the Allies. It was a war waged for 6 years on many fronts in many places, over land, on sea, in the air. Once again, death and destruction was enormous. At least 60 million people, or about 3% of the world's 1939 population, are believed to have been killed, directly or indirectly, as a result of the war. Millions more were injured. Unlike in earlier wars, most of these deaths took place outside the battlefields. Many more civilians than soldiers died from war-related causes. Vast parts of Europe and Asia were devastated, and several cities were destroyed by aerial bombardment or relentless artillery attacks. The war caused an immense amount of economic devastation and social disruption. Reconstruction promised to be long and difficult. Two crucial influences shaped post-war reconstruction. The first was the U.S.'s emergence as the dominant economic, political, and military power in the Western world. The second was the dominance of the Soviet Union. It had made huge sacrifices to defeat Nazi Germany, and transformed itself from a backward agricultural country into a world power during the very years when the capitalist world was trapped in the Great Depression. 4.1 Post-war settlement and the Bretton Woods institutions. Economists and politicians drew two key lessons from interwar economic experiences. First, an industrial society based on mass production cannot be sustained without mass consumption. But to ensure mass consumption, there was a need for high and stable incomes. Incomes could not be stable if employment was unstable. Thus, stable incomes also required steady, full employment. But markets alone could not guarantee full employment, therefore governments would have to step in to minimize. Fig. German forces attack Russia July. Hitler's attempt to invade Russia was a turning point in the war. Figure 25. Stalingrad and Soviet Russia devastated by the war. Fluctuations of price, output, and employment. Economic stability could be ensured only through the intervention of the government. The second lesson related to a country's economic links with the outside world. The goal of full employment could only be achieved if governments had power to control flows of goods, capital, and labor. Thus, in brief, the main aim of the post-war international economic system was to preserve economic stability and full employment in the industrial world. Its framework was agreed upon at the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference held in July 1944 at Bretton Woods in New Hampshire, USA. The Bretton Woods Conference established the International Monetary Fund to deal with external surpluses and deficits of its member nations. The International Bank for Reconstruction and Development was set up to finance post-war reconstruction. The IMF and the World Bank are referred to as the Bretton Woods institutions, or sometimes the Bretton Woods twins. The post-war international economic system is also often described as the Bretton Woods system. The IMF and the World Bank commenced financial operations in 1947. Decision-making in these institutions is controlled by the Western industrial powers. The U.S. has an effective right of veto over key IMF and World Bank decisions. The international monetary system is the system linking national currencies and monetary system. The Bretton Woods system was based on fixed exchange rates. In this system, national currencies, for example the Indian rupee, were pegged to the dollar at a fixed exchange rate. The dollar itself was anchored to gold at a fixed price of $35 per ounce of gold. 4.2 The early post-war years. The Bretton Woods system inaugurated an era of unprecedented growth of trade and incomes for the Western industrial nations and Japan. World trade grew annually at over 8% between 1950 and 1970, and incomes at nearly 5%. The growth was also mostly stable, without large fluctuations. For much of this period, the unemployment rate, for example, averaged less than 5% in most industrial countries. Figure 26. Mount Washington Hotel situated in Bretton Woods, US. This is the place where the famous conference was held. Discuss. Briefly summarize the two lessons learnt by economists and politicians from the interwar economic experience. These decades also saw the worldwide spread of technology and enterprise. Developing countries were in a hurry to catch up with the advanced industrial countries. Therefore, they invested vast amounts of capital, importing industrial plant and equipment featuring modern technology. 4.3 Decolonization and independence. When the Second World War ended, large parts of the world were still under European colonial rule. Over the next 2 decades, most colonies in Asia and Africa emerged as free, independent nations. They were, however, overburdened by poverty and a lack of resources, and their economies and societies were handicapped by long periods of colonial rule. The IMF and the World Bank were designed to meet the financial needs of the industrial countries. They were not equipped to cope with the challenge of poverty and lack of development in the former colonies. But as Europe and Japan rapidly rebuilt their economies, they grew less dependent on the IMF and the World Bank. Thus, from the late 1950s, the Bretton Woods institutions began to shift their attention more towards developing countries. As colonies, many of the less developed regions of the world had been part of Western empires. Now, ironically, as newly independent countries facing urgent pressures to lift their populations out of poverty, they came under the guidance of international agencies dominated by the former colonial powers. Even after many years of decolonization, the former colonial powers still controlled vital resources such as minerals and land in many of their former colonies. Large corporations of other powerful countries, for example, the U.S. also often managed to secure rights to exploit developing countries' natural resources very cheaply. At the same time, most developing countries did not benefit from the fast growth the Western economies experienced in the 1950s and 1960s. Therefore, they organized themselves as a group, the Group of 77, to demand a new international economic order. By the NEO, they meant a system that would give them real control over their natural resources, more development assistance, fairer prices for raw materials, and better access for their manufactured goods in developed countries' markets. Box 4. What are MNCs? Multinational corporations are large companies that operate in several countries at the same time. The first MNCs were established in the 1920s. Many more came up in the 1950s and 1960s as U.S. businesses expanded worldwide, and Western Europe and Japan also recovered to become powerful industrial economies. The worldwide spread of MNCs was a notable feature of the 1950s and 1960s. This was partly because high import tariffs imposed by different governments forced MNCs to locate their manufacturing operations and become domestic producers in as many countries as possible. New words: tariff, tax imposed on a country's imports from the rest of the world. Tariffs are levied at the point of entry, i.e. at the border or the airport. 4.4. End of Bretton Woods and the beginning of globalization. Despite years of stable and rapid growth, not all was well in this post-war world. From the 1960s, the rising costs of its overseas involvements weakened the U.S.'s finances and competitive strength. The U.S. dollar now no longer commanded confidence as the world's principal currency. It could not maintain its value in relation to gold. This eventually led to the collapse of the system of fixed exchange rates and the introduction of a system of floating exchange rates. From the mid-1970s, the international financial system also changed in important ways. Earlier, developing countries could turn to international institutions for loans and development assistance. But now they were forced to borrow from Western commercial banks and private lending institutions. This led to periodic debt crises in the developing world and lower incomes and increased poverty, especially in Africa and Latin America. The industrial world was also hit by unemployment that began rising from the mid-1970s and remained high until the early 1990s. From the late 1970s, MNCs also began to shift production operations to low-wage Asian countries. China had been cut off from the post-war world economy since its revolution in 1949, but new economic policies in China and the collapse of the Soviet Union and Soviet-style communism in Eastern Europe brought many countries back into the fold of the world economy. Wages were relatively low in countries like China. Thus, they became attractive destinations for investment by foreign MNCs competing to capture world markets. Have you noticed that most of the TVs, mobile phones, and toys we see in the shops seem to be made in China? This is because of the low-cost structure of the Chinese economy. Most importantly, its low wages. The relocation of industry to low-wage countries stimulated world trade and capital flows. In the last 2 decades, the world's economic geography has been transformed as countries such as India, China, and Brazil have undergone rapid economic transformation. New words: exchange rates. They link national currencies for purposes of international trade. There are broadly 2 kinds of exchange rates: fixed exchange rate and floating exchange rate. Fixed exchange rates, when exchange rates are fixed and governments intervene to prevent movements in them. Flexible or floating exchange rates. These rates fluctuate depending on demand and supply of currencies in foreign exchange markets, in principle without interference by governments. Write in brief. 1. Give 2 examples of different types of global exchanges which took place before the 17th century, choosing one example from Asia and one from the Americas. 2. Explain how the global transfer of disease in the pre-modern world helped in the colonization of the Americas. 3. Write a note to explain the effects of the following. A. The British government's decision to abolish the Corn Laws. B. The coming of rinderpest to Africa. C. The death of men of working age in Europe because of the World War. D. The Great Depression on the Indian economy. E. The decision of MNCs to relocate production to Asian countries. 4. Give 2 examples from history to show the impact of technology on food availability. 5. What is meant by the Bretton Woods Agreement? Discuss. 6. Imagine that you are an indentured Indian laborer in the Caribbean. Drawing from the details in this chapter, write a letter to your family describing your life and feelings. 7. Explain the 3 types of movements or flows within international economic exchange. Find one example of each type of flow which involved India and Indians, and write a short account of it. 8. Explain the causes of the Great Depression. 9. Explain what is referred to as the G77 countries. In what ways can G77 be seen as a reaction to the activities of the Bretton Woods twins? Project. Find out more about gold and diamond mining in South Africa in the 19th century. Who controlled the gold and diamond companies? Who were the miners and what were their lives like? Project. The Age of Industrialization. Figure 1. Dawn of the Century. Published by E.T. Paul Music Company. New York, England, 1900s. In 1900s, a popular music publisher, Ed Paul, produced a music book that had a picture on the cover page announcing the dawn of the century. As you can see from the illustration, at the center of the picture is a goddess-like figure, the Angel of Progress, bearing the flag of the new century. She is gently perched on a wheel, the age of industrialization, with wings, symbolizing time. Her flight is taking her into the future. Floating about behind her are the signs of progress: railway, camera, machines, printing press, and factory. This glorification of machines and technology is even more marked in a picture which appeared on the pages of a trade magazine over 100 years ago. It shows two magicians. The one at the top is Aladdin from the Orient, who built a beautiful palace with his new words, Orient, the countries to the east of the Mediterranean, usually referring to Asia. The term arises out of a Western viewpoint that sees this region as pre-modern, traditional, and mysterious. Magic lamp. The one at the bottom is the modern mechanic, who with his modern tools weaves a new magic, builds bridges, ships, towers, and high-rise buildings. Aladdin is shown as representing the East in the past. The mechanic stands for the West and modernity. These images offer us a triumphant account of the modern world. Within this account, the modern world is associated with rapid technological change and innovations, machines and factories, railways and steamships. History of industrialization thus becomes simply a story of development, and the modern age appears as a wonderful time of technological progress. These images and associations have now become part of popular imagination. Do you not see rapid industrialization as a time of progress and modernity? Do you not think that the spread of railways and factories and construction of high-rise buildings and bridges is a sign of society's development? How have these images developed, and how do we relate to these ideas? Is industrialization always based on rapid technological development? Can we today continue to glorify continuous mechanization of all work? What has industrialization meant to people's lives? To answer such questions, we need to turn to the history of industrialization. In this chapter, we will look at this history by focusing first on Britain, the first industrial nation, and then India, where the pattern of industrial change was conditioned by colonial rule. Fig. 2. Two Magicians, published in Inland Printers, January 26, 1901. Activity. Give two examples where modern development that is associated with progress has led to problems. You may like to think of areas related to environmental issues, nuclear weapons, or disease. 1. Before the Industrial Revolution. All too often we associate industrialization with the growth of factory industry. When we talk of industrial production, we refer to factory production. When we talk of industrial workers, we mean factory workers. Histories of industrialization very often begin with the setting up of the first factories. There is a problem with such ideas. Even before factories began to dot the landscape in England and Europe, there was large-scale industrial production for an international market. This was not based on factories. Many historians now refer to this phase of industrialization as proto-industrialization. In the 17th and 18th centuries, merchants from the towns in Europe began moving to the countryside, supplying money to peasants and artisans, persuading them to produce for an international market. With the expansion of world trade and the acquisition of colonies in different parts of the world, the demand for goods began growing. But merchants could not expand production within towns. This was because here urban crafts and trade guilds were powerful. These were associations of producers that trained craftspeople, maintained control over production, regulated competition and prices, and restricted the entry of new people into the trade. Rulers granted different guilds the monopoly right to produce and trade in specific products. It was therefore difficult for new merchants to set up business in towns. So they turned to the countryside. In the countryside, poor peasants and artisans began working for merchants. As you have seen in the textbook last year, this was a time when open fields were disappearing and commons were being enclosed. Cottagers and poor peasants who had earlier depended on common lands for their survival, gathering their firewood, berries, vegetables, hay, and straw, had to now look for alternative sources of income. Many had tiny plots of land which could not provide work for all members of the household. So when merchants came around and offered advances to produce goods for them, peasant households eagerly agreed. By working for the merchants, they, new words, proto, indicating the first or early form of something. Fig. 3. Spinning in the 18th century. You can see each member of the family involved in the production of yarn. Notice that one wheel is moving only one spindle, could remain in the countryside and continue to cultivate their small plots. Income from proto-industrial production supplemented their shrinking income from cultivation. It also allowed them a fuller use of their family labor resources. Within this system, a close relationship developed between the town and the countryside. Merchants were based in towns, but the work was done mostly in the countryside. A merchant clothier in England purchased wool from a wool stapler and carried it to the spinners. The yarn that was spun was taken in subsequent stages of production to weavers, fullers, and then to dyers. The finishing was done in London before the export merchants sold the cloth in the international market. London, in fact, came to be known as a finishing center. This proto-industrial system was thus part of a network of commercial exchanges. It was controlled by merchants, and the goods were produced by a vast number of producers working within their family farms, not in factories. At each stage of production, 20 to 25 workers were employed by each merchant. This meant that each clothier was controlling hundreds of workers. 1.1. The coming up of the factory. The earliest factories in England came up by the 1730s, but it was only in the late 18th century that the number of factories multiplied. The first symbol of the new era was cotton. Its production boomed in the late 19th century. In 1760, Britain was importing 2.5 million pounds of raw cotton to feed its cotton industry. By 1787, this import soared to 22 million pounds. This increase was linked to a number of changes within the process of production. Let us look briefly at some of these. A series of inventions in the 18th century increased the efficacy of each step of the production process. They enhanced the output per worker, enabling each worker to produce more, and they made possible the production of stronger threads and yarn. Then Richard Arkwright created the cotton mill. Till this time, as you have seen, cloth production was spread all over the countryside and carried out within village households. But now, the costly new machines could be purchased, set up and maintained in the mill. Within the mill all the new words: stapler, a person who staples or sorts wool according to its fiber; fuller, a person who fulls, that is, gathers cloth by pleating carding. The process in which fibers such as cotton or wool are prepared prior to spinning. Figure 4. A Lancashire cotton mill, painted by C.E. Turner, The Illustrated London News, 1925. The artist said, "Seen through the humid atmosphere that makes Lancashire the best cotton spinning locality in the world, a huge cotton mill aglow with electricity in the twilight is a most impressive sight." Processes were brought together under one roof and management. This allowed a more careful supervision over the production process, a watch over quality, and the regulation of labor, all of which had been difficult to do when production was in the countryside. In the early 19th century, factories increasingly became an intimate part of the English landscape. So visible were the imposing new mills, so magical seemed to be the power of new technology, that contemporaries were dazzled. They concentrated their attention on the mills, almost forgetting the bylanes and the workshops where production still continued. Activity. The way in which historians focus on industrialization rather than on small workshops is a good example of how what we believe today about the past is influenced by what historians choose to notice and what they ignore. Note down one event or aspect of your own life which adults such as your parents or teachers may think is unimportant, but which you believe to be important. Figure 5. Industrial Manchester by M. Jackson, The Illustrated London News, 1857. Chimneys billowing smoke came to characterize the industrial landscape. 1.2. The pace of industrial change. How rapid was the process of industrialization? Does industrialization mean only the growth of factory industries? First, the most dynamic industries in Britain were clearly cotton and metals. Growing at a rapid pace, cotton was the leading sector in the first phase of industrialization up to the 1840s. After that, the iron and steel industry led the way. With the expansion of railways, in England from the 1840s and in the colonies from the 1860s, the demand for iron and steel increased rapidly. By 1873, Britain was exporting iron and steel worth about £77 million, double the value of its cotton export. Activity. Look at Figs 4 and 5. Can you see any difference in the way the two images show industrialization? Explain your view briefly. Second, the new industries could not easily displace traditional industries. Even at the end of the 19th century, less than 20% of the total workforce was employed in technologically advanced industrial sectors. Textiles was a dynamic sector, but a large portion of the output was produced not within factories but outside, within domestic units. Third, the pace of change in the traditional industries was not set by steam-powered cotton or metal industries, but they did not remain entirely stagnant either. Seemingly ordinary and small innovations were the basis of growth in many non-mechanized sectors such as food processing, building, pottery, glasswork, tanning, furniture making, and production of implements. Fourth, technological changes occurred slowly. They did not spread dramatically across the industrial landscape. New technology was expensive and merchants and industrialists were cautious about using it. The machines often broke down and repair was costly. They were not as effective as their inventors and manufacturers claimed. Consider the case of the steam engine. James Watt improved the steam engine produced by Newcomen and patented the new engine in 1781. His industrialist friend Matthew Boulton manufactured the new model, but for years he could find no buyers. At the beginning of the 19th century, there were no more than 321 steam engines all over England. Of these, 80 were in cotton industries, 9 in wool industries, and the rest in mining, canal works, and iron works. Steam engines were not used in any of the other industries till much later in the century. So even the most powerful new technology that enhanced the productivity of labor manifold was slow to be accepted by industrialists. Historians now have come to increasingly recognize that the typical worker in the mid-19th century was not a machine operator, but the traditional craftsperson and laborer. Fig. 6. A fitting shop at a railway works in England. The Illustrated London News, 1849. In the fitting shop, new locomotive engines were completed and old ones repaired. Figure 7. A spinning factory in 1830. You can see how giant wheels moved by steam power could set in motion hundreds of spindles to manufacture thread. Two-hand labor and steam power. In Victorian Britain there was no shortage of human labor. Poor peasants and vagrants moved to the cities in large numbers in search of jobs, waiting for work. As you will know, when there is plenty of labor, wages are low, so industrialists had no problem of labor shortage or high wage costs. They did not want to introduce machines that got rid of human labor and required large capital investment. In many industries, the demand for labor was seasonal. Gasworks and breweries were especially busy through the cold months, so they needed more workers to meet their peak demand. Bookbinders and printers, catering to Christmas demand, too needed extra hands before December. At the waterfront, winter was the time that ships were repaired and spruced up. In all such industries where production fluctuated with the season, industrialists usually preferred hand labor, employing workers for the season. Fig. 8 people on the move in search of work. The Illustrated London News, 1879. Some people were always on the move selling small goods and looking for temporary work. A range of products could be produced only with hand labor. Machines were oriented to producing uniforms, standardized goods for a mass market. But the demand in the market was often for goods with intricate designs and specific shapes. In mid-19th century Britain, for instance, 500 varieties of source. Will Thorne is one of those who went in search of seasonal work, loading bricks and doing odd jobs. He describes how job seekers walked to London in search of work. I had always wanted to go to London, and my desire was stimulated by letters from an old workmate who was now working at the Old Kent Road Gasworks. I finally decided to go. In November 1881, with 2 friends I started out to walk the journey, filled with the hope that we would be able to obtain employment when we get there. With the kind assistance of my friend, we had little money when we started, not enough to pay for our food and lodgings each night until we arrived in London. Some days we walked as much as 20 miles, and other days less. Our money was gone at the end of the 3rd day. For 2 nights we slept out, once under a haystack and once in an old farm shed. On arrival in London we tried to find my friend, Babia, were unsuccessful. Our money was gone, so there was nothing for us to do but to walk around until late at night and then try to find some place to sleep. We found an old building and slept in it that night. The next day, Sunday, late in the afternoon, we got to the Old Kent Gasworks and applied for work. To my great surprise, the man we had been looking for was working at the time. He spoke to the foreman and I was given a job. Quoted in Raphael Samuel, Comers and Goers, in H.J. Dios and Michael Wolff, eds. The Victorian City, Images and Realities, 1973. Activity. Imagine that you are a merchant writing back to a salesman who has been trying to persuade you to buy a new machine. Explain in your letter what you have heard and why you do not wish to invest in the new technology. Hammers were produced and 45 kinds of axes. These required human skill, not mechanical technology. In Victorian Britain, the upper classes, the aristocrats and the bourgeoisie preferred things produced by hand. Handmade products came to symbolize refinement and class. They were better finished, individually produced, and carefully designed. Machine-made goods were for export to the colonies. In countries with labor shortage, industrialists were keen on using mechanical power so that the need for human labor can be minimized. This was the case in 19th century America. Britain, however, had no problem hiring human hands. 2.1 Life of the workers. The abundance of labor in the market affected the lives of workers. As news of possible jobs traveled to the countryside, hundreds tramped to the cities. The actual possibility of getting a job depended on existing networks of friendship and kin relations. If you had a relative or a friend in a factory, you were more likely to get a job quickly. But not everyone had social connections. Many job seekers had to wait weeks, spending nights under bridges or in night. Figure 9. Workers in an ironworks, Northeast England, painting by William Bell Scott, 1861. Many artists from the late 19th century began idealizing workers. They were shown suffering hardship and pain for the cause of the nation. Figure 10. Houseless and Hungry, painting by Samuel Luke Fildes, 1874. This painting shows the homeless in London applying for tickets to stay overnight in a workhouse. These shelters were maintained under the supervision of the Poor Law Commissioners for the destitute wayfarers, wanderers, and foundling. Staying in these workhouses was a humiliating experience. Everyone was subjected to a medical examination to see whether they were carrying disease, their bodies were cleansed, and their clothes purified. They had to also do hard labor. Shelters. Some stayed in night refuges that were set up by private individuals. Others went to the casual wards maintained by the poor law authorities. Seasonality of work in many industries meant prolonged periods without work. After the busy season was over, the poor were on the streets again. Some returned to the countryside after the winter, when the demand for labor in the rural areas opened up in places. But most looked for odd jobs, which till the mid-19th century were difficult to find. Wages increased somewhat in the early 19th century, but they tell us little about the welfare of the workers. The average figures hide the variations between trades and the fluctuations from year to year. For instance, when prices rose sharply during the prolonged Napoleonic War, the real value of what the workers earned fell significantly, since the same wages could now buy fewer things. Moreover, the income of workers depended not on the wage rate alone. What was also critical was the period of employment. The number of days of work determined the average daily income of the workers. At the best of times till the mid-19th century, about 10% of the urban population were extremely poor. In periods of economic slump like the 1830s, the proportion of unemployed went up to anything between 35 and 75% in different regions. The fear of unemployment made workers hostile to the introduction of new technology. When the spinning jenny was introduced in, Source B, a magistrate reported in 1790 about an incident when he was called in to protect a manufacturer's property from being attacked by workers. From the depredations of a lawless banditti of colliers and their wives, for the wives had lost their work to spinning engines, they advanced at first with much insolence, avowing their intention of cutting to pieces the machine lately introduced in the woolen manufacture, which they suppose, if generally adopted, will lessen the demand for manual labor. The women became clamorous. The men were more open to conviction, and after some expostulation were induced to desist from their purpose and return peaceably home. J. L. Hammond and B. Hammond, The Skilled Laborer 1760 to 1832, quoted in Maxine Berg, The Age of Manufactures. Figure 11, a spinning jenny, a drawing by T. Nicholson, 1835. Notice the number of spindles that could be operated with one wheel. New words. Spinning jenny, devised by James Hargreaves in 1764. This machine speeded up the spinning process and reduced labor demand. By turning one single wheel, a worker could set in motion a number of spindles and spin several threads at the same time. Discuss. Look at Figs. 3, 7 and 11, then reread Source B. Explain why many workers were opposed to the use of the spinning jenny. From the 1850s, railway stations began coming up all over London. This meant a demand for large numbers of workers to dig tunnels, erect timber scaffolding, do the brick and iron works. Job seekers moved from one construction site to another. The woolen industry, women who survived on handspinning, began attacking the new machines. This conflict over the introduction of the jenny continued for a long time. After the 1840s, building activity intensified in the cities, opening up greater opportunities of employment. Roads were widened, new railway stations came up, railway lines were extended, tunnels dug, drainage and sewers laid, rivers embanked. The number of workers employed in the transport industry doubled in the 1840s and doubled again in the subsequent 30 years. 3. Industrialization in the colonies. Let us now move to India to see how a colony industrializes. Once again, we will look not only at factory industries but also at the non-mechanized sector. We will limit our discussion primarily to textile industries. 3.1. The Age of Indian Textiles. Before the age of machine industries, silk and cotton goods from India dominated the international market in textiles. Coarser cottons were produced in many countries, but the finer varieties often came from India. Armenian and Persian merchants took the goods from Punjab to Afghanistan, eastern Persia, and Central Asia. Bales of fine textiles were carried on camel-back via the northwest frontier, through mountain passes and across deserts. A vibrant sea trade operated through the main pre-colonial ports. Surat on the Gujarat coast connected India to the Gulf and Red Sea ports. Masulipatam on the Coromandel coast and Hooghly in Bengal had trade links with Southeast Asian ports. A variety of Indian merchants and bankers were involved in this network of export trade, financing production, carrying goods and supplying exporters. Supply merchants linked the port towns to the inland regions. They gave advances to weavers, procured the woven cloth from weaving villages, and carried the supply to the ports. At the port, the big shippers and export merchants had brokers who negotiated the price and bought goods from the supply merchants operating inland. By the 1750s, this network, controlled by Indian merchants, was breaking down. The European companies gradually gained power, first securing a variety of concessions from local courts, then the monopoly rights to trade. This resulted in a decline of the old ports of Surat and Hooghly through which local merchants had operated. Exports from these ports fell dramatically, the credit that had financed the earlier trade began drying up, and the local bankers slowly went bankrupt. In the last years of the 17th century, the gross value of trade that passed through Surat had been S16 million rands. By the 1740s it had slumped to S3 million rands. Activity. On a map of Asia, find and draw the sea and land links of the textile trade from India to Central Asia, West Asia, and Southeast Asia. Figure 13. The English factory at Surat, a 17th century drawing. While Surat and Hooghly decayed, Bombay and Calcutta grew. This shift from the old ports to the new ones was an indicator of the growth of colonial power. Trade through the new ports came to be controlled by European companies and was carried in European ships. While many of the old trading houses collapsed, those that wanted to survive had to now operate within a network shaped by European trading companies. How did these changes affect the life of weavers and other artisans? 3.2 What happened to weavers? The consolidation of East India Company power after the 1760s did not initially lead to a decline in textile exports from India. British cotton industries had not yet expanded, and Indian fine textiles were in great demand in Europe. So the company was keen on expanding textile exports from India. Before establishing political power in Bengal and Carnatic in the 1760s and 1770s, the East India Company had found it difficult to ensure a regular supply of goods for export. The French, Dutch, Fig, a weaver at work, Gujarat, Portuguese as well as the local traders competed in the market to secure woven cloth, so the weaver and supply merchants could bargain and try selling the produce to the best buyer. In their letters back to London, company officials continuously complained of difficulties of supply and the high prices. However, once the East India Company established political power, it could assert a monopoly right to trade. It proceeded to develop a system of management and control that would eliminate competition, control costs, and ensure regular supplies of cotton and silk goods. This it did through a series of steps. First, the company tried to eliminate the existing traders and brokers connected with the cloth trade, and establish a more direct control over the weaver. It appointed a paid servant called the gomasta to supervise weavers, collect supplies, and examine the quality of cloth. Second, it prevented company weavers from dealing with other buyers. One way of doing this was through the system of advances. Once an order was placed, the weavers were given loans to purchase the raw material for their production. Those who took loans had to hand over the cloth they produced to the gomasta. They could not take it to any other trader. As loans flowed in and the demand for fine textiles expanded, weavers eagerly took the advances, hoping to earn more. Many weavers had small plots of land which they had earlier cultivated along with weaving, and the produce from this took care of their family needs. Now they had to lease out the land and devote all their time to weaving. Weaving, in fact, required the labor of the entire family, with children and women all engaged in different stages of the process. Soon, however, in many weaving villages there were reports of clashes between weavers and gomastas. Earlier supply merchants had very often lived within the weaving villages and had a close relationship with the weavers, looking after their needs and helping them in times of crisis. The new gomastas were outsiders, with no long-term social link with the village. They acted arrogantly, marched into villages with sepoys and peons, and punished weavers for delays in supply, often beating and flogging them. The weavers lost the space to bargain for prices and sell to different buyers. The price they received from the company was miserably low, and the loans they had accepted tied them to the company. New words. Sepoy. This is how the British pronounce the word sipahi, meaning an Indian soldier in the service of the British. In many places in Carnatic and Bengal, weavers deserted villages and migrated, setting up looms in other villages where they had some family relation. Elsewhere, weavers along with the village traders revolted, opposing the company and its officials. Over time, many weavers began refusing loans, closing down their workshops and taking to agricultural labor. By the turn of the 19th century, cotton weavers faced a new set of problems. 3.3 Manchester comes to India. In 1772, Henry Petullo, a company official, had ventured to say that the demand for Indian textiles could never reduce, since no other nation produced goods of the same quality. Yet by the beginning of the 19th century, we see the beginning of a long decline of textile exports from India. In 1811 to 12-piece goods accounted for 33% of India's exports. By 1850 to 51, it was no more than 3%. Why did this happen? What were its implications? As cotton industries developed in England, industrial groups began worrying about imports from other countries. They pressurized the government to impose import duties on cotton textiles so that Manchester goods could sell in Britain without facing any competition from outside. At the same time, industrialists persuaded the East India Company to sell British manufactures in Indian markets as well. Exports of British cotton goods increased dramatically in the early 19th century. At the end of the 18th century, there had been virtually no import of cotton piece goods into India. But by 1850, cotton piece goods constituted over 31% off the value of Indian imports, and by the 1870s this figure was over 50%. Cotton weavers in India thus faced two problems at the same time. Their export market collapsed, and the local market shrank, being glutted with Manchester imports. Produced by machines at lower costs, the imported cotton goods were so cheap that weavers could not easily compete with them. By the 1850s, reports from most weaving regions of India narrated stories of decline and desolation. By the 1860s, weavers faced a new problem. They could not get sufficient supply of raw cotton of good quality. When the American, Source C, the Commissioner of Patna, wrote, "It appears that 20 years ago, a brisk trade was carried on in the manufacture of cloth at Jahanabad and Bihar, which has in the former place entirely ceased, while in the latter the amount of manufacture is very limited. In consequence of the cheap and durable goods from Manchester with which the native manufacturers are unable to compete." Quoted in J. Krishnamurti, Deindustrialization in Gangetic Bihar during the 19th century. The Indian Economic and Social History Review, 1985. Source D. Reporting on the Koshtis, a community of weavers. The census report of central provinces stated, "The Koshtis, like the weavers of the finer kinds of cloth in other parts of India, have fallen upon evil times. They are unable to compete with the showy goods which Manchester sends in such profusion, and they have of late years emigrated in great numbers, chiefly to Berar, where as day laborers they are able to obtain wages." Census report of central provinces quoted in Sumit Guha, The Handloom Industry in Central India, 1825 to 1950. The Indian Economic and Social History Review. Fig. 15. Bombay Harbour, a late 18th century drawing. Bombay and Calcutta grew as trading ports from the 1780s. This marked the decline of the old trading order and the growth of the colonial economy. Civil war broke out and cotton supplies from the U.S. were cut off. Britain turned to India. As raw cotton exports from India increased, the price of raw cotton shot up. Weavers in India were starved of supplies and forced to buy raw cotton at exorbitant prices. In this situation, weaving could not pay. Then, by the end of the 19th century, weavers and other craftspeople faced yet another problem. Factories in India began production, flooding the market with machine goods. How could weaving industries possibly survive? 4 factories come up. The first cotton mill in Bombay came up in 1854 and it went into production 2 years later. By 1862, 4 mills were at work with 94,000 spindles and 2,150 looms. Around the same time, jute mills came up in Bengal, the first being set up in 1855 and another one 7 years later, in 1862. In North India, the Elgin mill was started in Kanpur in the 1860s, and a year later the first cotton mill of Ahmedabad was set up. By 1874, the first spinning and weaving mill of Madras began production. Who set up the industries? Where did the capital come from? Who came to work in the mills? 4.1 The early entrepreneurs. Industries were set up in different regions by varying sorts of people. Let us see who they were. The history of many business groups goes back to trade with China, from the late 18th century, as you have read in your book last year. The British in India began exporting opium to China and took tea from China to England. Many Indians became junior players in this trade, providing finance, procuring supplies, and shipping consignments. Having earned through trade, some of these businessmen had visions of developing industrial enterprises in India. In Bengal, Dwarkanath Tagore made his fortune in the China trade before he turned to industrial investment, setting up 6 joint stock companies in the 1830s and 1840s. Tagore's enterprises sank along with those of others in the wider business crises of the 1840s. But later in the 19th century, many of the China traders became successful industrialists. In Bombay, Parsis like Dinshaw Petit and Jamsetji Nusserwanji Tata, who built huge industrial empires in India, accumulated their initial wealth partly from exports to China and partly from raw cotton shipments to England. Seth Hukamchand, a Marwari businessman, who set up the first Indian jute mill in Calcutta in 1917, also traded with China. So did the father as well as grandfather of the famous industrialist G.D. Birla. Capital was accumulated through other trade networks. Some merchants from Madras traded with Burma while others had links with the Middle East and East Africa. There were yet other. Figure 16. Jamsetji Jijibhoi. Jijibhoi was the son of a Parsi weaver. Like many others of his time, he was involved in the China trade and shipping. He owned a large fleet of ships, but competition from English and American shippers forced him to sell his ships by the 1850s. Figure 17. Dwarkanath Tagore. Dwarkanath Tagore believed that India would develop through westernization and industrialization. He invested in shipping, shipbuilding, mining, banking, plantations, and insurance. Commercial groups, but they were not directly involved in external trade. They operated within India, carrying goods from one place to another, banking money, transferring funds between cities, and financing traders. When opportunities of investment in industries opened up, many of them set up factories. As colonial control over Indian trade tightened, the space within which Indian merchants could function became increasingly limited. They were barred from trading with Europe in manufactured goods and had to export mostly raw materials and food grains, raw cotton, opium, wheat, and indigo, required by the British. They were also gradually edged out of the shipping business. Till the First World War, European managing agencies in fact controlled a large sector of Indian industries. 3 of the biggest ones were Bird Heiglers and Company, Andrew Yule and Jardine Skinner and Company. These agencies mobilized capital, set up joint stock companies, and managed them. In most instances, Indian financiers provided the capital while the European agencies made all investment and business decisions. The European merchant industrialists had their own chambers of commerce which Indian businessmen were not allowed to join. Where did the workers come from? Factories needed workers. With the expansion of factories, this demand increased. In 1901, there were 584,000 workers in Indian factories. By 1946, the number was over 2,436,000. Where did the workers come from? In most industrial regions, workers came from the districts around. Peasants and artisans who found no work in the village went to the industrial centers in search of work. Over 50% workers in the Bombay cotton industries in 1911 came from the neighboring district of Ratnagiri, while the mills of Kanpur got most of their textile hands from the villages within the district of Kanpur. Most often, mill workers moved between the village and the city, returning to their village homes during harvests and festivals. Over time, as news of employment spread, workers traveled great distances in the hope of work in the mills. From the United Provinces, for instance, they went to work in the textile mills of Bombay and in the jute mills of Calcutta. Figure 18. Partners in enterprise: J.N. Tata, R&D Tata, Sir R.J. Tata, and Sir D.J. Tata. In 1912, J.N. Tata set up the first iron and steel works in India at Jamshedpur. Iron and steel industries in India started much later than textiles. In colonial India, industrial machinery, railways, and locomotives were mostly imported. so capital goods industries could not really develop in any significant way till independence. Fig. 19. Young workers of a Bombay mill, early 20th century. When workers went back to their village homes, they liked dressing up. Getting jobs was always difficult. Even when mills multiplied and the demand for workers increased, the numbers seeking work were always more than the jobs available. Entry into the mills was also restricted. Industrialists usually employed a jobber to get new recruits. Very often the jobber was an old and trusted worker. He got people from his village, ensured them jobs, helped them settle in the city, and provided them money in times of crisis. The jobber therefore became a person with some authority and power. He began demanding money and gifts for his favor, and controlling the lives of workers. The number of factory workers increased over time. However, as you will see, they were a small proportion of the total industrial workforce. Source: Vincent Parker, who was once a mill worker in Bombay, said, "The workers would pay the jobbers money to get their sons work in the mill. The mill worker was closely associated with his village physically and emotionally. He would go home to cut the harvest and for sowing. The Konkani would go home to cut the paddy and the Gadi the sugarcane. It was an accepted practice for which the mills granted leave." Meena Menon and Neera Adhikar, 100 Years, 100 Voices, 2004. Figure 20. A head jobber. Notice how the posture and clothes emphasize the jobber's position of authority. Source: F. Bhai Bhosle, a trade unionist of Bombay, recollected his childhood in the 1930s and 1940s. In those days the shift was 10 hours, from 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. Terrible working hours. My father worked for 35 years. He got the asthma-like disease and could not work anymore. Then my father went back to village. Meena Menon and Neera Adhikar, 100 Years, 100 Voices. Fig. Spinners at work in an Ahmedabad mill. Women worked mostly in the spinning departments. 5. The peculiarities of industrial growth. European managing agencies, which dominated industrial production in India, were interested in certain kinds of products. They established tea and coffee plantations, acquiring land at cheap rates from the colonial government, and they invested in mining, indigo and jute. Most of these were products required primarily for export trade and not for sale in India. When Indian businessmen began setting up industries in the late 19th century, they avoided competing with Manchester goods in the Indian market. Since yarn was not an important part of British imports into India, the early cotton mills in India produced coarse cotton yarn rather than fabric. When yarn was imported, it was only of the superior variety. The yarn produced in Indian spinning mills was used by handloom weavers in India or exported to China. By the first decade of the 20th century, a series of changes affected the pattern of industrialization. As the Swadeshi movement gathered momentum, nationalists mobilized people to boycott foreign cloth. Industrial groups organized themselves to protect their collective interests, pressurizing the government to increase tariff protection and grant other concessions. From 1906, moreover, the export of Indian yarn to China declined since produce from Chinese and Japanese mills flooded the Chinese market. So industrialists in India began shifting from yarn to cloth production. Cotton piece goods production in India doubled between 1900s and 1912. Yet, till the First World War, industrial growth was slow. The war created a dramatically new situation. With British mills busy with war production to meet the needs of the army, Manchester imports into India declined. Suddenly, Indian mills had a vast home market to supply. As the war prolonged, Indian factories were called upon to supply war needs: jute bags, cloth for army uniforms, tents and leather boots, horse and mule saddles, and a host of other items. New factories were set up in old. Figure 22. The first office of the Madras Chamber of Commerce. By the late 19th century, merchants in different regions began meeting and forming chambers of commerce to regulate business and decide on issues of collective concern. Ones ran multiple shifts. Many new workers were employed and everyone was made to work longer hours. Over the war years, industrial production boomed. After the war, Manchester could never recapture its old position in the Indian market. Unable to modernize and compete with the US, Germany, and Japan, the economy of Britain crumbled after the war. Cotton production collapsed and exports of cotton cloth from Britain fell dramatically. Within the colonies, local industrialists gradually consolidated their position, substituting foreign manufacturers and capturing the home market. 5.1 Small-scale industries predominate. While factory industries grew steadily after the war, large industries formed only a small segment of the economy. Most of them, about 67% in 1911, were located in Bengal and Bombay. Over the rest of the country, small-scale production continued to predominate. Only a small proportion of the total industrial labor force worked in registered factories, 5% in 1911 and 10% in 1931. The rest worked in small workshops and household units, often located in alleys and bylanes, invisible to the passerby. In fact, in some instances, handicrafts production actually expanded in the 20th century. This is true even in the case of the handloom sector that we have discussed. While cheap machine-made thread wiped out the spinning industry in the 19th century, the weavers survived, despite problems. In the 20th century, handloom cloth production expanded steadily, almost trebling between 1900s and 1940. How did this happen? This was partly because of technological changes. Handicraftspeople adopt new technology if that helps them improve production without excessively pushing up costs. So by the second decade of the 20th century, we find weavers using looms with a fly shuttle. This increased productivity per worker, speeded up production, and reduced labor demand. By 1941, over 35% of handlooms in India were fitted with fly shuttles. In regions like Travancore, Madras, Mysore, Koch and Bengal, the proportion was 70 to 80%. There were several other small innovations that helped weavers improve their productivity and compete with the mill sector. Fig. 23. A hand-woven cloth. The intricate designs of hand-woven cloth could not be easily copied by the mills. New words. Fly shuttle. It is a mechanical device used for weaving, moved by means of ropes and pulleys. It places the horizontal threads into the vertical threads. The invention of the fly shuttle made it possible for weavers to operate large looms and weave wide pieces of cloth. Certain groups of weavers were in a better position than others to survive the competition with mill industries. Amongst weavers, some produced coarse cloth while others wove finer varieties. The coarser cloth was bought by the poor and its demand fluctuated violently. In times of bad harvests and famines, when the rural poor had little to eat and their cash income disappeared, they could not possibly buy cloth. The demand for the finer varieties bought by the well-to-do was more stable. The rich could buy these even when the poor starved. Famines did not affect the sale of Banarasi or Baluchari saris. Moreover, as you have seen, mills could not imitate specialized weaves. Saris with woven borders, or the famous lungis and handkerchiefs of Madras, could not be easily displaced by mill production. Weavers and other craftspeople who continued to expand production through the 20th century did not necessarily prosper. They lived hard lives and worked long hours. Very often the entire household, including all the women and children, had to work at various stages of the production process, but they were not simply remnants of past times in the age of factories. Their life and labor was integral to the process of industrialization. Figure 24, location of large-scale industries in India, 1931. The circles indicate the size of industries in the different regions. 6. Market for goods. We have seen how British manufacturers attempted to take over the Indian market, and how Indian weavers and craftsmen, traders and industrialists resisted colonial controls, demanded tariff protection, created their own spaces, and tried to extend the market for their produce. But when new products are produced, people have to be persuaded to buy them. They have to feel like using the product. How is this done? One way in which new consumers are created is through advertisements. As you know, advertisements make products appear desirable and necessary. They try to shape the minds of people and create new needs. Today we live in a world where advertisements surround us. They appear in newspapers, magazines, hoardings, street walls, television screens. But if we look back into history, we find that from the very beginning of the industrial age, advertisements have played a part in expanding the markets for products and in shaping a new consumer culture. When Manchester industrialists began selling cloth in India, they put labels on the cloth bundles. The label was needed to make the place of manufacture and the name of the company familiar to the buyer. The label was also to be a mark of quality. When buyers saw "Made in Manchester" written in bold on the label, they were expected to feel confident about buying the cloth. Fig. 26. Figure 25, Gripe Water Calendar of 1928 by M.V. Durandar. The image of baby Krishna was most commonly used to popularize baby products. Figure 26. But labels did not only carry words and texts, they also carried images and were very often beautifully illustrated. If we look at these old labels, we can have some idea of the mind of the manufacturers, their calculations, and the way they appealed to the people. Images of Indian gods and goddesses regularly appeared on these labels. It was as if the association with gods gave divine approval to the goods being sold. The imprinted image of Krishna or Saraswati was also intended to make the manufacture from a foreign land appear somewhat familiar to Indian people. By the late 19th century, manufacturers were printing calendars to popularize their products. Unlike newspapers and magazines, calendars were used even by people who could not read. They were hung in tea shops and in poor people's homes just as much as in offices and middle-class apartments. And those who hung the calendars had to see the advertisements, day after day through the year. In these calendars, once again, we see the figures of gods being used to sell new products. Like the images of gods, figures of important personages, of emperors and nawabs, adorned advertisement and calendars. The message very often seemed to say, if you respect the royal figure, then respect this product. When the product was being used by kings or produced under royal command, its quality could not be questioned. When Indian manufacturers advertised, the nationalist message was clear and loud. If you care for the nation, then buy products that Indians produce. Advertisements became a vehicle of the nationalist message of Swadeshi. Conclusion. Clearly, the age of industries has meant major technological changes, growth of factories, and the making of a new industrial labor force. However, as you have seen, hand technology and small-scale production remained an important part of the industrial landscape. Look again at Figs 1 and 2. What would you now say of the images they project? Fig. 27. Sunlight Soap Calendar of 1934. Here God Vishnu is shown bringing sunlight from across the skies. Figure 28, an Indian mill cloth label. The goddess is shown offering cloth produced in an Ahmedabad mill and asking people to use things made in India. Write in brief. 1. Explain the following. A. Women workers in Britain attacked the spinning jenny. B. In the 17th century, merchants from towns in Europe began employing peasants and artisans within the villages. C. The port of Surat declined by the end of the 18th century. D. The East India Company appointed Gomastas to supervise weavers in India. 2. Write true or false against each statement. At the end of the 19th century, 80% of the total workforce in Europe was employed in the technologically advanced industrial sector. B. The international market for fine textiles was dominated by India till the 18th century. C. The American Civil War resulted in the reduction of cotton exports from India. D. The introduction of the fly shuttle enabled handloom workers to improve their productivity. 3. Explain what is meant by proto-industrialization. Discuss. 1. Why did some industrialists in 19th century Europe prefer hand labor over machines? 2. How did the East India Company procure regular supplies of cotton and silk textiles from Indian weavers? 3. Imagine that you have been asked to write an article for an encyclopedia on Britain and the history of cotton. Write your piece using information from the entire chapter. 4. Why did industrial production in India increase during the First World War? Project work. Select any one industry in your region and find out its history. How has the technology changed? Where do the workers come from? How are the products advertised and marketed? Try and talk to the employers and some workers to get their views about the industry's history. Section 3. Everyday life, culture and politics, print culture in the modern world. It is difficult for us to imagine a world without printed matter. We find evidence of print everywhere around us. In books, journals, newspapers, prints of famous paintings, and also in everyday things like theater programs, official circulars, calendars, diaries, advertisements, cinema posters at street corners. We read printed literature, see printed images, follow the news through newspapers, and track public debates that appear in print. We take for granted this world of print and often forget that there was a time before print. We may not realize that print itself has a history which has in fact shaped our contemporary world. What is this history? When did printed literature begin to circulate? How has it helped create the modern world? In this chapter we will look at the development of print, from its beginnings in East Asia to its expansion in Europe and in India. We will understand the impact of the spread of technology and consider how social lives and cultures changed with the coming of print. Figure 1. Bookmaking before the age of print. From Akhlaq-i-Nasiri, 1595. 1. The first printed books. The earliest kind of print technology was developed in China, Japan, and Korea. This was a system of hand printing. From AD 594 onwards, books in China were printed by rubbing paper, also invented there, against the inked surface of wood blocks. Both sides of the thin porous sheet could not be printed. The traditional Chinese accordion book was folded and stitched at the side. Superbly skilled craftsmen could duplicate, with remarkable accuracy, the beauty of calligraphy. The imperial state in China was for a very long time the major producer of printed material. China possessed a huge bureaucratic system which recruited its personnel through civil service examinations. Textbooks for this examination were printed in vast numbers under the sponsorship of the imperial state. From the 16th century, the number of examination candidates went up and that increased the volume of print. By the 17th century, as urban culture bloomed in China, the uses of print diversified. Print was no longer used just by scholar officials. Merchants used print in their everyday life as they collected trade information. Reading increasingly became a leisure activity. The new readership preferred fictional narratives, poetry, autobiographies, anthologies of literary masterpieces, and romantic plays. Rich women began to read, and many women began publishing their poetry and plays. Wives of scholar officials published their works and courtesans wrote about their lives. This new reading culture was accompanied by a new technology. Western printing techniques and mechanical presses were imported in the late 19th century, as Western powers established their outposts in China. Shanghai became the hub of the new print culture, catering to the Western-style schools. From hand printing, there was now a gradual shift to mechanical printing. 1.1 Print in Japan. Buddhist missionaries from China introduced hand printing technology into Japan around AD 768 to 770. The oldest Japanese book, printed in AD 868, is the Buddhist Diamond Sutra, containing 6 sheets of text and woodcut illustrations. Pictures were printed on textiles, new words, calligraphy, the art of beautiful and stylized writing. Fig. 2a. A page from the Diamond Sutra, playing cards and paper money. In medieval Japan, poets and prose writers were regularly published, and books were cheap and abundant. Printing of visual material led to interesting publishing practices. In the late 18th century, in the flourishing urban circles at Edo, illustrated collections of paintings. Belonging to the mid-13th century, printing woodblocks of the Tripitaka Koreana are a Korean collection of Buddhist scriptures. They were engraved on about 80,000 woodblocks. They were inscribed on the UNESCO Memory of the World Register in 2007. Source: depicted an elegant urban culture, involving artists, courtesans, and tea-house gatherings. Libraries and bookstores were packed with hand-printed material of various types, books on women, musical instruments, calculations, tea ceremony, flower arrangements, proper etiquette, cooking in famous places. Fig. 2 billions Tripitaka Koreana. Box 1. Kitagawa Utamaro, born in Edo in 1753, was widely known for his contributions to an art form called ukiyo, or depiction of ordinary human experiences, especially urban ones. These prints traveled to contemporary US and Europe and influenced artists like Manet, Monet, and Van Gogh. Publishers like Tsutaya Juzaburo identified subjects and commissioned artists who drew the theme in outline. Then a skilled woodblock carver pasted the drawing on a woodblock and carved a printing block to reproduce the painter's lines. In the process, the original drawing would be destroyed and only prints would survive. Fig. 3. An ukiyo print by Kitagawa Utamaro. Figure 4a. A morning scene, ukiyo print by Shunmen Kubo, late 18th century. A man looks out of the window at the snowfall, while women prepare tea and perform other domestic duties. 2. Print comes to Europe. For centuries, silk and spices from China flowed into Europe through the Silk Route. In the 11th century, Chinese paper reached Europe via the same route. Paper made possible the production of manuscripts, carefully written by scribes. Then, in 1295, Marco Polo, a great explorer, returned to Italy after many years of exploration in China. As you read above, China already had the technology of woodblock printing. Marco Polo brought this knowledge back with him. Now Italians began producing books with woodblocks, and soon the technology spread to other parts of Europe. Luxury editions were still handwritten on very expensive vellum, meant for aristocratic circles and rich monastic libraries which scoffed at printed books as cheap vulgarities. Merchants and students in the university towns bought the cheaper printed copies. As the demand for books increased, booksellers all over Europe began exporting books to many different countries. Book fairs were held at different places. Production of handwritten manuscripts was also organized in new ways to meet the expanded demand. Scribes or skilled handwriters were no longer solely employed by wealthy or influential patrons but increasingly by booksellers as well. More than 50 scribes often worked for one bookseller, but the production of handwritten manuscripts could not satisfy the ever-increasing demand for books. Copying was an expensive, laborious, and time-consuming business. Manuscripts were fragile, awkward to handle, and could not be carried around or read easily. Their circulation therefore remained limited. With the growing demand for books, woodblock printing gradually became more and more popular. By the early 15th century, woodblocks were being widely used in Europe to print textiles, playing cards, and religious pictures with simple, brief texts. There was clearly a great need for even quicker and cheaper reproduction of texts. This could only be with the invention of a new print technology. The breakthrough occurred at Strasbourg, Germany, where Johann Gutenberg developed the first known printing press in the 1430s. New words: vellum, a parchment made from the skin of animals. The Jikji of Korea is among the world's oldest existing books printed with movable metal type. It contains the essential features of Zen Buddhism. About 150 monks of India, China, and Korea are mentioned in the book. It was printed in late 14th century. While the first volume of the book is unavailable, the second one is available in the National Library of France. This work marked an important technical change in the print culture. That is why it was inscribed on the UNESCO Memory of the World Register in 2001. Activity: imagine that you are Marco Polo. Write a letter from China to describe the world of print which you have seen there. 2.1 Gutenberg and the printing press. Gutenberg was the son of a merchant and grew up on a large agricultural estate. From his childhood he had seen wine and olive presses. Subsequently, he learnt the art of polishing stones, became a master goldsmith, and also acquired the expertise to create lead molds used for making trinkets. Drawing on this knowledge, Gutenberg adapted existing technology to design his innovation. The olive press provided the model for the printing press, and molds were used for casting the metal types for the letters of the alphabet. By 1448, Gutenberg perfected the system. The first book he printed was the Bible. About 180 copies were printed and it took 3 years to produce them. By the standards of the time, this was fast production. The new technology did not entirely displace the existing art of producing books by hand. In fact, printed books at first closely resembled the written manuscripts in appearance and layout. The metal letters imitated the ornamental handwritten styles. Borders were illuminated by hand with foliage and other patterns, and illustrations were painted. In the books printed for the rich, space for decoration was kept blank on the printed page. Each purchaser could choose the design and decide on the painting school that would do the illustrations. In the 100 years between 1450 and 1550, printing presses were set up in most countries of Europe. Printers from Germany traveled to other countries, seeking work and helping start new presses. As the number of printing presses grew, book production boomed. The second half of the 15th century saw 20 million copies of printed books flooding the markets in Europe. The number went up in the 16th century to about 200 million copies. This shift from hand printing to mechanical printing led to the print revolution. New words: platen. In letterpress printing, platen is a board which is pressed onto the back of the paper to get the impression from the type. At one time it used to be a wooden board, later it was made of steel. Fig. 5. A portrait of Johann Gutenberg 1584. Figure 6. Gutenberg printing press. Notice the long handle attached to the screw. This handle was used to turn the screw and press down the platen over the printing block that was placed on top of a sheet of damp paper. Gutenberg developed metal types for each of the 26 characters of the Roman alphabet and devised a way of moving them around so as to compose different words of the text. This came to be known as the movable type printing machine, and it remained the basic print technology over the next 300 years. Books could now be produced much faster than was possible when each print block was prepared by carving a piece of wood by hand. The Gutenberg press could print 250 sheets on one side per hour. Fig. 7. Pages of Gutenberg's Bible, the first printed book in Europe. Gutenberg printed about 180 copies, of which no more than 50 have survived. Look at these pages of Gutenberg's Bible carefully. They were not just products of new technology. The text was printed in the new Gutenberg press with metal type, but the borders were carefully designed, painted and illuminated by hand by artists. No two copies were the same. Every page of each copy was different. Even when two copies look similar, a careful comparison will reveal differences. Elites everywhere preferred this lack of uniformity. What they possessed then could be claimed as unique, for no one else owned a copy that was exactly the same. In the text you will notice the use of color within the letters in various places. This had two functions. It added color to the page, and highlighted all the holy words to emphasize their significance. But the color on every page of the text was added by hand. Gutenberg printed the text in black, leaving spaces where the color could be filled in later. Fig. 8. A printer's workshop, 16th century. This picture depicts what a printer's shop looked like in the 16th century. All the activities are going on under one roof. In the foreground on the right, compositors are at work, while on the left, galleys are being prepared, and ink is being applied on the metal types. In the background, the printers are turning the screws of the press, and near them, proofreaders are at work. Right in front is the final product, the double-page printed sheets, stacked in neat piles waiting to be bound. New words. Compositor, the person who composes the text for printing. Galley, metal frame in which types are laid and the text composed. The print revolution and its impact. What was the print revolution? It was not just a development, a new way of producing books. It transformed the lives of people, changing their relationship to information and knowledge, and with institutions and authorities. It influenced popular perceptions and opened up new ways of looking at things. Let us explore some of these changes. With it. Point 1. A new reading public. With the printing press, a new reading public emerged. Printing reduced the cost of books. The time and labor required to produce each book came down, and multiple copies could be produced with greater ease. Books flooded the market, reaching out to an ever-growing readership. Access to books created a new culture of reading. Earlier, reading was restricted to the elites. Common people lived in a world of oral culture. They heard sacred texts read out, ballads recited, and folktales narrated. Knowledge was transferred orally. People collectively heard a story or saw a performance. As you will see in Chapter 8, they did not read a book individually and silently. Before the age of print, books were not only expensive, but they could not be produced in sufficient numbers. Now books could reach out to wider sections of people. If earlier there was a hearing public, now a reading public came into being. But the transition was not so simple. Books could be read only by the literate, and the rates of literacy in most European countries were very low till the 20th century. How then could publishers persuade the common people to welcome the printed book? To do this, they had to keep in mind the wider reach of the printed work. Even those who did not read could certainly enjoy listening to books being read out. So printers began publishing popular ballads and folktales, and such books would be profusely illustrated with pictures. These were then sung and recited at gatherings in villages and in taverns in towns. Oral culture thus entered print, and printed material was orally transmitted. The line that separated the oral and reading cultures became blurred, and the hearing public and reading public became intermingled. Activity. You are a bookseller advertising the availability of new cheap printed books. Design a poster for your shop window. New words. Ballad, a historical account or folktale in verse, usually sung or recited. Taverns, places where people gathered to drink alcohol, to be served food, and to meet friends and exchange news. 3.2 Religious debates and the fear of print. Print created the possibility of wide circulation of ideas and introduced a new world of debate and discussion. Even those who disagreed with established authorities could now print and circulate their ideas. Through the printed message, they could persuade people to think differently and move them to action. This had significance in different spheres of life. Not everyone welcomed the printed book, and those who did also had fears about it. Many were apprehensive of the effects that the easier access to the printed word and the wider circulation of books could have on people's minds. It was feared that if there was no control over what was printed and read, then rebellious and irreligious thoughts might spread. If that happened, the authority of valuable literature would be destroyed. Expressed by religious authorities and monarchs, as well as many writers and artists, this anxiety was the basis of widespread criticism of the new printed literature that had begun to circulate. Let us consider the implication of this in one sphere of life in early modern Europe, namely, religion. In 1517, the religious reformer Martin Luther wrote 95 theses criticizing many of the practices and rituals of the Roman Catholic Church. A printed copy of this was posted on a church door in Wittenberg. It challenged the church to debate his ideas. Luther's writings were immediately reproduced in vast numbers and read widely. This led to a division within the church and to the beginning of the Protestant Reformation. Luther's translation of the New Testament sold 5,000 copies within a few weeks, and a second edition appeared within 3 months. Deeply grateful to print, Luther said, "Printing is the ultimate gift of God and the greatest one." Several scholars, in fact, think that print brought about a new intellectual atmosphere and helped spread the new ideas that led to the Reformation. Figure 9. J.V. Schley, L'Imprimerie, 1739. This is one of the many images produced in early modern Europe celebrating the coming of print. You can see the printing press descending from heaven carried by a goddess. On two sides of the goddess, blessing the machine, are Minerva and Mercury. The women in the foreground are holding plaques with the portraits of 6 pioneer printers of different countries. In the middle ground on the left is the portrait of Gutenberg. New Words. Protestant Reformation, a 16th-century movement to reform the Catholic Church dominated by Rome. Martin Luther was one of the main Protestant reformers. Several traditions of anti-Catholic Christianity developed out of the movement. 3.3 Print and Dissent. Print and popular religious literature stimulated many distinctive individual interpretations of faith, even among little-educated working people. In the 16th century, Minocchio, a miller in Italy, began to read books that were available in his locality. He reinterpreted the message of the Bible and formulated a view of God and creation that enraged the Roman Catholic Church. When the Roman Church began its inquisition to repress heretical ideas, Minocchio was hauled up twice and ultimately executed. The Roman Church, troubled by such effects of popular readings and questionings of faith, imposed severe controls over publishers and booksellers and began to maintain an index of prohibited books from 1558. Figure 10. The Macabre Dance. This 16th-century print shows how the fear of printing was dramatized in visual representations of the time. In this highly interesting woodcut, the coming of print is associated with the end of the world. The interior of the printer's workshop here is the site of a dance of death. Skeletal figures control the printer and his workers, define and dictate what is to be done and what is to be produced. Discuss. Write briefly why some people feared that the development of print could lead to the growth of dissenting ideas. New Words. Inquisition, a former Roman Catholic court for identifying and punishing heretics, heretical beliefs which do not follow the accepted teachings of the Church. In medieval times, heresy was seen as a threat to the right of the Church to decide on what should be believed and what should not. Heretical beliefs were severely punished. Satiety, the state of being fulfilled much beyond the point of satisfaction. Seditious action, speech, or writing that is seen as opposing the government. Source A. Fear of the Book. Erasmus, a Latin scholar and a Catholic reformer, who criticized the excesses of Catholicism but kept his distance from Luther, expressed a deep anxiety about printing. He wrote in Adages, "To what corner of the world do they not fly, these swarms of new books? It may be that one here and there contributes something worth knowing, but the very multitude of them is hurtful to scholarship, because it creates a glut, and even in good things satiety is most harmful. Fill the world with books, not just trifling things, but stupid, ignorant, slanderous, scandalous, raving, irreligious, and seditious books, and the number of them is such that even the valuable publications lose their value." Source. 4. The Reading Mania. Through the 17th and 18th centuries, literacy rates went up in most parts of Europe. Churches of different denominations set up schools in villages, carrying literacy to peasants and artisans. By the end of the 18th century, in some parts of Europe, literacy rates were as high as 60 to 80%. As literacy in schools spread in European countries, there was a virtual reading mania. People wanted books to read, and printers produced books in ever-increasing numbers. New forms of popular literature appeared in print, targeting new audiences. Booksellers employed peddlers who roamed around villages, carrying little books for sale. There were almanacs or ritual calendars, along with ballads and folktales. But other forms of reading matter, largely for entertainment, began to reach ordinary readers as well. In England, penny chapbooks were carried by petty peddlers known as chapmen, and sold for a penny, so that even the poor could buy them. In France were the Bibliothèques Bleues, which were low-priced small books printed on poor-quality paper and bound in cheap blue covers. Then there were the romances, printed on 4 to 6 pages, and the more substantial histories, which were stories about the past. Books were of various sizes, serving many different purposes and interests. The periodical press developed from the early 18th century, combining information about current affairs with entertainment. Newspapers and journals carried information about wars and trade, as well as news of developments in other places. Similarly, the ideas of scientists and philosophers now became more accessible to the common people. Ancient and medieval scientific texts were compiled and published, and maps and scientific diagrams were widely printed. When scientists like Isaac Newton began to publish their discoveries, they could influence a much wider circle of scientifically minded readers. The writings of thinkers such as Thomas Paine, Voltaire, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau were also widely printed and read. Thus their ideas about science, reason, and rationality found their way into popular literature. New words, denominations, subgroups within a religion almanac, an annual publication giving astronomical data, information about the movements of the sun and moon, timing of full rides and eclipses, and much else that was of importance in the everyday life of people. Chapbook, a term used to describe pocket-sized books that are sold by traveling peddlers called chapmen. These became popular from the time of the 16th century print revolution. Box. In 1791, a London publisher, James Lackington, wrote in his diary, "The sale of books in general has increased prodigiously within the last 20 years. The poorer sort of farmers and even the poor country people in general who before that period spent their winter evenings in relating stories of witches, ghosts, hobgoblins, now shorten the winter night by hearing their sons and daughters read them tales, romances, etc. If John goes to town with a load of hay, he is charged to be sure not to forget to bring home Peregrine Pickle's adventure. And when Dolly is sent to sell her eggs, she is commissioned to purchase the history of Joseph Andrews." 4.1 Tremble therefore, tyrants of the world. By the mid to 18th century, there was a common conviction that books were a means of spreading progress and enlightenment. Many believed that books could change the world, liberate society from despotism and tyranny, and herald a time when reason and intellect would rule. Louis Sebastien Mercier, a novelist in 18th century France, declared, "The printing press is the most powerful engine of progress, and public opinion is the force that will sweep despotism away." In many of Mercier's novels, the heroes are transformed by acts of reading. They devour books, are lost in the world books create, and become enlightened in the process. Convinced of the power of print in bringing enlightenment and destroying the basis of despotism, Mercier proclaimed, "Tremble therefore, tyrants of the world. Tremble before the virtual writer." 4.2 Print culture and the French Revolution. Many historians have argued that print culture created the conditions within which French Revolution occurred. Can we make such a connection? Three types of arguments have been usually put forward. First, print popularized the ideas of the Enlightenment thinkers. Collectively, their writings provided a critical commentary on tradition, superstition, and despotism. They argued for the rule of reason rather than custom, and demanded that everything be judged through the application of reason and rationality. They attacked the sacred authority of the church and the despotic power of the state, thus eroding the legitimacy of a social order based on tradition. The writings of Voltaire and Rousseau were read widely, and those who read these books saw the world through new eyes, eyes that were questioning, critical, and rational. Second, print created a new culture of dialogue and debate. All values, norms, and institutions were re-evaluated and discussed by a public that had become aware of the power of reason, and recognized the need to question existing ideas and beliefs. Within this public culture, new ideas of social revolution came into being. Third, by the 1780s there was an outpouring of literature that mocked the royalty and criticized their morality. In the process, it raised. Source B. This is how Mercier describes the impact of the printed word and the power of reading in one of his books. "Anyone who had seen me reading would have compared me to a man dying of thirst who was gulping down some fresh, pure water. Lighting my lamp with extraordinary caution, I threw myself hungrily into the reading. An easy eloquence, effortless and animated, carried me from one page to the next without my noticing it. A clock struck off the hours in the silence of the shadows, and I heard nothing. My lamp began to run out of oil and produced only a pale light, but still I read on. I could not even take out time to raise the wick for fear of interrupting my pleasure. How those new ideas rushed into my brain. How my intelligence adopted them." Quoted by Robert Darnton, The Forbidden Bestsellers of Pre-Revolutionary France, 1995. Source: New Words. Despotism, a system of governance in which absolute power is exercised by an individual, unregulated by legal and constitutional checks. Questions about the existing social order. Cartoons and caricatures typically suggested that the monarchy remained absorbed only in sensual pleasures, while the common people suffered immense hardships. This literature circulated underground, and led to the growth of hostile sentiments against the monarchy. How do we look at these arguments? There can be no doubt that print helps the spread of ideas. But we must remember that people did not read just one kind of literature. If they read the ideas of Voltaire and Rousseau, they were also exposed to monarchical and church propaganda. They were not influenced directly by everything they read or saw. They accepted some ideas and rejected others. They interpreted things their own way. Print did not directly shape their minds, but it did open up the possibility of thinking differently. Activity. Imagine that you are a cartoonist in France before the Revolution. Design a cartoon as it would have appeared in a pamphlet. Figure 11, the nobility and the common people before the French Revolution, a cartoon of the late 18th century. The cartoon shows how the ordinary people, peasants, artisans, and workers, had a hard time while the nobility enjoyed life and oppressed them. Circulation of cartoons like this one had an impact on the thinking of people before the Revolution. Discuss. Why do some historians think that print culture created the basis for the French Revolution? 5. The 19th century. The 19th century saw vast leaps in mass literacy in Europe, bringing in large numbers of new readers among children, women, and workers. 5.1 Children, women, and workers. As primary education became compulsory from the late 19th century, children became an important category of readers. Production of school textbooks became critical for the publishing industry. A children's press devoted to literature for children alone was set up in France in 1857. This press published new works as well as old fairy tales and folk tales. The Grimm brothers in Germany spent years compiling traditional folk tales gathered from peasants. What they collected was edited before the stories were published in a collection in 1812. Anything that was considered unsuitable for children or would appear vulgar to the elites was not included in the published version. Rural folk tales thus acquired a new form. In this way, print recorded old tales but also changed them. Women became important as readers as well as writers. Penny magazines were especially meant for women, as were manuals teaching proper behavior and housekeeping. When novels began to be written in the 19th century, women were seen as important readers. Some of the best-known novelists were women: Jane Austen, the Bronte sisters, George Eliot. Their writings became important in defining a new type of woman, a person with will, strength of personality, determination, and the power to think. Lending libraries had been in existence from the 17th century onwards. In the 19th century, lending libraries in England became instruments for educating white-collar workers, artisans, and lower-middle-class people. Sometimes, self-educated working-class people wrote for themselves. After the working day was gradually shortened from the mid to 19th century, workers had some time for self-improvement and self-expression. They wrote political tracts and autobiographies in large numbers. Figure 12, frontispiece of Penny magazine. Penny magazine was published between 1832 and 1835 in England by the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge. It was aimed primarily at the working class. Box 3. Thomas Wood, a Yorkshire mechanic, narrated how he would rent old newspapers and read them by firelight in the evenings as he could not afford candles. Autobiographies of poor people narrated their struggles to read against grim obstacles. The 20th century Russian revolutionary author Maxim Gorky's My Childhood and My University provide glimpses of such struggles. 5.2 Further innovations. By the late 18th century, the press came to be made out of metal. Through the 19th century, there were a series of further innovations in printing technology. By the mid-19th century, Richard M. Hoe of New York had perfected the power-driven cylindrical press. This was capable of printing 8,000 sheets per hour. This press was particularly useful for printing newspapers. In the late 19th century, the offset press was developed, which could print up to 6 colors at a time. From the turn of the 20th century, electrically operated presses accelerated printing operations. A series of other developments followed. Methods of feeding paper improved, the quality of plates became better, automatic paper reels and photoelectric controls of the color register were introduced. The accumulation of several individual mechanical improvements transformed the appearance of printed texts. Printers and publishers continuously developed new strategies to sell their product. 19th century periodicals serialized important novels, which gave birth to a particular way of writing novels. In the 1920s in England, popular works were sold in cheap series called the shilling series. The dust cover or the book jacket is also a 20th century innovation. With the onset of the Great Depression in the 1930s, publishers feared a decline in book purchases. To sustain buying, they brought out cheap paperback editions. Activity. Look at Figure 13. What impact do such advertisements have on the public mind? Do you think everyone reacts to printed material in the same way? Figure 13. Advertisements at a railway station in England. A lithograph by Alfred Conconnon, 1874. Printed advertisements and notices were plastered on street walls, railway platforms, and public buildings. 6. India and the world of print. Let us see when printing began in India, and how ideas and information were written before the age of print. 6.1 Manuscripts before the age of print. India had a very rich and old tradition of handwritten manuscripts, in Sanskrit, Arabic, Persian, as well as in various vernacular languages. Manuscripts were copied on palm leaves or on handmade paper. Pages were sometimes beautifully illustrated. They would be either pressed between wooden covers or sewn together to ensure preservation. Manuscripts continued to be produced till well after the introduction of print, down to the late 19th century. Manuscripts, however, were highly expensive and fragile. They had to be handled carefully, and they could not be read easily as the Figure 14. Pages from the Gita Govinda of Jayadeva, 18th century. This is a palm leaf handwritten manuscript in accordion format. Figure 15. Pages from the Diwan of Hafiz, 1824. Hafiz was a 14th century poet whose collected works are known as Diwan. Notice the beautiful calligraphy and the elaborate illustration and design. Manuscripts like this continued to be produced for the rich even after the coming of the letterpress. Script was written in different styles, so manuscripts were not widely used in everyday life. Even though pre-colonial Bengal had developed an extensive network of village primary schools, students very often did not read texts. They only learned to write. Teachers dictated portions of text from memory and students wrote them down. Many thus became literate without ever actually reading any kinds of texts. Figure 16. Pages from the Rigveda. Handwritten manuscripts continued to be produced in India till much after the coming of print. This manuscript was produced in the 18th century in the Malayalam script. 6.2 Print comes to India. The printing press first came to Goa with Portuguese missionaries in the mid-16th century. Jesuit priests learnt Konkani and printed several tracts. By 1674, about 50 books had been printed in the Konkani and in Kannada languages. Catholic priests printed the first Tamil book in 1579 at Cochin, and in 1713 the first Malayalam book was printed by them. By 1710, Dutch Protestant missionaries had printed 32 Tamil texts, many of them translations of older works. The English language press did not grow in India till quite late, even though the English East India Company began to import presses from the late 17th century. From 1780, James Augustus Hickey began to edit the Bengal Gazette, a weekly magazine that described itself as a commercial paper open to all, but influenced by none. So it was private English enterprise, proud of its independence from colonial influence, that began English printing in India. Hickey published a lot of advertisements, including those that related to the import and sale of slaves. But he also published a lot of gossip about the company's senior officials in India. Enraged by this, Governor-General Warren Hastings persecuted Hickey and encouraged the publication of officially sanctioned newspapers that could counter the flow of information that damaged the image of the colonial government. By the close of the 18th century, a number of newspapers and journals appeared in print. There were Indians, too, who began to publish Indian newspapers. The first to appear was the weekly Bengal Gazette, brought out by Gangadhar Bhattacharya, who was close to Ramohun Roy. Source C. As late as 1768, a William Boltz affixed a notice on a public building in Calcutta. To the public, Mr. Boltz takes this method of informing the public that the want of a printing press in this city being of a great disadvantage in business, he is going to give the best encouragement to any persons who are versed in the business of printing. Boltz, however, left for England soon after and nothing came of the promise. 7. Religious reform and public debates. From the early 19th century, as you know, there were intense debates around religious issues. Different groups confronted the changes happening within colonial society in different ways, and offered a variety of new interpretations of the beliefs of different religions. Some criticized existing practices and campaigned for reform, while others countered the arguments of reformers. These debates were carried out in public and in print. Printed tracts and newspapers not only spread the new ideas, but they shaped the nature of the debate. A wider public could now participate in these public discussions and express their views. New ideas emerged through these clashes of opinions. This was a time of intense controversies between social and religious reformers and the Hindu orthodoxy over matters like widow immolation, monotheism, Brahmanical priesthood, and idolatry. In Bengal, as the debate developed, tracts and newspapers proliferated, circulating a variety of arguments. To reach a wider audience, the ideas were printed in the everyday spoken language of ordinary people. Ramohun Roy published the Sambad Kaumudi from 1821, and the Hindu Orthodoxy commissioned the Samachar Chandrika to oppose his opinions. From 1822, 2 Persian newspapers were published, Jami Jahan Nama and Shamsul Akbar. In the same year, a Gujarati newspaper, the Bombay Samachar, made its appearance. In North India, the ulama were deeply anxious about the collapse of Muslim dynasties. They feared that colonial rulers would encourage conversion, change the Muslim personal laws. To counter this, they used cheap lithographic presses, published Persian and Urdu translations of holy scriptures, and printed religious newspapers and tracts. The Deoband Seminary, founded in 1867, published thousands upon thousands of fatwas telling Muslim readers how to conduct themselves in their everyday lives and explaining the meanings of Islamic doctrines. All through the 19th century, a number of Muslim sects and seminaries appeared, each with a different interpretation of faith, each keen on enlarging its following and countering the influence of its opponents. Urdu print helped them conduct these battles in public, especially in the vernacular languages. The first printed edition of Among Hindus too, print encouraged the reading of religious texts, new words, ulama, legal scholars of Islam, and the Sharia, fatwa, a legal pronouncement on Islamic law usually given by a mufti to clarify issues on which the law is uncertain. The Ramcharitmanas of Tulsidas, a 16th century text, came out from Calcutta in 1810. By the mid-19th century, cheap lithographic editions flooded North Indian markets. From the 1880s, the Naval Kishore Press at Lucknow and the Sri Venkateshwar Press in Bombay published numerous religious texts in vernaculars. In their printed and portable form, these could be read easily by the faithful at any place and time. They could also be read out to large groups of illiterate men and women. Religious texts, therefore, reached a very wide circle of people, encouraging discussions, debates, and controversies within and among different religions. Print did not only stimulate the publication of conflicting opinions amongst communities, but it also connected communities and people in different parts of India. Newspapers conveyed news from one place to another, creating pan-Indian identities. Source D. Why newspapers? Krishnaji Trimbuk, Renate, inhabitant of Pune, intends to publish a newspaper in the Marathi language with a view of affording useful information on every topic of local interest. It will be open for free discussion on subjects of general utility, scientific investigation, and the speculations connected with the antiquities, statistics, curiosities, history and geography of the country, and of the Deccan especially. The patronage and support of all interested in the diffusion of knowledge and welfare of the people is earnestly solicited. Bombay Telegraph and Courier, January 6, 1849. The task of the native newspapers and political associations is identical to the role of the opposition in the House of Commons in Parliament in England. That is, of critically examining government policy to suggest improvements, by removing those parts that will not be to the benefit of the people, and also by ensuring speedy implementation. These associations ought to carefully study the particular issues, gather diverse relevant information on the nation as well as on what are the possible and desirable improvements, and this will surely earn it considerable influence. Native Opinion, April 3, 1870. Source: 8 new forms of publication. Printing created an appetite for new kinds of writing. As more and more people could now read, they wanted to see their own lives, experiences, emotions, and relationships reflected in what they read. The novel, a literary form which had developed in Europe, ideally catered to this need. It soon acquired distinctively Indian forms and styles. For readers, it opened up new worlds of experience, and gave a vivid sense of the diversity of human lives. Other new literary forms also entered the world of reading: lyrics, short stories, essays about social and political matters. In different ways, they reinforced the new emphasis on human lives and intimate feelings, about the political and social rules that shaped such things. By the end of the 19th century, a new visual culture was taking shape. With the setting up of an increasing number of printing presses, visual images could be easily reproduced in multiple copies. Painters like Raja Ravi Varma produced images for mass circulation. Poor wood engravers who made woodblocks set up shop near the letterpresses and were employed by print shops. Cheap prints and calendars, easily available in the bazaar, could be bought even by the poor to decorate the walls of their homes or places of work. These prints began shaping popular ideas about modernity and tradition, religion and politics, and society and culture. By the 1870s, caricatures and cartoons were being published in journals and newspapers, commenting on social and political issues. Some caricatures ridiculed the educated Indians' fascination with Western tastes and clothes, while others expressed the fear of social change. There were imperial caricatures lampooning nationalists, as well as nationalist cartoons criticizing imperial rule. 8.1. Women in print. Lives and feelings of women began to be written in particularly vivid and intense ways. Women's reading, therefore, increased enormously in middle-class homes. Liberal husbands and fathers began educating their womenfolk at home, and sent them to schools when women's schools were set up in the cities and towns after the mid-19th century. Many journals began carrying writings by women and explained why women should be educated. They also carried a syllabus and attached suitable reading matter which could be used for home-based schooling. But not all families were liberal. Conservative Hindus believed that a literate girl would be widowed, and Muslims feared that educated women would be corrupted by reading Urdu romances. Sometimes rebel women defied such prohibition. We know the story of a girl in a conservative Muslim family of North India who secretly learnt to read and write in Urdu. Her family wanted her to read only the Arabic Quran, which she did not understand, so she insisted on learning to read a language that was her own. In East Bengal, in the early 19th century, Rushsundari Devi, a young married girl in a very orthodox household, learned to read in the secrecy of her kitchen. Later, she wrote her autobiography Amar Jiban, which was published in 1876. It was the first full-length autobiography published in the Bengali language. Since social reforms and novels had already created a great interest in women's lives and emotions, there was also an interest in what women would have to say about their own lives. From the 1860s, a few Bengali women like Kailashbashini Devi wrote books highlighting the experiences of women, about how women were imprisoned at home, kept in ignorance, forced to do hard domestic labor, and treated unjustly by the very people they served. In the 1880s, in present-day Maharashtra, Tarabai Shinde and Pandita Ramabai wrote with passionate anger about the miserable lives of upper-caste Hindu women, especially widows. A woman in a Tamil novel expressed what reading meant to women who were so greatly confined by social regulations. For various reasons, my world is small. More than half my life's happiness has come from books. While Urdu, Tamil, Bengali, and Marathi print culture had developed early, Hindi printing began seriously only from the 1870s. Soon, a large segment of it was devoted to the education of women. In Figure 18, the cover page of Indian Charivari. The Indian Charivari was one of the many journals of caricature and satire published in the late 19th century. Notice that the imperial British figure is positioned right at the center. He is authoritative and imperial, telling the natives what is to be done. The natives sit on either side of him, servile and submissive. The Indians are being shown a copy of Punch, the British journal of cartoons and satire. You can almost hear the British master say, "This is the model, produce Indian versions of it." Source E. In 1926, Begum Rokeya Sakhawat Hossain, a noted educationist and literary figure, strongly condemned men for withholding education from women in the name of religion as she addressed the Bengal Women's Education Conference. The opponents of female education say that women will become unruly. Phi. They call themselves Muslims, and yet go against the basic tenet of Islam, which gives women an equal right to education. If men are not led astray once educated, why should women? The early 20th century journals, written for and sometimes edited by women, became extremely popular. They discussed issues like women's education, widowhood, widow remarriage, and the national movement. Some of them offered household and fashion lessons to women, and brought entertainment through short stories and serialized novels. In Punjab, too, a similar folk literature was widely printed from the early 20th century. Ram Chadha published the fast-selling Istri Dharm Vichar to teach women how to be obedient wives. The Khalsa Tract Society published cheap booklets with a similar message. Many of these were in the form of dialogues about the qualities of a good woman. In Bengal, an entire area in central Calcutta, the Batala, was devoted to the printing of popular books. Here you could buy cheap editions of religious tracts and scriptures, as well as literature that was considered obscene and scandalous. By the late 19th century, a lot of these books were being profusely illustrated with woodcuts and colored lithographs. Peddlers took the Batala publications to homes, enabling women to read them in their leisure time. Figure 19, Gaur Kali, colored woodcut, late 19th century. The artist's vision of the destruction of proper family relations. Here the husband is totally dominated by his wife, who is perched on his shoulder. He is cruel towards his mother, dragging her like an animal by the noose. Figure 20, an Indian couple, black and white woodcut. The image shows the artist's fear that the cultural impact of the West has turned the family upside down. Notice that the man is playing the veena while the woman is smoking a hookah. The move towards women's education in the late 19th century created anxiety about the breakdown of traditional family roles. 8.2% print in the poor people. Very cheap small books were brought to markets in 19th century Madras towns and sold at crossroads, allowing poor people traveling to markets to buy them. Public libraries were set up from the early 20th century, expanding the access to books. These libraries were located mostly in cities and towns, and at times in prosperous villages. For rich local patrons, setting up a library was a way of acquiring prestige. From the late 19th century, issues of caste discrimination began to be written about in many printed tracts and essays. Jyotiba Phule, the Maratha pioneer of low-caste protest movements, wrote about the injustices of the caste system in his Gulamgiri. In the 20th century, Brambedkar in Maharashtra and Ev Ramaswamy Naikar in Madras, better known as Periyar, wrote powerfully on caste, and their writings were read by people all over India. Local protest movements and sects also created a lot of popular journals and tracts criticizing ancient scriptures and envisioning a new and just future. Workers in factories were too overworked and lacked the education to write much about their experiences. But Kashi Baba, a Kanpur mill worker, wrote and published Chote Aur Bad Ka Sawal in 1938 to show the links between caste and class exploitation. The poems of another Kanpur mill worker, who wrote under the name of Sudarshan Shakar between 1935 and 1955, were brought together and published in a collection called Sakhi Kavitayan. By the 1930s, Bangalore cotton mill workers set up libraries to educate themselves, following the example of Bombay workers. These were sponsored by social reformers who tried to restrict excessive drinking among them, to bring literacy and sometimes to propagate the message of nationalism. Figure 21, a European couple sitting on chairs, 19th century woodcut. The picture suggests traditional family roles. The sahib holds a liquor bottle in his hand while the memsahib plays the violin. Activity. Look at figs, 19, 20 and 21 carefully. What comment are the artists making on the social changes taking place in society? What changes in society were taking place to provoke this reaction? Do you agree with the artist's view? Figure 22, Lakshmanath Bezbarua. He was a doyen of modern Assamese literature. Burhi Air Sadhu is among his notable works. He penned the popular song of Assam, Omor Apunar Desh, 9 print and censorship. Before 1798, the colonial state under the East India Company was not too concerned with censorship. Strangely, its early measures to control printed matter were directed against Englishmen in India, who were critical of company misrule and hated the actions of particular company officers. The company was worried that such criticisms might be used by its critics in England to attack its trade monopoly in India. By the 1820s, the Calcutta Supreme Court passed certain regulations to control press freedom, and the company began encouraging publication of newspapers that would celebrate British rule. In 1835, faced with urgent petitions by editors of English and vernacular newspapers, Governor-General Bentinck agreed to revise press laws. Thomas Macaulay, a liberal colonial official, formulated new rules that restored the earlier freedoms. After the revolt of 1857, the attitude to freedom of the press changed. Enraged Englishmen demanded a clampdown on the native press. As vernacular newspapers became assertively nationalist, the colonial government began debating measures of stringent control. In 1878, the Vernacular Press Act was passed, modeled on the Irish press laws. It provided the government with extensive rights to censor reports and editorials in the vernacular press. From now on, the government kept regular track of the vernacular newspapers published in different provinces. When a report was judged as seditious, the newspaper was warned, and if the warning was ignored, the press was liable to be seized and the printing machinery confiscated. Despite repressive measures, nationalist newspapers grew in numbers in all parts of India. They reported on colonial misrule and encouraged nationalist activities. Attempts to throttle nationalist criticism provoked militant protest. This in turn led to a renewed cycle of persecution and protests. When Punjab revolutionaries were deported in 1907, Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote with great sympathy about them in his Khazari. This led to his imprisonment in 1908, provoking in turn widespread protests all over India. Box 4. Sometimes the government found it hard to find candidates for editorship of loyalist papers. When Sanders, editor of The Statesman that had been founded in 1877, was approached, he asked rudely how much he would be paid for suffering the loss of freedom. The Friend of India refused a government subsidy, fearing that this would force it to be obedient to government commands. Box. The power of the printed word is most often seen in the way governments seek to regulate and suppress print. The colonial government kept continuous track of all books and newspapers published in India, and passed numerous laws to control the press. During the First World War, under the Defense of India rules, 22 newspapers had to furnish securities. Of these, 18 shut down rather than comply with government orders. The Sedition Committee report under Rowlatt in 1919 further strengthened controls that led to imposition of penalties on various newspapers. At the outbreak of the Second World War, the Defense of India Act was passed, allowing censoring of reports of war-related topics. All reports about the Quit India movement came under its purview. In August 1942, about 90 newspapers were suppressed. Source F. Gandhi said in 1922, "Liberty of speech, liberty of the press, freedom of association. The government of India is now seeking to crush the three powerful vehicles of expressing and cultivating public opinion. The fight for Swaraj, for Khilafat, means a fight for this threatened freedom before all ills." Source, write in brief. 1. Give reasons for the following. A woodblock print only came to Europe after 1295. B. Martin Luther was in favor of print and spoke out in praise of it. C. The Roman Catholic Church began keeping an index of prohibited books from the mid-16th century. D. Gandhi said the fight for Swaraj is a fight for liberty of speech, liberty of the press, and freedom of association. 2. Write short notes to show what you know about. A. The Gutenberg Press. B. Erasmus's idea of the printed book. C. The Vernacular Press Act. 3. What did the spread of print culture in 19th century India mean to A. Women, B. The poor, C. Reformers? Discuss. 1. Why did some people in 18th century Europe think that print culture would bring enlightenment and end despotism? 2. Why did some people fear the effect of easily available printed books? Choose one example from Europe and one from India. 3. What were the effects of the spread of print culture for poor people in 19th century India? 4. Explain how print culture assisted the growth of nationalism in India. Project. Find out more about the changes in print technology in the last 100 years. Write about the changes, explaining why they have taken place, what their consequences have been. Textbook in History for Class G, on reading world history. How is it possible, you may ask, to study the history of the world within 1 year? There is so much that has happened in different countries, and so much that has been written about each country. How can we choose a few themes for study from a vast and boundless corpus? These are valid questions. Before we read any book on world history, we need answers to such questions. A syllabus needs to make clear how it is organized. A book should explain what it is seeking to do. We need to remember that in studying or writing history, the historian is always involved in a process of selection. This is a point that E. H. Carr made many decades ago in a wonderful small book, What is History? After wading through an enormous pile of records in a musty archive, a historian notes down those facts which appear important to him. He relates them to other evidence that he has similarly collected from some other archive, from some other place. He cannot possibly copy down everything he has read, nor use all the evidence he has collected. The evidence that does not make sense to the historian goes unnoticed. At a later date, some other historian reads the same records with new questions in mind. She now discovers evidence that had earlier gone unnoticed. She interprets this evidence, makes new connections, and writes a new book of history. History writing cannot do away with this element of selectivity. So in reading history, we need to see what events a historian chooses to focus on, and how he interprets them. We need to understand the larger argument the historian is developing, the broader framework through which he makes sense of particular events. Till recently, the history of the world that we read was often a story of the rise of the modern West. It was a story of continuous progress and development, the expansion of technology and science, markets and trade, reason and rationality, freedom and liberty. Individual histories of specific events were very often structured within this larger story of the triumphal march of the West. Imperial domination of the world was premised on this conception of the past. The West saw itself as the bearer of progress, civilizing the world, introducing reforms, educating natives, expanding trades and markets. Should we not question this perception today? To do that, we need to relook at world history, travel across continents and long chronological periods, and see whether we can think of this history in a new way. Themes in world history will help you in this journey. It will do so in 3 different ways. First, it will introduce you to the darker histories that lie behind the glorious stories of development and progress. You will see how the arrival of explorers and traders in South America in the 15th and 16th centuries did not simply open up the place for Western commerce and culture. It led to the spread of disease, destruction of civilizations, and the decimation of populations. Later, when white settlers moved into North America and Australia, what we had was not just progress. Behind the history of the development of modern capitalist societies in these places lie the disturbing stories of displacements of indigenous populations, and even genocide. 7. Second, when you read about the making of states and empires in Section 2, you will see that the drama unfolds not only in Rome, that is in Europe, but in the Central Islamic states and the land of the Mongols. These chapters will tell you about the very different ways in which society and polity are organized in these places. Third, in reading Section 4, you will see that there are different paths to modernization. There was a time when it was believed that industrialization first occurred in Britain, and other countries tried to replicate this model in various ways. So the developments of all countries were judged in relation to the British model. Such an argument once again sees the West as the center of the world. But we know today that it is certainly not true that all creativity flowed in only from the West. In opposition to this, however, we cannot simply assert that the West had no influence on what was happening elsewhere, or that historical developments in each country have to be seen in isolation, that we should only look at the indigenous roots of all developments. That would be a narrow and limited perspective, a form of parochialism. Instead, we need to recognize that in different countries people act creatively to shape the world in which they live, and these developments in turn have impact on other countries and continents, including Europe. Theme 5 will help you see how even the cultural developments in Renaissance Europe were so significantly influenced by developments in other parts of the world. Your journey will begin with the early cities. You will then see how large states and empires developed in 3 different parts of the world, and how these societies were organized. In the next section, you will have a close look at how European society and culture changed between the 9th and the 15th centuries, and what European expansion meant for the people of South America. Finally, you will read about the complex history of the making of the modern world. Many of the themes will introduce you to the debates in the field, and show how historians continuously rethink old issues. Each section begins with an introduction and a timeline. These timelines are not for you to memorize for exams. They are meant to give you some idea of what was happening in different places at any one point of time. They will help you situate the history of one place in relation to another. Constructing a timeline is always difficult. How do we choose the dates to focus on? Not all historians would agree on the choices made. In fact, if you compare different timelines given in different books for the same period, you may find that the issues highlighted in them are different. So we need to read each timeline critically, see what it tells us and what it does not. Timelines frame history in particular ways. This year you are not reading about the history of South Asia. The book you read next year will be on themes in Indian history. Over these 2 years you will learn not only about some of the critical events and processes in the history of the world, you will also discover how historians come to know about the past. You will see what sources they use and how they make sense of these. You will see how historical knowledge develops through reinterpretations and debates. Neeladri Bhattacharya, Chief Advisor, History. Contents. Section 9, Early Societies. Section 2, Empires. Section 3, Changing Traditions. Section 4, Towards Modernization. Writing and City Life. Early Societies. In this section, we will read about early societies, which is often traced to the beginnings of human existence, from the remote past, millions of years ago. Your teachers will inform you how humans first emerged in Africa, and how archaeologists have studied these early phases of history from remains of bones and stone tools. Archaeologists have made attempts to reconstruct the lives of early people, to find out about the shelters in which they lived, the food they ate by gathering plant produce and hunting animals, and the ways in which they expressed themselves. Other important developments included the use of fire and of language. And finally, you can find out whether the lives of people who live by hunting and gathering today can help us to understand the past. Theme 1, included in the section, deals with some of the earliest cities, those of Mesopotamia, present-day Iraq. These cities developed around temples and were centers of long-distance trade. Archaeological evidence, remains of old settlements, and an abundance of written material are used to reconstruct the lives of the different people who lived there. Craftspeople, scribes, laborers, priests, kings and queens. You will notice how pastoral people played an important role in some of these towns. A question to think about is whether the many activities that went on in cities would have been possible if writing had not developed. You may wonder as to how people who for millions of years had lived in forests, in caves or temporary shelters and rock shelters began to eventually live in villages and cities. Well, the story is a long one and is related to several developments that took place at least 5,000 years before the establishment of the first cities. One of the most far-reaching changes was the gradual shift from nomadic life to settled agriculture, which began around 10,000 years ago. As you will be informed by your teacher, prior to the adoption of agriculture, people had gathered plant produce as a source of food. Slowly they learnt more about different kinds of plants, where they grew, the seasons when they bore fruit and so on. From this they learnt to grow plants. In West Asia, wheat and barley, peas and various kinds of pulses were grown. In East and Southeast Asia, the crops that grew easily were millet and rice. Millet was also grown in Africa. Around the same time, people learned how to domesticate animals such as sheep, goat, cattle, pig, and donkey. Plant fibers such as cotton and flax, and animal fibers such as wool were now woven into cloth. Somewhat later, about 5,000 years ago, domesticated animals such as cattle and donkeys were harnessed to plows and carts. These developments led to other changes as well. When people grew crops, they had to stay in the same place till the crops ripened. So, settled life became more common. And with that, people built more permanent structures in which to live. This was also the time when some communities learned how to make earthen pots. These were used to store grain and other produce and to prepare and cook a variety of foods made from the new grains that were cultivated. In fact, a great deal of attention was given to processing foods to make them tasty and digestible. The way stone tools were made also changed. While earlier methods of making tools continued, some tools and equipment were now smoothened and polished by an elaborate process of grinding. New equipment included mortars and pestles for processing and grinding grain, as well as stone axes and hoes, which were used to clear land for cultivation, as well as for digging the earth to sow seeds. In some areas, people learned to tap the ores of metals such as copper and tin. Sometimes copper ores were collected and used for their distinctive bluish-green color. This prepared the way for the more extensive use of metal for jewelry and for tools subsequently. There was also a growing familiarity with other kinds of produce from distant lands. This included wood, stones, including precious and semi-precious stones, metals and shell, and obsidian volcanic lava. Clearly, people were going from place to place, carrying goods and ideas with them. With increasing trade, a growth of villages and towns, and the movements of people, in place of the small communities of early people there now grew small states. While these changes took place slowly, over several thousand years, the pace quickened with the growth of the first cities. Also, the changes had far-reaching consequences. Some scholars have described 4 themes in world history. This is a revolution, as the lives of people were probably transformed beyond recognition. Look out for continuities and changes as you explore these 2 contrasting themes in early history. Remember, too, that we have selected only some examples of early societies for detailed study. There were other kinds of early societies, including farming communities and pastoral peoples. And there were other peoples who were hunter-gatherers as well as city dwellers, apart from the examples selected. Timeline I gives you some hints about those societies and people. How to read timelines. You will find a timeline like this one in every section. Each of these will indicate some of the major processes and events in world history. As you study the timelines, remember, processes through which ordinary women and men have shaped history are far more difficult to date than events such as a war between kings. Some dates may indicate the beginning of a process, or when it reaches maturation. Historians are constantly revising dates in the light of new evidence, or new ways of assessing old data. While we have divided the timelines on a geographical basis as a matter of convenience, actual historical developments often transcend these divisions. Also, there is a chronological overlap in historical processes. Only some landmarks in human history have been shown here. We have highlighted the processes dealt with in the themes that follow, which also have separate timelines. Wherever you see A, you will also find an illustration related to the date along the column. Blank spaces do not mean that nothing was happening. Sometimes these indicate that we do not as yet know what was happening. You will be learning more about South Asian history in general and Indian history in particular next year. The dates selected for South Asia are only indicative of some of the developments in the subcontinent. Timeline on. This timeline focuses on the emergence of humans and the domestication of plants and animals. It highlights some major technological developments such as the use of fire, metals, plow, agriculture, and the wheel. Other processes that are shown include the emergence of cities and the use of writing. You will also find mention of some of the earliest empires, a theme that will be developed in Timeline 2. 6 themes in world history. 8 themes in world history. Writing and city life. City life began in Mesopotamia, the land between the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers that is now part of the Republic of Iraq. Mesopotamian civilization is known for its prosperity, city life, its voluminous and rich literature, and its mathematics and astronomy. Mesopotamia's writing system and literature spread to the eastern Mediterranean, northern Syria, and Turkey after 2000s BCE, so that the kingdoms of that entire region were writing to one another, and to the Pharaoh of Egypt, in the language and script of Mesopotamia. Here we shall explore the connection between city life and writing, and then look at some outcomes of a sustained tradition of writing. In the beginning of recorded history, the land, mainly the urbanized south, was called Sumer and Akkad. After 2000s BCE, when Babylon became an important city, the term Babylonia was used for the southern region. From about 1100s BCE, when the Assyrians established their kingdom in the north, the region became known as Assyria. The first known language of the land was Sumerian. It was gradually replaced by Akkadian around 2400s BCE, when Akkadian speakers arrived. This language flourished till about Alexander's time, with some regional changes occurring. From 1400s BCE, Aramaic also trickled in. This language, similar to Hebrew, became widely spoken after 1000 BCE. It is still spoken in parts of Iraq. Archaeology in Mesopotamia began in the 1840s. At one or two sites, excavations continued for decades. Not only can we study hundreds of Mesopotamian buildings, statues, ornaments, graves, tools, and seals as sources, there are thousands of written documents. Mesopotamia was important to Europeans because of references to it in the Old Testament, the first part of the Bible. For instance, the book of Genesis of the Old Testament refers to Shimar, meaning Sumer, as a land of brick-built cities. Travelers and scholars of Europe looked on Mesopotamia as a kind of ancestral land, and when archaeological work began in the area, there was an attempt to prove the literal truth of the Old Testament. The name Mesopotamia is derived from the Greek words mesos, meaning middle, and potamos, meaning river. 10 themes in world history. From the mid-19th century, there was no stopping the enthusiasm for exploring the ancient past of Mesopotamia. In 1873, a British newspaper funded an expedition of the British Museum to search for a tablet narrating the story of the flood, mentioned in the Bible. According to the Bible, the flood was meant to destroy all life on earth. However, God chose a man, Noah, to ensure that life could continue after the flood. Noah built a huge boat, an ark. He took a pair each of all known species of animals and birds on board the ark, which survived the flood. There was a strikingly similar story in the Mesopotamian tradition, where the principal character was called Ziusudra, or Utnapishtim. By the 1960s, it was understood that the stories of the Old Testament were not literally true, but may have been ways of expressing memories about important changes in history. Gradually, archaeological techniques became far more sophisticated and refined. What is more, attention was directed to different questions, including reconstructing the lives of ordinary people. Establishing the literal truth of biblical narratives receded into the background. Much of what we discuss subsequently in the chapter is based on these later studies. Map 1, West Asia. Activity 1. Many societies have myths about floods. These are often ways of preserving and expressing memories about important changes in history. Find out more about these, noting how life before and after the flood is represented. Mesopotamia and its geography. Iraq is a land of diverse environments. In the northeast lie green, undulating plains, gradually rising to tree-covered mountain ranges with clear streams and wild flowers, with enough rainfall to grow crops. Here, agriculture began between 7000 and 6000 BCE. In the north, there is a stretch of upland called a steppe, where animal herding offers people a better livelihood than agriculture. After the winter rains, sheep and goats feed on the grasses and low shrubs that grow here. To the east, tributaries of the Tigris provide routes of communication into the mountains of Iran. The south is a desert, and this is where the first cities and writing emerged. This desert could support cities because the rivers Euphrates and Tigris, which rise in the northern mountains, carry loads of silt. When they flood or when their water is let out onto the fields, fertile silt is deposited. Map 2, Mesopotamia, mountains, steppe, desert, irrigated zone of the south. After the Euphrates has entered the desert, its water flows out into small channels. These channels flood their banks and in the past functioned as irrigation canals. Water could be let into the fields of wheat, barley, peas, or lentils when necessary. Of all ancient systems, that of the Roman Empire included, it was the agriculture of southern Mesopotamia that was the most productive, even though the region did not have sufficient rainfall to grow crops. Not only agriculture, Mesopotamian sheep and goats that grazed on the steppe, the northeastern plains and the mountain slopes produced meat, milk, and wool in abundance. Further, fish was available in rivers and date palms gave fruit in summer. Let us not, however, make the mistake of thinking that cities grew simply because of rural prosperity. We shall discuss other factors by and by. But first let us be clear about city life. 12 themes in world history. The significance of urbanism. The earliest cities in Mesopotamia date back to the Bronze Age, CBCE. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin. Using bronze meant procuring these metals, often from great distances. Metal tools were necessary for accurate carpentry, drilling beads, carving stone seals, cutting shell for inlaid furniture, etc. Mesopotamian weapons were also of bronze, for example, the tips of the spears that you see in the illustration on P. Cities and towns are not just places with large populations. It is when an economy develops in spheres other than food production that it becomes an advantage for people to cluster in towns. Urban economies comprise, besides food production, trade, manufactures, and services. City people, thus, cease to be self-sufficient and depend on the products or services of other people. There is continuous interaction among them. For instance, the carver of a stone seal requires bronze tools that he himself cannot make, and colored stones for the seals that he does not know where to get. His specialization is fine carving, not trading. The bronze toolmaker does not himself go out to get the metals, copper, and tin. Besides, he needs regular supplies of charcoal for fuel. The division of labor is a mark of urban life. Further, there must be a social organization in place. Fuel, metal, various stones, wood, etc. come from many different places for city manufacturers. Thus, organized trade and storage is needed. There are deliveries of grain and other food items from the village to the city, and food supplies need to be stored and distributed. Besides, Many different activities have to be coordinated. There must be not only stones but also bronze tools and pots available for seal cutters. Obviously, in such a system some people give commands that others obey, and urban economies often require the keeping of written records. The work ahead. Activity 2. Discuss whether city life would have been possible without the use of metals. This woman's head was sculpted in white marble at Uruk before 3000 BCE. The eyes and eyebrows would probably have taken lapis lazuli and shell and bitumen inlays respectively. There is a groove along the top of the head, perhaps for an ornament. This is a world-famous piece of sculpture, admired for the delicate modeling of the woman's mouth, chin and cheeks, and it was modeled in a hard stone that would have been imported from a distance. Beginning with the procurement of stone, list all the specialists who would be involved in the production of such a piece of sculpture. Movement of goods into cities. However rich the food resources of Mesopotamia, its mineral resources were few. Most parts of the south lacked stones for tools, seals and jewels. The wood of the Iraqi date palm and poplar was not good enough for carts, cartwheels or boats, and there was no metal for tools, vessels or ornaments. So we can surmise that the ancient Mesopotamians could have traded their abundant textiles and agricultural produce for wood, copper, tin, silver, gold, shell and various stones from Turkey and Iran or across the Gulf. These latter regions had mineral resources, but much less scope for agriculture. Regular exchanges, possible only when there was a social organization. To equip foreign expeditions and direct the exchanges were initiated by the people of southern Mesopotamia. Besides crafts, trade and services, efficient transport is also important for urban development. If it takes too much time, or too much animal feed, to carry grain or charcoal into cities on pack animals or bullock carts, the city economy will not be viable. The cheapest mode of transportation is, everywhere, over water. Riverboats or barges loaded with sacks of grain are propelled by the current of the river and/or wind, but when animals transport goods, they need to be fed. The canals and natural channels of ancient Mesopotamia were in fact routes of goods transport between large and small settlements, and in the account on the city of Mari later in the chapter, the importance of the Euphrates as a world route will become clear. The development of writing. All societies have languages in which certain spoken sounds convey certain meanings. This is verbal communication. Writing too is verbal communication, but in a different way. When we talk about writing or a script, we mean that spoken sounds are represented in visible signs. The first Mesopotamian tablets, written around 3200 BCE, contained picture-like signs and numbers. These were about 5,000 lists of oxen, fish, bread loaves, etc., lists of goods that were brought into or distributed from the temples of Uruk, a city in the south. Clearly, writing began when society needed to keep records of transactions, because in city life transactions occurred at different times, and involved many people and a variety of goods. Clay tablets CBCE. Each tablet is 3.5 centimeters or less in height, with picture-like signs and numbers. Cuneiform syllabic signs. 14 themes in world history. Mesopotamians wrote on tablets of clay. A scribe would wet clay and pat it into a size he could hold comfortably in one hand. A clay tablet written on both sides in cuneiform. It is a mathematical exercise. You can see a triangle and lines across the triangle on the top of the obverse side. You can see that the letters have been pressed into the clay. Cuneiform is derived from the Latin words cuneus, meaning wedge, and forma, meaning shape. He would carefully smoothen its surface. With the sharp end of a reed cut obliquely, he would press wedge-shaped signs onto the smoothened surface while it was still moist. Once dried in the sun, the clay would harden and tablets would be almost as indestructible as pottery. When a written record of, say, the delivery of pieces of metal had ceased to be relevant, the tablet was thrown away. Once the surface dried, signs could not be pressed onto a tablet, so each transaction, however minor, required a separate written tablet. This is why tablets occur by the hundreds at Mesopotamian sites. And it is because of this wealth of sources that we know so much more about Mesopotamia than we do about contemporary India. By 2600s BCE or so, the letters became cuneiform, and the language was Sumerian. Writing was now used not only for keeping records, but also for making dictionaries, giving legal validity to land transfers, narrating the deeds of kings, and announcing the changes a king had made in the customary laws of the land. Sumerian, the earliest known language of Mesopotamia, was gradually replaced after 2400s BCE by the Akkadian language. Cuneiform writing in the Akkadian language continued in use until the 1st century CE, that is, for more than 2,000 years. The system of writing. The sound that a cuneiform sign represented was not a single consonant or vowel but syllables. Thus, the signs that a Mesopotamian scribe had to learn ran into hundreds, and he had to be able to handle a wet tablet and get it written before it dried. So, writing was a skilled craft, but, more important, it was an enormous intellectual achievement, conveying in visual form the system of sounds of a particular language. Literacy. Very few Mesopotamians could read and write. Not only were there hundreds of signs to learn, many of these were complex. If a king could read, he made sure that this was recorded in one of his boastful inscriptions. For the most part, however, writing reflected the mode of speaking. A letter from an official would have to be read out to the king. So it would begin, "To my lord A speak," Thus says your servant B, I have carried out the work assigned to me. Let these verses be held in remembrance, and let the elder teach them. Let the wise one and the scholar discuss them. Let the father repeat them to his sons. Let the ears of the herdsman be open to them. The uses of writing. The connection between city life, trade, and writing is brought out in a long Sumerian epic poem about Enmerkar, one of the earliest rulers of Uruk. In Mesopotamian tradition, Uruk was the city par excellence, often known simply as the city. Enmerkar is associated with the organization of the first trade of Sumer. In the early days, the epic says, trade was not known. Enmerkar wanted lapis lazuli and precious metals for the beautification of a city temple, and sent his messenger out to get them from the chief of a very distant land called Arata. The messenger heeded the word of the king. By night he went just by the stars. By day he would go by heaven's sun divine. He had to go up into the mountain ranges, and had to come down out of the mountain ranges. The people of Susa below the mountains saluted him like tiny mice. 5 mountain ranges, 6 mountain ranges, 7 mountain ranges he crossed. The messenger could not get the chief of Arata to part with lapis lazuli or silver, and he had to make the long journey back and forth again and again, carrying threats and promises from the king of Uruk. Ultimately the messenger grew weary of mouth. He got all the messages mixed up. Then, Enmerkar formed a clay tablet in his hand, and he wrote the words down. In those days there had been no writing down of words on clay. The poet means that once the messenger had climbed to a great height, everything appeared small in the valley far below. 16 themes in world history. Cuneiform letters were wedge-shaped, hence like nails. Given the written tablet, the ruler of Arata examined the clay. The spoken words were nails. His face was frowning. He kept looking at the tablet. This should not be taken as the literal truth, but it can be inferred that in Mesopotamian understanding it was kingship that organized trade and writing. This poem also tells us that, besides being a means of storing information and of sending messages afar, writing was seen as a sign of the superiority of Mesopotamian urban culture. Urbanization in southern Mesopotamia, temples and kings. From 5000 BCE, settlements had begun to develop in southern Mesopotamia. The earliest cities emerged from some of these settlements. These were of various kinds, those that gradually developed around temples, those that developed as centers of trade, and imperial cities. It is cities of the first two kinds that will be discussed here. Early settlers began to build and rebuild temples at selected spots in their villages. The earliest known temple was a small shrine made of unbaked bricks. Temples were the residences of various gods, of the moon god of Ur, or of Inanna, the goddess of love and war. Constructed in brick, temples became larger over time with several rooms around open courtyards. Some of the early ones were possibly not unlike the ordinary house, for the temple was the house of a god. But temples always had their outer walls going in and out at regular intervals, which no ordinary building ever had. The god was the focus of worship. To him or her people brought grain, curd, and fish. The god was also the theoretical owner of the agricultural fields, the fisheries, and the herds of the local community. In time, the processing of produce was also done in the temple. Organizer of production at a level above the household, employer of merchants and keeper of written records of distributions and allotments of grain, plow animals, bread, beer, fish, etc. The temple gradually developed its activities and became the main urban institution, but there was also another factor on the scene. The earliest known temple of the south, c. BCE. In spite of natural fertility, agriculture was subject to hazards. The natural outlet channels of the Euphrates would have too much water one year and flood the crops, and sometimes they would change course altogether. As the archaeological record shows, villages were periodically relocated in Mesopotamian history. There were man-made problems as well. Those who lived on the upstream stretches of a channel could divert so much water into their fields that villages downstream were left without water. Or they could neglect to clean out the silt from their stretch of the channel, blocking the flow of water further down. So the early Mesopotamian countryside saw repeated conflict over land and water. When there was continuous warfare in a region, those chiefs who had been successful in war could oblige their followers by distributing the loot, and could take prisoners from the defeated groups to employ as their guards or servants, so they could increase their influence and clout. Such war leaders, however, would be here today and gone tomorrow, until a time came when such leadership came to increase the well-being of the community with the creation of new institutions or practices. In time, victorious chiefs began to offer precious booty to the gods, and thus beautify the community's temples. They would send men out to fetch fine stones and metal for the benefit of the god and community, and organize the distribution of temple wealth in an efficient way by accounting for things that came in and went out. As the poem about Enmerkar shows, this gave the king high status and the authority to command the community. We can imagine a mutually reinforcing cycle of development in which leaders encouraged the settlement of villagers close to themselves to be able to rapidly get an army together. Besides, people would be safe living in close proximity to one another. At Uruk, one of the earliest temple towns, we find depictions of armed heroes and their victims. And careful archaeological surveys have shown that around 3000 BCE, when Uruk grew to the enormous extent of 250 hectares, twice as large as Mohenjo-Daro would be in later centuries, dozens of small villages were deserted. There had, a temple of a later period BCE, with an open courtyard and an and-out facade, 18 themes in world history, been a major population shift. Significantly, Uruk also came to have a defensive wall at a very early date. The site was continuously occupied from about 4200 BCE to about 400 CE, and by about 2800s BCE it had expanded to 400 hectares. War captives and local people were put to work for the temple, or directly for the ruler. This, rather than agricultural tax, was compulsory. Those who were put to work were paid rations. Hundreds of ration lists have been found which give, against people's names, the quantities of grain, cloth or oil allotted to them. It has been estimated that one of the temples took 1,500 men working 10 hours a day 5 years to build, with rulers commanding people to fetch stones or metal ores, to come and make bricks or lay the bricks for a temple, or else to go to a distant country to fetch suitable materials. There were also technical advances at Uruk around 3000 BCE. Bronze tools came into use for various crafts. Architects learnt to construct brick columns, there being no suitable wood to bear the weight of the roof of large halls. Top, basalt, steel showing a bearded man twice. Note his headband and hair, waistband and long skirt. In the lower scene he attacks a lion with a huge bow and arrow. In the scene above, the hero finally kills the rampant lion with a spear. Hundreds of people were put to work at making and baking clay cones that could be pushed into temple walls, painted in different colors, creating a colorful mosaic. In sculpture there were superb achievements, not in easily available clay but in imported stone. And then there was a technological landmark that we can say is appropriate to an urban economy, the potter's wheel. In the long run, the wheel enables a potter's workshop to mass-produce dozens of similar pots at a time. Steels are stone slabs with inscriptions or carvings. Impression of a cylinder seal, BCE. The bearded and armed standing figure is similar in dress and hairstyle to the hero in the steels shown above. Note 3 prisoners of war, their arms bound, and a 4th man beseeching the war leader. The seal, an urban artifact. In India, early stone seals were stamped. In Mesopotamia until the end of the 1st millennium BCE, cylindrical stone seals pierced down the center, were fitted with a stick and rolled over wet clay so that a continuous picture was created. They were carved by very skilled craftsmen and sometimes carry writing the name of the owner, his god, his official position, etc. A seal could be rolled on clay covering the string knot of a cloth package or the mouth of a pot, keeping the contents safe. When rolled on a letter written on a clay tablet, it became a mark of authenticity. So the seal was the mark of a city dweller's role in public life. 5 early cylinder seals and their impressions. Describe what you see in each of the impressions. Is the cuneiform script shown on them? Life in the city. What we have seen is that a ruling elite had emerged, a small section of society had a major share of the wealth. Nothing makes this fact as clear as the enormous riches buried with some kings and queens at Ur. But what of the ordinary people? We know from the legal text that in Mesopotamian society the nuclear family was the norm, although a married son and his family often resided with his parents. The father was the head of the family. We know a little about the procedures for marriage. A declaration was made about the willingness to marry, the bride's parents giving their consent to the marriage. Then a gift was given by the groom's people to the brides. A nuclear family comprises a man, his wife and children. 20 themes in world history. People. When the wedding took place, gifts were exchanged by both parties, who ate together and made offerings in a temple. When her mother-in-law came to fetch her, the bride was given her share of the inheritance by her father. The father's house, herds, fields, etc. were inherited by the sons. Let us look at Ur, one of the earliest cities to have been excavated. Ur was a town whose ordinary houses were systematically excavated in the 1930s. Narrow winding streets indicate that wheeled carts could not have reached many of the houses. Sacks of grain and firewood would have arrived on donkey back. Narrow winding streets and the irregular shapes of house plots also indicate an absence of town planning. There were no street drains of the kind we find in contemporary Mohenjo-Daro. Drains and clay pipes were instead found in the inner courtyards of the Ur houses, and it is thought that house roofs sloped inwards and rainwater was channeled via the drain pipes into sumps in the inner courtyards. This would have been a way. A sump is a covered basin in the ground into which water and sewage flow, of preventing the unpaved streets from becoming excessively slushy after a downpour. Yet people seem to have swept all their household refuse into the streets, to be trodden underfoot. This made street levels rise, and over time the thresholds of houses had also to be raised so that no mud would flow inside after the rains. Light came into the rooms not from windows but from doorways opening into the courtyards. This would also have given families their privacy. There were superstitions about houses, recorded in omen tablets at Ur. A raised threshold brought wealth. A front door that did not open towards another house was lucky. But if the main wooden door of a house opened outwards, the wife would be a torment to her husband. There was a town cemetery at Ur in which the graves of royalty and commoners had been found, but a few individuals were found buried under the floors of ordinary houses, a trading town and a pastoral zone. After 2000s BCE, the royal capital of Mari flourished. You will have noticed that Mari stands not on the southern plain with its highly productive agriculture, but much further upstream on the Euphrates. Map 3 with its color coding shows that agriculture and animal rearing were carried out close to each other in this region. Some communities in the Kingdom of Mari had both farmers and pastoralists, but most of its territory was used for pasturing sheep and goats. Herders need to exchange young animals, cheese, leather and meat in return for grain, metal tools, etc., and the manure of a penned flock is also of great use to a farmer. Yet, at the same time, there may be conflict. A shepherd may take his flock to water across a sown field, to the ruin of the crop. Herdsmen being mobile can raid agricultural villages and seize their stored goods. For their part, settled groups may deny pastoralists access to river and canal water along a certain set of paths. Through Mesopotamian history, nomadic communities of the western desert filtered into the prosperous agricultural heartland. Shepherds would bring their flocks into the sown area in the summer. Such groups would come in as herders, harvest laborers, or hired soldiers, occasionally become prosperous and settle down. A few gained the power to establish their own rule. These included the Akkadians, Amorites, Assyrians, and Aramaeans. The kings of Mari were Amorites whose dress differed from that of the original inhabitants, and who respected not only the gods of Mesopotamia but also raised a temple at Mari for Dagon, god of the steppe. Mesopotamian society and culture were thus open to different people and cultures, and the vitality of the civilization was perhaps due to this intermixture. A warrior holding a long spear and a wicker shield. Note the dress, typical of Amorites and different from that of the Sumerian warriors shown on P18. This picture was incised on shell, CBCE. Map 3, the location of Mari. 22 themes in world history. The palace at Mari of King Zimrilim. The great palace of Mari was the residence of the royal family, the hub of administration, and a place of production, especially of precious metal ornaments. It was so famous in its time that a minor king came from North Syria just to see it, carrying with him a letter of introduction from a royal friend of the king of Mari, Zimrilim. Daily lists reveal that huge quantities of food were presented each day for the king's table: flour, bread, meat, fish, fruit, beer, and wine. He probably ate in the company of many others, in or around courtyard 106, paved white. You will notice from the plan that the palace had only one entrance, on the north. The large open courtyards such as 131 were beautifully paved. The king would have received foreign dignitaries and his own people in 132, a room with wall paintings that would have awed the visitors. The palace was a sprawling structure, with 260 rooms and covered an area of 2.4 hectares. Activity 3. Trace the route from the entrance to the inner court. What do you think would have been kept in the storerooms? How has the kitchen been identified? 24 themes in world history. The kings of Mari, however, had to be vigilant. Herders of various tribes were allowed to move in the kingdom, but they were watched. The camps of herders are mentioned frequently in letters between kings and officials. In one letter, an officer writes to the king that he has been seeing frequent fire signals at night, sent by one camp to another, and he suspects that a raid or an attack is being planned. Located on the Euphrates in a prime position for trade, in wood, copper, tin, oil, wine, and various other goods that were carried in boats along the Euphrates. Between the south and the mineral-rich uplands of Turkey, Syria, and Lebanon, Mari is a good example of an urban center prospering on trade. Boats carrying grinding stones, wood, and wine in oil jars would stop at Mari on their way to the southern cities. Officers of this town would go aboard, inspect the cargo, and levy a charge of about 1/10 the value of the goods before allowing the boat to continue downstream. Barley came in special grain boats. Most important, tablets refer to copper from Alatia, the island of Cyprus, known for its copper, and tin was also an item of trade. As bronze was the main industrial material for tools and weapons, this trade was of great importance. Thus, although the kingdom of Mari was not militarily strong, it was exceptionally prosperous. Excavating Mesopotamian towns. Today, Mesopotamian excavators have much higher standards of accuracy and care in recording than in the old days, so that few dig huge areas the way Ur was excavated. Moreover, few archaeologists have the funds to employ large teams of excavators. Thus, the mode of obtaining data has changed. Take the small town at Abu Salabik, about 10 hectares in area in 2500s BCE with a population less than 10,000. The outlines of walls were at first traced by scraping surfaces. This involves scraping off the top few millimeters of the mound with the sharp and wide end of a shovel or other tool. While the soil underneath was still slightly moist, the archaeologists could make out different colors, textures, and lines of brick walls or pits or other features. A few houses that were discovered were excavated. The archaeologists also sieved through tons of earth to recover plant and animal remains, and in the process identified many species of plants and animals, and found large quantities of charred fish bones that had been swept out onto the streets. Plant seeds and fiber remained after dung cakes had been burned as fuel, and thus kitchens were identified. Living rooms were those with fewer traces. Because they found the teeth of very young pigs on the streets, archaeologists concluded that pigs must have roamed freely here as in any other Mesopotamian town. In fact, one house burial contained some pig bones. The dead person must have been given some pork for his nourishment in the afterlife. The archaeologists also made microscopic studies of room floors to decide which rooms in a house were roofed and which were open to the sky. Cities in Mesopotamian culture. Mesopotamians valued city life in which people of many communities and cultures lived side by side. After cities were destroyed in war, they recalled them in poetry. The most poignant reminder to us of the pride Mesopotamians took in their cities comes at the end of the Gilgamesh epic, which was written on 12 tablets. Gilgamesh is said to have ruled the city of Uruk some time after Enmerkar. A great hero who subdued people far and wide, he got a shock when his heroic friend died. He then set out to find the secret of immortality, crossing the waters that surround the world. After a heroic attempt, Gilgamesh failed and returned to Uruk. There he consoled himself by walking along the city wall back and forth. He admired the foundations made of fired bricks that he had put into place. It is on the city wall of Uruk that the long tale of heroism and endeavor fizzles out. Gilgamesh does not say that even though he will die, his sons will outlive him, as a tribal hero would have done. He takes consolation in the city that his people had built. The legacy of writing. While moving narratives can be transmitted orally, science requires written texts that generations of scholars can read and build upon. Perhaps the greatest legacy of Mesopotamia to the world is its scholarly tradition of time reckoning and mathematics. Dating around 1800s BCE, are tablets with multiplication and division tables, square and square root tables, and tables of compound interest. The square root of 2 is given as, if you work this out, you will find that the answer is 1.41421296, only slightly different from the correct answer 1.41421356. Students had to solve problems such as the following. A field of area such and such is covered 1 finger deep in water. Find out the volume of water. The division of the year into 12 months according to the revolution of the moon around the earth, the division of the month into 4 weeks, the day into 24 hours, and the hour into 60 minutes, all that we take for granted in our daily lives, has come to us from the Mesopotamians. These time divisions were adopted by the successors of Alexander, and from there transmitted to the Roman world, then to the world of Islam, and then to medieval Europe. Whenever solar and lunar eclipses were observed, their occurrence was noted according to year, month, and day. So too there were records about the observed positions of stars and constellations in the night sky. 26 themes in world history. None of these momentous Mesopotamian achievements would have been possible without writing and the urban institution of schools, where students read and copied earlier written tablets, and where some boys were trained to become not record keepers for the administration, but intellectuals who could build on the work of their predecessors. We would be mistaken if we think that the preoccupation with the urban world of Mesopotamia is a modern phenomenon. Let us look finally at 2 early attempts to locate and preserve the texts and traditions of the past. An early library. In the Iron Age, the Assyrians of the north created an empire, at its height between 720 and 610 BCE, that stretched as far west as Egypt. The state economy was now a predatory one, extracting labor and tribute in the form of food, animals, metal, and craft items from a vast subject population. The great Assyrian kings, who had been immigrants, acknowledged the southern region, Babylonia, as the center of high culture, and the last of them, Ashurbanipal, collected a library at his capital, Nineveh in the north. He made great efforts to gather tablets on history, epics, omen literature, astrology, hymns, and poems. He sent his scribes south to find old tablets, because scribes in the south were trained to read and write in schools where they all had to copy tablets by the dozen. There were towns in Babylonia where huge collections of tablets were created and acquired fame. And although Sumerian ceased to be spoken after about 1800s BCE, it continued to be taught in schools, through vocabulary texts, sign lists, bilingual tablets, etc. So even in 650 BCE, cuneiform tablets written as far back as 2000s BCE were intelligible, and Ashurbanipal's men knew where to look for early tablets or their copies. Copies were made of important texts such as the Epic of Gilgamesh, the copier stating his name and writing the date. Some tablets ended with a reference to Ashurbanipal. Ashurbanipal, king of the universe, king of Assyria, on whom the gods bestowed vast intelligence, who could acquire the recondite details of scholarly erudition. I wrote down on tablets the wisdom of the gods. And I checked and collated the tablets. I placed them for the future in the library of the temple of my god, Nabu, at Nineveh, for my life and the well-being of my soul, and to sustain the foundations of my royal throne. More important, there was cataloging. A basket of tablets would have a clay label that read, and number of tablets about exorcism, written by X. Ashurbanipal's library had a total of some 1,000 texts, amounting to about 30,000 tablets, grouped according to subject. And an early archaeologist, a man of the southern marshes, Nabopolassar, released Babylonia from Assyrian domination in 625 BCE. His successors increased their territory and organized building projects at Babylon. From that time, even after the Achaemenids of Iran conquered Babylon in 539 BCE, and until 331 BCE when Alexander conquered Babylon, Babylon was the premier city of the world, more than 850 hectares, with a triple wall, great palaces and temples, a ziggurat or step tower, and a processional way to the ritual center. Its trading houses had widespread dealings, and its mathematicians and astronomers made some new discoveries. Nabonidus was the last ruler of independent Babylon. He writes that the god of came to him in a dream and ordered him to appoint a priestess to take charge of the cult in that ancient town in the deep south. He writes, because for a very long time the office of high priestess had been forgotten, her characteristic features nowhere indicated, I bethought myself day after day. Then, he says, he found the stele of a very early king whom we today date to about 1150 BCE, and saw on that stele the carved image of the priestess. He observed the clothing and the jewelry that was depicted. This is how he was able to dress his daughter for her consecration as priestess. On another occasion, Nabonidus's men brought to him a broken statue inscribed with the name of Sargon, king of Akkad. Nabonidus, and indeed many intellectuals, had heard of this great king of remote times. Nabonidus felt he had to repair the statue. Because of my reverence for the gods and respect for kingship, he writes, I summoned skilled craftsmen and replaced the head. Activity 4. Why do you think Assurbanipal and Nabonidus cherished early Mesopotamian traditions? 28 themes in world history. Exercises. Answer in brief. 1. Why do we say that it was not natural fertility and high levels of food production that were the causes of early urbanization? 2. Which of the following were necessary conditions and which the causes of early urbanization, and which would you say were the outcome of the growth of cities? Highly productive agriculture, water transport, the lack of metal and stone, the division of labor, the use of seals, the military power of kings that made labor compulsory. 3. Why were mobile animal herders not necessarily a threat to town life? Answer in a short essay. 5. Of the new institutions that came into being once city life had begun, which would have depended on the initiative of the king? 6. What do ancient stories tell us about the civilization of Mesopotamia? An empire across 3 continents, nomadic empires, west and east of it. Building took place across the region and in the area to the of empires in Mesopotamia, various attempts at empire over the 2 millennia that followed the establishment. By the 6th century BCE, Iranians had established control over major parts of the Assyrian Empire. Networks of trade developed overland, as well as along the coasts of the Mediterranean Sea. In the eastern Mediterranean, Greek cities and their colonies benefited from improvements in trade that were the result of these changes. They also benefited from close trade with nomadic people to the north of the Black Sea. In Greece, for the most part, city-states such as Athens and Sparta were the focus of civic life. From among the Greek states, in the late 4th century BCE, the ruler of the kingdom of Macedon, Alexander, undertook a series of military campaigns and conquered parts of North Africa, West Asia, and Iran, reaching up to the Bees. Here, his soldiers refused to proceed further east. Alexander's troops retreated, though many Greeks stayed behind. Throughout the area under Alexander's control, ideals and cultural traditions were shared amongst the Greeks and the local population. The region on the whole became Hellenized, and Greek became a well-known language throughout. The political unity of Alexander's empire disintegrated quickly after his death, but for almost 3 centuries after, Hellenistic culture remained important in the area. The period is often referred to as the Hellenistic period in the history of the region, but this ignores the way in which other cultures were as important as, if not often more important than, Hellenistic notions and ideas. This section deals with important aspects of what happened after this. Small but well-organized military forces of the central Italian city-state of Rome took advantage of the political discord that followed the disintegration of Alexander's empire and established control over North Africa and the eastern Mediterranean from the 2nd century BCE. At the time, Rome was a republic. Government was based on a complex system of election, but its political institutions gave some importance to birth and wealth, and society benefited from slavery. The forces of Rome established a network for trade between the states that had once been part of Alexander's empire. In the middle of the 1st century BCE under Julius Caesar, a highborn military commander, this Roman Empire was extended to present-day Britain and Germany. Latin was the main language of the empire, though many in the East continued to use Greek, and the Romans had a great respect for Hellenic culture. There were changes in the political structure of the empire from the late 1st century BCE, and it was substantially Christianized after the Emperor Constantine became a Christian in the 4th century CE. To make government easier, the Roman Empire was divided into eastern and western halves in the 4th century CE, but in the west, there was a breakdown of the arrangements that existed between Rome and the tribes in frontier areas. These arrangements dealt with trade, military recruitment, and ruins at Greek city of Corinth. 32 themes in world history. Settlement and the tribes increasingly attacked the Roman administration. Conflicts increased in scale and coincided with internal dissensions in the empire, leading to the collapse of the empire in the west by the 5th century CE. Tribes established their own kingdoms within the former empire, though, with the prompting of the Christian Church, a Holy Roman Empire was formed from some of these kingdoms from the 9th century CE. This claimed some continuity with the Roman Empire between the 7th century and the 15th century. Almost all the lands of the Eastern Roman Empire came to be taken over by the Arab Empire, created by the followers of the Prophet Muhammad and centered on Damascus, or by its successors. There was a close interaction between Greek and Islamic traditions in the region. The trading networks of the area and its prosperity attracted the attention of pastoral peoples to the north, including various Turkic tribes, who often attacked the cities of the region and established control. The last of these peoples to attack the area and attempt to control it were the Mongols, under Genghis Khan and his successors, who moved into West Asia, Europe, Central Asia, and China in the 13th century. All these attempts to make and maintain empires were driven by the search to control the resources of the trading networks that existed in the region as a whole, and to derive benefit from the links of the region with other areas such as India or China. All the empires evolved administrative systems to give stability to trade. They also evolved the Great Mosque Damascus, completed in 714. Different types of military organization. The achievements of one empire were often taken up by its successor. Over time, the area came to be marked by Persian, Greek, Latin, and Arabic above many other languages that were spoken and written. The empires were not very stable. This was partly due to disputes and conflict over resources in various regions. It was also due to the crisis that developed in relations between empires and pastoral peoples to the north, from whom empires derived support both for their trade and to provide them with labor for production of manufactures and for their armies. It is worth noting that not all empires were city-centric. The Mongol Empire of Genghis Khan and his successors is a good example of how an empire could be maintained by pastoral people for a long time and with success. Religions that appealed to peoples of different ethnic origins, who often spoke different languages, were important in the making of large empires. This was true in the case of Christianity and Islam. Timeline 2. This timeline focuses on kingdoms and empires. Some of these, such as the Roman Empire, were very large, spreading across 3 continents. This was also the time when some of the major religious and cultural traditions developed. It was a time when institutions of intellectual activity emerged. Books were written and ideas traveled across continents. Some things that are now part of our everyday lives were used for the first time during this period. 36 themes in world history. Papyrus scrolls. An empire across 3 continents. The Roman Empire covered a vast stretch of territory that included most of Europe as we know it today, and a large part of the Fertile Crescent, and North Africa. In this chapter we shall look at the way this empire was organized, the political forces that shaped its destiny, and the social groups into which people were divided. You will see that the empire embraced a wealth of local cultures and languages, that women had a stronger legal position then than they do in many countries today, but also that much of the economy was run on slave labor, denying freedom to substantial numbers of persons. From the 5th century on, the empire fell apart in the west but remained intact and exceptionally prosperous in its eastern half. The caliphate, which you will read about in the next chapter, built on this prosperity and inherited its urban and religious traditions. Roman historians have a rich collection of sources to go on, which we can broadly divide into 3 groups: texts, documents, and material remains. Textual sources include histories of the period written by contemporaries, letters, speeches, sermons, laws, and so on. Documentary sources include mainly inscriptions and papyri. Inscriptions were usually cut on stone, so a large number survive, in both Greek and Latin. The papyrus was a reed-like plant that grew along the banks of the Nile in Egypt and was processed to produce a writing material that was very widely used in everyday life. Thousands of contracts, accounts, letters, and official documents survive on papyrus and have been published by scholars who are called papyrologists. Material remains include a very wide assortment of items that mainly archaeologists discover, for example buildings, monuments, and other kinds of structures, pottery, coins, mosaics, even entire landscapes. Each of these sources can only tell us just so much about the past, and combining them can be a fruitful exercise, but how well this is done depends on the historian's skill. 2 powerful empires ruled over most of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East in the period between the birth of Christ and the early part of the 7th century, say, down to the 63 O's. The 2 empires were those of Rome and Iran. The Romans and Iranians were rivals and fought against each other for much of their history. Their empires lay next to each other, separated only by a narrow strip of land that ran along the river Euphrates. In this chapter we shall be looking at the Roman Empire, but we shall also refer in passing to Rome's rival, Iran. If you look at the map, you will see that the continents of Europe and Africa are separated by a sea that stretches all the way from Spain in the west to Syria in the east. This sea is called the Mediterranean, and it was the heart of Rome's empire. Rome dominated the Mediterranean and all the regions around that sea in both directions, north as well as south. To the north, the boundaries of the empire were formed by 2 great rivers, the Rhine and the Danube. To the south, by the huge expanse of Map 1, Europe and North Africa. Desert called the Sahara. This vast stretch of territory was the Roman Empire. Iran controlled the whole area south of the Caspian Sea down to eastern Arabia, and sometimes large parts of Afghanistan as well. These 2 superpowers had divided up most of the world that the Chinese called Tachian. 40 themes in world history. The early empire. A conscripted army is one which is forcibly recruited. Military service is compulsory for certain groups or categories of the population. The Republic was the name for a regime in which the reality of power lay with the Senate, a body dominated by a small group of wealthy families who formed the nobility. In practice, the republic represented the government of the nobility, exercised through the body called the Senate. The republic lasted from 509 BC to 2007 BC, when it was overthrown by Octavian, the adopted son and heir of Julius Caesar, who later changed his name to Augustus. Membership of the Senate was for life, and wealth and office holding counted for more than birth. The Roman Empire can broadly be divided into two phases, early and late, divided by the 3rd century as a sort of historical watershed between them. In other words, the whole period down to the main part of the 3rd century can be called the early empire, and the period after that the late empire. A major difference between the two superpowers and their respective empires was that the Roman Empire was culturally much more diverse than that of Iran. The Parthians and later the Sasanians, the dynasties that ruled Iran in this period, ruled over a population that was largely Iranian. The Roman Empire, by contrast, was a mosaic of territories and cultures that were chiefly bound together by a common system of government. Many languages were spoken in the empire, but for the purposes of administration, Latin and Greek were the most widely used, indeed the only languages. The upper classes of the East spoke and wrote in Greek, those of the West in Latin, and the boundary between these broad language areas ran somewhere across the middle of the Mediterranean, between the African provinces of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica. All those who lived in the empire were subjects of a single ruler, the emperor, regardless of where they lived and what language they spoke. The regime established by Augustus, the first emperor, in 27 BCE was called the Principate. Although Augustus was the sole ruler and the only real source of authority, the fiction was kept alive that he was actually only the leading citizen, not the absolute ruler. This was done out of respect for the Senate, the body which had controlled Rome earlier, in the days when it was a republic. The Senate had existed in Rome for centuries, and had been and remained a body representing the aristocracy, that is, the wealthiest families of Roman and, later, Italian descent, mainly landowners. Most of the Roman histories that survive in Greek and Latin were written by people from a senatorial background. From these it is clear that emperors were judged by how they behaved towards the Senate. The worst emperors were those who were hostile to the senatorial class, behaving with suspicion or brutality and violence. Many senators yearned to go back to the days of the Republic, but most must have realized that this was impossible. Next to the emperor and the Senate, the other key institution of imperial rule was the army. Unlike the army of its rival in the Persian Empire, which was a conscripted army, the Romans had a paid professional army where soldiers had to put in a minimum of 25 years of service. Indeed, the existence of a paid army was a distinctive feature of the Roman Empire. The army was the largest single organized body in the empire, and it certainly had the power to determine the fate of emperors. The soldiers would constantly agitate for better wages and service conditions. These agitations often took the form of mutinies, if the soldiers felt let down by their generals or even the emperor. Again, our picture of the Roman army depends largely on the way they were portrayed by historians with senatorial sympathies. The Senate hated and feared the army because it was a source of often unpredictable violence, especially in the tense conditions of the 3rd century when government was forced to tax more heavily to pay for its mounting military expenditures. To sum up, the emperor, the aristocracy, and the army were the three main players in the political history of the empire. The success of individual emperors depended on their control of the army, and when the armies were divided, the result usually was civil war. Except for one notorious year when 4 emperors mounted the throne in quick succession, the first 2 centuries were on the whole free from civil war and in this sense relatively stable. Succession to the throne was based as far as possible on family descent, either natural or adoptive, and even the army was strongly wedded to this principle. For example, Tiberius, the second in the long line of Roman emperors, was not the natural son of Augustus, the ruler who founded the Principate, but Augustus adopted him to ensure a smooth transition. External warfare was also much less common in the first 2 centuries. The empire inherited by Tiberius from Augustus was already so vast that further expansion was felt to be unnecessary. In fact, the Augustan age is remembered for the peace it ushered in after decades of internal strife and centuries of military conquest. The only major campaign of expansion in the early empire was Trajan's fruitless occupation of territory across the Euphrates, in the years 113 to 17 CE, abandoned by his successors. Shops in Forum Julium, Rome. This piazza with columns was built after 51 BCE to enlarge the older Roman Forum. Civil war refers to armed struggles for power within the same country, in contrast to conflicts between different countries. The Emperor Trajan's dream, a conquest of India. Then, after a winter in Antioch marked by a great earthquake, in 116 Trajan marched down the Euphrates to Ctesiphon, the Parthian capital, and then to the head of the Persian Gulf. There Cassius Dio describes him looking longingly at a merchant ship setting off for India, and wishing that he were as young as Alexander. Fergus Millar, The Roman Near East. 42 Themes in World History. Much more characteristic was the gradual extension of Roman direct rule. This was accomplished by absorbing a whole series of dependent kingdoms into Roman provincial territory. The Near East was full of such kingdoms, but by the early 2nd century those which lay west of the Euphrates had disappeared, swallowed up by Rome. The Near East From the perspective of someone who lived in the Roman Mediterranean, this referred to all the territory east of the Mediterranean, chiefly the Roman provinces of Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia, and in a looser sense, the surrounding territories, for example, Arabia. These were local kingdoms that were clients of Rome. Their rulers could be relied on to use their forces in support of Rome, and in return Rome allowed them to exist. The great urban centers that lined the shores of the Mediterranean were the true bedrock of the imperial system. It was through the cities that government was able to tax the provincial countrysides, which generated much of the wealth of the empire. What this means is that the local upper classes actively collaborated with the Roman state in administering their own territories and raising taxes from them. In fact, one of the most interesting aspects of Roman political history is the dramatic shift in power between Italy and the provinces. Throughout the 2nd and 3rd centuries, it was the provincial upper classes who supplied most of the cadre that governed the provinces and commanded the armies. They came to form a new Pont du Gard near Nîmes, France, 1st century BCE. Roman engineers built massive aqueducts over 3 continents to carry water. In fact, except for Italy, which was not considered a province in these centuries, all the territories of the empire were organized into provinces and subject to taxation. At its peak in the 2nd century, the Roman Empire stretched from Scotland to the borders of Armenia, and from the Sahara to the Euphrates and sometimes beyond. Given that there was no government in the modern sense to help them to run things, you may well ask, how was it possible for the emperor to cope with the control and administration of such a vast and diverse set of territories, with a population of some 60 million in the mid-2nd century? The answer lies in the urbanization of the empire. Elite of administrators and military commanders who became much more powerful than the senatorial class because they had the backing of the emperors. As this new group emerged, the Emperor Gallienus consolidated their rise to power by excluding senators from military command. We are told that Gallienus forbade senators from serving in the army or having access to it, in order to prevent control of the empire from falling into their hands. To sum up, in the late 1st, 2nd, and early 3rd centuries, the army and administration were increasingly drawn from the provinces, as citizenship spread to these regions and was no longer confined to Italy. But individuals of Italian origin continued to dominate the Senate at least till the 3rd century, when senators of provincial origin became a majority. These trends reflected the general decline of Italy within the empire, both political and economic, and the rise of new elites in the wealthier and more urbanized parts of the Mediterranean, such as the south of Spain, Africa, and the east. A city in the Roman sense was an urban center with its own magistrates, city council, and a territory containing villages which were under its jurisdiction. Thus, one city could not be in the territory of another city, but villages almost always were. Villages could be upgraded to the status of cities, and vice versa, usually as a mark of imperial favor. One crucial advantage of living in a city was simply that it might be better provided for during food shortages and even famines than the countryside. Activity 1. The famine prevalent for many successive years in many provinces has clearly displayed for men of any understanding the effect of malnutrition in generating illness. The city dwellers, as it was their custom to collect and store enough grain for the whole of the next year immediately after the harvest, carried off all the wheat, barley, beans, and lentils, and left to the peasants various kinds of pulse after taking quite a large proportion of these to the city. After consuming what was left in the course of the winter, the country people had to resort to unhealthy foods in the spring. They ate twigs and shoots of trees and bushes and bulbs and roots of inedible plants. Dr. Galen on how Roman cities treated the countryside. Who were the 3 main players in the political history of the Roman Empire? Write 1 or 2 lines about each of them. And how did the Roman emperor manage to govern such a vast territory? Whose collaboration was crucial to this? Galen, on good and bad diet. Public baths were a striking feature of Roman urban life, and urban populations also enjoyed a much higher level of entertainment. For example, one calendar tells us that spectacula filled no less than 176 days of the year. Amphitheater at the Roman cantonment town of Vindonissa, 1st century CE, used for military drill and for staging entertainments for the soldiers. 44 themes in world history. The 3rd century crisis. If the 1st and 2nd centuries were by and large a period of peace, prosperity, and economic expansion, the 3rd century brought the first major signs of internal strain. From the 23 OHS, the empire found itself fighting on several fronts simultaneously. In Iran, a new and more aggressive dynasty emerged in 225, and within just 15 years were expanding rapidly in the direction of the Euphrates. In a famous rock inscription cut in 3 languages, Shapur I, the Iranian ruler, claimed he had annihilated a Roman army of 60,000 and even captured the eastern capital of Antioch. Meanwhile, a whole series of Germanic tribes, or rather tribal confederacies, began to move against the Rhine and Danube frontiers. And the whole period from 233 to 280 saw repeated invasions of a whole line of provinces that stretched from the Black Sea to the Alps in southern Germany. The Romans were forced to abandon much of the territory beyond the Danube, while the emperors of this period were constantly in the field against what the Romans called barbarians. The rapid succession of emperors in the 3rd century is an obvious symptom of the strains faced by the empire in this period. St. Augustine was bishop of the North African city of Hippo from 396, and a towering figure in the intellectual history of the Church. Bishops were the most important religious figures in a Christian community, and often very powerful. Gender, literacy, culture. One of the more modern features of Roman society was the widespread prevalence of the nuclear family. Adult sons did not live with their families, and it was exceptional for adult brothers to share a common household. On the other hand, slaves were included in the family as the Romans understood this. By the late Republic, the typical form of marriage was one where the wife did not transfer to her husband's authority, but retained full rights in the property of her natal family. While the woman's dowry went to the husband for the duration of the marriage, the woman remained a primary heir of her father and became an independent property owner on her father's death. Thus, Roman women enjoyed considerable legal rights in owning and managing property. In other words, in law, the married couple was not one financial entity but two, and the wife enjoyed complete legal independence. Divorce was relatively easy and needed no more than a notice of intent to dissolve the marriage by either husband or wife. On the other hand, whereas males married in their late 20s or early 30s, women were married off in the late teens or early 20s. So there was an age gap between husband and wife, and this would have encouraged a certain inequality. Marriages were generally arranged, and there is no doubt that women were often subject to domination by their husbands. Augustine, the great Catholic bishop who spent most of his life in North Africa, tells us that his mother was regularly beaten by his father and that most other wives in the small town where he grew up had similar bruises to show. Finally, fathers had substantial legal control over their children, sometimes to a shocking degree. For example, a legal power of life and death in exposing unwanted children by leaving them out in the cold to die. What about literacy? It is certain that rates of casual literacy varied greatly between different parts of the empire. For example, in Pompeii, which was buried in a volcanic eruption in 79 CE, there is strong evidence of widespread casual literacy. Walls on the main streets of Pompeii often carried advertisements, and graffiti were found all over the city. By contrast, in Egypt, where hundreds of papyri survive, most formal documents such as contracts were usually written by professional scribes, and they often tell us that X or Y is unable to read and write. But even here, literacy was certainly more widespread among certain categories such as soldiers, army officers, and estate managers. The cultural diversity of the empire was reflected in many ways and at many levels, in the vast diversity of religious cults and local deities, the plurality of languages that were spoken, the styles of dress and costume, the food people ate, their forms of social organization, even their patterns of settlement. Aramaic was the dominant language group of the Near East. Coptic was spoken in Egypt, Punic and Berber in North Africa, Celtic in Spain and the Northwest. But many of these linguistic cultures were purely oral, at least until a script was invented for them. Armenian, for example, only began to be written as late as the 5th century, whereas there was already a Coptic. The use of reading and writing in everyday, often trivial contexts. One of the funniest of these graffiti found on the walls of Pompeii says, "Wall, I admire you for not collapsing in ruins. When you have to support so much boring writing on you." Mosaic in Edessa, 2nd century CE. The Syriac inscriptions suggest that those depicted are the wife of King Abgar and her family. Pompeii, a wine merchant's dining room, its walls decorated with scenes depicting mythical animals. 46 themes in world history. Activity 2. Translation of the Bible by the middle of the 3rd century. Elsewhere, the spread of Latin displaced the written form of languages that were otherwise widespread. This happened notably with Celtic, which ceased to be written after the 1st century. How independent were women in the Roman world? Compare the situation of the Roman family with the family in India today. Economic expansion. Shipwreck off the south coast of France. 1st century BCE. The amphorae are Italian, bearing the stamp of a producer near the Lake of Fondi. The empire had a substantial economic infrastructure of harbors. Mines, quarries, brickyards, olive oil factories, etc. Wheat, wine, and olive oil were traded and consumed in huge quantities, and they came mainly from Spain, the Gallic provinces, North Africa, Egypt, and, to a lesser extent, Italy, where conditions were best for these crops. Liquids like wine and olive oil were transported in containers called amphorae. The fragments and sherds of a very large number of these survive, and it has been possible for archaeologists to reconstruct the precise shapes of these containers, tell us what they carried, and say exactly where they were made by examining the clay content and matching the finds with clay pits throughout the Mediterranean. In this way, we can now say with some confidence that Spanish olive oil, to take just one example, was a vast commercial enterprise that reached its peak in the years 140 to 160. The Spanish olive oil of this period was mainly carried in a container called Dressel 20. If finds of Dressel 20 are widely scattered across sites in the Mediterranean, this suggests that Spanish olive oil circulated very widely indeed. By using such evidence, archaeologists are able to show that Spanish producers succeeded in capturing markets for olive oil from their Italian counterparts. This would only have happened if Spanish producers supplied a better quality oil at lower prices. In other words, the big landowners from different regions competed with each other for control of the main markets for the goods they produced. The success of the Spanish olive growers was then repeated by North African producers. Olive estates in this part of the empire dominated production through most of the 3rd and 4th centuries. Later, after 425, North African dominance was broken by the East. In the later 5th and 6th centuries, the Aegean, Southern Asia Minor, Syria and Palestine became major exporters of wine and olive oil, and containers from Africa show a dramatically reduced presence on Mediterranean markets. Behind these broad movements, the prosperity of individual regions rose and fell depending on how effectively they could organize the production and transport of particular goods, and on the quality of those goods. The empire included many regions that had a reputation for exceptional fertility: Campania in Italy, Sicily, the Fayum in Egypt, Galilee, Byzantium, southern Gaul, and Baetica were all among the most densely settled or wealthiest parts of the empire, according to writers like Strabo and Pliny. The best kinds of wine came from Campania. Sicily and Byzantium exported large quantities of wheat to Rome. Galilee was densely cultivated, and Spanish olive oil came mainly from numerous estates along the banks of the river Guadalquivir in the south of Spain. On the other hand, large expanses of Roman territory were in a much less advanced state. For example, transhumance was widespread in the countryside of Numidia. These pastoral and semi-nomadic communities were often on the move, carrying their oven-shaped huts with them. As Roman estates expanded in North Africa, the pastures of those communities were drastically reduced and their movements more tightly regulated. Even in Spain, the north was much less developed, and inhabited largely by a Celtic-speaking peasantry that lived in hilltop villages called castella. When we think of the Roman Empire, we should never forget these differences. We should also be careful not to imagine that because this was the ancient world, their forms of cultural and economic life were necessarily backward or primitive. On the contrary, diversified applications of water power around the Mediterranean, as well as advances in water-powered milling technology, the use of hydraulic mining techniques in the Spanish gold and silver mines, and the gigantic industrial scale on which those mines were worked in the 1st and 2nd centuries, the existence of well-organized commercial and banking networks, and the widespread use of money are all indications of how much we tend to underestimate the sophistication of the Roman economy. This raises the issue of labor and of the use of slavery. Activity 3. Archaeologists who work on the remains of pottery are a bit like detectives. Can you explain why? Also, what can Amphora tell us about the economic life of the Mediterranean in the Roman period? Transhumance is the herdsman's regular annual movement between the higher mountain regions and low-lying ground in search of pasture for sheep and other flocks. 48 themes in world history. Controlling workers. Slavery was an institution deeply rooted in the ancient world, both in the Mediterranean and in the Near East, and not even Christianity when it emerged and triumphed as the state religion in the 4th. On the treatment of slaves. Soon afterwards, the city prefect, Lucius Pedanius Secundus, was murdered by one of his slaves. After the murder, ancient custom required that every slave residing under the same roof must be executed. But a crowd gathered, eager to save so many innocent lives, and rioting began. The Senate House was besieged. Inside there was feeling against excessive severity, but the majority opposed any change favoring execution prevailed. However, great crowds ready with stones and torches prevented the order from being carried out. Nero rebuked the population by edict, and lined with troops the whole route along which those condemned were taken for execution. Tacitus, historian of the early empire, centuries seriously challenged this institution. It does not follow that the bulk of the labor in the Roman economy was performed by slaves. That may have been true of large parts of Italy in the Republican period, but it was no longer true of the empire as a whole. Slaves were an investment, and at least one Roman agricultural writer advised landowners against using them in contexts where too many might be required, or where their health could be damaged. These considerations were not based on any sympathy for the slaves but on hard economic calculation. On the other hand, if the Roman upper classes were often brutal towards their slaves, ordinary people did sometimes show much more compassion. See what one historian says about a famous incident that occurred in the reign of Nero, as warfare became less widespread with the establishment of peace in the 1st century. The supply of slaves tended to decline, and the users of slave labor thus had to turn either to slave breeding or to cheaper substitutes such as wage labor, which was more easily dispensable. In fact, free labor was extensively used on public works at Rome precisely because an extensive use of slave labor would have been too expensive. Unlike hired workers, slaves had the practice of encouraging female slaves and their partners to have more children, who would of course also be slaves. P. Page, Mosaic at Churchill, Algeria, early 3rd century CE with agricultural scenes. Above, plowing and sowing. Below, working in vineyards, to be fed and maintained throughout the year, which increased the cost of holding this kind of labor. This is probably why slaves are not widely found in the agriculture of the later period, at least not in the eastern provinces. On the other hand, they and freedmen, that is slaves who had been set free by their masters, were extensively used as business managers where, obviously, they were not required in large numbers. Masters often gave their slaves or freedmen capital to run businesses on their behalf or even businesses of their own. The Roman agricultural writers paid a great deal of attention to the management of labor. Columella, a 1st-century writer who came from the south of Spain, recommended that landowners should keep a reserve stock of implements and tools, twice as many as they needed, so that production could be continuous, for the loss in slave labor time exceeds the cost of such items. There was a general presumption among employers that without supervision no work would ever get done, so supervision was paramount for both free workers and slaves. To make supervision easier, workers were sometimes grouped into gangs or smaller teams. Columella recommended squads of 10, claiming it was easier to tell who was putting in effort and who was not in work groups of this size. This shows a detailed consideration of the management of labor. Pliny the Elder, the author of a very famous natural history, condemned the use of slave gangs as the worst method of organizing production, mainly because slaves who worked in gangs were usually chained together by their feet. All this looks draconian, but we should remember that most factories in the world today enforce similar principles of labor control. Indeed, some industrial establishments in the empire enforced even tighter controls. The elder Pliny described conditions in the frankincense factories of Alexandria, where, he tells us, no amount of supervision seemed to suffice. A seal is put upon the workmen's aprons, they have to wear a mask or a net with a close mesh on their heads, and before they are allowed to leave the premises they have to take off all their clothes. Agricultural labor must have been fatiguing and disliked, for a famous edict of the early 3rd century refers to Egyptian peasants deserting their villages in order not to engage in agricultural work. The same was probably true of most factories and workshops. A law of 398 referred to workers being branded so they could be recognized if and when they run away and try to hide. Many private employers cast their agreements with workers in the form of debt contracts to be able to claim that their employees were in debt to them and thus ensure tighter control over them. An early, 2nd century writer tells us, thousands surrender themselves to work in servitude, although they are free. In other words, a lot of the poorer families went into debt bondage in order to survive. From one of the recently discovered letters of Augustine, we learn that parents sometimes sold their children into servitude for periods of 25 years. Augustine asked a lawyer friend of his whether these children could be liberated once the father died. Rural indebtedness was even more draconian harsh. Frankincense, the European name for an aromatic resin used in incense and perfumes. It is tapped from boswellia trees by slashing the bark and allowing the exuded resins to harden. The best quality frankincense came from the Arabian Peninsula. 50 themes in world history. Widespread. To take just one example, in the Great Jewish Revolt of 66 CE, the revolutionaries destroyed the moneylenders' bonds to win popular support. A rebellion in Judea against Roman domination, which was ruthlessly suppressed by the Romans in what is called the Jewish War. Again, we should be careful not to conclude that the bulk of labor was coerced in these ways. The late 5th century Emperor Anastasius built the eastern frontier city of Dara in less than 3 weeks by attracting labor from all over the east by offering high wages. From the papyri, we can even form some estimate of how widespread wage labor had become in parts of the Mediterranean by the 6th century, especially in the East. Activity 4. Social hierarchies. The text has referred to 3 writers whose work is used to say something about how the Romans treated their workers. Can you identify them? Reread the section for yourself and describe any 2 methods the Romans used to control labor. The equites were traditionally the second most powerful and wealthy group. Originally, they were families whose property qualified them to serve in the cavalry, hence the name. Like senators, most knights were landowners, but unlike senators, many of them were ship owners, traders and bankers, that is, involved in business activities. Let us stand back from the details now and try and get a sense of the social structures of the empire. Tacitus described the leading social groups of the early empire as follows: senators, leading members of the equestrian class, the respectable section of the people. Those attached to the great houses, the unkempt lower class who, he tells us, were addicted to the circus and theatrical displays, and finally the slaves. In the early 3rd century, when the Senate numbered roughly 1,000, approximately half of all senators still came from Italian families. By the late empire, which starts with the reign of Constantine I in the early part of the 4th century, the first 2 groups mentioned by Tacitus had merged into a unified and expanded aristocracy, and at least half of all families were of African or Eastern origin. This late Roman aristocracy was enormously wealthy but in many ways less powerful than the purely military elites who came almost entirely from non-aristocratic backgrounds. The middle class now consisted of the considerable mass of persons connected with imperial service in the bureaucracy and army, but also the more prosperous merchants and farmers, of whom there were many in the eastern provinces. Tacitus described this respectable middle class as clients of the great senatorial houses. Now it was chiefly government service and dependence on the state that sustained many of these families. Below them were the vast mass of the lower classes known collectively as humiliores. They comprised a rural labor force of which many were permanently employed on the large estates. Workers in industrial and mining establishments, migrant workers who supplied much of the labor for the grain and olive harvests and for the building industry. Self-employed artisans who, it was said, were better fed than wage laborers, a large mass of casual laborers, especially in the big cities, and of course, the many thousands of slaves that were still found all over the Western Empire in particular. One writer of the early 5th century, the historian Olympiodorus, who was also an ambassador, tells us that the aristocracy based in the city of Rome drew annual incomes of up to 4,000 lbs of gold from their estates, not counting the produce they consumed directly. The monetary system of the late empire broke with the silver-based currencies of the first 3 centuries because the Spanish silver mines were exhausted, and government ran out of sufficient stocks of the metal to support a stable coinage in silver. Constantine founded the new monetary system on gold, and there were vast amounts of this in circulation throughout late antiquity. The late Roman bureaucracy, both the higher and middle echelons, was a comparatively affluent group because it drew the bulk of its salary in gold and invested much of this in buying up assets like land. There was of course also a great deal of corruption, especially in the judicial system and in the administration of military supplies. The extortion of the higher bureaucracy and the greed of the provincial governors were proverbial. But government intervened repeatedly to curb these forms of corruption. We only know about them in the first place because of the laws that tried to put an end to them, and because historians and other members of the intelligentsia denounced such practices. This element of criticism is a remarkable feature of the classical world. The Roman state was an authoritarian regime. In other words, dissent was rarely tolerated and government usually responded to protest with violence. Yet a strong tradition of Roman law had emerged by the 4th century, and this acted as a brake on even the most fearsome emperors. Emperors were not free to do whatever they liked, and the law was actively used to protect civil rights. That is why in the later 4th century it was possible for powerful bishops like Ambrose to confront equally powerful emperors when they were excessively harsh. Incomes of the Roman aristocracy, early 5th century. Each of the great houses of Rome contained within itself everything which a medium-sized city could hold: a hippodrome, fora, temples, fountains, and different kinds of baths. Many of the Roman households received an income of 4,000 pounds of gold per year from their properties, not including grain, wine, and other produce which, if sold, would have amounted to 1/3 of the income in gold. The income of the households at Rome of the second class was 1,000 or 1,500 pounds of gold. Olympiodorus of Thebes, or repressive in their handling of the civilian population. Late antiquity. We shall conclude this chapter by looking at the cultural transformation of the Roman world in its final centuries. Late antiquity is the term now used to describe the final, fascinating period in the evolution and breakup of the Roman Empire, and refers broadly to the 4th to 7th centuries. The 4th century itself was one of considerable ferment, both cultural and economic. At the cultural level, the period saw momentous developments in religious life, with the Emperor Constantine deciding to make Christianity the official religion, and with the rise of Islam in the 7th century. But there were equally important changes in the 52 themes in world history. Structure of the state that began with the Emperor Diocletian, and it may be best to start with these. Overexpansion had led Diocletian to cut back by abandoning territories with little strategic or economic value. Diocletian also fortified the frontiers, reorganized provincial boundaries, and separated civilian from military functions, granting greater autonomy to the military commanders, who now became a more powerful group. Constantine consolidated some of these changes and added others of his own. His chief innovations were in the monetary sphere, where he introduced a new denomination, the solidus, a coin of 41.2 gm of pure gold that would in fact outlast the Roman Empire itself. Solidi were. All of this carried over into strong urban prosperity that was marked by new forms of architecture and an exaggerated sense of luxury. The ruling elites were wealthier and more powerful than ever before. In Egypt, hundreds of papyri survive from these later centuries, and they show us a relatively affluent society where money was in extensive use, and rural estates generated vast incomes in gold. For example, Egypt contributed, minted on a very large scale, and their circulation ran into millions. The other area of innovation was the creation of a second capital at Constantinople, surrounded on 3 sides by the sea. As the new capital required a new senate, the 4th century was a period of rapid expansion of the governing classes. Monetary stability and an expanding population stimulated economic growth, and the archaeological record shows considerable investment in rural establishments, including industrial installations like oil presses and glass factories, in newer technologies such as screw presses and multiple water mills, and in a revival of the long-distance trade with the East. Part of a colossal statue of Emperor Constantine, 313 CE. Taxes of over 21.2 million solidi a year in the reign of Justinian in the 6th century. Indeed, large parts of the Near Eastern countryside were more developed and densely settled in the 5th and 6th centuries than they would be even in the 20th century. This is the social background against which we should set the cultural developments of this period. The traditional religious culture of the classical world, both Greek and Roman, had been polytheist. That is, it involved a multiplicity of cults that included both Roman-Italian gods like Jupiter, Juno, Minerva, and Mars, as well as numerous Greek and Eastern deities worshipped in thousands of temples, shrines, and sanctuaries throughout the empire. Polytheists had no common name or label to describe themselves. The other great religious tradition in the empire was Judaism. But Judaism was not a monolith either, and there was a great deal of diversity within the Jewish communities of late antiquity. Thus, the Christianization of the empire in the 4th and 5th centuries was a gradual and complex process. Polytheism did not disappear overnight, especially in the western provinces, where the Christian bishops waged a running battle against beliefs and practices they condemned more than the Christian laity did. The boundaries between religious communities were much more fluid in the 4th century than they would become thanks to the repeated efforts of religious leaders, the powerful bishops who now led the church, to rein in their followers and enforce a more rigid set of beliefs and practices. Monolith, literally a large block of stone, but the expression is used to refer to anything that lacks variety and is all of the same type. Christianization, the process by which Christianity spread among different groups of the population and became the dominant religion. The general prosperity was especially marked in the East, where population was still expanding till the 6th century, despite the impact of the plague which affected the Mediterranean in the 54 O's. In the West, by contrast, the empire fragmented politically as Germanic groups from the north took over all the major provinces and established kingdoms that are best described as post-Roman. The most important of these were that of the Visigoths in Spain, destroyed by the Arabs between 711 and 720, that of the Franks in Gaul, and that of the Lombards in Italy. These kingdoms foreshadowed the beginnings of a different kind of world that is usually called medieval. In the East, where the empire remained united, the reign of Justinian is the high-water mark of prosperity and imperial ambition. Justinian, laity, the ordinary members of a religious community as opposed to the priests or clergy who have official positions within the community. 54 themes in world history. Recaptured Africa from the Vandals, but his recovery of Italy left that country devastated and paved the way for the Lombard invasion. By the early 7th century, the war between Rome and Iran had flared up again, and the Sasanians, who had ruled Iran since the 3rd century, launched a wholesale invasion of all the major eastern provinces. When Byzantium, as the Roman Empire was now increasingly known, recovered these provinces in the 62 O's, it was just a few years away, literally, from the final major blow which came, this time, from the southeast. The expansion of Islam from its beginnings in Arabia has been called the greatest political revolution ever to occur in the history of the ancient world. By 642, barely 10 years after the Prophet Muhammad's death, large parts of both the Eastern Roman and Sasanian empires had fallen to the Arabs in a series of stunning confrontations. However, we should bear in mind that those conquests, which eventually extended as far afield as Spain, Sind, and Central Asia, began in fact with the subjection of the Arab tribes by the emerging Islamic State, first within Arabia and then in the Syrian desert and on the fringes of Iraq. As we will see in Theme 4, the unification of the Arabian Peninsula and its numerous tribes was the key factor behind the territorial expansion of Islam. Map 2 West Asia, Trajan 117–38 Hadrian, 193–211 Septimius Severus, 241–72 Reign of Shepur-e in Iran, 253–68 Gallienus, 284–305 The Tetrarchy, Diocletian main ruler, Constantine, reign of Shapur II in Iran, Theodosius II, Anastasius, Justinian, reign of Khusro I in Iran, 610–41 Heraclius. 224, new dynasty founded in Iran called Sasanians after ancestor Sasan, 258 Cyprian bishop of Carthage executed, 26 Os Gallienus reorganizes the army, 273 caravan city of Palmyra destroyed by Romans, 297 Diocletian reorganizes empire into 100 provinces. c. 310 Constantine issues new gold coinage, 312 Constantine converts to Christianity, 324 Constantine now sole ruler of empire, found city of Constantinople, 354–430 Life of Augustine, Bishop of Hippo, 378 Goths inflict crushing defeat on Roman armies at Adrianople, 391 Destruction of the Serapeum at Alexandria, 410 Sack of Rome by the Visigoths, 428 Vandals capture Africa, 434–53 Empire of Attila the Hun, 493 Ostrogoths establish kingdom in Italy, 533–50 Recovery of Africa and Italy by Justinian, 541–70 Outbreaks of bubonic plague, 568 Lombards invade Italy, c. 570 Birth of Muhammad, 614–19 Persian ruler Khusro II invades and occupies eastern Roman territories, 622 Muhammad and companions leave Mecca for Medina, 633–42 First and crucial phase of the Arab conquests, Muslim armies take Syria, Palestine, Egypt, Iraq and parts of Iran, 661–750 Umayyad dynasty in Syria, 698 Arabs capture Carthage, 711 Arab invasion of Spain, 56 themes in world history, mosaic at Ravenna 547 CE showing Emperor Justinian. Exercises, answer in brief. 1. If you had lived in the Roman Empire, where would you rather have lived, in the towns or in the countryside? Explain why. 2. Compile a list of some of the towns, cities, rivers, seas and provinces mentioned in this chapter, and then try and find them on the maps. Can you say something about any 3 of the items in the list you have compiled? 3. Imagine that you are a Roman housewife preparing a shopping list for household requirements. What would be on the list? 4. Why do you think the Roman government stopped coining in silver? And which metal did it begin to use for the production of coinage? Answer in a short essay. 5. Suppose the Emperor Trajan had actually managed to conquer India and the Romans had held on to the country for several centuries. In what ways do you think India might be different today? 6. Go through the chapter carefully and pick out some basic features of Roman society and economy which you think make it look quite modern. The 3 orders. Changing cultural traditions. Changing traditions. We have seen how, by the 9th century, large parts of Asia witnessed the growth and expansion of great empires, some nomadic, some based on well-developed cities and trading networks that centered on them. The difference between the Macedonian, Roman, and Arab empires and the ones that preceded them was that they covered greater areas of territory and were continental or transcontinental in nature. The Mongol Empire was similar. Different cultural encounters were crucial to what took place. The arrival of empires was almost always sudden, but they were almost always the result of changes that had been taking place over a long time in the core of what would become an empire. Traditions in world history could change in different ways. In Western Europe during the period from the 9th to the 17th centuries, much that we connect with modern times evolved slowly. The development of scientific knowledge based on experiment rather than religious belief, serious thought about the organization of government, with attention to the creation of civil services, parliaments, and different codes of law, improvements in technology that was used in industry and agriculture. The consequences of these changes could be felt with great force outside Europe. As we have seen, by the 5th century CE, the Roman Empire in the West had disintegrated. In Western and Central Europe, the remains of the Roman Empire were slowly adapted to the administrative requirements and needs of tribes that had established kingdoms there. However, urban centers were smaller in Western Europe than further east. By the 9th century, the commercial and urban centers, Aix, London, Rome, Siena, though small, could not be dismissed. From the 9th to the 11th centuries, there were major developments in the countryside in Western Europe. The church and royal government developed a combination of Roman institutions with the customary rules of tribes. The finest example was the Empire of Charlemagne in Western and Central Europe at the beginning of the 9th century. Even after its rapid collapse, urban centers and trading networks persisted, albeit under heavy attack from Hungarians, Vikings, and others. What happened was called feudalism. Feudalism was marked by agricultural production around castles and manor houses, where lords of the manor possessed land that was cultivated by peasants who pledged them loyalty, goods, and services. These lords in turn pledged their loyalty to greater lords who were vassals of kings. The Catholic Church supported this state of affairs and itself possessed land. In a world where uncertainties of life, poor sense of medicine, and low life expectancy were common, the Church showed people how to behave so that life after death at least would be tolerable. Monasteries were created where God-fearing people could devote themselves to the service of God in the way Catholic churchmen thought fit. Equally, churches were part of a network of scholarship that ran from the Muslim states of Spain to Byzantium, and they provided the petty kings of Europe with a sense of the opulence of the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond. The influence of commerce and towns in the feudal order came to evolve and change, encouraged by Mediterranean entrepreneurs in Venice and Genoa. Their ships carried on a growing trade with Muslim states and the remains of the Roman Empire in the East. Attracted by the lure of wealth in these areas, and inspired by the idea of freeing holy places associated with Christ from Muslims, European kings reinforced links across the Mediterranean during the Crusades. Trade within Europe improved. The Palace of the Popes in Avignon, a 14th-century town in South France. Themes in world history. The Palace of the Doge, in Venice, 15th century. Opportunities for commercial expansion coincided with changing attitudes concerning the value of life. Respect for human beings and living things that marked much of Islamic art and literature, and the example of Greek art and ideas that came to Europe from Byzantine trade encouraged Europeans to take a new look at the world. And from the 14th century, especially in North Italian towns, the wealthy became less concerned with life after death and more with the wonders of life itself. Sculptors, painters, and writers became interested in humanity and the discovery of the world. By the end of the 15th century, this state of affairs encouraged travel and discovery as never before. Voyages of discovery took place. Spaniards and Portuguese who had traded with northern Africa pushed further down the coast of western Africa, finally leading to journeys around the Cape of Good Hope to India, which had a great reputation in Europe as a source of spices that were in great demand. Columbus attempted to find a western route to India, and in 1492 reached the islands which the Europeans called the West Indies. Other explorers tried to find a northern route to India and China via the Arctic. European travelers encountered a range of different peoples in the course of their journeys. In part, they were interested in learning from them. The papacy encouraged the work of the North African geographer and traveler Hassan al-Wazan, who wrote the first geography of Africa in the early 16th century for Pope Leo XI. Jesuit churchmen observed and wrote on Japan in the 16th century. An Englishman, Will Adams, became a friend and counselor of the Japanese shogun, Tokugawa Ieyasu, in the early 17th century. As in the case of Hassan al-Wazan, peoples that the Europeans encountered in the Americas often took a great interest in them and sometimes worked for them. For example, an Aztec woman, later known as Dona Marina, befriended the Spanish conqueror of Mexico, Cortés, and interpreted and negotiated for him. In their encounters, Europeans were sometimes cautious, self-effacing, and observant, even as they frequently attempted to establish trade monopolies and enforce their authority by force of arms as the Portuguese attempted to do in the Indian Ocean after Vasco da Gama's arrival in Calicut in 1498. In other cases, they were overbearing, aggressive, and cruel, and adopted an attitude of superiority to those they met, considering such people ignorant. The Catholic Church encouraged both attitudes. The Church was the center for the study of other cultures and languages, but encouraged attacks on people it saw as unchristian. From the point of view of non-Europeans, the encounter with Europe varied. For much of the Islamic lands and India and China, though, Europeans remained a curiosity until the end of the 17th century. They were perceived as hardy traders and seamen who had little to contribute to their sense of the larger world. The Japanese learned some of the advantages of European technology quickly. For instance, they had begun large-scale production of muskets by the late 16th century. In the Americas, enemies of the Aztec Empire sometimes used Europeans to challenge the power of the Aztecs. At the same time, the diseases the Europeans brought devastated the populations, leading to the death of over 90% of the people in some areas by the end of the 16th century. Timeline 3. The period under consideration witnessed several major developments in Europe, including changes in agriculture and the lives of peasants. It was also marked by a range of cultural developments. This timeline draws attention to contacts between continents, stimulated in many instances by the growth of trade. The impact of these contacts was varied. While ideas, inventions, and goods were shared across continents, there was also constant warfare between kingdoms to control land, resources, and access to trade routes. As a result, men and women were often displaced and enslaved, if not exterminated. In many ways, the lives of people were transformed beyond recognition. 84 Themes in World History. The Three Orders. In this chapter, we shall learn about the socio-economic and political changes which occurred in Western Europe between the 9th and 16th centuries. After the fall of the Roman Empire, many groups of Germanic people from Eastern and Central Europe occupied regions of Italy, Spain, and France. In the absence of any unifying political force, military conflict was frequent, and the need to gather resources to protect one's land became very important. Social organization was therefore centered on the control of land. Its features were derived from both imperial Roman traditions and German customs. Christianity, the official religion of the Roman Empire from the 4th century, survived the collapse of Rome and gradually spread to Central and Northern Europe. The Church also became a major landholder and political power in Europe. The three orders, the focus of this chapter, are three social categories: Christian priests, landowning nobles, and peasants. The changing relationships between these three groups was an important factor in shaping European history for several centuries. Over the last 100 years, European historians have done detailed work on the histories of regions, even of individual villages. This was possible because from the medieval period, there is a lot of material in the form of documents, details of land ownership, prices, and legal cases. For example, churches kept records of births, marriages, and deaths, which have made it possible to understand the structure of families and of population. The inscriptions in churches give information about traders' associations, and songs and stories give a sense of festivals and community activities. All these can be used by historians to understand economic and social life, and changes over a long period or over a short period. Of the many scholars in France who have worked on feudalism, one of the earliest was Bloch. Marc Bloch was one of a group of scholars who argued that history consisted of much more than just political history, international relations, and the lives of great people. He emphasized the importance of geography in shaping human history, and the need to understand the collective behavior or attitudes of groups of people. Bloch's feudal society is about European, particularly French society between 900 and 1300s, describing in remarkable detail social relations and hierarchies, land management, and the popular culture of the period. His career was cut short tragically when he was shot by the Nazis in the Second World War. An introduction to feudalism. The term feudalism has been used by historians to describe the economic, legal, political, and social relationships that existed in Europe in the medieval era. Derived from the German word feud, which, the term medieval era, refers to the period in European history between the 5th and the 15th centuries. Map 1, Western Europe. 88 Themes in World History. Means a piece of land. It refers to the kind of society that developed in medieval France and later in England and in southern Italy. In an economic sense, feudalism refers to a kind of agricultural production which is based on the relationship between lords and peasants. The latter cultivated their own land as well as that of the lord. The peasants performed labor services for the lords, who in exchange provided military protection. They also had extensive judicial control over peasants. Thus, feudalism went beyond the economic to cover the social and political aspects of life as well. Although its roots have been traced to practices that existed in the Roman Empire and during the age of the French king Charlemagne, Feudalism as an established way of life in large parts of Europe may be said to have emerged later, in the 11th century. France and England. Gaul, a province of the Roman Empire, had two extensive coastlines, mountain ranges, long rivers, forests, and large tracts of plains suited to agriculture. The Franks, a Germanic tribe, gave their name to Gaul, making it France. From the 6th century, this region was a kingdom ruled by Frankish French kings, who were Christian. The French had very strong links with the Church, which were further strengthened when in 800 the Pope gave King Charlemagne the title of Holy Roman Emperor to ensure his support. The head of the Eastern Church in Constantinople had a similar relationship with the Byzantine emperor. Across a narrow channel lay the island of England, Scotland, which in the 11th century was conquered by a duke from the French province of Normandy. Early history of France. Clovis becomes king of the Franks. Clovis and the Franks begin the conquest of northern Gaul. Clovis and the Franks convert to Christianity. 714 Charles Martel becomes mayor of the palace. The Three Orders. French priests believed in the concept that people were members of one of the three orders depending on their work. A bishop stated, "Here below, some pray, others fight, still others work." Thus, the three orders of society were broadly the clergy, the nobility, and the peasantry. In the 12th century, Abbess Hildegard of Bingen wrote, "Who would think of herding his entire cattle in one stable, cows, donkeys, sheep, goats, without difference? Therefore it is necessary to establish difference among human beings, so that they do not destroy each other. God makes distinctions among his flock, in heaven as on earth. All are loved by him, yet there is no equality among them." Abbey is derived from the Syriac abba, meaning father. An abbey was governed by an abbot or an abbess. The second order, the nobility. Priests placed themselves in the first order, and nobles in the second. The nobility had in reality a central role in social processes. This is because they controlled land. This control was the outcome of a practice called vassalage. The kings of France were linked to the people by vassalage, similar to the practice among the Germanic peoples, of whom the Franks were one. The big landowners, the nobles, were vassals of the king, and peasants were vassals of the landowners. A nobleman accepted the king as his seigneur, and they made a mutual promise. The seigneur lord was derived from a word meaning one who, provided bread, would protect the vassal, who would be loyal to him. This relationship involved elaborate rituals and exchange of vows taken on the Bible in a church. At this ceremony, the vassal received a written charter or a staff or even a clod of earth as a symbol of the land that was being given to him by his master. The noble enjoyed a privileged status. He had absolute control over his property in perpetuity. He could raise troops called feudal levies. The lord held his own courts of justice and could even coin his own money. He was the lord of all the people settled on his land. He owned vast tracts of land which contained his own dwellings, his private fields and pastures, and the homes and fields of his tenant peasants. His house was called a manor. His private lands were cultivated by peasants who were also expected to act as foot soldiers in battle when required, in addition to working on their own farms. French nobles starting for a hunt, 15th century painting. 90 themes in world history. The manorial estate. A lord had his own manor house. He also controlled villages. Some lords controlled hundreds of villages where peasants lived. A small manorial estate could contain a dozen families, while larger estates might include 50 or 60. Almost everything needed for daily life was found on the estate. Grain was grown in the fields. Blacksmiths and carpenters maintained the lord's implements and repaired his weapons, while stonemasons looked after his buildings. Women spun and wove fabric, and children worked in the lord's wine presses. The estate had extensive woodlands and forests where the lords hunted. They contained a manorial estate. England, 13th century. Pastures where his cattle and his horses grazed. There was a church on the estate and a castle for defense. From the 13th century, some castles were made bigger for use as a residence for a knight's family. In fact, in England, castles were practically unknown before the Norman conquest and developed as centers of political administration and military power under the feudal system. The manor could not be completely self-sufficient because salt, millstones, and metalware had to be obtained from outside sources. Those lords who wanted a luxurious lifestyle and were keen to buy rich furnishings, musical instruments, and ornaments not locally produced had to get these from other places. The knights. From the 9th century, there were frequent localized wars in Europe. The amateur peasant soldiers were not sufficient, and good cavalry was needed. This led to the growing importance of a new section of people, the knights. They were linked to the lords, just as the latter were linked to the king. The lord gave the knight a piece of land and promised to protect it. The fief could be inherited. It extended to anything between 1,000 and 2,000 acres or more, including a house for the knight and his family, a church and other establishments to house his dependents, besides a water mill and a wine press. As in the feudal manner, the land of the fief was cultivated by peasants. In exchange, the knight paid his lord a regular fee and promised to fight for him in war. To keep up their skills, knights spent time each day fencing and practicing tactics with dummies. A knight might serve more than one lord, but his foremost loyalty was to his own lord. In France from the 12th century, minstrels traveled from manor to manor, singing songs which told stories partly historical, partly invented, about brave kings and knights. In an age when not too many people could read and manuscripts were few, these traveling bards were very popular. Many manors had a narrow balcony above the large hall where the people of the manor gathered for meals. This was the minstrel's gallery, from where singers entertained nobles while they feasted. The first order, the clergy. The Catholic Church had its own laws, owned lands given to it by rulers, and could levy taxes. It was thus a very powerful institution which did not depend on the king. At the head of the Western Church was the Pope. He lived in Rome. The Christians in Europe were guided by bishops and clerics, who constituted the first order. Most villages had their own church where people assembled every Sunday to listen to the sermon by the priest and to pray together. Activity 1. Discuss social hierarchies based on different criteria: occupation, language, wealth, education. Compare medieval France with Mesopotamia and the Roman Empire. If my dear lord is slain, his fate I'll share. If he is hanged, then hang me by his side. If to the stake he goes, with him I'll burn, and if he's drowned, then let me drown with him. Dune de Mayence, a 13th-century French poem recounting the adventures of knights. 92 themes in world history. Everyone could not become a priest. Serfs were banned, as were the physically challenged. Women could not become priests. Men who became priests could not marry. Bishops were the religious nobility. Like lords who owned vast landed estates, the bishops also had the use of vast estates, and lived in grand palaces. The church was entitled to a 10th share of whatever the peasants produced from their land over the course of the year, called a tithe. Money also came in the form of endowments made by the rich for their own welfare and the welfare of their deceased relatives in the afterlife. Some of the important ceremonies conducted by the church copied formal customs of the feudal elite. The act of kneeling while praying, with hands clasped and head bowed, was an exact replica of the way in which a knight conducted himself while taking vows of loyalty to his lord. Similarly, the use of the term Lord for God was another example of feudal culture that found its way into the practices of the church. Thus, the religious and the lay worlds of feudalism shared many customs and symbols. Activity 2. Discuss examples of expected patterns of behavior between people of different social levels, in a medieval manor, a palace, and in a place of worship. Monks. Apart from the church, devout Christians had another kind of organization. Some deeply religious people chose to live isolated lives, in contrast to clerics who lived amongst people in towns and villages. They lived in religious communities called abbeys or monasteries, often in places very far from human habitation. Two of the more well-known monasteries were those established by Saint Benedict in Italy in 529, and of Cluny in Burgundy in 910. The word monastery is derived from the Greek word monos, meaning someone who lives alone. Monks took vows to remain in the abbey for the rest of their lives and to spend their time in prayer, study, and manual labor, like farming. Unlike priesthood, this life was open to both men and women. Men became monks and women nuns. Except in a few cases, all abbeys were single-sex communities, that is, there were separate abbeys for men and women. Like priests, monks and nuns did not marry. From small communities of 10 or 20 men-women, monasteries grew to communities often of several hundred, with large buildings and landed estates, with attached schools or colleges and hospitals. They contributed to the development of the arts. Abbess Hildegard was a gifted musician, and did much to develop the practice of community singing of prayers in church. From the 13th century, some groups of monks called friars chose not to be based in a monastery but to move from place to place, preaching to the people and living on charity. St. Michael's Benedictine Abbey in Farnborough, England. In Benedictine monasteries, there was a manuscript with 73 chapters of rules which were followed by monks for many centuries. Here are some of the rules they had to follow. Chapter 6. Permission to speak should rarely be granted to monks. Chapter 7. Humility means obedience. Chapter 33. No monk should own private property. Chapter 47. Idleness is the enemy of the soul, so friars and sisters should be occupied at certain times in manual labor and at fixed hours in sacred reading. A Benedictine monk working on a manuscript woodcut. Chapter 48. The monastery should be laid out in such a way that all necessities be found within its bounds: water, mill, garden, workshops. 94 themes in world history. By the 14th century, there was a growing uncertainty about the value and purpose of monasticism. In England, Langland's poem Piers Plowman contrasted the ease and luxury of the lives of some monks with the pure faith of simple ploughmen and shepherds and poor common laborers. Also in England, Chaucer wrote the Canterbury Tales, which had comic portraits of a nun, a monk, and a friar. The church and society. Though Europeans became Christian, they still held on to some of their old beliefs in magic and folk traditions. Christmas and Easter became important dates from the 4th century. Christ's birth, celebrated on 25 December, replaced an old pre-Roman festival, the date of which was calculated by the solar calendar. Easter marked the crucifixion of Christ and his rising from the dead, but its date was not a fixed one, because it replaced an older festival to celebrate the coming of spring after a long winter, dated by the lunar calendar. Traditionally, on that day, people of each village used to make a tour of their village lands. With the coming of Christianity, they continued to do this, but they called the village the parish. Overworked peasants welcomed holy days, holidays, because they were not expected to work then. These days were meant for prayer, but people usually spent a good part of them having fun and feasting. Pilgrimage was an important part of a Christian's life, and many people went on long journeys to shrines of martyrs or to big churches. A monk who travels to distant shrines. When in April the sweet showers fall and pierce the drought of March to the root, and the small birds are making melody that sleep away the night with open eye. Then people long to go on pilgrimages, and palmers long to seek the foreign shrines of far-off saints, revered in various lands. And especially from every shire of England to Canterbury they make their journey. Geoffrey Chaucer, The Canterbury Tales. This was written in Middle English, and the verse is a translation in modern English. The third order, peasants, free and unfree. Let us now turn to the vast majority of people, namely, those who sustained the first two orders. Cultivators were of two kinds, free peasants and serfs. Free peasants held their farms as tenants of the Lord. The men had to render military service. Peasant families had to set aside certain days of the week, usually 3 but often more, when they would go to the Lord's estate and work there. The output from such labor, called labor rent, would go directly to the Lord. In addition, they could be required to do other unpaid labor services, like digging ditches, gathering firewood, building fences and repairing roads and buildings. Besides helping in the fields, women and children had to do other tasks. They spun thread, wove cloth, made candles and pressed grapes to prepare wine for the Lord's use. There was one direct tax called tille that kings sometimes imposed on peasants. Serfs cultivated plots of land, but these belonged to the Lord. Much of the produce from this had to be given to the Lord. They also had to work on the land which belonged exclusively to the Lord. They received no wages and could not leave the estate without the Lord's permission. The Lord claimed a number of monopolies at the expense of his serfs. Serfs could use only their Lord's mill to grind their flour, his oven to bake their bread, and his wine presses to distill wine and beer. The Lord could decide whom a serf should marry, or might give his blessing to the serf's choice, but on payment of a fee. An English Plowman, 16th century sketch. England. Feudalism developed in England from the 11th century. The Angles and Saxons, from Central Europe, had settled in England in the 6th century. The country's name, England, is a variant of Angleland. In the 11th century, William the Duke of Normandy crossed the English Channel with an army and defeated the Saxon King of England. From this time, France and England were often at war because of disputes over territory and trade. The present Queen of England is descended from William I. 96 themes in world history. William I had the land mapped and distributed it in sections to 180 Norman nobles who had migrated with him. The lords became the chief tenants of the king and were expected to give him military help. They were obliged to supply a certain number of knights to the king. They soon began to gift some of their own lands to knights who would serve them just as they in turn served the king. They could not, however, use their knights for private warfare, which was forbidden in England. Anglo-Saxon peasants became tenants of various levels of landholders. Hever Castle, England, 13th century. Factors affecting social and economic relations. While members of the first two orders saw the social system as stable and unchanging, there were several processes which were transforming the system. Some of these, such as changes in the environment, were gradual and almost imperceptible. Others were more dramatic, like the changes in agricultural technology and land use. These in turn were shaped by and had an effect on the social and economic ties between lords and vassals. Let us examine these processes one by one. The environment. From the 5th to the 10th centuries, most of Europe was covered with vast forests. Thus, the land available for agriculture was limited. Also, peasants dissatisfied with their conditions could flee from oppression and take refuge in the forest. Europe was undergoing an intensely cold climatic spell in this period. This led to severe and prolonged winters, a shortened growing season for crops, and reduced yields from agriculture. From the 11th century, Europe entered a warm phase. Average temperatures increased, which had a profound effect on agriculture. Peasants now had a longer growing season, and the soil, now less subjected to frost, could be more easily plowed. Environmental historians have noted that there was a significant receding of the forest line in many parts of Europe. This made expansion of the area under cultivation possible. Land use. Initially, agricultural technology was very primitive. The only mechanical aid available to the peasant was the wooden plow, drawn by a team of oxen. This plow could at best scratch the surface of the earth and was unable to fully draw out the natural productivity of the soil. Agriculture was therefore very labor-intensive. Fields had to be dug by hand, often once in 4 years, and enormous manual labor was required. Also, an ineffective method of crop rotation was in use. The land was divided in half. One field was planted in autumn with winter wheat, while the other field was left fallow. Rye was planted on this piece of fallow land the next year, while the other half was put to fallow. With this system, the soil slowly deteriorated, and famines were not uncommon. Chronic malnutrition alternated with devastating famines, and life was difficult for the poor. Despite these hardships, the lords were anxious to maximize their incomes. Since it was not possible to increase output from the land, the peasants were forced to bring under cultivation all the land in the manorial estate, and spend more time doing this than they were legally bound to do. The peasants did not bow quietly to oppression. Since they could not protest openly, they resorted to passive resistance. They spent more time cultivating their own fields, and kept much of the product of that labor for themselves. They also avoided performing unpaid extra services. They came into conflict with the lords over pasture and forest lands, and saw these lands as resources to be used by the whole community, while the lords treated these as their private property. New agricultural technology. By the 11th century, there is evidence of several technological changes. Instead of the basic wooden plows, cultivators began using heavy iron-tipped plows and mold boards. These plows could dig much deeper, and the mold boards turned the topsoil properly. With this, the nutrients from the soil were better utilized. The methods of harnessing animals to the plow improved. Instead of the neck harness, the shoulder harness came into use. This enabled animals to exert greater power. Horses were now better shod, with iron horseshoes which prevented foot decay. There was increased use of wind and water energy for agriculture. More water-powered and wind-powered mills were set up all over Europe for purposes like milling corn and pressing grapes. There were also changes in land use. The most revolutionary one was the switch from a 2-field to a 3-field system. In this, peasants could use a field 2 years out of 3 if they planted it with one crop in autumn and a different crop in spring a year and a half later. That meant that farmers could break their holdings into 3 fields. They could plant one with wheat or rye in autumn for human consumption. The second could be used in spring to raise peas, beans, and lentils for human use, and oats and barley for the horses. The third field lay fallow. Each year they rotated the use among the 3 fields. With these improvements, there was an almost immediate increase in the amount of food produced from each unit of land. Food availability. 98 themes in world history. Doubled. The greater use of plants like peas and beans meant more vegetable proteins in the diet of the average European and a better source of fodder for their animals. For cultivators, it meant better opportunities. They could now produce more food from less land. The average size of a peasant's farm shrank from about 100 acres to 20 to 30 acres by the 13th century. Holdings which were smaller could be more efficiently cultivated and reduce the amount of labor needed. This gave the peasants time for other activities. Some of these technological changes cost a lot of money. Peasants did not have enough money to set up watermills and windmills. Therefore, the initiative was taken by the lords. But peasants were able to take the initiative in many things, such as extending arable land. They also switched to the 3-field rotation of crops and set up small forges and smithies in the villages, where iron-tipped plows and horseshoes were made and repaired cheaply. From the 11th century, the personal bonds that had been the basis of feudalism were weakening because economic transactions were becoming more and more money-based. Lords found it convenient to ask for rent in cash, not services, and cultivators were selling their crops for money to traders who would then take such goods to be sold in the towns. The increasing use of money began to influence prices, which became higher in times of poor harvests. In England, for instance, agricultural prices doubled between the 1270s and the 1320s. A fourth order, new towns and townspeople. Expansion in agriculture was accompanied by growth in 3 related areas: population, trade, and towns. From roughly 42 million in 1000, Europe's population stood at 62 million, around 1,273 million in 1300. Better food meant a longer lifespan. By the 13th century, an average European could expect to live 10 years longer than in the 8th century. Women and girls had shorter lifespans compared to men because the latter ate better food. The towns of the Roman Empire had become deserted and ruined after its fall. But from the 11th century, as agriculture increased and became able to sustain higher levels of population, towns began to grow again. Peasants who had surplus grain to sell needed a place where they could set up a selling center and where they could buy tools and cloth. This led to the growth of periodic fairs and small marketing centers which gradually developed town-like features. A town square, a church, roads where merchants built shops and homes, an office where those who governed the town could meet. In other places, towns grew around large castles, bishops' estates, or large churches. In towns, instead of services, people paid a tax to the lords who owned the land on which the town stood. Towns offered the prospect. Activity 3. Look carefully at this map and the drawing of a town. What would you notice as special features of medieval European towns? How were they different from towns in other places and other periods of time? Reims, French cathedral town, 17th century map. Of paid work and freedom from the lord's control, for young people from peasant families. Town air makes free was a popular saying. Many serfs craving to be free ran away and hid in towns. If a serf could stay for 1 year and 1 day without his lord discovering him, he would become a free man. Many people in towns were free peasants or escaped serfs who provided unskilled labor. Shopkeepers and merchants were numerous. Later, there was need for individuals with specialized skills like bankers and lawyers. The bigger towns had populations of about 30,000. They could be said to have formed a fourth order. The basis of economic organization was the guild. Each craft or industry was organized into a guild, an association which controlled the quality of the product, its price, and its sale. The guild hall was a feature of every town. It was a building for ceremonial functions, and where the heads of all the guilds met formally. Guards patrolled the town walls, and musicians were called to play at feasts and in civic processions, and innkeepers looked after travelers. By the 11th century, new trade routes with West Asia were developing. Scandinavian merchants were sailing south from the North Sea to exchange furs and hunting hawks for cloth. English traders came to sell tin. In France by the 12th century, commerce and crafts began to grow. Earlier, craftsmen used to travel from manor to manor. Now they found it easier to settle in one place where goods could be produced and traded for food. As the number of towns grew and trade continued to expand, town merchants became rich and powerful, and rivaled the power of the nobility. 100 themes in world history. Cathedral towns. One of the ways that rich merchants spent their money was by making donations to churches. From the 12th century, large churches called cathedrals were being built in France. These belonged to monasteries, but different groups of people contributed to their construction with their own labor, materials, or money. Cathedrals were built of stone, and took many years to complete. As they were being built, the area around the cathedrals became more populated, and when they were completed they became centers of pilgrimage. Thus, small towns developed around them. Cathedrals were designed so that the priest's voice could be heard clearly within the hall where large numbers of people gathered, and so that the singing by monks could sound beautiful and the chiming. Bells calling people to prayer could be heard over a great distance. Stained glass was used for windows. During the day the sunlight would make them radiant for people inside the cathedral, and after sunset the light of candles would make them visible to people outside. The stained glass windows narrated the stories in the Bible through pictures, which illiterate people could read. Salisbury Cathedral, England. Because of the inadequacy which we often felt on feast days, for the narrowness of the place forced the women to run towards the altar upon the heads of the men with much anguish and noisy confusion, to enlarge and amplify the noble church. We also caused to be painted by the exquisite hands of many masters from different regions, a splendid variety of new windows. Because these windows are very valuable on account of their wonderful execution and the profuse expenditure of painted glass and sapphire glass, we appointed an official master craftsman for their protection, and also a goldsmith who would receive their allowances, namely, coins from the altar and flour from the common storehouse of the brethren, and who would never neglect their duty to look after these. Abbot Suger about the Abbey of Saint Denis, near Paris. The crisis of the 14th century. By the early 14th century, Europe's economic expansion slowed down. This was due to three factors. In Northern Europe by the end of the 13th century, the warm summers of the previous 300 years had given way to bitterly cold summers. Seasons for growing crops were reduced by a month, and it became difficult to grow crops on higher ground. Storms and oceanic flooding destroyed many farmsteads, which resulted in less income and taxes for governments. The opportunities offered by favorable climatic conditions before the 13th century had led to large-scale reclamation of the land of forests and pastures for agriculture. But intensive plowing had exhausted the soil despite the practice of the three-field rotation of crops, because clearance was not accompanied by proper soil conservation. The shortage of pasturage reduced the number of cattle. Population growth was outstripping resources, and the immediate result was famine. Severe famines hit Europe between 1315 and 1317, followed in the 1320s by massive cattle deaths. In addition, trade was hit by a severe shortage of metal money because of a shortfall in the output of silver mines in Austria and Serbia. This forced governments to reduce the silver content of the currency, and to mix it with cheaper metals. The worst was yet to come. As trade expanded in the 13th and 14th centuries, ships carrying goods from distant countries had started arriving in European ports. Along with the ships came rats, carrying the deadly bubonic plague infection. Western Europe, relatively isolated in earlier centuries, was hit by the epidemic between 1347 and 1350. The modern estimate of mortality in that epidemic is that 20% of the people of the whole of Europe died, with some places losing as much as 40% of the population. Stained glass window, Chartres Cathedral, France, 15th century. 102 themes in world history. How many valiant men, how many fair ladies, breakfast with their kinfolk and the same night supped with their ancestors in the next world. The condition of the people was pitiable to behold. They sickened by the thousands daily and died unattended and without help. Many died in the open street, others dying in their houses, made it known by the stench of their rotting bodies. Consecrated churchyards did not suffice for the burial of the vast multitude of bodies, which were heaped by the hundreds in vast trenches, like goods in a ship's hold and covered with a little earth. Giovanni Boccaccio, Italian author. As trade centers, cities were the hardest hit. In enclosed communities like monasteries and convents, when one individual contracted the plague, it was not long before everyone did, and in almost every case none survived. The plague took its worst toll among infants, the young and the elderly. There were other relatively minor episodes of plague in the 1360s and 1370s. The population of Europe, million in, stood reduced to million in. This catastrophe, combined with the economic crisis, caused immense social dislocation. Depopulation resulted in a major shortage of labor. Serious imbalances were created between agriculture and manufacture, because there were not enough people to engage in both equally. Prices of agricultural goods dropped as there were fewer people to buy. Wage rates increased because the demand for labor, particularly agricultural labor, rose in England by as much as 250% in the aftermath of the Black Death. The surviving labor force could now demand twice their earlier wages. Social unrest. The income of lords was thus badly hit. It declined as agricultural prices came down and wages of laborers increased. In desperation, they tried to give up the money contracts they had entered into and revive labor services. This was violently opposed by peasants, particularly the better educated and more prosperous ones. In 1323, peasants revolted in Flanders, in 1358 in France, and in 1381 in England. Though these rebellions were ruthlessly crushed, it is significant that they occurred with the most violent intensity in those areas which had experienced the prosperity of the economic expansion, a sign that peasants were attempting to protect the gains they had made in previous centuries. Despite the severe repression, the sheer intensity of peasant opposition ensured that the old feudal relations could not be reimposed. The money economy was too far advanced to be reversed. Therefore, though the lords succeeded in crushing the revolts, the peasants ensured that the feudal privileges of earlier days could not be reinvented. 11th to 14th centuries, political changes. Developments in the political sphere paralleled social processes. In the 15th and 16th centuries, European kings strengthened their military and financial power. The powerful new states they created were as significant for Europe as the economic changes that were occurring. Historians have therefore called these kings the new monarchs. Louis C. in France, Maximilian in Austria, Henry VII in England, and Isabel and Ferdinand in Spain were absolutist rulers who started the process of organizing standing armies, a permanent bureaucracy and national taxation, and, in Spain and Portugal, began to play a role in Europe's expansion overseas. The most important reason for the triumph of these monarchies was the social changes which had taken place in the 12th and 13th centuries. The dissolution of the feudal system of lordship and vassalage, and the slow rate of economic growth had given the first opportunity to kings to increase their control over their powerful and not so powerful subjects. Rulers dispensed with the system of feudal levies for their armies, and introduced professionally trained infantry equipped with guns and siege artillery directly under their control. The resistance of the aristocracies crumbled in the face of the firepower of the kings. Activity 4. Read through the events and processes listed with dates, and connect them into a narrative account. Queen Elizabeth I of England at a picnic, late 16th century. 104 themes in world history. By increasing taxes, monarchs got enough revenues to support larger armies, and thus defended and expanded their frontiers and overcame internal resistance to royal authority. Centralization, however, did not occur without resistance from the aristocracy. A common thread running through all types of opposition to the monarchies was the question of taxation. In England, rebellions occurred and were put down in 1497, 1536, 1547, 1549, and 1553. In France, Louis XI had to wage a long struggle against dukes and princes. Lesser nobles, often members of local assemblies, resisted this royal usurpation of their powers. The religious wars in France in the 16th century were in part a contest between royal privileges and regional liberties. Nemours Castle, France, 15th century. The nobility managed a tactical shift in order to ensure their survival. From being opponents to the new regimes, they quickly transformed themselves into loyalists. It is for this reason that royal absolutism has been called a modified form of feudalism. Precisely the same class of people who had been rulers in the feudal system, the lords, continued to dominate the political scene. They were given permanent positions in the administrative service, but the new regimes were different in some important ways. The king was no longer at the apex of a pyramid where loyalty had been a matter of personal dependence and trust. He was now at the center of an elaborate courtier society and a network of patron-client relationships. All monarchies, weak or powerful, needed the cooperation of those who could command authority. Patronage became the means of ensuring such cooperation, and patronage could be given or obtained by means of money. Therefore, money became an important way in which non-aristocratic elements like merchants and bankers could gain access to the court. They lent money to the kings, who used it to pay the wages of soldiers. Rulers thus made space for non-feudal elements in the state system. The later history of France and England was to be shaped by these changes in the power structures. In the reign of the child king Louis XIII of France in 1614, a meeting was held of the French Consultative Assembly known as the Estates General. After this, it was not summoned again for nearly 2 centuries till 1789, because the kings did not want to share power with the three orders. What happened in England was very different. Even before the Norman conquest, the Anglo-Saxons had a great council, which the king had to consult before imposing any tax. This developed into what was called the Parliament, which consisted of the House of Lords, the members of which were the lords and the clergy, and the House of Commons representing towns and rural areas. King Charles I ruled for 11 years without calling Parliament. When he was forced to call it because he needed money, a section of Parliament decided to go to war against him, and later executed him and established a republic. This did not last long and monarchy was restored, but on the condition that Parliament would be called regularly. Today, France has a republican form of government and England has a monarchy. This is because of the different directions that the histories of the two countries took after the 17th century. Exercises. Answer in brief. 1. Describe 2 features of early feudal society in France. 2. How did long-term changes in population levels affect economy and society in Europe? 3. Why did knights become a distinct group, and when did they decline? 4. What was the function of medieval monasteries? Answer in a short essay. 5. Imagine and describe a day in the life of a craftsman in a medieval French town. 6. Compare the conditions of life for a French serf and a Roman slave. Nomadic empires. The term nomadic empires can appear contradictory. Nomads are arguably quintessential wanderers, organized in family assemblies with a relatively undifferentiated economic life and rudimentary systems of political organization. The term empire, on the other hand, carries with it the sense of a material location, a stability derived from complex social and economic structures and the governance of an extensive territorial dominion through an elaborate administrative system. But the juxtapositions on which these definitions are framed may be too narrowly and ahistorically conceived. They certainly collapse when we study some imperial formations constructed by nomadic groups. In Theme 4, we studied state formations in the Central Islamic lands, whose origins lay in the Bedouin nomadic traditions of the Arabian Peninsula. This chapter studies a different group of nomads, the Mongols of Central Asia, who established a transcontinental empire under the leadership of Genghis Khan, straddling Europe and Asia during the 13th and 14th centuries. Relative to the agrarian-based imperial formations in China, the neighboring nomads of Mongolia may have inhabited a humbler, less complex social and economic world. But the Central Asian nomadic societies were not insulated islands that were impervious to historical change. These societies interacted, had an impact on and learnt from the larger world of which they were very much a part. This chapter studies the manner in which the Mongols under Genghis Khan adapted their traditional social and political customs to create a fearsome military machine and a sophisticated method of governance. The challenge of ruling a dominion spanning a melange of people, economies, and confessional systems meant that the Mongols could not simply impose their steppe traditions over their recently annexed territories. They innovated and compromised, creating a nomadic empire that had a huge impact on the history of Eurasia, even as it changed the character and composition of their own society forever. The steppe dwellers themselves usually produce no literature, so our knowledge of nomadic societies comes mainly from chronicles, travelogues, and documents produced by city-based litterateurs. These authors often produced extremely ignorant and biased reports of nomadic life. The imperial success of the Mongols, however, attracted many literati. Some of them produced travelogues of their experiences, others stayed to serve Mongol masters. These individuals came from a variety of backgrounds: Buddhist, Confucian, Christian, Turkish, and Muslim. Although not always familiar with Mongol customs, many of them produced sympathetic accounts, even eulogies, that challenged and complicated the otherwise hostile city-based tirade against the steppe marauders. The history of the Mongols, therefore, provides interesting details to question the manner in which sedentary societies usually characterize nomads as primitive barbarians. Perhaps the most valuable research on the Mongols was done by Russian scholars starting in the 18th and 19th centuries, as the Tsarist regime consolidated its control over Central Asia. This work was produced within a colonial milieu and was largely survey notes produced by travelers, soldiers, merchants, and antiquarian scholars. In the early 20th century, after the extension of the Soviet republics in the region, a new Marxist historiography argued that the prevalent mode of production determined the nature of social relations. It placed Genghis Khan and the emerging Mongol Empire within a scale of human evolution that was witnessing a transition from a tribal to a feudal mode of production, from a relatively classless society to one where there were wide differences between the lord, the owners of land, and the peasant. Despite following such a deterministic interpretation of history, excellent research on Mongol languages, their society and culture was carried out by scholars such as Boris Yakovlevich Vladimirtsov. Others, such as Vasily Vladimirovich Bartold, did not quite toe the official line. At a time when the Stalinist regime was extremely wary of regional nationalism, Bartold's sympathetic and positive assessment of the career and achievements of the Mongols under Genghis Khan and his successors got him into trouble with the censors. It severely curtailed the circulation of the work of the scholar, and it was only in the 1960s, during and after the more liberal Khrushchev era, that his writings were published in 9 volumes. The term barbarian is derived from the Greek barbaros, which meant a non-Greek, someone whose language sounded like a random noise, barbar. In Greek texts, barbarians were depicted like children, unable to speak or reason properly, cowardly, effeminate, luxurious, cruel, slothful, greedy, and politically unable to govern themselves. The transcontinental span of the Mongol Empire also meant that the sources available to scholars are written in a vast number of languages. Perhaps the most crucial are the sources in Chinese, Mongolian, Persian, and Arabic, but vital materials are also available in Italian, Latin, French, and Russian. Often the same text was produced in 2 languages with differing contents. For example, the Mongolian and Chinese versions of the earliest narrative on Genghis Khan, titled Mongol un Nuea Tobayan, The Secret History of the 60 Themes in World History. Mongols are quite different, and the Italian and Latin versions of Marco Polo's travels to the Mongol court do not match. Since the Mongols produced little literature on their own and were instead written about by literati from foreign cultural milieus, Historians have to often double as philologists to pick out the meanings of phrases for their closest approximation to Mongol usage. The work of scholars like Igor Derashowitz on the secret history of the Mongols and Gerhard Dorfer on Mongol and Turkic terminologies that infiltrated into the Persian language brings out the difficulties involved in studying the history of the Central Asian nomads, as we will notice through the remainder of this chapter. Despite their incredible achievements, there is much about Genghis Khan and the Mongol world empire still awaiting the diligent scholar's scrutiny. Introduction. Map 1. The Mongol Empire. In the early decades of the 13th century, the great empires of the Euro-Asian continent realized the dangers posed to them by the arrival of a new political power in the steppes of Central Asia. Genghis Khan had united the Mongol people. Genghis Khan's political vision, however, went far beyond the creation of a confederacy of Mongol tribes in the steppes of Central Asia. He had a mandate from God to rule the world. Even though his own lifetime was spent consolidating his hold over the Mongol tribes, leading and directing campaigns into adjoining areas in North China, Transoxiana, Afghanistan, eastern Iran, and the Russian steppes, his descendants traveled further afield to fulfill Genghis Khan's vision and create the largest empire the world had ever seen. It was in the spirit of Genghis Khan's ideals that his grandson Mongke warned the French ruler Louis IX, "In heaven there is only one eternal sky, on earth there is only one Lord, Genghis Khan, the son of heaven. When by the power of the eternal heaven the whole world from the rising of the sun to its setting shall be at one in joy and peace, then it will be made clear what we are going to do. If when you have understood the decree of the eternal heaven, you are unwilling to pay attention and believe it, saying, 'Our country is far away, our mountains are mighty, our sea is vast,' and in this confidence you bring an army against us, we know what we can do. He who made easy what was difficult and near what was far off, the eternal heaven knows." These were not empty threats, and the 1236-41 campaign Sov Batu, another grandson of Genghis Khan, devastated Russian lands up to Moscow, seized Poland and Hungary, and camped outside Vienna. In the 13th century, it did seem that the eternal sky was on the side of the Mongols, and many parts of China, the Middle East, and Europe saw in Genghis Khan's conquests of the inhabited world the wrath of God, the beginning of the day of judgment. The capture of Bukhara. Juwayni, a late 13th century Persian chronicler of the Mongol rulers of Iran, carried an account of the capture of Bukhara in 1220. After the conquest of the city, Juwayni reported, "Genghis Khan went to the festival ground where the rich residents of the city were and addressed them. O people, know that you have committed great sins, and that the great ones among you have committed these sins. If you ask me what proof I have for these words, I say it is because I am the punishment of God. If you had not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like me upon you." Now one man had escaped from Bukhara after its capture and had come to Khorasan. He was questioned about the fate of the city and replied, "They came, they burnt, they slew, they plundered, and they departed." Activity 1. Assume that Juwayni's account of the capture of Bukhara is accurate. Imagine yourself as a resident of Bukhara and Khorasan who heard the speeches. What impact would they have had on you? How did the Mongols create an empire that dwarfed the achievements of the other world conqueror Alexander? In a pre-industrial age of 62 themes in world history. Poor technological communications. What skills were deployed by the Mongols to administer and control such a vast dominion? For someone so self-confidently aware of his moral, divinely dispensed right to rule, how did Genghis Khan relate to the diverse social and religious groups that comprised his dominion? In the making of his imperium, what happened to this plurality? We need to start our discussion, however, with a humbler set of questions to better comprehend the social and political background of the Mongols and Genghis Khan. Who were the Mongols? Where did they live? Who did they interact with, and how do we know about their society and politics? Social and political background. The Mongols were a diverse body of people, linked by similarities of language to the Tatars, Khitan and Manchus to the east, and the Turkic tribes to the west. Some of the Mongols were pastoralists while others were hunter-gatherers. The pastoralists tended horses, sheep, and to a lesser extent cattle, goats, and camels. They nomadized in the steppes of Central Asia and a tract of land in the area of the modern state of Mongolia. This was a majestic landscape with wide horizons, rolling plains, ringed by the snow-capped Altai Mountains to the west, the arid Gobi Desert in the south, and drained by the Onon and Selenga rivers and myriad springs from the melting snows of the hills in the north and the west. Lush, luxuriant grasses for pasture and considerable small game were available in a good season. The hunter-gatherers resided to the north of the Onon River plain and flood. Pastoralists in the Siberian forests. They were a humbler body of people than the pastoralists, making a living from trade in furs of animals trapped in the summer months. There were extremes of temperature in the entire region, harsh, long winters followed by brief, dry summers. Agriculture was possible in the pastoral regions during short parts of the year, but the Mongols did not take to farming. Neither the pastoral nor the hunting-gathering economies could sustain dense population settlements, and as a result the region possessed no cities. The Mongols lived in tents, yurts, and traveled with their herds from their winter to summer pasture lands. Ethnic and language ties united the Mongol people, but the scarce resources meant that their society was divided into patrilineal lineages. The richer families were larger, possessed more animals and pasture lands. They therefore had many followers and were more influential in local politics. Periodic natural calamities, either unusually harsh cold winters when game and stored provisions ran out or drought which parched the grasslands, would force families to forage further afield, leading to conflict over pasture lands and predatory raids in search of livestock. Groups of families would occasionally ally for offensive and defensive purposes around richer and more powerful lineages, but, barring the few exceptions, these confederacies were usually small and short-lived. The size of Genghis Khan's confederation of Mongol and Turkish tribes was perhaps matched in size only by that which had been stitched together in the 5th century by Attila. Unlike Attila, however, Genghis Khan's political system was far more durable and survived its founder. It was stable enough to counter larger armies with superior equipment in China, Iran, and Eastern Europe. And, as they established control over these regions, the Mongols administered complex agrarian economies and urban settlements, sedentary societies that were quite distant from their own social experience and habitat. Although the social and political organizations of the nomadic and agrarian economies were very different, the two societies were hardly foreign to each other. In fact, the scant resources of the steppe lands drove Mongols and other Central Asian nomads to trade and barter with their sedentary neighbors in China. This was mutually beneficial to both parties. Agricultural produce and iron utensils from China were exchanged for horses, furs, and game trapped in the steppe. Commerce was not without its tensions, especially as the two groups unhesitatingly applied military pressure to enhance profit. When the Mongol lineages allied, they could force their Chinese neighbors to offer better terms, and trade ties were sometimes discarded in favor of outright plunder. This relationship would alter when the Mongols were in disarray. The Chinese would then confidently assert their influence in the steppe. These frontier wars were more debilitating to settled societies. They dislocated agriculture and plundered cities. Nomads, on the other hand, could retreat away from the zone of conflict with. Listed below are some of the great Central Asian steppe confederacies of the Turks and Mongol people. They did not all occupy the same region, and were not equally large and complex in their internal organization. They had a considerable impact on the history of the nomadic population, but their impact on China and the adjoining regions varied. Shengnu Huan Huan Epthalite Hunstu Chue Uyghurskitan. 64 Themes in World History. Marginal losses. Throughout its history, China suffered extensively from nomad intrusion and different regimes, even as early as the 8th century BCE, built fortifications to protect their subjects. Starting from the 3rd century BCE, these fortifications started to be integrated into a common defensive outwork, known today as the Great Wall of China, a dramatic visual testament to the disturbance and fear perpetrated by nomadic raids on the agrarian societies of North China. The Great Wall of China, the career of Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan was born sometime around 1162 near the Onon River in the north of present-day Mongolia. Named Temujin, he was the son of Yesugei, the chieftain of the Kiat, a group of families related to the Borjigid clan. His father was murdered at an early age, and his mother, Olanun Eke, raised Temujin, his brothers and stepbrothers in great hardship. The following decade was full of reversals. Temujin was captured and enslaved, and soon after his marriage, his wife Borte was kidnapped, and he had to fight to recover her. During these years of hardship, he also managed to make important friends. The young Bogorchu was his first ally, and remained a trusted friend. Jamuka, his blood brother, was another. Temujin also restored old alliances with the ruler of the Karayites, Tughrlong Khan, his father's old blood brother. Through the 1180s and 1190s, Temujin remained an ally of Ong Khan, and used the alliance to defeat powerful adversaries like Jamuka, his old friend who had become a hostile foe. It was after defeating him that Temujin felt confident enough to move against other tribes, the powerful Tatars, the Karayites, and Ong Khan himself in 1203. The final defeat of the Naiman people and the powerful Jamuka in 1206 left Temujin as the dominant personality in the politics of the steppe lands, a position that was recognized at an assembly of Mongol chieftains, where he was proclaimed the Great Khan of the Mongols with the title Genghis Khan, the Oceanic Khan, or universal ruler. Just before the Kriltai of 1206, Genghis Khan had reorganized the Mongol people into a more effective, disciplined military force that facilitated the success of his future campaigns. The first of his concerns was to conquer China, divided at this time into 3 realms: the Hsia people of Tibetan origin in the northwestern provinces, the Jurchen, whose Qin dynasty ruled North China from Peking, the Sung dynasty who controlled South China. By 1209, the Hsia were defeated. The Great Wall of China was breached in 1213, and Peking sacked in 1215. Long drawn-out battles against the Qin continued until 1234, but Genghis Khan was satisfied enough with the progress of his campaigns to return to his Mongolian homeland in 1216 and leave the military affairs of the region to his subordinates. After the defeat in 1218 of the Karakita, who controlled the Tian Shan Mountains northwest of China, Mongol dominions reached the Amu Darya and the states of Transoxiana and Khwarezm. Sultan Muhammad, the ruler of Khwarazm, felt the fury of Genghis Khan's rage when he executed Mongol envoys. In the campaigns between 1219 and 1221, the great cities, Otrar, Bukhara, Samarkand, Balkh, Gurganj, Merv, Nishapur and Herat, surrendered to the Mongol forces. Towns that resisted were devastated. At Nishapur, where a Mongol prince was killed during the siege operation, Genghis Khan commanded that the town should be laid waste in such a manner that the site could be plowed upon, and that in the exaction of vengeance not even cats and dogs should be left alive. Estimated extent of Mongol destruction. All reports of Genghis Khan's campaigns agree at the vast number of people killed following the capture of cities that defied his authority. The numbers are staggering. At the capture of Nishapur in 1220, 1,747,000 people were massacred, while the toll at Herat in 1222 was 1,600,000 people, and at Baghdad in 1258, 800,000. Smaller towns suffered proportionately. Nassa, 70,000 dead, Baihaq district, 70,000, and at Tun in the Kohistan province, 12,000 individuals were executed. How did medieval chroniclers arrive at such figures? Juwayni, the Persian chronicler of the Ilkhans, stated that 1,300,000 people were killed in Merv. He reached the figure because it took 13 days to count the dead, and each day they counted 100,000 corpses. 66 Themes in World History. AP page Barbarians as imagined by a European artist. Mongol forces in pursuit of Sultan Muhammad pushed into Azerbaijan, defeated Russian forces at the Crimea and encircled the Caspian Sea. Another wing followed the Sultan's son Jalaluddin into Afghanistan and the Sindh province. At the banks of the Indus, Genghis Khan considered returning to Mongolia through North India and Assam, but the heat, the natural habitat and the ill portents reported by his shaman soothsayer made him change his mind. Genghis Khan died in 1227, having spent most of his life in military combat. His military achievements were astounding, and they were largely a result of his ability to innovate and transform different aspects of steppe combat into extremely effective military strategies. The horse-riding skills of the Mongols and the Turks provided speed and mobility to the army. Their abilities as rapid-shooting archers from horseback were further perfected during regular hunting expeditions which doubled as field maneuvers. The steppe cavalry had always traveled light and moved quickly, but now it brought all its knowledge of the terrain and the weather to do the unimaginable. They carried out campaigns in the depths of winter, treating frozen rivers as highways to enemy cities and camps. Nomads were conventionally at a loss against fortified encampments, but Genghis Khan learnt the importance of siege engines and naphtha bombardment very quickly. His engineers prepared light portable equipment, which was used against opponents with devastating effect. 68 Themes in World History. The Mongols after Genghis Khan. We can divide Mongol expansion after Genghis Khan's death into two distinct phases, the first which spanned the years 1236 to 42, when the major gains were in the Russian steppes, Bulgar, Kiev, Poland, and Hungary. The second phase, including the years 12,551,300, led to the conquest of all of China, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. The frontier of the empire stabilized after these campaigns. The Mongol military forces met with few reversals in the decades after 1203, but quite noticeably, after the 1260s the original impetus of campaigns could not be sustained in the West. Although Vienna, and beyond it Western Europe, as well as Egypt, was within the grasp of Mongol forces, their retreat from the Hungarian steppes and defeat at the hands of the Egyptian forces signaled the emergence of new political trends. There were two facets to this. The first was a consequence of the internal politics of succession within the Mongol family, where the descendants of Jochi and Ogedei allied to control the office of the Great Khan in the first two generations. These interests were more important than the pursuit of campaigns in Europe. The second compulsion occurred as the Jochi and Ogedei lineages were marginalized by the Toluyid branch of Genghis Khanid descendants. With the accession of Monka, a descendant of Tolui, Genghis Khan's youngest son, military campaigns were pursued energetically in Iran during the 1250s. But as Toluyid interest in the conquest of China increased during the 1260s, forces and supplies were increasingly diverted into the heartlands of the Mongol dominion. As a result, the Mongols fielded a small, understaffed force against the Egyptian military. Their defeat and the increasing preoccupation with China of the Toluyid family marked the end of Western expansion of the Mongols. Concurrently, conflict between the Jochid and Toluyid descendants along the Russian-Iranian frontier diverted the Jochids away from further European campaigns. The suspension of Mongol expansion in the West did not arrest their campaigns in China, which was reunited under the Mongols. Paradoxically, it was at the moment of its greatest successes that internal turbulence between members of the ruling family manifested itself. The next section discusses the factors that led to some of the greatest successes of the Mongol political enterprise but also inhibited its progress. Social, political, and military organization. Among the Mongols and many other nomadic societies as well, all the able-bodied adult males of the tribe bore arms. They constituted the armed forces when the occasion demanded. The unification of the different Mongol tribes and subsequent campaigns against diverse people introduced new members into Genghis Khan's army, complicating the composition of this relatively small, undifferentiated body into an incredibly heterogeneous mass of people. It included groups like the Turkic Uyghurs who had accepted his authority willingly. It also included defeated people, like the Karaites, who were accommodated in the Confederacy despite their earlier hostility. Genghis Khan worked to systematically erase the old tribal identities of the different groups who joined his confederacy. His army was organized according to the old step system of decimal units, in divisions of 10 seconds, 100 seconds, 10 hundreds, and 10,000 soldiers. In the old system, the clan and the tribe would have coexisted within the decimal units. Genghis Khan stopped this practice. He divided the old tribal groupings and distributed their members into new military units. Any individual who tried to move from his or her allotted group without permission received harsh punishment. The largest unit of soldiers, approximating 10,000 soldiers, now included fragmented groups of people from a variety of different tribes and clans. This altered the old steppe social order, integrating different lineages and clans and providing them with a new identity derived from its progenitor, Genghis Khan. The new military contingents were required to serve under his 4 sons and specially chosen captains of his army units called Noyan. Also important within the new realm were a band of followers who had served Genghis Khan loyally through grave adversity for many years. Genghis Khan publicly honored some of these individuals as his blood brothers, yet others, freemen of a humbler rank, were given special ranking as his bondsmen, a title that marked their close relationship with their master. This ranking did not preserve the rights of the old clan chieftains. The new aristocracy derived its status from a close relationship with the great Khan of the Mongols. In this new hierarchy, Genghis Khan assigned the responsibility of governing the newly conquered people to his 4 sons. These comprised the 4 ulus, a term that did not originally mean fixed territories. Genghis Khan's lifetime was still the age of rapid conquests and expanding domains where frontiers were still extremely fluid. For example, the eldest son, Jochi, received the Russian steppes, but the farthest extent of his territory, Ulus, was indeterminate. It extended as far west as his horses could roam. The second son, Chagatai, was given the Transoxianian steppe and lands north of the Pamir Mountains adjacent to those of his brother. Presumably, these lands would shift as Jochi marched westward. Genghis Khan had indicated that his third son, Ogedei, would succeed him as the Great Khan, and on accession the prince established his capital at Karakorum. The youngest son, Tolui, received the ancestral lands of Mongolia. Genghis Khan envisaged that his sons would rule the empire collectively, and to underline this point, military contingents of the individual princes were placed in each ulus. The sense of a dominion shared by the members of the family was underlined at the Assembly of Chieftains, Kriltais, where all decisions relating to the family or the state for the forthcoming season, campaigns, distribution of plunder, pasture lands, and succession were collectively taken. 70 themes in world history. Genghis Khan had already fashioned a rapid courier system that connected the distant areas of his regime. Fresh mounts and dispatch riders were placed in outposts at regularly spaced distances. For the maintenance of this communication system, the Mongol nomads contributed 1/10 of their herd, either horses or livestock, as provisions. This was called the Q-beer tax, a levy that the nomads paid willingly for the multiple benefits that it brought. The courier system was further refined after Genghis Khan's death, and its speed and reliability surprised travelers. It enabled the great Khans to keep a check on developments at the farthest end of their regime across the continental landmass. The conquered people, however, hardly felt a sense of affinity with their new nomadic masters. During the campaigns in the first half of the 13th century, cities were destroyed, agricultural lands laid waste, trade and handicraft production disrupted. Tens of thousands of people, the family tree of Genghis Khan, exact figures are lost in the exaggerated reports of the time, were killed, even more enslaved. All classes of people, from the elites to the peasantry, suffered. In the resulting instability, the underground canals, called qanats, in the arid Iranian plateau could no longer receive periodic maintenance. As they fell into disrepair, the desert crept in. This led to an ecological devastation from which parts of Khorasan never recovered. Once the dust from the campaigns had settled, Europe and China were territorially linked. In the peace ushered in by Mongol conquest, trade connections matured. Commerce and travel along the Silk Route reached its peak under the Mongols, but, unlike before, the trade routes did not terminate in China. They continued north into Mongolia and to Karakorum, the heart of the new empire. Communication and ease of travel was vital to retain the coherence of the Mongol regime, and travelers were given a pass for safe conduct. Traders paid the Baj tax for the same purpose, all acknowledging thereby the authority of the Mongol Khan. The contradictions between the nomadic and sedentary elements within the Mongol Empire eased through the 13th century. In the 1230s, for example, as the Mongols waged their successful war against the Qin dynasty in North China, there was a strong pressure group within the Mongol leadership that advocated the massacre of all peasantry and the conversion of their fields into pasture lands. But by the 1270s, when South China was annexed to the Mongol Empire after the defeat of the Sung dynasty, Genghis Khan's grandson, Kublai Khan, appeared as the protector of the peasants and the cities. In the 1290s, the Mongol ruler of Iran, Ghazan Khan, a descendant of Genghis Khan's youngest son Tolui, warned family members and other generals to avoid pillaging the peasantry. It did not lead to a stable, prosperous realm, he advised in a speech whose sedentary overtones would have made Genghis Khan shudder. Map 2. The Mongol Campaigns. Activity 2. Note the areas traversed by the Silk Route and the goods that were available to traders along the way. This map does not reflect one of the eastern terminal points of the Silk Route during the height of Mongol power. Can you place the missing city? Could it have been on the Silk Route in the 12th century? Why not? 72 Themes in World History. Activity 3. Why was there a conflict of interest between pastoralists and peasants? Would Genghis Khan have expressed sentiments of this nature in a speech to his nomad commanders? Ghazan Khan's speech. Ghazan Khan was the first Ilkhanid ruler to convert to Islam. He gave the following speech to the Mongol Turkish nomad commanders, a speech that was probably drafted by his Persian wazir Rashiduddin and included in the minister's letters. I am not on the side of the Persian peasantry. If there is a purpose in pillaging them all, there is no one with more power to do this than I. Let us rob them together. But if you wish to be certain of collecting grain and food for your tables in the future, I must be harsh with you. You must be taught reason. If you insult the peasantry, take their oxen and seed and trample their crops into the ground, what will you do in the future? The obedient peasantry must be distinguished from the peasantry who are rebels. From Genghis Khan's reign itself, the Mongols had recruited civil administrators from the conquered societies. They were sometimes moved around, Chinese secretaries deployed in Iran and Persians in China. They helped in integrating the distant dominions, and their backgrounds and training were always useful in blunting the harsher edges of nomadic predation on sedentary life. The Mongol Khans trusted them as long as they continued to raise revenue for their masters, and these administrators could sometimes command considerable influence. In the 1230s, the Chinese minister Yelu Shutai muted some of Ogedei's more rapacious instincts. The Jiwani family played a similar role in Iran through the latter half of the 13th century, and at the end of the century, the wazir, Rashiduddin, drafted the speech that Ghazan Khan delivered to his Mongol compatriots, asking them to protect, not harass, the peasantry. The pressure to sedentarize was greater in the new areas of Mongol domicile, areas distant from the original steppe habitat of the nomads. By the middle of the 13th century, the sense of a common patrimony shared by all the brothers was gradually replaced by individual dynasties, each ruling their separate ulus, a term which now carried the sense of a territorial dominion. This was in part a result of succession struggles, where Genghis Khanid descendants competed for the office of Great Khan and prized pastoral lands. Descendants of Tolui had come to rule both China and Iran, where they had formed the Yuan and Il-Khanid dynasties. Descendants of Jochi formed the Golden Horde and ruled the Russian steppes. Chagatai's successors ruled the steppes of Transoxiana and the lands called Turkestan today. Noticeably, nomadic traditions persisted longest amongst the steppe dwellers in Central Asia and Russia. The gradual separation of the descendants of Genghis Khan into separate lineage groups implied that their connections with the memory and traditions of a past family concordance also altered. At an obvious level, this was the result of competition amongst the cousin clans, and here the Toluid branch was more adept in presenting their version of the family. Disagreements in the histories produced under their patronage. To a large extent, this was a consequence of their control of China and Iran, and the large number of literati that its family members could recruit. At a more sophisticated level, the disengagement with the past also meant underlining the merits of the regnant rulers as a contrast to other past monarchs. This exercise in comparison did not exclude Genghis Khan himself. Persian chronicles produced in Il-Khanid Iran during the late 13th century detailed the gory killings of the Great Khan and greatly exaggerated the numbers killed. For example, in contrast to an eyewitness report that 400 soldiers defended the citadel of Bukhara, an Il-Khanid chronicle reported that 30,000 soldiers were killed in the attack on the citadel. Although Il-Khanid reports still eulogized Genghis Khan, they also carried a statement of relief that times had changed and the great killings of the past were over. The Genghis Khanid legacy was important, but for his descendants to appear as convincing heroes to a sedentary audience, they could no longer appear in quite the same way as their ancestor. Following the research of David Ayalon, recent work on the Yasa, the code of law that Genghis Khan was supposed to have promulgated at the Kuriltai of 1206, has elaborated on the complex ways in which the memory of the Great Khan was fashioned by his successors. In its earliest formulation, the term was written as yasak, which meant law, decree, or order. Indeed, the few details that we possess about the yasak concern administrative regulations, the organization of the hunt, the army, and the postal system. By the middle of the 13th century, however, the Mongols had started using the related term yasa in a more general sense to mean the legal code of Genghis Khan. We may be able to understand the changes in the meaning of the term if we take a look at some of the other developments that occurred at the same time. By the middle of the 13th century, the Mongols had emerged as a unified people and just created the largest empire the world had ever seen. They ruled over very sophisticated urban societies with their respective histories, cultures, and laws. Although the Mongols dominated the region politically, they were a numerical minority. The one way in which they could protect their identity and distinctiveness was through a claim to a sacred law given to them by their ancestor. The Yasa was in all probability a compilation of the customary traditions of the Mongol tribes, but in referring to it as Genghis Khan's code of law, the Mongol people also laid claim to a lawgiver like Moses and Solomon, whose authoritative code could be imposed on their subjects. The Yasa served to cohere the Mongol people around a body of shared beliefs. It acknowledged their affinity to Genghis Khan and his descendants and, even as they absorbed different aspects of a sedentary lifestyle, gave them the confidence to retain their ethnic 74 themes in world history, identity, and impose their law upon their defeated subjects. It was an extremely empowering ideology, and although Genghis Khan may not have planned such a legal code, it was certainly inspired by his vision and was vital in the construction of a Mongol universal dominion. Activity 4. Did the meaning of Yasa alter over the 4 centuries separating Genghis Khan from Abdullah Khan? Why did Hafiz-i Tanish make a reference to Genghis Khan's Yasa in connection with Abdullah Khan's prayer at the Muslim festival ground? Yasa. In 1221, after the conquest of Bukhara, Genghis Khan had assembled the rich Muslim residents at the festival ground and had admonished them. He called them sinners and warned them to compensate for their sins by parting with their hidden wealth. The episode was dramatic enough to be painted, and for a long time afterwards people still remembered the incident. In the late 16th century, Abdullah Khan, a distant descendant of Jochi, Genghis Khan's eldest son, went to the same festival ground in Bukhara. Unlike Genghis Khan, however, Abdullah Khan went to perform his holiday prayers there. His chronicler, Hafiz-i Tanish, reported this performance of Muslim piety by his master and included the surprising comment, "This was according to the Yasa of Genghis Khan." Conclusion: situating Genghis Khan and the Mongols in world history. When we remember Genghis Khan today, the only images that appear in our imagination are those of the conqueror, the destroyer of cities, and an individual who was responsible for the death of thousands of people. Many 13th century residents of towns in China, Iran, and Eastern Europe looked at the hordes from the steppes with fear and distaste. And yet, for the Mongols, Genghis Khan was the greatest leader of all time. He united the Mongol people, freed them from interminable tribal wars and Chinese exploitation, brought them prosperity, fashioned a grand transcontinental empire, and restored trade routes and markets that attracted distant travelers like the Venetian Marco Polo. The contrasting images are not simply a case of dissimilar perspectives. They should make us pause and reflect on how one perspective can completely erase all others. Beyond the opinions of the defeated sedentary people, consider for a moment the sheer size of the Mongol dominion in the 13th century and the diverse body of people and faiths that it embraced. Although the Mongol Khans themselves belonged to a variety of different faiths, shaman, Buddhist, Christian, and eventually Islam, they never let their personal beliefs dictate public policy. The Mongol rulers recruited administrators and armed contingents from people of all ethnic groups and religions. Theirs was a multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious regime that did not feel threatened by its pluralistic constitution. This was utterly unusual for the time, and historians are only now studying the ways in which the Mongols provided ideological models for later regimes to follow. The nature of the documentation on the Mongols, and any nomadic regime, makes it virtually impossible to understand the inspiration that led to the confederation of fragmented groups of people in the pursuit of an ambition to create an empire. The Mongol Empire eventually altered in its different milieus, but the inspiration of its founder remained a powerful force. At the end of the 14th century, Timur, another monarch who aspired to universal dominion, hesitated to declare himself monarch because he was not of Genghis Khanid descent. When he did declare his independent sovereignty, it was as the son-in-law of the Genghis Khanid family. Today, after decades of Soviet control, the country of Mongolia is recreating its identity as an independent nation. It has seized upon Genghis Khan as a great national hero who is publicly venerated and whose achievements are recounted with pride. At a crucial juncture in the history of Mongolia, Genghis Khan has once again appeared as an iconic figure for the Mongol people, mobilizing memories of a great past in the forging of national identity that can carry the nation into the future. The capture of Baghdad by the Mongols, a miniature painting in the Chronicles of Rashid al-Din, Tabriz, 14th century, 76 themes in world history. Kubilai Khan and Chabi in camp. Exercises. Answer in brief. 1. Why was trade so significant to the Mongols? 2. Why did Genghis Khan feel the need to fragment the Mongol tribes into new social and military groupings? 3. How do later Mongol reflections on the Yasa bring out the uneasy relationship they had with the memory of Genghis Khan? 4. If history relies upon written records produced by city-based literati, nomadic societies will always receive a hostile representation. Would you agree with this statement? Does it explain the reason why Persian chronicles produced such inflated figures of casualties resulting from Mongol campaigns? Answer in a short essay. 5. Keeping the nomadic element of the Mongol and Bedouin societies in mind, how, in your opinion, did their respective historical experiences differ? What explanations would you suggest account for these differences? 6. How does the following account enlarge upon the character of the Pax Mongolica created by the Mongols by the middle of the 13th century? The Franciscan monk, William of Rubruck, was sent by Louis IX of France on an embassy to the great Khan Monka's court. He reached Karakorum, the capital of Monka, in 1254, and came upon a woman from Lorraine called Paquette, who had been brought from Hungary and was in the service of one of the prince's wives who was a Nestorian Christian. At the court he came across a Parisian goldsmith named Guillaume Boucher, whose brother dwelt on the Grand Pont in Paris. This man was first employed by the Queen Sorgactani, and then by Montca's younger brother. Rubruck found that at the great court festivals the Nestorian priests were admitted first with their regalia, to bless the Grand Khan's cup, and were followed by the Muslim clergy and Buddhist and Taoist monks. Towards modernization. Paths to modernization. Towards modernization. Linking the world in 1927, Charles Lindbergh, 25 years old, flew across the Atlantic Ocean from New York to Paris in a single-engine aeroplane. In the previous section you have learnt about certain crucial developments in the medieval and early modern world. Feudalism, the European Renaissance, and the encounters between Europeans and the peoples of the Asia, Africa, and Americas. As you would have realized, some of the phenomena that contributed to the making of our modern world gradually evolved in this period, and especially so from the mid-15th century onwards. Two further developments in world history created a context for what has been called modernization. These were the Industrial Revolution and a series of political revolutions that transformed subjects into citizens, beginning with the American Revolution and the French Revolution. Britain has been the world's first industrial nation. For long it was believed that British industrialization provided the model for industrialization in other countries. However, historians have begun to question some of the earlier ideas about the Industrial Revolution. Each country drew upon the experiences of other nations, without necessarily reproducing any model. In Britain, for instance, coal and cotton textile industries were developed in the first phase of industrialization, while the invention of railways initiated the second stage of that process. In other countries such as Russia, which began to industrialize much later, the railway and other heavy industry emerged in the initial phase of industrialization itself. Likewise, the role of the state and of banks in industrialization has differed from country to country. The British case no doubt influenced the industrial trajectories of other nations such as the USA and Germany, two significant industrial powers. It also displayed the human and material costs incurred by Britain on its industrialization, the plight of the laboring poor, especially of children, environmental degradation, and the consequent epidemics of cholera and tuberculosis. In Theme 7 you will read how industrial pollution and cadmium and mercury poisoning in Japan stirred people into mass movements against indiscriminate industrialization. European powers began to colonize parts of America and Asia and South Africa well before the Industrial Revolution. Theme 6 tells you the story of what European settlers did to the native peoples of America and Australia. The bourgeois mentality of the settlers made them buy and sell everything, including land and water. But the natives, who appeared uncivilized to European Americans, asked, "If you do not own the freshness of the air and the sparkle of the water, how can one buy them?" The natives did not feel the need to own land, fish, or animals. They had no desire to commodify them. If things needed to be exchanged, they could simply be gifted. Quite obviously, the natives and the Europeans represented competing notions of civilization. The former did not allow the European deluge to wipe out their cultures, although the US and Canadian governments of the mid-20th century desired natives to join the mainstream, and the Australian authorities of the same period attempted to simply ignore their traditions and culture. One might wonder what is meant by mainstream. How does economic and political power influence the making of mainstream cultures? Western capitalism's mercantile, industrial and financial, and early 20th century Japanese capitalism created colonies in large parts of the Third World. Some of these were settler colonies. Others, such as British rule in India, are examples of direct imperial control. The case of 19th and early 20th century China illustrates a third variant of imperialism. Here, Britain, France, Germany, Russia, America, and Japan meddled in Chinese affairs without directly taking over state power. They exploited the country's resources to their own advantage, seriously compromising Chinese sovereignty and reducing the country to the status of a semi-colony. Almost everywhere, colonial exploitation was challenged by powerful nationalist movements. Nationalisms, however, also arose without a colonial context, as in the West or Japan. Linking the World, J. Lipchitz's figure, sculpted in the 1920s, shows the influence of Central African statuary. Linking the World, Japanese Zen paintings like this one were admired by Western artists and influenced the abstract expressionist style of painting in the 1920s in the USA. 126 themes in world history. Nationalisms are doctrines of popular sovereignty. Nationalist movements believe that political power should rest with the people, and this is what makes nationalism a modern concept. Civic nationalism vests sovereignty in all people regardless of language, ethnicity, religion, or gender. It seeks to create a community of rights exercising citizens and defines nationhood in terms of citizenship, not ethnicity or religion. Ethnic and religious nationalisms try to build national solidarities around a given language, religion, or set of traditions, defining the people ethnically, not in terms of common citizenship. In a multi-ethnic country, ethnic nationalists might limit the exercise of sovereignty to a chosen people, often assumed to be superior to minority communities. Today, most Western countries define their nationhood in terms of common citizenship and not by common ethnicity. One prominent exception is Germany, where ideas of ethnic nationalism have had a long and troubling career going back to the reaction against the French imperial occupation of German states in 1806. Ideologies of civic nationalism have vied with those of ethnic religious nationalism the world over, and this has been so in modern India, China, and Japan as well. As with industrialization, so with paths to modernization, different societies have evolved their distinctive modernities. The Japanese and Chinese cases, along with the stories of Taiwan and South Korea, are very instructive in this regard. Japan succeeded in remaining free of colonial control and achieved fairly rapid economic and industrial progress throughout the 20th century. The rebuilding of the Japanese economy after a humiliating defeat in the Second World War should not be seen as a mere post-war miracle. As Theme 7 shows, it resulted from certain gains that had already been accomplished in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Did you know, for instance, that by 1910 tuition fees for studying at a primary school had more or less ended and enrollment had become universal? Japan's path to modernization, like that of any other country, has had its own tensions, those between democracy and militarism, ethnic nationalism and civic nation building, and between what many Japanese describe as tradition and westernization. The Chinese resisted colonial exploitation and their own bureaucratic landed elite through a combination of peasant rebellion, reform, and revolution. By the early 1930s, the Chinese Communist Party, which drew its strength from peasant mobilization, had begun confronting the imperial powers as well as the nationalists who represented the country's elite. It had also started implementing its ideas in selected pockets of the country. Its egalitarian ideology, stress on land reforms, and awareness of women's problems helped it overthrow foreign imperialism and the nationalists in 1949. Once in power, it succeeded in reducing inequalities, spreading education, and creating political awareness. Even so, the country's single-party framework and state repression contributed to considerable dissatisfaction with the political system after the mid-1960s. But the Chinese Communist Party has been able to retain control over the country largely because, in embracing certain market principles, it reinvented itself and has worked hard to transform China into an economic powerhouse. The different ways in which various countries have understood modernity and sought to achieve it, each in the context of its own circumstances and ideas, make a fascinating story. This section introduces you to some aspects of that story. Timeline 4. This timeline will give you an idea of what was happening in different parts of the world in the last 3 centuries, and how people in different countries contributed to the making of our modern world. It will tell you about the slave trade in Africa and the establishment of the apartheid regime in South Africa, about social movements in Europe and the formation of nation-states, about the expansion of imperial powers and the process of colonization, and about democratic and anti-colonial movements that swept through the world in the last century. It will also refer to some of the inventions and technological developments that are associated with modernity. As with all timelines, this one focuses on a few dates. There are others that are important. When you see a series of dates in a timeline, do not think that those are the only dates you need to know. Find out why different timelines focus on different types of dates, and what this selection tells us. 130 themes in world history, 132 themes in world history, 134 themes in world history. Displacing indigenous peoples. This chapter recounts some aspects of the histories of the native peoples of America and Australia. Theme describe the history of the Spanish and Portuguese colonization of South America. From the 18th century, more areas of South America, Central America, North America, South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand came to be settled by immigrants from Europe. This led to many of the native peoples being pushed out into other areas. The European settlements were called colonies. When the European inhabitants of the colonies became independent of the European mother country, these colonies became states or countries. In the 19th and 20th centuries, people from Asian countries also migrated to some of these countries. Today, these Europeans and Asians form the majority in these countries, and the number of the native inhabitants are very small. They are hardly seen in the towns, and people have forgotten that they once occupied much of the country, and that the names of many rivers, towns, etc., are derived from native names. Till the middle of the 20th century, American and Australian history textbooks used to describe how Europeans discovered the Americas and Australia. They hardly mentioned the native peoples except to suggest that they were hostile to Europeans. These peoples were, however, studied by anthropologists in America from the 1840s. Much later, from the 1960s, the native peoples were encouraged to write their own histories or to dictate them. Today, it is possible to read historical works and fiction written by the native peoples, and visitors to museums in these countries will see galleries of native art and special museums which show the Aboriginal way of life. The new National Museum of the American Indian in the USA has been curated by American Indians themselves. 136 themes in world history. European imperialism. The American empires of Spain and Portugal did not expand after the 17th century. From that time, other countries, France, Holland and England began to extend their trading activities and to establish colonies in America, Africa, and Asia. Ireland also was virtually a colony of England, as the landowners there were mostly English settlers. From the 18th century, it became obvious that while it was the prospect of profit which drove people to establish colonies, there were significant variations in the nature of the control established. In South Asia, trading companies like the East India Company made themselves into political powers, defeated local rulers, and annexed their territories. They retained the older, well-developed administrative system and collected taxes from landowners. Later, they built railways to make trade easier, excavated mines, and established big plantations. In Africa, Europeans traded on the coast, except in South Africa, and only in the late 19th century did they venture into the interior. After this, some of the European countries reached an agreement to divide up Africa as colonies for themselves. The word settler is used for the Dutch in South Africa, the British in Ireland, New Zealand, and Australia, and the Europeans in America. The official language in these colonies was English. North America. The continent of North America extends from the Arctic Circle to the Tropic of Cancer, from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean. West of the chain of the Rocky Mountains is the desert of Arizona and Nevada, still further west the Sierra Nevada Mountains. To the east the Great Plains, the Great Lakes, the valleys of the Mississippi and the Ohio and the Appalachian Mountains. To the south is Mexico. 40% of Canada is covered with forests. Oil, gas, and mineral resources are found in many areas, which explains the many big industries in the USA and Canada. Today, wheat, corn, and fruit are grown extensively, and fishing is a major industry in Canada. Mining, industry, and extensive agriculture have been developed only in the last 200 years by immigrants from Europe, Africa, and China. But there were people who had been living in North America for thousands of years before the Europeans learned of its existence. The native peoples. The earliest inhabitants of North America came from Asia over 30,000 years ago on a land bridge across the Bering Straits, and during the last ice age 10,000 years ago they moved further south. The oldest artifact found in America, an arrow point, is 11,000 years old. The population started to increase about 5,000 years ago when the climate became more stable. At sunset on the day before America, diversity lay at every hand. People spoke in more than 100 tongues. They lived by every possible combination of hunting, fishing, gathering, gardening, and farming open to them. The quality of soils and the effort required to open and tend them determined some of their choices of how to live. Cultural and social biases determined others. Surpluses of fish or grain or garden plants or meats helped create powerful tiered societies here but not there. Some cultures had endured for millennia. William McLeish, The Day Before America. Till the early 20th century, the term was used by Europeans to describe the inhabitants of countries they had colonized. Native means a person born in the place he/she lives in. These peoples lived in bands, in villages along river valleys. They ate fish and meat, and cultivated vegetables and maize. They often went on long journeys in search of meat, chiefly that of bison, the wild buffalo that roamed the grasslands. But they only killed as many animals as they needed for food. 138 themes in world history. They did not attempt extensive agriculture, and since they did not produce a surplus, they did not develop kingdoms and empires as in Central and South America. There were some instances of quarrels between tribes over territory, but by and large control of land was not an issue. They were content with the food and shelter they got from the land without feeling any need to own it. An important feature of their tradition was that of making. Wampum belts, made of colored shells sewn together, were exchanged by native tribes after a treaty was agreed to. Formal alliances and friendships and exchanging gifts. Goods were obtained not by buying them but as gifts. Numerous languages were spoken in North America, though these were not written down. They believed that time moved in cycles, and each tribe had accounts about their origins and their earlier history which were passed on from one generation to the next. They were skilled craftspeople and wove beautiful textiles. They could read the land, they could understand the climates and different landscapes in the way literate people read written texts. Encounters with Europeans. Names of native tribes are often given to things unconnected with them. Dakota, Cherokee, Pontiac, Mohawk. Different terms are used in English for the native peoples of the New World. Aborigine. Native people of Australia. Aboriginal, adjective. Often misused as a noun. American Indian, Amerant, Amerindian. Native peoples of North and South America, and the Caribbean First Nations peoples. The organized native groups recognized by the Canadian government. Indigenous people, people belonging naturally to a place. Native American. The indigenous people of the Americas. Red Indian. The brown-complexioned people whose land Columbus mistook for India. A woman of the Winnebago tribe of Wisconsin. In the 1860s, people of this tribe were moved to Nebraska. It was indicated on the stone tablets that the Hopis had that the first brothers and sisters that would come back to them would come as turtles across the land. They would be human beings, but they would come as turtles. So when the time came close, the Hopis were at a special village to welcome the turtles that would come across the land, and they got up in the morning and looked out. At the sunrise, they looked out across the desert, and they saw the Spanish conquistadores coming, covered in armor, like turtles across the land. So this was them. So they went out to the Spanish man, and they extended their hand hoping for the handshake, but into the hand the Spanish man dropped a trinket. And so word spread throughout North America that there was going to be a hard time, that maybe some of the brothers and sisters had forgotten the sacredness of all things and all the human beings were going to suffer for this, on the earth. The Hopis are a native tribe who now live near California, from a talk by Lee Brown 1986. In the 17th century, the European traders who reached the north coast of North America after a difficult 2-month voyage were relieved to find the native peoples friendly and welcoming. Unlike the Spanish in South America, who were overcome by the abundance of gold in the country, these adventurers came to trade in fish and furs, in which they got the willing help of the natives who were expert at hunting. Further south, along the Mississippi River, the French found that the natives held regular gatherings to exchange handicrafts unique to a tribe or food items not available in other regions. In exchange for local products, the Europeans gave the natives blankets, iron vessels, guns, which was a useful supplement for bows and arrows to kill animals, and alcohol. This last item was something the natives had not known earlier, and they became addicted to it, which suited the Europeans because it enabled them to dictate terms of trade. 140 Themes in World History, Mutual Perceptions. Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President of the USA, and a contemporary of Wordsworth, spoke of the natives in words that would lead to a public outcry today. Europeans and described them as greedy and deceitful, but because these were told as imaginary stories, it was only much later that the Europeans understood the references. Many folk tales of the natives mocked this unfortunate race which we have been taking so much pains to civilize, have justified extermination. In the 18th century, Western Europeans defined civilized people in terms of literacy and organized religion and urbanism. To them, the natives of America appeared uncivilized. To some, like the French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, such people were to be admired, as they were untouched by the corruptions of civilization. A popular term was the noble savage. Some lines in a poem by the English poet William Wordsworth indicate another perspective. Neither he nor Rousseau had met a Native American, but Wordsworth described them as living amid wilds where fancy hath small liberty to grace the affections, to exalt them or refine, meaning that people living close to nature had only limited powers of imagination and emotion. It is interesting to note that another writer, Washington Irving, much younger than Wordsworth and who had actually met native people, described them quite differently. The Indians have had an opportunity of seeing in real life are quite different from those described in poetry. Taciturn they are, it is true, when in company with white men, whose goodwill they distrust and whose language they do not understand, but the white man is equally taciturn under like circumstances. When the Indians are among themselves they are great mimics, and entertain themselves excessively at the expense of the whites, who have supposed them impressed with profound respect for their grandeur and dignity. The white men are prone to treat the poor Indians as little better than animals. To the natives, the goods they exchanged with the Europeans were gifts, given in friendship. For the Europeans, dreaming of becoming rich, the fish and furs were commodities, which they would sell for a profit in Europe. The prices of the goods they sold varied from year to year depending on the supply. The natives could not understand this. They had no sense of the market in faraway Europe. They were puzzled by the fact that the European traders sometimes gave them a lot of things in exchange for their goods, sometimes very little. They were also saddened by the greed of the Europeans. In their impatience to get furs, they had slaughtered hundreds of beavers, and the natives were very uneasy, fearing that the animals would take revenge on them for this destruction. Following the first Europeans who were traders were those who came to settle in America. From the 17th century, there were groups of Europeans who were being persecuted because they were of a different sect of Christianity. Many of them left Europe and went to America to begin a new life. As long as there was vacant land, this was not a problem, but gradually the Europeans moved further inland, near native villages. They used their iron tools to cut down forests to lay out farms. Natives and Europeans saw different things when they looked at forests. Natives identified tracks invisible to the Europeans. Europeans imagined the forests cut down and replaced by cornfields. Jefferson's dream was a country populated by Europeans with small farms. The natives, who grew crops for their own needs, not for sale and profit, and thought it wrong to own the land, could not understand this. In Jefferson's view, this made them uncivilized. Activity 1. Discuss the different images that Europeans and Native Americans had of each other, and the different ways in which they saw nature. Canada, USA, French treaty with natives of Quebec, conquered by the British Quebec Act, Canada Constitutional Act. Map 1. The expansion of the USA. 142 Themes in World History. The countries that are known as Canada and the United States of America came into existence at the end of the 18th century. At that time they occupied only a fraction of the land they now cover. Over the next 100 years they extended their control over more territory. To reach their present size, large areas were acquired by the USA by purchase. They bought land in the south from France and from Russia, and by war, much of southern USA was won from Mexico. It did not occur to anyone that the consent of natives living in these areas should have been asked. The western frontier of the USA was a shifting one, and as it moved, the natives also were forced to move back. The landscapes of America changed drastically in the 19th century. The Europeans treated the land differently from the natives. Some of the migrants from Britain and France were younger sons who would not inherit their father's property, and therefore were eager to own land in America. Later, there were waves of immigrants from countries like Germany, Sweden, and Italy, who had lost their lands to big farmers and wanted farms they could own. People from Poland were happy to work in the prairie grasslands, which reminded them of the steps of their homes, and were excited at being able to buy huge properties at very low prices. They cleared land and developed agriculture, introducing crops which could not grow in Europe and therefore could be sold there for profit. To protect their huge farms from wild animals, wolves, and mountain lions, these were hunted to extinction. They felt totally secure only with the invention of barbed wire in 1873. The climate of the southern region was too hot for Europeans to work outdoors, and the experience of South American colonies had shown that the natives who had been enslaved had died in large numbers. Plantation owners therefore bought slaves in Africa. Protests by anti-slavery groups led to a ban on slave trade, but the Africans who were in the USA remained slaves, as did their children. A ranch in Colorado, the northern states of the USA where the economy did not depend on plantations, argued for ending slavery, which they condemned as an inhuman practice. In 1861–65, there was a war between the states that wanted to retain slavery and those supporting abolition. The latter won. Slavery was abolished, though it was only in the 20th century that the African Americans were able to win the battle for civil liberties, and segregation between whites and non-whites in schools and public transport was ended. The Canadian government had a problem which was not to be solved for a long time, and which seemed more urgent than the question of the natives. In 1763, Canada had been won by the British after a war with France. The French settlers repeatedly demanded autonomous political status. It was only in 1867 that this problem was solved by organizing Canada as a confederation of autonomous states. The native peoples lose their land. In the USA, as settlement expanded, the natives were induced or forced to move, after signing treaties selling their land. The prices paid were very low, and there were instances when the Americans, a term used 144 themes in world history, to mean the European people of the USA cheated them by taking more land or paying less than promised. Even high officials saw nothing wrong in depriving the native peoples of their land. This is seen by an episode in Georgia State in the USA. Officials had argued that the Cherokee tribe was governed by state laws but could not enjoy the rights of citizens. In 1832, an important judgment was announced by the U.S. Chief Justice John Marshall. He said that the Cherokees were a distinct community, occupying its own territory in which the laws of Georgia had no force, and that they had sovereignty in certain matters. U.S. President Andrew Jackson had a reputation for fighting against economic and political privilege, but when it came to the Indians, he was a different person. He refused to honor the Chief Justice's judgment, and ordered the U.S. Army to evict the Cherokees from their land and drive them to the Great American Desert. Of the 15,000 people thus forced to go, over a quarter died along the Trail of Tears. Those who took the land occupied by the tribes justified it by saying the natives did not deserve to occupy land which they did not use to the maximum. They went on to criticize them for being lazy, since they did not use their craft skills to produce goods for the market, for not being interested in learning English or dressing correctly. They deserved to die out, they argued. The prairies were cleared for farmland and wild bison killed off. Primitive man will disappear with the primitive animal, wrote a visiting Frenchman. Meanwhile, the natives were pushed westward given land elsewhere, but often moved again if any mineral, lead or gold or oil was found on their lands. Many tribes were forced to share the land originally occupied by one tribe, thus leading to quarrels, displacing indigenous peoples between them. They were locked off in small areas called reservations, which often was land with which they had no earlier connection. They did not give in without a fight. The U.S. Army crushed a series of rebellions from 1865 to 1890, and in Canada there were armed revolts by the Métis between 1869 and 1885. But after that they gave up. In 1854, the President of the USA received a letter from a native leader, Chief Seattle. The President had asked the chief to sign a treaty giving a large part of the land they lived on to the American government. The chief replied, "How can you buy or sell the sky, the warmth of the land? The idea is strange to us. If you do not own the freshness of the air and the sparkle of the water, how can one buy them? Every part of the earth is sacred to my people. Every shining pine needle, every sandy shore, every mist in the dark woods, every clearing and every humming insect is holy in the memory and experience of my people. The sap which courses through the trees carries the memories of the red man." So, when the great chief in Washington sends word that he wishes to buy our land, he asks much of us. The great chief sends word that he will reserve us a place so that we can live comfortably. He will be our father and we will be his children. So we will consider your offer to buy our land, but it will not be easy. For this land is sacred to us. The shining water that moves in the streams and rivers is not just water but the blood of our ancestors. If we sell you land, you must remember that it is sacred, and you must teach your children that it is sacred, and that each ghostly reflection in the clear water of the lakes tells of events and memories in the life of my people. The water's murmur is the voice of my father's father. The gold rush and the growth of industries. There was always the hope that there was gold in North America. In the 1840s, traces of gold were found in the USA and California. This led to the gold rush, when thousands of eager Europeans hurried to America in the hope of making a quick fortune. This led to the building of railway lines across the continent, for which thousands of Chinese workers were recruited. The USA's railway was completed by 1870, that of anthropology. It is significant that it was at this time that the subject of anthropology was introduced in North America, out of a curiosity to study the differences between native primitive communities and the civilized communities of Europe. Some anthropologists argued that, just as there were no primitive people to be found in Europe, the American natives too would die out. A Native Lodge, 1862. Archaeologists moved this from the mountains and placed it in a museum in Wyoming. 146 themes in world history. Canada by 1885. The old nations creep on at a snail's pace, said Andrew Carnegie, a poor immigrant from Scotland who became one of the first millionaire industrialists in the USA. The Republic thunders on at the speed of an express. One reason why the Industrial Revolution happened in England when it did was because small peasants were losing their land to big farmers and moving to jobs in factories. In North America, industries developed for very different reasons. To manufacture railway equipment, so moving to California as part of the gold rush. Photograph. That rapid transport could link distant places, and to produce machinery which would make large-scale farming easier. Industrial towns grew and factories multiplied both in the USA and Canada. In 1860, the USA had been an undeveloped economy. In 1890, it was the leading industrial power in the world. Large-scale agriculture also expanded. Vast areas were cleared and divided up into farms. By 1890, the bison had almost been exterminated, thus ending the life of hunting the natives had followed for centuries. In 1892, the USA's continental expansion was complete. The area between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans was divided up into states. There no longer remained the frontier that had pulled European settlers west for many decades. Within a few years, the USA was setting up its own colonies, in Hawaii and the Philippines. It had become an imperial power. Above, immigrants welcomed by the USA color print, 1909. Below, the ranch on the prairie that was the dream of poor European immigrants. Photograph. Constitutional rights. The democratic spirit, which had been the rallying cry of the settlers in their fight for independence in the 1770s, came to define the identity of the USA against the monarchies and aristocracies of the Old World. Also important to them was that their constitution included the individual's right to property, which the state could not override. But both democratic rights and the right to property were only for white men. Daniel Paul, a Canadian native, pointed out in 2000s that Thomas Paine, the champion of democracy at the time of the War for American Independence and the French Revolution, used the Indians as models of how society might be organized. He used this to argue that the Native Americans, by their example, sowed the seeds for the long drawn-out movement towards democracy by the people of Europe. The winds of change. Not till the 1920s did things begin to improve for the native peoples of the USA and Canada. The problem of Indian administration. A survey directed by social scientist Lewis Merriam and published in 1928, only a few years before the USA was swept by a major economic depression that affected all its people, painted a grim picture of the terribly poor health and education facilities for natives and reservations. White Americans felt sympathy for the natives who were being discouraged from the full exercise of their cultures and simultaneously denied the benefits of citizenship. This led to a landmark law in the USA, the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, which gave natives in reservations the right to buy land and take loans. In the 1950s and 1960s, the US and Canadian governments thought of ending all special provisions for the natives in the hope that they would join the mainstream, that is, adopt European culture. But the natives did not want this. In 1954, in the Declaration of Indian Rights prepared by them, a number of native peoples accepted citizenship of the USA, but on condition that their reservations would not be taken away, and their traditions would not be interfered with. A similar development occurred in Canada. In 1969, the government announced that they would not recognize Aboriginal rights. The natives, in a well-organized opposition move, held a series of demonstrations and debates. The question could not be resolved till 1982, when the Constitution Act accepted the existing Aboriginal and treaty rights of the natives. Many details remain to be worked out. Today it is clear that the native peoples of both countries, though reduced so much in numbers from what they had been in the 18th century, have been able to assert their right to their own cultures and, particularly in Canada, to their sacred lands, in a way their ancestors could not have done in the 1880s. Karl Marx, the great German philosopher, described the American frontier as the last positive capitalist utopia, the limitless nature and space to which the limitless thirst for profit adapts itself. Bastiat and Carey, Grundrisse, 148 Themes in World History. Activity 3. Comment on the following statement by the American historian Howard Spodek. For the indigenous, the effects of the American Revolution were exactly opposite to those of the settlers. Expansion became contraction. Democracy became tyranny. Prosperity became poverty, and liberty became confinement. Australia. As in the Americas, human habitation in Australia has a long history. The Aborigines began to arrive on the continent over 40,000 years ago. They came from New Guinea, which was connected to Australia by a land bridge. In the natives' traditions, they did not come to Australia, but had always been there. The past centuries were called the dream time. something difficult for Europeans to understand, since the distinction between past and present is blurred. In the late 18th century, there were between 350 and 750 native communities in Australia, each with its own language. There is another large group of indigenous people living in the north called the Torres Strait Islanders. The term Aborigine is not used for these as they are believed to have migrated from elsewhere and belong to a different race. Together they make up 2.4% of Australia's population in 2005. Australia is sparsely populated, and even now most of the towns are along the coast because the central region is arid desert. The Europeans reach Australia. Map 2. Australia. The story of the interaction between the European settlers, the native peoples, and the land in Australia has many points of similarity to the story of the Americas, though it began nearly 300 years later. Initial reports from Captain Cook and his crew about encounters with natives are enthusiastic about their friendliness. There was a sharp reversal of feeling on the part of the British when Cook was killed by a native, not in Australia but in Hawaii. As often happened, a single incident of this nature was used by colonizers to justify subsequent acts of violence towards other people. A description of the Sydney area in 1790. Aboriginal production had been dramatically disturbed by the British presence. The arrival of 1,000 hungry mouths, followed by hundreds more, put unprecedented pressure on local food resources. So what would the Daruk people have thought of all this? To them, such large-scale destruction of sacred places and strange, violent behavior towards their land was inexplicable. The newcomers seemed to knock down trees without any reason, for they were not making canoes, gathering bush honey, or catching animals. Stones were moved and stacked together, clay dug up, shaped and cooked, holes were made in the ground, large unwieldy structures built. At first they may have equated the clearing with the creation of a sacred ceremonial ground. Perhaps, they thought a huge ritual gathering was to be held, dangerous business from which they should steer well clear. There is no doubt the Daruk subsequently avoided the settlement, for the only way to bring them back was by an official kidnapping. 150 themes in world history. They did not foresee that in the 19th and 20th centuries, nearly 90% of them would die by exposure to germs, by the loss of their lands and resources, and in battles against the settlers. The experiment of settling Brazil with Portuguese convicts had been abandoned when their violent behavior provoked angry reprisals from the natives. The British had adopted the same practice in the American colonies until they became independent. Then they continued it in Australia. Most of the early settlers were convicts who had been deported from England and, when their jail term ended, were allowed to live as free people in Australia on condition that they did not return to Britain. With no recourse but to make a life for themselves in this land so different from their own, they felt no hesitation about ejecting natives from land they took over for cultivation. Activity 4. In 1911, it was announced that New Delhi and Canberra would be built as the capital cities of British India and of the Commonwealth of Australia. Compare and contrast the political situations of the native people in these countries at that time. The economic development of Australia under European settlement was not as varied as in America. Vast sheep farms and mining stations were established over a long period and with much labor, followed by vineyards and wheat farming. These came to form the basis of the country's prosperity. When the states were united, and it was decided that a new capital would be built for Australia in 1911, one name suggested for it was Wool Wheat Gold. Ultimately, it was called Canberra. Some natives were employed in farms, under conditions of work so harsh that it was little different from slavery. Later, Chinese immigrants provided cheap labor, as in California, but unease about being dependent on non-whites led to the governments in both countries to ban Chinese immigrants. Till 1974, such was the popular fear that dark people from South Asia or Southeast Asia might migrate to Australia in large numbers that there was a government policy to keep non-white people out. The winds of change. In 1968, people were electrified by a lecture by the anthropologist Way Stanner entitled The Great Australian Silence, the silence of historians about the Aborigines. From the 1970s, as was happening in North America, there was an eagerness to understand natives not as anthropological curiosities but as communities with distinct cultures, unique ways of understanding nature and climate, with a sense of community which had vast bodies of stories, textile and painting and carving skills which should be understood and recorded and respected. Underlying it all was the urgent question which Henry Reynolds later articulated in a powerful book, Why Weren't We Told? This condemned the practice of writing Australian history, as though it had begun with Captain Cook's discovery. Since then, university departments have been instituted to study native cultures, galleries of native art have been added to art galleries, museums have been enlarged to incorporate dioramas and imaginatively designed rooms explaining native culture, and natives have begun writing their own life histories. This has been a wonderful effort. It has also occurred at a critical time, because if native cultures had remained ignored, by this time much of such cultures would have been forgotten. From 1974, multiculturalism has been official policy in Australia which gave equal respect to native cultures and to the different cultures of the immigrants from Europe and Asia. Kathy, my sister with a torn heart, I don't know how to thank you for your Dreamtime stories of joy and grief written on paperbark. You were one of the dark children I wasn't allowed to play with. Riverbank campers, the wrong color, so it was late I met you. Late I began to know they hadn't told me the land I loved was taken out of your hands. Judith Wright, an Australian writer, was a champion of the rights of the Australian Aborigines. She wrote many moving poems about the loss created by keeping the white people and the natives apart. From the 1970s, as the term human rights began to be heard at meetings of the UNO and other international agencies, the Australian public realized with dismay that, in contrast to the USA, Canada, and New Zealand, Australia had no treaties with the natives formalizing the takeover of land by Europeans. The government had always termed the land of Australia terra nullius, that is, belonging to nobody. 152 themes in world history. There was also a long and agonizing history of children of mixed blood being forcibly captured and separated from their native relatives. Agitation around these questions led to inquiries and to two important decisions. 1. To recognize that the natives had strong historic bonds with the land which was sacred to them and which should be respected. 2. That while past acts could not be undone, there should be a public apology for the injustice done to children in an attempt to keep white and colored people apart. 1974 White Australia policy ends, Asian immigrants allowed entry. 1992 Australian High Court declares that terra nullius was legally invalid and recognizes native claims to land from before 1770. 1995 National Inquiry into the separation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children from their families. 1999 A National Sorry Day as apology for the children lost from the 1820s to the 1970s. Exercises. Answer in brief. 1. Comment on any points of difference between the native peoples of South and North America. 2. Other than the use of English, what other features of English economic and social life do you notice in 19th century USA? 3. What did the frontier mean to the Americans? 4. Why was the history of the Australian native peoples left out of history books? Answer in a short essay. 5. How satisfactory is a museum gallery display in explaining the culture of a people? Give examples from your own experience of a museum. 6. Imagine an encounter in California in about 1880 between four people: a former African slave, a Chinese laborer, a German who had come out in the gold rush, and a native of the Hopi tribe, and narrate their conversation. Changing cultural traditions. From the 14th to the end of the 17th century, towns were growing in many countries of Europe. A distinct urban culture also developed. Townspeople began to think of themselves as more civilized than rural people. Towns, particularly Florence, Venice, and Rome, became centers of art and learning. Artists and writers were patronized by the rich and the aristocratic. The invention of printing at the same time made books and prints available to many people, including those living in distant towns or countries. A sense of history also developed in Europe, and people contrasted their modern world with the ancient one of the Greeks and Romans. Religion came to be seen as something which each individual should choose for himself. The Church's earth-centric belief was overturned by scientists who began to understand the solar system, and new geographical knowledge overturned the Europocentric view that the Mediterranean Sea was the center of the world. There is a vast amount of material on European history from the 14th century: documents, printed books, paintings, sculptures, buildings, textiles. Much of this has been carefully preserved in archives, art galleries, and museums in Europe and America. From the 19th century, historians used the term Renaissance to describe the cultural changes of this period. The historian who emphasized these most was a Swiss scholar, Jacob Burckhardt of the University of Basel in Switzerland. He was a student of the German historian Leopold von Ranke. Ranke had taught him that the primary concern of the historian was to write about states and politics using papers and files of government departments. Burckhardt was dissatisfied with these very limited goals that his master had set out for him. To him, politics was not the be-all and end-all in history writing. History was as much concerned with culture as with politics. In 1860, he wrote a book called The Civilization of the Renaissance in Italy, in which he called his readers' attention to literature, architecture, and painting to tell the story of how a new humanist culture had flowered in Italian towns from the 14th to the 17th century. This culture, he wrote, was characterized by a new belief that man, as an individual, was capable of making his own decisions and developing his skills. He was modern, in contrast to medieval man whose thinking had been controlled by the church. The revival of Italian cities. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, many of the towns that had been political and cultural centers in Italy fell into ruin. There was no unified government, and the Pope in Rome, who was sovereign in his own state, was not a strong political figure. While Western Europe was being reshaped by feudal bonds and unified under the Latin Church, and Eastern Europe under the Byzantine Empire, and Islam was creating a common civilization further west, Italy was weak and fragmented. However, it was these very developments that helped in the revival of Italian culture. With the expansion of trade between the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic countries, the ports on the Italian coast revived. From the 12th century, as the Mongols opened up trade with China via the Silk Route, and as trade with Western European countries. Map 1. The Italian states. 108 themes in world history. Also increased, Italian towns played a central role. They no longer saw themselves as part of a powerful empire, but as independent city-states. Two of these, Florence and Venice, were republics, and many others were court cities ruled by princes. One of the most vibrant cities was Venice, another was Genoa. They were different from other parts of Europe. The clergy were not politically dominant here, nor were there powerful feudal lords. Rich merchants and bankers actively participated in governing the city, and this helped the idea of citizenship to strike root. Even when these towns were ruled by military despots, the pride felt by the townspeople in being citizens did not weaken. The city-state. Cardinal Gasparo Contarini writes about the democratic government of his city-state in the Commonwealth and Government of Venice. To come to the institution of our Venetian Commonwealth, the whole authority of the city is in that council, into which all the gentlemen of the city being once past the age of 25 years are admitted. Now first I am to yield you a reckoning how and with what wisdom it was ordained by our ancestors, that the common people should not be admitted into. G. Bellini's The Recovery of the Relic of the Holy Cross was painted in 1500s to recall an event of 1370 and is set in 15th century Venice. This company of citizens, in whose authority the whole power of the Commonwealth, because many troubles and popular tumults arise in those cities, whose government is swayed by the common people, many were of contrary opinion, deeming that it would do well, if this manner of governing the Commonwealth should rather be defined by ability and abundance of riches. Contrariwise the honest citizens and those that are liberally brought up, oftentimes fall to poverty. Therefore our wise and prudent ancestors ordered that this definition of the public rule should go rather by the nobility of lineage than by the estimation of wealth, yet with that temperature, that men of chief and supreme nobility should not have this rule alone but also every other citizen whosoever not ignobly born, so that all which were noble by birth or ennobled by virtue did obtain this right of government. The 14th and 15th centuries. 1300 Humanism taught at Padua University in Italy. 1341 Petrarch given title of Poet Laureate in Rome. 1349 University established in Florence. 1390 Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales published. 1436 Brunelleschi designs the Duomo in Florence. 1453 Ottoman Turks defeat the Byzantine ruler of Constantinople. Gutenberg prints the Bible with movable type. 1484 Portuguese mathematicians calculate latitude by observing the sun. Universities and humanism. The earliest universities in Europe had been set up in Italian towns. The universities of Padua and Bologna had been centers of legal studies from the 11th century, commerce being the chief activity in the city. There was an increasing demand for lawyers and notaries to write and interpret rules and written agreements without which trade on a large scale was not possible. Law was therefore a popular subject of study, but there was now a shift in emphasis. It was studied in the context of earlier Roman culture. Francesco Petrarch represented this change. To Petrarch, antiquity was a distinctive civilization which could be best understood through the actual words of the ancient Greeks and Romans. He therefore stressed the importance of a close reading of ancient authors. This educational program implied that there was much to be learnt which religious teaching alone could not give. This was the culture which historians in the 19th century were to label humanism. By the early 15th century, the term humanist was used for masters who taught grammar, rhetoric, poetry, history, and moral philosophy. The Latin word humanitas, from which humanities was derived, had been used many centuries ago by the Roman lawyer and essayist Cicero, a contemporary of Julius Caesar, to mean culture. These subjects were not drawn from or connected with religion, and emphasized skills developed by individuals through discussion and debate. Activity 1. Locate Venice on the map of Italy, and look carefully at the painting on p. 108. How would you describe the city, and in what ways was it different from a cathedral town? 110 Themes in World History. Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, a humanist of Florence, wrote on the importance of debate in On the Dignity of Man. For it was certain that, for the attainment of the knowledge of truth they were always seeking for themselves, nothing is better than to attend as often as possible the exercise of debate. For just as bodily energy is strengthened by gymnastic exercise, so beyond doubt in this wrestling place of letters as it were, energy of mind becomes far stronger and more vigorous. These revolutionary ideas attracted attention in many other universities, particularly in the newly established university in Petrarch's own hometown of Florence. Till the end of the 13th century, this city had not made a mark as a center of trade or of learning, but things changed dramatically in the 15th century. A city is known by its great citizens as much as by its wealth, and Florence had come. Florence, a sketch made in 1470. Giotto's painting of the child Jesus, Assisi, Italy. To be known because of Dante Alighieri, a layman who wrote on religious themes, and Giotto, an artist who painted lifelike portraits, very different from the stiff figures done by earlier artists. From then it developed as the most exciting intellectual city in Italy, and as a center of artistic creativity. The term Renaissance man is often used to describe a person with many interests and skills because many of the individuals who became well known at this time were people of many parts. They were scholar, diplomat, theologian, artist combined in one. The humanist view of history. Humanists thought that they were restoring true civilization after centuries of darkness, for they believed that a dark age had set in after the collapse of the Roman Empire. Following them, later scholars unquestioningly assumed that a new age had begun in Europe from the 14th century. The term Middle Ages medieval period was changing cultural traditions 111, used for the millennium after the fall of Rome. In the Middle Ages, they argued, the Church had had such complete control over men's minds that all the learning of the Greeks and Romans had been blotted out. The humanists used the word modern for the period from the 15th century. Periodization used by humanists and by later scholars, 5th, 14th century 5th, 9th century 9th, 11th century 11th, 14th century 15th century onwards. The Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, the Early Middle Ages, the Late Middle Ages, the Modern Age. Recently, historians have questioned this division, with more research being done and more being found out about Europe in this period. Scholars are increasingly reluctant to make sharp divisions between centuries in terms of being culturally vibrant or otherwise. It seems unfair to label any period as the Dark Ages. Science and philosophy, the Arabs' contribution. Much of the writings of the Greeks and Romans had been familiar to monks and clergymen through the Middle Ages, but they had not made these widely known. In the 14th century, many scholars began to read translated works of Greek writers like Plato and Aristotle. For this, they were indebted not to their own scholars but to Arab translators who had carefully preserved and translated ancient manuscripts. While some European scholars read Greek and Arabic translation, the Greeks translated works of Arabic and Persian scholars for further transmission to other Europeans. These were works on natural science, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and chemistry. Ptolemy's Almagest carries the Arabic definite article al, which brings out the Arabic connection. Among the Muslim writers who were regarded as men of wisdom in the Italian world were Ibn Sina, an Arab physician and philosopher of Bukhara in Central Asia, and al-Razi, author of a medical encyclopedia. Ibn Rushd, an Arab philosopher of Spain, tried to resolve the tension between philosophical knowledge and religious beliefs. His method was adopted by Christian thinkers. The European spelling of these individuals' names made later generations think they were Europeans. Humanists reached out to people in a variety of ways. Though the curricula in universities continued to be dominated by law, medicine, and theology, humanist subjects slowly began to be introduced in schools, not just in Italy but in other European countries as well. Schools at this time were only for boys, 112 themes in world history, artists, and realism. Formal education was not the only way through which humanists shaped the minds of their age. Art, architecture, and books were wonderfully effective in transmitting humanist ideas. Art is embedded in nature. He who can extract it has it. Moreover, you may demonstrate much of your work by geometry. The more closely your work abides by life in its form, so much the better will it appear. No man shall ever be able to make a beautiful figure out of his own imagination unless he has well stored his mind by much copying. From Life, Albrecht Dürer. This sketch by Dürer gives us a sense of Italian culture in the 16th century, when people were deeply religious, but also had a sense of confidence in man's ability to achieve near perfection and to unravel the mysteries of the world and the universe. Praying Hands, brush drawing by Dürer, 1508. The Pietà by Michelangelo depicts Mary holding the body of Jesus. Artists were inspired by studying works of the past. The material remains of Roman culture were sought with as much excitement as ancient texts. 1,000 years after the fall of Rome, fragments of art were discovered in the ruins of ancient Rome and other deserted cities. Their admiration for the figures of perfectly proportioned men and women sculpted so many centuries ago made Italian sculptors want to continue that tradition. In 1416, Donatello broke new ground with his lifelike statues. Artists concerned to be accurate was helped by the work of scientists. To study bone structures, artists went to the laboratories of medical schools. Andreas Vesalius, a Belgian and a professor of medicine at the University of Padua, was the first to dissect the human body. This was the beginning of modern physiology. This self-portrait is by Leonardo da Vinci, who had an amazing range of interests from botany and anatomy to mathematics and art. He painted the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper. One of his dreams was to be able to fly. He spent years observing birds in flight and designed a flying machine. He signed his name, Leonardo da Vinci, disciple of experiment. Painters did not have older works to use as a model, but they, like sculptors, painted as realistically as possible. They found that a knowledge of geometry helped them understand perspective, and that by noting the changing quality of light, their pictures acquired a three-dimensional quality. The use of oil as a medium for painting also gave a greater richness of color to paintings than before. In the colors and designs of costumes in many paintings, there is evidence of the influence of Chinese and Persian art made available to them by the Mongols. Thus, anatomy, geometry, physics, as well as a strong sense of what was beautiful, gave a new quality to Italian art, which was to be called realism, and which continued till the 19th century. Activity 2. The city of Rome revived in a spectacular way in the 15th century. From 1417, the popes were politically stronger because the weakness caused by the election of two rival popes since 1378 had described the different scientific elements in the work of 16th-century Italian artists. Architecture ended. They actively encouraged the study of Rome's history. The ruins in Rome were carefully excavated by archaeologists. This inspired a new style in architecture, which was actually a revival of the imperial Roman style now called classical. Popes, wealthy merchants and aristocrats employed architects who were familiar with classical architecture. Artists and sculptors were also to decorate buildings with paintings, sculptures, and reliefs. Some individuals were skilled equally as painters, sculptors, and architects. The most impressive example is Michelangelo Buonarroti. Immortalized by the ceiling he painted for the Pope in the Sistine Chapel, the sculpture called the Pietà, and his design of the dome of St. Peter's Church, all in Rome. Filippo Brunelleschi, the architect who designed the spectacular Duomo of Florence, had started his career as a sculptor. Italian architecture in the 16th century copied many features of imperial Roman buildings. 114 themes in world history. Another remarkable change was that from this time, artists were known individually, by name, not as members of a group or a guild, as earlier. The Duomo, the Dome of Florence Cathedral designed by Brunelleschi. Leon Battista Alberti wrote on art theory and architecture. Him I call an architect who is able to devise and to complete all those works which, by the movement of great weights, and by the conjunction and amassment of bodies can, with the greatest beauty, be adapted to the uses of mankind. The first printed books. If people in other countries wanted to see paintings, sculptures, or buildings of great artists, they had to travel to Italy. But in the case of the written word, what was written in Italy traveled to other countries. This was because of the greatest revolution of the 16th century, the mastery of the technology of printing. For this, Europeans were indebted to other peoples, the Chinese for printing technology, and to Mongol rulers because European traders and diplomats had become familiar with it during visits to their courts. Earlier, texts existed in a few handwritten copies. In 1455, 150 copies of the Bible were printed in the workshop of Johannes Gutenberg, the German who made the first printing press. Earlier, a monk would have taken the same amount of time to write out one copy of the Bible. By 1500s, many classical texts, nearly all in Latin, had been printed in Italy. As printed books became available, it was possible to buy them, and students did not have to depend solely on lecture notes. Ideas, opinions, and information moved more widely and more rapidly than ever before. A printed book promoting new ideas could quickly reach hundreds of readers. This also made it possible for individuals to read books, since it was possible to buy copies for oneself. This developed the reading habit among people. The chief reason that the humanist culture of Italy spread more rapidly across the Alps from the end of the 15th century is that printed books were circulating. This also explains why earlier intellectual movements had been limited to particular regions. A new concept of human beings. One of the features of humanist culture was a slackening of the control of religion over human life. Italians were strongly attracted to material wealth, power, and glory, but they were not necessarily irreligious. Francesco Barbaro, a humanist from Venice, wrote a pamphlet defending acquisition of wealth as a virtue. In On Pleasure, Lorenzo Valla, who believed that the study of history leads man to strive for a life of perfection, criticized the Christian injunction against pleasure. There was also a concern at this time with good manners, how one should speak politely and dress correctly, what skills a person of culture should learn. Humanism also implied that individuals were capable of shaping their own lives through means other than the mere pursuit of power and money. This ideal was closely tied with the belief that human nature was many-sided, which went against the three separate orders that feudal society believed in. Niccolò Machiavelli wrote about human nature in the 15th chapter of his book The Prince. So, leaving aside imaginary things and referring only to those which truly exist, I say that whenever men are discussed, they are noted for various qualities which earn them either praise or condemnation. Some, for example, are held to be generous and others miserly. Some are held to be benefactors, others are called grasping, some cruel, some compassionate, one man faithless, another faithful, one man effeminate and cowardly, another fierce and courageous, one man courteous, another proud, one man lascivious, another pure, one guileless, another crafty, one stubborn, another flexible, one grave, another frivolous, one religious, another skeptical, and so forth. Machiavelli believed that all men are bad and ever ready to display their vicious nature partly because of the fact that human desires are insatiable. The most powerful motive Machiavelli saw as the incentive for every human action is self-interest, the aspirations of women. The new ideal of individuality and citizenship excluded women. Men from aristocratic families dominated public life and were the decision-makers in their families. They educated their sons to take their place in family businesses or in public life, at times sending their younger sons to join the church. Although their dowries were invested in the family businesses, women generally had no say in how their husbands should run their business. Often, marriages were intended to strengthen business alliances. If an adequate dowry could not be arranged, daughters were sent to convents to live the life of a nun. Obviously, the public role of women was limited, and they were looked upon as keepers of the households. 116 themes in world history. The position of women in the families of merchants, however, was somewhat different. Shopkeepers were very often assisted by their wives in running the shop. In families of merchants and bankers, wives looked after the businesses when the male members were away on work. The early death of a merchant compelled his widow to perform a larger public role than was the case in aristocratic families. A few women were intellectually very creative and sensitive about the importance of a humanist education. Even though the study of letters promises and offers no reward for women and no dignity, wrote the Venetian Cassandra Fedele, every woman ought to seek and embrace these studies. She was one of a handful of women who questioned the idea that women were incapable of achieving the qualities of a humanist scholar. Fedele was known for her proficiency in Greek and Latin, and was invited to give orations at the University of Padua. Isabella d'Este. Fedele's writings bring into focus the general regard for education in that age. She was one of many Venetian women writers who criticized the Republic for creating a highly limited definition of freedom that favored the desires of men over those of women. Another remarkable woman was the Marchesa of Mantua, Isabella d'Este. She ruled the state while her husband was absent, and the court of Mantua, a small state, was famed for its intellectual brilliance. Women's writings revealed their conviction that they should have economic power, property, and education to achieve an identity in a world dominated by men. Activity 3. Compare the aspirations for women expressed by a woman and by a man. Did they have only women of a particular class in mind? Balthasar Castiglione, author and diplomat, wrote in his book The Courtier, "I hold that a woman should in no way resemble a man as regards her ways, manners, words, gestures, and bearing. Thus, just as it is very fitting that a man should display a certain robust and sturdy manliness, so it is well for a woman to have a certain soft and delicate tenderness, with an air of feminine sweetness in her every movement, which, in her going and staying and whatsoever she does, always makes her appear a woman, without any resemblance to a man. If this precept be added to the rules that these gentlemen have taught the courtier, then I think that she ought to be able to make use of many of them, and adorn herself with the finest accomplishments. For I consider that many virtues of the mind are as necessary to a woman as to a man, as it is to be of good family, to shun affectation, to be naturally graceful, to be well-mannered, clever and prudent, to be neither proud, envious or evil-tongued, nor vain, to perform well and gracefully the sports suitable for women. Debates within Christianity, trade and travel, military conquest and diplomatic contacts linked Italian towns and courts with the world beyond. The new culture was admired and imitated by the educated and the wealthy. Very few of the new ideas filtered down to the ordinary man who, after all, could not read or write. In the 15th and early 16th centuries, many scholars and universities in North Europe were attracted to humanist ideas. Like their Italian colleagues, they too focused on classical Greek and Roman texts along with the holy books of the Christians. But unlike Italy, where professional scholars dominated the humanist movement, in North Europe humanism attracted many members of the church. They called on Christians to practice religion in the way laid down in the ancient texts of their religion, discarding unnecessary rituals, which they condemned as later additions to a simple religion. Theirs was a radically new view of human beings as free and rational agents. Later philosophers were to return to this over and over again, inspired by the belief in a distant God who created man but allowed him complete freedom to live his life freely in pursuit of happiness here and now. Christian humanists like Thomas More in England and Erasmus in Holland felt that the church had become an institution marked by greed, extorting money at will from ordinary people. One of the favorite methods of the clergy was to sell indulgences, documents which apparently freed the buyer from the burden of the sins he had committed. Christians came to realize from printed translations of the Bible in local languages that their religion did not permit such practices. In almost every part of Europe, peasants began to rebel against the taxes imposed by the church. While the common folk resented the extortions of churchmen, princes found their interference in the work of the state irritating. They were pleased when the humanists pointed out that the clergy's claim to judicial and fiscal powers originated from a document called the Donation of Constantine, supposed to have been issued by Constantine, the first Christian Roman emperor. Humanist scholars were able to point out that this was not genuine and had been forged later. In 1517, a young German monk called Martin Luther launched a campaign against the Catholic Church and argued that a person did not need priests to establish contact with God. He asked his followers to have complete faith in God, for faith alone could guide them to the right life and entry into heaven. This movement, called the Protestant Reformation, led to the churches in Germany and Switzerland breaking their connection with the Pope and the Catholic Church. In Switzerland, Luther's ideas were popularized by Ulrich Zwingli and later by Jean Calvin. Backed by merchants, the reformers had greater popular 118 themes in world history. Appeal in towns, while in rural areas the Catholic Church managed to retain its influence. Other German reformers, like the Anabaptists, were even more radical. They blended the idea of salvation with the end of all forms of social oppression. They said that since God had created all people as equal, they were not expected to pay taxes and had the right to choose their priests. This appealed to peasants oppressed by feudalism. The New Testament is the section of the Bible dealing with the life and teachings of Christ and his early followers. William Tyndale, an English Lutheran who translated the Bible into English in 1506, defended Protestantism thus: "In this they be all agreed, to drive you from the knowledge of the Scripture, and that ye shall not have the text thereof in the mother tongue, and to keep the world still in darkness, to the intent they might sit in the consciences of the people, through vain superstition and false doctrine, to satisfy their proud ambition and insatiable covetousness, and to exalt their own honor above king and emperor, yea, and above God himself." Which thing only moved me to translate the New Testament, because I had perceived by experience how that it was impossible to establish the laypeople in any truth, except the Scripture were plainly laid before their eyes in their mother tongue, that they might see the process, order, and meaning of the text. Luther did not support radicalism. He called upon German rulers to suppress the peasants' rebellion, which they did in 1525. But radicalism survived and merged with the resistance of Protestants in France who, persecuted by the Catholic rulers, started claiming the right of a people to remove an oppressive ruler and to choose someone of their own liking. Eventually, in France as in many other parts of Europe, the Catholic Church allowed Protestants to worship as they chose. In England, the rulers ended the connection with the Pope. The King-Queen was from then onwards the head of the Church. The Catholic Church itself did not escape the impact of these ideas and began to reform itself from within. In Spain and in Italy, churchmen emphasized the need for a simple life and service to the poor. In Spain, Ignatius Loyola, in an attempt to combat Protestantism, set up the Society of Jesus in 1540. His followers were called Jesuits, whose mission was to serve the poor and to widen their knowledge of other cultures. Activity 4. What were the issues on which the Protestants criticized the Catholic Church? The 16th and 17th centuries. The Copernican Revolution. The Christian notion of man as a sinner was questioned from an entirely different angle by scientists. The turning point in European science came with the work of Copernicus, a contemporary of Martin Luther. Christians had believed that the earth was a sinful place and the heavy burden of sin made it immobile. The earth stood at the center of the universe around which moved the celestial planets. Copernicus asserted that the planets, including the earth, rotate around the sun. A devout Christian, Copernicus was afraid of the possible reaction to his theory by traditionalist clergymen. For this reason, he did not want his manuscript, De Revolutionibus, to be printed. On his deathbed he gave it to his follower, Joachim Redicus. It took time for people to accept this idea. It was much later, more than half a century later in fact, that the difference between heaven and earth was bridged through the writings of astronomers like Johannes Kepler and Galileo Galilei. The theory of the earth as part of a sun-centered system was made popular by Kepler's cosmographical mystery, which demonstrated that the planets move around the sun not in circles but in ellipses. Galileo confirmed the notion of the celestial means divine or heavenly, while terrestrial implies having a worldly quality. Dynamic world in his work The Motion. This revolution in science reached its climax with Isaac Newton's theory of gravitation, self-portrait by Copernicus, reading the universe. Galileo once remarked that the Bible that lights the road to heaven does not say much on how the heavens work. The work of these thinkers showed that knowledge, as distinct from belief, was based on observation and experiments. Once these scientists had shown the way, experiments and investigations into what came to be called physics, chemistry, and biology expanded rapidly. Historians were to label this new approach to the knowledge of man and nature the scientific revolution. Consequently, in the minds of skeptics and non-believers, God began to be replaced by nature as the source of creation. Even those who retained their faith in God started talking about a distant God who does not directly regulate the act of living in the material world. Such ideas were popularized through scientific societies that established a new scientific culture in the public domain. The Paris Academy, established in 1670, and the Royal Society in London for the Promotion of Natural Knowledge, formed in 1662, held lectures and conducted experiments for public viewing. Was there a European Renaissance in the 14th century? Let us now reconsider the concept of the Renaissance. Can we see this period as marking a sharp break with the past and the rebirth of ideas from Greek and Roman traditions? Was the earlier period a time of darkness? Recent writers like Peter Burke of England have suggested that Burckhardt was exaggerating the sharp difference between this period and the one that preceded it. By using the term Renaissance, which implies that the Greek and Roman civilizations were reborn at this time, and that scholars and artists of this period substituted the pre-Christian worldview for the Christian one. Both arguments were exaggerated. Scholars in earlier centuries had been familiar with Greek and Roman cultures, and religion continued to be a very important part of people's lives. To contrast the Renaissance as a period of dynamism and artistic creativity, and the Middle Ages as a period of gloom and lack of development, is an oversimplification. Many elements associated with the Renaissance in Italy can be traced back to the 12th and 13th centuries. It has been suggested by some historians that in the 9th century in France there had been similar literary and artistic blossoming. The cultural changes in Europe at this time were not shaped only by the classical civilization of Rome and Greece. The archaeological and literary recovery of Roman culture did create a great admiration of that civilization. But technologies and skills in Asia had moved far ahead of what the Greeks and Romans had known. Much more of the world had become connected, and the new techniques of navigation enabled people to sail much further than had been possible earlier. The expansion of Islam and the Mongol conquests had linked Asia and North Africa with Europe not politically but in terms of trade and of learning skills. The Europeans learned not just from the Greeks and Romans but from India, from Arabia, from Iran, from Central Asia and China. These debts were not acknowledged for a long time, because when the history of this period started to be written, historians saw it from a Europe-centered viewpoint. An important change that did happen in this period was that gradually the private and the public spheres of life began to become separate. The public sphere meant the area of government and of formal religion. The private sphere included the family and personal religion. The individual had a private as well as a public role. He was not simply a member of one of the three orders, he was also a person in his own right. An artist was not just a member of a guild, he was known for himself. In the 18th century, this sense of the individual would be expressed in a political form, in the belief that all individuals had equal political rights. Another development was that the different regions of Europe started to have their separate sense of identity, based on language. Europe, earlier united partly by the Roman Empire and later by Latin and Christianity, was now dissolving into states, each united by a common language. Exercises. Answer in brief. 1. Which elements of Greek and Roman culture were revived in the 14th and 15th centuries? 2. Compare details of Italian architecture of this period with Islamic architecture. 3. Why were Italian towns the first to experience the ideas of humanism? 4. Compare the Venetian idea of good government with those in contemporary France. 122 themes in world history. Answer in a short essay. 5. What were the features of humanist thought? Write a careful account of how the world appeared different to 17th century Europeans. Paths to modernization. Japan became an advanced industrial nation, but its drive for empire led to war and defeat at the hands of the Anglo-American forces. The U.S. occupation marked the beginning of a more democratic political system, and Japan rebuilt its economy to emerge by the 1970s as a major economic power. East Asia at the beginning of the 19th century was dominated by China. The Qing dynasty, heir to a long tradition, seemed secure in its power, while Japan, a small island country, seemed to be locked in isolation. Yet, within a few decades, China was thrown into turmoil, unable to face the colonial challenge. The imperial government lost political control, was unable to reform effectively, and the country was convulsed by civil war. Japan, on the other hand, was successful in building a modern nation-state, creating an industrial economy, and even establishing a colonial empire by incorporating Taiwan and Korea. It defeated China, the land that had been the source of its culture and ideals, in 1894, and Russia, European power, in 1905. The Chinese reacted slowly and faced immense difficulties as they sought to redefine their traditions to cope with the modern world, and to rebuild their national strength and become free from Western and Japanese control. They found that they could achieve both objectives, of removing inequalities and of rebuilding their country, through revolution. The Chinese Communist Party emerged victorious from the Civil War in 1949. However, by the end of the 1970s, Chinese leaders felt that the ideological system was retarding economic growth and development. This led to wide-ranging reforms of the economy that brought back capitalism and the free market, even as the Communist Party retained political control. The Japanese path to modernization was built on capitalist principles and took place within a world dominated by Western colonialism. Japanese expansion was justified by the call to resist Western domination and liberate Asia. The rapid development underlined the strength of tradition in Japanese institutions and society, their ability to learn, and the strength of nationalism. China and Japan have had a long tradition of historical writings, as history was an important guide for the rulers. The past provided the standards by which they would be judged, and 154 themes in world history. The rulers established official departments to maintain records and write dynastic histories. Sima Qian is considered the greatest historian of early China. In Japan, Chinese cultural influence led to history being given a similar importance. One of the earliest acts of the Meiji government was to establish, in 1869, a bureau to collect records and write, as it were, a victor's version of the Meiji Restoration. There was great respect for the written word, and literary ability was highly valued. This has meant that a wide range of written materials, official histories, scholarly writings, popular literature, religious tracts are available. Printing and publishing were important industries in the pre-modern period, and it is possible, for instance, to trace the distribution of a book in 18th century China or Japan. Modern scholars have used these materials in new and different ways. Modern scholarship is built on the work of Chinese intellectuals such as Liang Qichao or Kume Kunitake, one of the pioneers of modern history in Japan, as well as earlier writings by European travelers such as the Italian Marco Polo, the Jesuit priests Matteo Ricci in China, and Louis Foix in Japan, all of whom left rich accounts of these countries. It has also benefited from the writings of Christian missionaries in the 19th century, whose work provides valuable material for our understanding of these countries. In Japan, the surname is written first. Scholarship in English, from Joseph Needham's monumental work on the history of science in Chinese civilization, or George Sansom's on Japanese history and culture, has grown, and there is an immense body of sophisticated scholarship available to us today. In recent years, writings by Chinese and Japanese scholars have been translated into English, some of whom teach abroad and write in English, and in the case of Chinese scholars, since the 1980s, many have been working in Japan as well, and write in Japanese. This has meant that we have scholarly writings from many parts of the globe that give us a richer and deeper picture of these countries. Naito Konan. a leading Japanese scholar of China. Naito Konan's writings influenced scholars worldwide. Using the new tools of Western historiography, Naito built on a long tradition of studying China as well as bringing his experience as a journalist there. He helped establish the Department of Oriental Studies in Kyoto University in 1907. In Shinran, he argued that republican government offered the Chinese a way to end aristocratic control and centralize power that had existed since the Sung dynasty, a way to revitalize local society where reform must begin. He saw in Chinese history strengths that would make it modern and democratic. Japan, he thought, had an important role to play in China, but he underestimated the power of Chinese nationalism. Introduction. China and Japan present a marked physical contrast. China is a vast continental country that spans many climatic zones. The core is dominated by three major river systems: the Yellow River, the Yangtze River, and the Pearl River. A large part of the country is mountainous. Map 1. East Asia. The dominant ethnic group are the Han, and the major language is Chinese, but there are many other nationalities such as the Uyghur, Hui, Manchu, and Tibetan. And aside from dialects such as Cantonese and Shanghainese, there are other minority languages spoken as well. Chinese food reflects this regional diversity with at least 4 distinct types. The best known is Southern or Cantonese cuisine, as most overseas Chinese come from the Canton area, which includes dim sum, an assortment of pastries and dumplings. In the north, wheat is the staple food, while in Szechuan spices brought by Buddhist monks in the ancient period, along the Silk Road, and chilies by Portuguese traders in the 15th century, have created a fiery cuisine. In eastern China, both rice and wheat are eaten. 156 themes in world history. Japan, by contrast, is a string of islands, the 4 largest being Honshu, Kyushu, Shikoku, and Hokkaido. The Okinawan chain is the southernmost, about the same latitude as the Bahamas. More than 50% of the land area of the main islands is mountainous, and Japan is situated in a very active earthquake zone. These geographical conditions have influenced architecture. The population is largely Japanese, but there are a small Ainu minority and Koreans who were forcibly brought as labor when Korea was a Japanese colony. Japan lacks a tradition of animal rearing. Rice is the staple crop and fish the major source of protein. Raw fish has now become a widely popular dish around the world as it is considered very healthy. Japan. The political system. An emperor had ruled Japan from Kyoto, but by the 12th century the imperial court lost power to shoguns, who in theory ruled in the name of the emperor. From 1603 to 1867, members of the Tokugawa family held the position of shogun. The country was divided into over 250 domains under the rule of lords called daimyo. The shogun exercised power over the domainal lords, ordering them to stay at the capital Edo for long periods so that they would not pose a threat. He also controlled the major cities and mines. The samurai were the ruling elite and served the shoguns and daimyo. In the late 16th century, 3 changes laid the pattern for future development. 1. The peasantry was disarmed, and only the samurai could carry swords. This ensured peace and order, ending the frequent wars of the previous century. 2. The daimyo were ordered to live in the capitals of their domains, each with a large degree of autonomy. 3rd, land surveys identified owners and taxpayers and graded land productivity to ensure a stable revenue base. The daimyo's capitals became bigger, so that by the mid-17th century, Japan not only had the most populated city in the world, Edo, but also 2 other large cities, Osaka and Kyoto, and at least half a dozen castle towns with populations of over 50,000. This led to the growth of a commercial economy and created financial and credit systems. A person's merit began to be more valued than his status. A vibrant culture blossomed in the towns, where the fast-growing class of merchants patronized theater and the arts. As people enjoyed reading, it became possible for gifted writers to earn a living solely by writing. In Edo, people could rent a book for the price of a bowl of noodles. This shows how popular reading had become and gives a glimpse into the scale of printing. Printing was done with woodblocks. The Japanese did not like the regularity of European printing. Japan was considered rich because it imported luxury goods like silk from China and textiles from India. Paying for these imports with gold and silver strained the economy and led the Tokugawa to put restrictions on the export of precious metals. They also took steps to develop the silk industry in Nishijin and Kyoto so as to reduce imports. The silk from Nishijin came to be known as the best in the world. Other developments, such as the increased use of money and the creation of a stock market in rice, show that the economy was developing in new ways. Social and intellectual changes, such as the study of ancient Japanese literature, led people to question the degree of Chinese influence, and to argue that the essence of being Japanese could be found long before the contact with China in such early classics as the Tale of the Genji, and in the myths of origin that said that the islands were created by the gods, and that the emperor was a descendant of the sun goddess. Tale of the Genji, a fictionalized diary of the Heian court written by Murasaki Shikibu. The Tale of the Genji became the central work of fiction in Japanese literature. That period saw the emergence of many women writers, like Murasaki, who wrote in the Japanese script while men wrote in the Chinese script, used for education and government. The novel depicts the romantic life of Prince Genji and is a striking picture of the aristocratic atmosphere of the Heian court. It shows the independence that women had in choosing their husbands and living their lives. Nishijin is a quarter in Kyoto. In the 16th century, it had a weavers' guild of 31 households, and by the end of the 17th century, the community numbered over 70,000 people. Sericulture spread and was encouraged by an order in 1713 that only domestic yarn was to be used. Nishijin specialized only in the most expensive products. Silk production helped the growth of a class of regional entrepreneurs who challenged the Tokugawa order. And when foreign trade started in 1859, Japan's silk exports became a major source of profit for the economies struggling to compete with Western goods. The Meiji Restoration. Internal discontent coincided with demands for trade and diplomatic relations. In 1853, the USA sent Commodore Matthew Perry to Japan to demand that the government sign a treaty that would permit trade and open diplomatic relations, which it did the following year. Japan lay on the route to China, which the USA saw as a major market also. Their whaling ships in the Pacific needed a place to refuel. At that time, there was only one Western country that traded with Japan: Holland. Perry's arrival had an important effect on Japanese politics. The emperor, who till then had had little political power, now re-emerged as an important figure. In 1868, a movement forcibly removed the shogun from power and brought the emperor to Edo. This was made the capital and renamed Tokyo, which means Eastern Capital. 158 themes in world history. Perry's ship, a Japanese woodblock print. What the Japanese called black ships are depicted in paintings and cartoons showing the strange foreigners and their habits. This became a powerful symbol of Japan's opening. Commodore Perry as seen by the Japanese. Activity 1. Contrast the encounter of the Japanese and the Aztecs with the Europeans. Officials and the people were aware that some European countries were building colonial empires in India and elsewhere. News of China being defeated by the British was flowing in, and this was even depicted in popular plays, so that there was a real fear that Japan might be made a colony. Many scholars and leaders wanted to learn from the new ideas in Europe, rather than ignore them as the Chinese were doing. Others sought to exclude the Europeans even while being ready to adopt the new technologies they offered. Some argued for a gradual and limited opening to the outer world. The government launched a policy with the slogan Fukoku Kyohei. They realized that they needed to develop their economy and build a strong army, otherwise they would face the prospect of being subjugated like India. To do this, they needed to create a sense of nationhood among the people, and to transform subjects into citizens. At the same time, the new government also worked to build what they called the emperor system. Officials were sent to study the European monarchies on which they planned to model their own. The emperor would be treated with reverence as he was considered a direct descendant of the sun goddess, but he was also shown as the leader of westernization. His birthday became a national holiday. He wore Western-style military uniforms, and edicts were issued in his name to set up modern institutions. The Imperial Rescript on Education of 1890 urged people to pursue learning, advance public good, and promote common interests. A new school system began to be built from the 1870s. Schooling was compulsory for boys and girls, and by 1910 almost universal. Tuition fees were minimal. The curriculum had been based on Western models, but by the 1870s, while emphasizing modern ideas, stress was placed on loyalty and the study of Japanese history. The Ministry of Education exercised control over the curriculum and in the selection of textbooks, as well as in teachers' training. What was called moral culture had to be taught, and texts urged children to revere their parents, be loyal to the nation, and become good citizens. The Japanese had borrowed their written script from the Chinese in the 6th century. However, since their language is very different from Chinese, they developed two phonetic alphabets, hiragana and katakana. Hiragana is considered feminine because it was used by many women writers in the Heian period. It is written using a mixture of Chinese characters and phonetics so that the main part of the word is written with a character. For instance, in going, go would be written with a character and the ing in phonetics. The existence of a phonetic syllabary meant that knowledge spread from the elites to the wider society relatively quickly. In the 1880s, it was suggested that Japanese develop a completely phonetic script or adopt a European language. Neither was done. To integrate the nation, the Meiji government imposed a new administrative structure by altering old village and domain boundaries. The administrative unit had to have revenue adequate to maintain the local schools and health facilities, as well as serve as a recruitment center for the military. All young men over 20 had to do a period of military service. A modern military force was developed. A legal system was set up to regulate the formation of political groups, control the holding of meetings, and impose strict censorship. In all these measures, the government had to face opposition. The military and the bureaucracy were put under the direct command of the emperor. This meant that even after a constitution was enacted, these two groups remained outside the control of the government. In all these measures, the government faced opposition. The tension between these different ideals represented by a democratic constitution and a modern army was to have far-reaching consequences. The army pressed for a vigorous foreign policy to acquire more territory. This led to wars with China and Russia, in both of which Japan was the victor. Popular demand for greater democracy was often in opposition to the government's aggressive policies. Japan developed economically and acquired a colonial empire that suppressed the spread of democracy at home and put it in collision with the people it colonized. Writing Japanese, kanji red, katakana blue, hiragana green. 160 themes in world history. Modernizing the economy. Another important part of the Meiji reforms was the modernizing of the economy. Funds were raised by levying an agricultural tax. Japan's first railway line between Tokyo and the port of Yokohama was built in 1870–72. Textile machinery was imported from Europe, and foreign technicians were employed to train workers as well as to teach in universities and schools, and Japanese students were sent abroad. In 1872, modern banking institutions were launched. Companies like Mitsubishi and Sumitomo were helped through subsidies and tax benefits to become major shipbuilders, so that Japanese trade was from now on carried in Japanese ships. Zaibatsu dominated the economy till after the Second World War. The population, 35 million in 1872, increased to 55 million in 1920. To reduce population pressure, the government actively encouraged migration, first to the northern island of Hokkaido, which had been a largely autonomous area where the indigenous people called the Ainu lived, and then to Hawaii and Brazil, as well as to the growing colonial empire of Japan. Within Japan, there was a shift to towns as industry developed. By 1925, 21% of the population lived in cities. By 1935, this figure had gone up to 32%. Industrial workers. The number of people in manufacturing increased from 700,000 in 1870 to 4 million in 1913. Most of them worked in units employing less than 5 people and using neither machinery nor electric power. Workers in a textile factory. Over half of those employed in modern factories were women, and it was women who organized the first modern strike in 1886. After 1900s, the number of men began to increase, but only in the 1930s did male workers begin to outnumber women. The size of factories also began to increase. Factories employing more than 100 workers, just over 1,000 in 1909, jumped to over 2,000 by 1920 and 4,000 by the 1930s, yet even in 1940, there were over 550,000 workshops. That employed less than 5 employees. This sustained the family-centered ideology, just as nationalism was sustained by a strong patriarchal system under an emperor who was like a family patriarch. The rapid and unregulated growth of industry and the demand for natural resources such as timber led to environmental destruction. Tanaka Shozo, elected to the first House of Representatives, launched the first agitation against industrial pollution in 1897, with 800 villagers in a mass protest, forcing the government to take action. Aggressive nationalism. The Meiji Constitution was based on a restricted franchise and created a diet with limited powers. The leaders who brought about the imperial restoration continued to exercise power and even established political parties. Between 1918 and 1931, popularly elected prime ministers formed cabinets. Thereafter, they lost power to national unity cabinets formed across party lines. The emperor was the commander of the forces, and from 1890 this was interpreted to mean that the army and the navy had independent control. In 1899, the prime minister ordered that only serving generals and admirals could become ministers. This strengthening of the military, together with the expansion of Japan's colonial empire, was connected with the fear that Japan was at the mercy of the Western powers. This fear was used to silence opposition to military expansion and to higher taxes to fund the armed forces. Tanaka Shozo, the self-taught son of a farmer, rose to become a major political figure. He participated in the popular rights movement in the 1880s, a movement demanding constitutional government. He was elected member to the First Diet. He believed that ordinary people should not be sacrificed for industrial progress. The Ashio mine was polluting the Wadarace River, ruining 100 square miles of farmland and affecting 1,000 families. The agitation forced the company to take pollution control measures so that by 1904 harvests were normal. Young people being exhorted to fight for the nation. A magazine cover. Student soldiers photographs. 162 themes in world history. Westernization and tradition. Successive generations of Japanese intellectuals had different views on Japan's relations with other countries. To some, the USA and Western European countries were at the highest point of civilization, to which Japan aspired. Fukuzawa Yukichi, a leading Meiji intellectual, expressed this by saying that Japan must expel Asia. He meant that Japan must shed its Asian characteristics and become part of the West. Fukuzawa Yukichi. Born in an impoverished samurai family, he studied in Nagasaki and Osaka, learning Dutch and Western sciences and, later, English. In 1860, he went as a translator for the first Japanese embassy to the USA. This provided material for a book on the West, written not in the classical but in the spoken style that became extremely popular. He established a school that is today the Keio University. He was one of the core members of the Meirokusha, a society to promote Western learning. In the encouragement to learning, he was very critical of Japanese knowledge. All that Japan has to be proud of is its scenery. He advocated not just modern factories and institutions, but the cultural essence of the West, the spirit of civilization. With this spirit, it would be possible to build a new citizen. His principle was, heaven did not create men above men, nor set men below men. The next generation questioned this total acceptance of Western ideas and urged that national pride be built on indigenous values. The philosopher Miyake Setsure argued that each nation must develop its special talents in the interest of world civilization. To devote oneself to one's country is to devote oneself to the world. By contrast, many intellectuals were attracted to Western liberalism and wanted a Japan based not on the military but on democracy. Ueki Amori, a leader of the popular rights movement, was demanding constitutional government, admired the French Revolution's doctrine of the natural rights of man and of popular sovereignty, and spoke for a liberal education that would develop each individual. Freedom is more precious than order. Others even advocated voting rights for women. This pressure led the government to announce a constitution. Daily life. Japan's transformation into a modern society can be seen also in the changes in everyday life. The patriarchal household system comprised many generations living together under the control of the head of the house. But as more people became affluent, new ideas of the family spread. The new home was that of the nuclear family, where husband and wife lived as breadwinner and homemaker. This new concept of domesticity in turn generated demands for new types of domestic goods, new types of forms of housing. In the 1920s, construction companies made cheap housing available for a down payment of 200 yen and a monthly installment of 12 yen for 10 years. This at a time when the salary of a bank employee was 40 yen per month. The novelty of electric goods, a rice cooker, an American grill, a toaster, car club, moga, an abbreviation for modern girl, it represented the coming together in the 20th century of ideas of gender equality, a cosmopolitan culture, and a developed economy. The new middle-class families enjoyed new forms of travel and entertainment. Transport in cities improved with electric trams, public parks were opened from 1878, and department stores began to be built. In Tokyo, the Ginza became a fashionable area for Ginbura, a word combining Ginza and Burbura. The first radio stations opened in 1925. Matsui Sumako, an actress, became a national star with her portrayal of Nora in the Norwegian writer Ibsen's A Doll's House. Movies began to be made in 1899, and soon there were a dozen companies making hundreds of films. The period was one of great vitality and the questioning of traditional norms of social and political behavior. Women's carpool, 164 themes in world history. Overcoming modernity. State-centered nationalism found full expression in the 1930s and 1940s as Japan launched wars to extend its empire in China and other parts of Asia, a war that merged into the Second World War after Japan attacked the USA at Pearl Harbor. This period saw greater controls on society, the repression and imprisonment of dissidents, as well as the formation of patriotic societies, many of them women's organizations, to support the war. Activity 2. Would you agree with Nishitani's definition of modern? An influential symposium on overcoming modernity in 1943 debated the dilemma facing Japan of how to combat the West while being modern. A musician, Moroi Saburo, posed the question of how to rescue music from the art of sensory stimulation and restore it to an art of the spirit. He was not rejecting Western music but trying to find a way that went beyond merely rewriting or playing Japanese music on Western instruments. The philosopher Nishitani Keiji defined modern as the unity of three streams of Western thought: the Renaissance, the Protestant Reformation, and the rise of natural sciences. He argued that Japan's moral energy had helped it to escape colonization, and it was its duty to establish a new world order, a greater East Asia. For this, a new vision that would integrate science and religion was necessary. After defeat, re-emerging as a global economic power, Japan's attempt to carve out a colonial empire ended with its defeat by the Allied forces. It has been argued that nuclear bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to shorten the war, but others think the immense destruction and suffering it caused were unnecessary. Under the US-led occupation, Japan was demilitarized and a new constitution introduced. This had Article 9, the so-called No War Clause that renounces the use of war as an instrument of state policy, agrarian reforms, the re-establishment of trade unions, and an attempt to dismantle the zaibatsu or large monopoly houses that dominated the Japanese economy were also carried out. Political parties were revived and the first post-war elections held in 1946 where women voted for the first time. The rapid rebuilding of the Japanese economy after its shattering defeat was called a post-war miracle. But it was more than that, it was firmly rooted in its long history. The constitution was democratized only now. But the Japanese had a historic tradition of popular struggles and intellectual engagement with how to broaden political participation. The social cohesion of the pre-war years was strengthened, allowing for a close working of the government, bureaucracy, and industry. U.S. support, as well as the demand created by the Korean and the Vietnamese wars, also helped the Japanese economy. The 1964 Olympics held in Tokyo marked a symbolic coming of age, in much the same way the network of high-speed Shinkansen or bullet trains started in 1964. which ran at 200 miles per hour, have come to represent the ability of the Japanese to use advanced technologies to produce better and cheaper goods. The 1960s saw the growth of civil society movements, as industrialization had been pushed with utter disregard to its effect on health and the environment. Cadmium poisoning, which led to a painful disease, was an early indicator, followed by mercury poisoning in Minamata in the 1960s and problems caused by air pollution in the early 1970s. Grassroots pressure groups began to demand recognition of these problems, as well as compensation for the victims. Government action and new legal regulations helped to improve conditions. From the mid, there has been an increasing decline in interest, Tokyo before and after the Second World War, in environmental issues as Japan enacted some of the strictest environmental controls in the world. Today, as a developed country, it faces the challenge of using its political and technological capabilities to maintain its position as a leading world power. China. The modern history of China has revolved around the question of how to regain sovereignty, end the humiliation of foreign occupation, and bring about equality and development. Chinese debates were marked by the views of three groups. The early reformers such as Kang Youwei or Liang Qichao tried to use traditional ideas in new and different ways to meet the challenges posed by the West. Second, Republican revolutionaries such as Sun Yat-sen, the first president of the Republic, were inspired by ideas from Japan and the West. The third, the Communist Party of China, wanted to end age-old inequalities and drive out the foreigners. The beginning of modern China can be traced to its first encounter with the West in the 16th and 17th centuries when Jesuit missionaries introduced Western sciences such as astronomy and mathematics. Limited though its immediate impact was, it set in motion events that gathered momentum in the 19th century when Britain, themes in world history, used force to expand its lucrative trade in opium, leading to the First Opium War. This undermined the ruling Qing dynasty and strengthened demands for reform and change. The Opium War, a European painting. Does this painting give you a clear sense of the significance of the Opium War? Activity 3. The opium trade. The demand for Chinese goods such as tea, silk, and porcelain created a serious balance of trade problem. Western goods did not find a market in China, so payment had to be in silver. The East India Company found a new option, opium, which grew in India. They sold the opium in China and gave the silver that they earned to company agents in Canton in return for letters of credit. The company used the silver to buy tea, silk, and porcelain to sell in Britain. This was the triangular trade between Britain, India, and China. Qing reformers such as Kang Youwei and Liang Qichao realized the need to strengthen the system and initiated policies to build a modern administrative system, a new army, and an educational system, and set up local assemblies to establish constitutional government. They saw the need to protect China from colonization. The negative example of colonized countries worked powerfully on Chinese thinkers. The partition of Poland in the 18th century was a much discussed example. So much so that by the late 1890s it came to be used as a verb, to Poland U.S. India was another such example. In 1903, the thinker Liang Qichao, who believed that only by making people aware that China was a nation would they be able to resist the West, wrote that India was a country that was destroyed by a non-country, that is the East India Company. He criticized Indians for being cruel to their own people and subservient to the British. Such arguments carried a powerful appeal, as ordinary Chinese could see that the British used Indian soldiers in their wars on China. Above all, many felt that traditional ways of thinking had to be changed. Confucianism, developed from the teachings of Confucius and his disciples, was concerned with good conduct, practical wisdom, and proper social relationships. It influenced the Chinese attitude toward life, provided social standards, and laid the basis for political theories and institutions. It was now seen as a major barrier to new ideas and institutions. To train people in modern subjects, students were sent to study in Japan, Britain, and France and bring back new ideas. Many Chinese students went to Japan in the 1890s. They not only brought back new ideas, but many became leading Republicans. The Chinese borrowed even Japanese translations of European words such as justice, rights, and revolution because they used the same ideographic script, a reversal of the traditional relationship. In 1905, just after the Russo-Japanese War, the centuries-old Chinese examination system that gave candidates entry into the elite ruling class was abolished. The examination system. Entry to the elite ruling class had been largely through an examination. This required writing an 8-legged essay in classical Chinese in a prescribed form. The examination was held twice every 3 years, at different levels, and of those allowed to sit, only 1 to 2% passed the first level, usually by the age of 24, to become what was called beautiful talent. At any given time before 1850, there were about 526,869 civil and 212,330 military provincial degree holders in the whole country. Since there were only 27,000 official positions, many lower-level degree holders did not have jobs. The examination acted as a barrier to the development of science and technology, as it demanded only literary skills. In 1905, it was abolished as it was based on skills in classical Chinese learning that had, it was felt, no relevance for the modern world. Establishing the Republic. The Manchu Empire was overthrown and a republic established in 1911 under Sun Yat-sen, who is unanimously regarded as the founder of modern China. He came from a poor family and studied in missionary schools where he was introduced to democracy and Christianity. He studied medicine but was greatly concerned about the fate of China. His program was called the Three Principles San, 168 Themes in World History, Min Chui. These were nationalism. This meant overthrowing the Manchu, who were seen as a foreign dynasty, as well as other foreign imperialists, democracy or establishing democratic government, and socialism, regulating capital and equalizing land holdings. The social and political situation continued to be unstable. On May 4, 1919, an angry demonstration was held in Beijing to protest against the decisions of the post-war peace conference. Despite being an ally of the victorious side led by Britain, China did not get back the territories seized from it. The protest became a movement. It galvanized a whole generation to attack tradition and to call for saving China through modern science, democracy, and nationalism. Revolutionaries called for driving out the foreigners who were controlling the country's resources to remove inequalities and reduce poverty. They advocated reforms such as the use of simple language in writing, abolishing the practice of foot-binding and the subordination of women, equality in marriage, and economic development to end poverty. After the Republican Revolution, the country entered a period of turmoil. The Kuomintang and the CCP emerged as major forces striving to unite the country and bring stability. Sun Yat-sen's ideas became the basis of the political philosophy of the Kuomintang. They identified the four great needs as clothing, food, housing, and transportation. After the death of Sun, Chiang Kai-shek emerged as the leader of the Kuomintang as he launched a military campaign to control the warlords, regional leaders who had usurped authority, and to eliminate the communists. He advocated a secular and rational this-worldly Confucianism, but also sought to militarize the nation. The people, he said, must develop a habit and instinct for unified behavior. He encouraged women to cultivate the four virtues of chastity, appearance, speech, and work, and recognize their role as confined to the household. Even the length of hemlines was prescribed. The Kuomintang's social base was in urban areas. Industrial growth was slow and limited. In cities such as Shanghai, which became the centers of modern growth, by 1919 an industrial working class had appeared numbering 500,000. Of these, however, only a small percentage were employed in modern industries such as shipbuilding. Most were petty urbanites, traders, and shopkeepers. Urban workers, particularly women, earned very low wages. Working hours were long and conditions of work bad. As individualism increased, there was a growing concern with women's rights, ways to build the family, and discussions about love and romance. Social and cultural change was helped along by the spread of schools and universities. Journalism flourished, reflecting the growing attraction of this new thinking. The Popular Life Weekly, edited by Zhao Taofan, is representative of this new trend. It introduced readers to new ideas, as well as to leaders such as Mahatma Gandhi and Kemal Ataturk, the modernist leader of Turkey. Its circulation increased rapidly from just 2,000 in 1926 to a massive 200,000 copies in 1933, Shanghai in 1935. Buck Clayton, a black American trumpet player in Shanghai with his jazz orchestra, lived the life of the privileged expatriates. But he was black, and once some white Americans assaulted him and his orchestra members and threw them out from the hotel they played in. Thus, though American, he had greater sympathy for the plight of the Chinese, being himself a victim of racial discrimination. Of their fight with white Americans where they emerged victorious, he writes, "The Chinese onlookers treated us like we had done something they always wanted to do, and followed us all the way home, cheering us like a winning football team." On the poverty and hard life of the Chinese, Clayton writes, "I would see sometimes 20 or 30 coolies pulling a big heavy cart that in America would be pulled by a truck or." The Kuomintang, despite its attempts to unite the country, failed because of its narrow social base and limited political vision. A major plank in Sun Yat-sen's program, regulating capital and equalizing land, was never carried out because the party ignored the peasantry and the rising social inequalities. It sought to impose military order rather than address the problems faced by the people. Horses. These people seemed to be nothing but human horses, and all they would get at the end of the day was just enough to get a couple of bowls of rice and a place to sleep. I don't know how they did it. Activity 4. How does a sense of discrimination unite people? Rickshaw Puller, Woodcut by Lan Jia. The novel Rickshaw by Lao Shi became a classic. The story of rising prices, 170 themes in world history. The rise of the Communist Party of China. When the Japanese invaded China in 1937, the Kuomintang retreated. The long and exhausting war weakened China. Prices rose 30% per month between 1945 and 1949, and utterly destroyed the lives of ordinary people. Rural China faced two crises, one ecological with soil exhaustion, deforestation and floods, and the second, a socio-economic one caused by exploitative land tenure systems, indebtedness, primitive technology and poor communications. The CCP had been founded in 1921, soon after the Russian Revolution. The Russian success exercised a powerful influence around the world, and leaders such as Lenin and Trotsky went on to establish the Comintern, or the Third International in March 1918 to help bring about a world government that would end exploitation. The Comintern and the Soviet Union supported communist parties around the world, but they worked within the traditional Marxist understanding that revolution would be brought about by the working class in cities. Its initial appeal across national boundaries was immense, but it soon became a tool for Soviet interests and was dissolved in 1943. Mao Zedong, who emerged as a major CCP leader, took a different path by basing his revolutionary program on the peasantry. His success made the CCP a powerful political force that ultimately won against the Kuomintang. Mao Zedong's radical approach can be seen in Jiangxi, in the mountains, where they camped from 1928 to 1934, secure from Kuomintang attacks. A strong peasants' council was organized, united through confiscation and redistribution of land. Mao, unlike other leaders, stressed the need for an independent government and army. He had become aware of women's problems and supported the emergence of rural women's associations, promulgated a new marriage law that forbade arranged marriages, stopped purchase or sale of marriage contracts, and simplified divorce. In a survey in 1930 in Shunwu, Mao Zedong looked at everyday commodities such as salt and soya beans, at the relative strengths of local organizations, at petty traders and craftsmen, ironsmiths and prostitutes, and the strength of religious organizations to examine the different levels of exploitation. He gathered statistics of the number of peasants who had sold their children and found out what price they received. Boys were sold for 100 to 200 yuan, but there were no instances of the sale of girls because the need was for hard labor, not sexual exploitation. It was on the basis of these studies that he advocated ways of solving social problems. Map 2. The Long March. Photograph of soldiers on the Long March reclaiming wasteland, 1941. This term was used by Karl Marx to stress that the working class would replace the repressive government of the propertied class with a revolutionary government and not a dictatorship in the current sense. The Kuomintang blockade of the Communist Soviet forced the party to seek another base. This led them to go on what came to be called the Long March, 6,000 grueling and difficult miles to Shaanxi. Here, in their new base in Yan'an, they further developed their program to end warlordism, carry out land reforms, and fight foreign imperialism. This won them a strong social base. In the difficult years of the war, the Communists and the Kuomintang worked together. But after the end of the war, the Communists established themselves in power, and the Kuomintang was defeated. Establishing the new democracy, 1949-65. The People's Republic of China government was established in 1949. It was based on the principles of the new democracy, an alliance of all social classes, unlike the dictatorship of the proletariat that the Soviet Union said it had established. Critical areas of the economy were put under government control, and private enterprise and private ownership of land were gradually ended. This program lasted till 1953 when the government declared that it would launch a program of socialist transformation. The Great Leap Forward movement launched in 1958 was a policy to galvanize the country to industrialize rapidly. People were encouraged to set up steel furnaces in their backyards. In the rural areas, people's communes where land would be collectively owned and cultivated were started. By 1958, there were 26,000 communes covering 98% of the farm population. Mao was able to mobilize the masses to attain the goals set by the party. His concern was with creating a socialist man who would have 5 loves: fatherland, people, labor, science, and public property. Mass organizations were created for farmers, women, students, and other groups. For instance, the All China Democratic Women's Federation had 76 million members, the All China Students Federation 3.29 million members. These objectives and methods did not appeal to everyone in the party. In 1953-54, some were urging for more attention to industrial organization and economic growth. Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping tried to modify the commune system as it was not working efficiently. The steel produced in the backyard furnaces was unusable industrially. Conflicting visions, 1965-78. The conflict between the Maoists wanting to create a socialist man and those who objected to his emphasis on ideology rather than expertise culminated in Mao launching the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in 1965 to counter his critics. The Red Guards, mainly students in the army, was used for a campaign against old culture, old customs, and old habits. Students and professionals were sent to the countryside to learn from the masses. Ideology was more important than having professional knowledge. Denunciations and slogans replaced rational debate. The Cultural Revolution began a period of turmoil, weakened the party, and severely disrupted the economy and educational system. From the late 1960s, the tide began to turn. In 1975, the party once again laid emphasis on greater social discipline and the need to build an industrial economy so that China could become a power before the end of the century. Reforms from 1978. The Cultural Revolution was followed by a process of political maneuvering. Deng Xiaoping kept party control strong while introducing a socialist market economy. In 1978, the party declared its goal as the 4 modernizations. Debate was allowed as long as the party was not questioned. In this new and liberating climate, as at the time of the May 4th movement 60 years earlier, there was an exciting explosion of new ideas. On December 5, 1978, a wall poster, The fifth modernization proclaimed that without democracy the other modernizations would come to nothing. It went on to criticize the CCP for not solving the problem of poverty or ending sexual exploitation, even citing cases of such abuse from within the party. 174 themes in world history. After the 1978 reforms, the Chinese were able to buy consumer goods freely. These demands were suppressed, but in 1989, on the 70th anniversary of the May 4th movement, many intellectuals called for a greater openness and an end to ossified dogmas. Student demonstrators at Tiananmen Square in Beijing were brutally repressed. This was strongly condemned around the world. The post-reform period has seen the emergence of debates on ways to develop China. The dominant view supported by the party is based on strong political control, economic liberalization, and integration into the world market. Critics argue that increasing inequalities between social groups, between regions, and between men and women are creating social tensions, and question the heavy emphasis on the market. Finally, there is a growing revival of earlier so-called traditional ideas, of Confucianism and arguments that China can build a modern society following its own traditions rather than simply copying the West. The story of Taiwan. Chiang Kai-shek, defeated by the CCP, fled in 1949 to Taiwan with over $300 million in gold reserves and crates of priceless art treasures and established the Republic of China. Taiwan had been a Japanese colony since the Chinese ceded it after the 189,495 war with Japan. The Cairo Declaration and the Potsdam Proclamation restored sovereignty to China. Massive demonstrations in February 1947 had led the GMD to brutally kill a whole generation of leading figures. The GMD, under Chiang Kai-shek, went on to establish a repressive government forbidding free speech and political opposition and excluding the local population from positions of power. However, they carried out land reforms that increased agricultural productivity and modernized the economy so that by 1973 Taiwan had a GNP second only to that of Japan and Asia. The economy, largely dependent on trade, has been steadily growing, but what is important is that the gap between the rich and poor has been steadily declining. Even more dramatic has been the transformation of Taiwan into a democracy. It began slowly after the death of Chiang in 1975 and grew in momentum when martial law was lifted in 1987 and opposition parties were legally permitted. The first free elections began the process of bringing local Taiwanese to power. Diplomatically, most countries have only trade missions in Taiwan. Full diplomatic relations and embassies are not possible as Taiwan is considered to be part of China. The question of reunification with the mainland remains a contentious issue, but cross-strait relations have been improving, and Taiwanese trade and investments in the mainland are massive, and travel has also become easier. China may be willing to tolerate a semi-autonomous Taiwan as long as it gives up any move to seek independence. The story of Korea, beginnings of modernization. During the late 19th century, Korea's Joseon dynasty faced internal political and social strife and increasing foreign pressure from China, Japan, and the West. Amidst this, Korea implemented modernization reforms in its governmental structures, diplomatic relations, infrastructure, and society. After decades of political interference, the Imperial Japan annexed Korea as its colony in 1910, bringing the over 500-year-long Joseon dynasty to its end. However, the Korean people were angry about Japan's suppression of their culture and forced assimilation. Desiring independence, Koreans around the country demonstrated against the colonial rule, set up a provisional government, and sent delegations to appeal to foreign leaders at international meetings, such as the Cairo, Yalta, and Potsdam conferences. Koreans celebrate their independence from Japan in 1945. The Japanese colonial rule ended after 35 years in August 1945 with Japan's defeat in the World War II. However, it was the continued efforts of independence activists both inside and outside Korea that ensured Korea's independence after Japan's defeat. Following liberation, the Korean peninsula was temporarily divided along the 38th parallel, with the Soviets managing the north and the UN managing the south, even as the nations worked to disband the Japanese forces in the region. However, this division became permanent as separate governments were established in both the north and the south in 1948. A post-war nation. In June 1950, the Korean War broke out. With South Korea receiving support from the U.S.-led United Nations forces and North Korea receiving support from Communist China, it developed into 176 themes in world history. A vintage proxy war of the Cold War era. In July 1953, after 3 years, the war ended in an armistice agreement. Korea remained divided. The Korean War had caused not only massive losses of life and property, but also a delay in free market economic development and democratization. Prices suddenly rose due to inflation caused by increased national expenses and currency issued during the war. Furthermore, industrial facilities constructed during the colonial period had been destroyed entirely. As a result, South Korea was forced to rely on the economic assistance being provided by the USA. Though South Korea's first president Syngman Rhee had been elected in 1948 through democratic process after the Korean War, he extended his administration twice through illegal constitutional amendments. In April 1960, citizens protested against a rigged election in what is known as the April Revolution, and Rhee was forced to resign. With the revolution as an impetus, the spirit of the people, which had been suppressed during the Rhee administration, erupted in the form of demonstrations and demands. However, the Democratic Party administration, which took power after Rhee's resignation, could not properly respond to citizens' demands due to internal divisions and conflict. Rather, reformist political powers emerged, and the students' movement grew into a unification movement. This was not looked upon favorably by the military authorities. In May 1961, the Democratic Party government was overthrown in a military coup staged by General Park Chung-hee and other military authorities. Rapid industrialization under strong leadership. In October 1963, an election was held and military coup leader Park Chung-hee was elected the president. The Park administration adopted a state-led, export-oriented policy to achieve economic growth. The 5-year economic plans of the government favored large corporate firms, placed emphasis on expanding employment, and increased Korea's competitiveness. Korea's unprecedented rate of economic growth began in the early 1960s when the state policy shifted from import substitution industrialization towards a focus on exports. Under the export-oriented policy, the government supported labor-intensive light industrial products, such as textiles and garments, in which Korea had a comparative advantage. During the late 1960s and 1970s, the focus again shifted from light industries to value-added heavy and chemical industries. Steel, non-ferrous metals machinery, shipbuilding, electronics, and chemical production were selected as the most important industries in the race for economic growth. In 1970, the New Village movement was introduced to encourage and mobilize the rural population and modernize the agricultural sector. This campaign aimed at reforming the spirit of the people from being passive and disheartened to becoming active and hopeful. Rural people were empowered to help themselves in developing their villages and improve the living conditions of their respective communities. The movement was later expanded to assist the neighborhoods near industrial plants and in urban areas. Today, Korea is sharing the knowledge and experiences from this movement with developing countries who wish to adopt the principles of the same movement in their development efforts. Korea achieved startling economic growth thanks to a combination of strong leaders, well-trained bureaucrats, aggressive industrialists, and a capable labor force. Ambitious entrepreneurs responded well to government incentives to increase exports and develop new industries. The high level of education also contributed to the economic growth of Korea. At the dawn of Korea's industrialization, almost all Korean workers were already literate and could easily acquire new skills. At the same time, the country's open economic policy worked to absorb more advanced institutions and technologies from other countries. Foreign investment and Korea's high domestic savings rate helped develop the heavy industrial sector, while remittances from South Korean workers overseas also contributed to the overall economic development. Economic growth was the foundation of the Park administration's long-term power. Park revised the constitution so that he could run for a third term and was re-elected in 1971. In October 1972, Park declared and implemented the Yusin Constitution, which made permanent presidency possible. Under the Yusin Constitution, the president had complete authority over legislation, jurisdiction, and administration, and also had a constitutional right to repeal any law as an emergency measure. As the president was invested with absolute authority, the progress of democracy was temporarily suspended in pursuit of economic development. However, the second oil crisis in 1979 acted as a hindrance to the economic policy, which had overinvested in the heavy chemical industry. Moreover, students, scholars, and the opposition continually demonstrated against the Yusin Constitution, as the Park administration's invocation of emergency measures and suppression brought about political instability. Amidst this economic crisis and political instability, the Park administration came to an end in October 1979 when Park Chung-hee was assassinated. 178 themes in world history. Continued economic growth and calls for democratization. The desire for democratization grew upon the death of Park Chung-hee, but in December 1979, another military coup, this time led by Chun Do-hwan, was staged. In May 1980, various protests in key cities around the nation were held by students and citizens demanding democracy in the face of Chun's military faction. The military faction suppressed the democracy movement by implementing martial law across the country. In the city of Gwangju in particular, students and citizens did not back down and demanded that martial law be ended. This is known as the Gwangju Democratization Movement. However, Chun's military faction suppressed the protests for democratization. Later that year, Chun became the president through an indirect election under the Yusin Constitution. The Chun administration strengthened the suppression of democratization influences in order to stabilize the regime. Due in part to the international economic boom, the Chun administration was able to raise economic growth from 1.7% in 1980 to 13.2% by 1983, while also significantly lowering inflation. Economic development had led to urbanization, improved education levels, and media advancements. As a result, citizens' self-awareness about political rights grew, leading to demands for a constitutional amendment to allow direct election of the president. In May 1987, the Chun administration's minimization of inquiries into the death by torture of a university student was made known, making citizens begin participate in a large-scale struggle for democratization. The June democracy movement that followed had participation not only by students, but the middle class as well. Owing to these efforts, the Chun administration, demonstrators during the June democracy movement of 1987, was forced to make a revision to the constitution, allowing direct elections. A new chapter of Korean democracy thus began. Korean democracy and the IMF crisis. As per the new constitution, the first direct election since 1971 was held in December 1987. But due to the opposition party's failure to unite, a fellow military leader of Chun's military faction, Orote Woo, was elected. However, Korea continued along the path of democracy. In 1990, longtime opposition leader Kim Young-sam compromised with ROH's party to create a large, ruling party. In December 1992, Kim, a civilian, was elected the president after decades of military rule. With his election and the consequent dissolution of authoritarian military power, democracy made its forward march. Under the export-driven policy of the new administration, several companies grew to global prominence, which continued until the early 1990s. With governmental support, Korean conglomerates invested in capital-intensive heavy and chemical industries, as well as electronic industries. While the government continued to focus on building industrial and social infrastructure, meanwhile, under increasing neoliberalist pressure to open its market, the Kim administration joined the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in 1996 and attempted to strengthen Korea's international competitiveness. But amidst increasing trade deficits, poor management by financial institutions, reckless business operations by conglomerates and more, Korea was met with a foreign currency crisis in 1997. The crisis was dealt with through emergency financial support provided by the International Monetary Fund. Simultaneous efforts were also made to improve the country's economic constitution, as the citizens actively contributed towards foreign loan repayment through the gold collection movement. In December 1997, longtime opposition party leader Kim Dae-jung was elected the president for the first time in Korea, marking a peaceful transfer of power. The second peaceful transfer of power came in 2008, when conservative Lee Myung-bak was elected as the president, following the progressive ROH Moo-hyun administration. In 2012, conservative Park Geun-hye was elected as the first female president. At the beginning of her presidency, she gained support due to the political legacy of her father, Park Chung-hee. But in October 2016, as it came to light that she had let a friend secretly manage government affairs, she met with nationwide protests, leading to her impeachment and removal from office in March 2017. In May 2017, Moon Jae-in was elected the president, in a peaceful transfer of power for the third time. Present-day downtown Seoul at night, 180 themes in world history. The candlelight protests of 2016, led by citizens who peacefully demonstrated for the president's resignation within the boundaries of democratic law and systems, show the maturity of the Korean democracy. The Korean democracy owes a debt to economic development, but it was the citizens' elevated political awareness to encourage republicanism in the country, which played the lead role in advancing it to where it is today. Two roads to modernization. Industrial societies, far from becoming like each other, have found their own paths to becoming modern. The histories of Japan and China, along with the stories of Taiwan and Korea, show how different historical conditions led them on widely divergent paths to building independent and modern nations. Japan was successful in retaining its independence and using traditional skills and practices in new ways. However, its elite-driven modernization generated an aggressive nationalism, helped to sustain a repressive regime that stifled dissent and demands for democracy, and established a colonial empire that left a legacy of hatred in the region, as well as distorted internal developments. Japan's program of modernization was carried out in an environment dominated by Western imperial powers. While it imitated them, it also attempted to find its own solutions. Japanese nationalism was marked by these different compulsions, while many Japanese hoped to liberate Asia from Western domination. For others, these ideas justified building an empire. It is important to note that the transformation of social and political institutions and daily life was not just a question of reviving traditions or tenaciously preserving them, but rather of creatively using them in new and different ways. For instance, the Meiji school system, modeled on European and American practices, introduced new subjects, but the curriculum's main objective was to make loyal citizens. A course on morals that stressed loyalty to the emperor was compulsory. Similarly, changes in the family or in daily life show how foreign and indigenous ideas were brought together to create something new. The Chinese path to modernization was very different. Foreign imperialism, both Western and Japanese, combined with a hesitant and unsure Qing dynasty to weaken government control and set the stage for a breakdown of political and social order, leading to immense misery for most of the people. Warlordism, banditry, and civil war exacted a heavy toll on human lives, as did the savagery of the Japanese invasion. Natural disasters added to this burden. The 19th and 20th centuries saw a rejection of traditions and a search for ways to build national unity and strength. the CCP and its supporters fought to put an end to tradition which they saw as keeping the masses in poverty, the women subjugated, and the country undeveloped. While calling for power to the people, it built a highly centralized state. The success of the communist program promised hope, but its repressive political system turned the ideals of liberation and equality into slogans to manipulate the people. Yet it did remove centuries-old inequalities, spread education and raise consciousness among the people. The party has now carried out market reforms and has been successful in making China economically powerful, but its political system continues to be tightly controlled. The society now faces growing inequalities as well as a revival of traditions long suppressed. This new situation again poses the question of how China can develop while retaining its heritage. Exercises. Answer in brief. 1. What were the major developments before the Meiji Restoration that made it possible for Japan to modernize rapidly? 2. Discuss how daily life was transformed as Japan developed. 3. How did the Qing dynasty try and meet the challenge posed by the Western powers? 4. What were Sun Yat-sen's 3 principles? 5. How did Korea deal with the foreign currency crisis in 1997? Answer in a short essay. 6. Did Japan's policy of rapid industrialization lead to wars with its neighbors and destruction of the environment? 7. Do you think that Mao Zedong and the Communist Party of China were successful in liberating China and laying the basis for its current success? 8. Did economic growth in South Korea contribute to its democratization? Conclusion. This book on themes of world history has taken you across vast stretches of time, ancient, medieval, modern. It is focused on some of the more prominent themes of human evolution and development. Each section has covered the following, increasingly foreshortened, periods. IC Maya, 400 BCE2 BCE 400, 1300 CE2 800, 1700 CE IV, 1700, 2000 CE. Although historians tend to specialize in ancient, medieval, and modern periods, the historian's craft displays certain common features and predicaments. We have attempted to nuance the distinction between ancient, medieval, and modern, in order to convey a holistic idea of how history is written and discussed as also to equip you with an overall understanding of human history. That goes well beyond our modern roots. The book would have allowed you a glimpse into the history of Africa, West and Central Asia, East Asia, Australia, North and South America, and Europe, including the United Kingdom. It would have familiarized you with what may be called the case study method. Instead of burdening you with enormous detail about the history of all these places, we felt it would be better to examine key illustrations of certain phenomena in detail. World history can be written in many ways. One of these, perhaps the oldest, is to focus on contact between peoples to stress the interconnectedness of cultures and civilizations, and to explore the multifarious dimensions of world historical change. An alternative is to identify relatively self-contained, though expanding regions of economic exchange that sustain certain forms of culture and power. A third method specifies differences in the historical experience of nations and regions to highlight their distinctive characteristics. You would have found traces of each of these approaches in the book. But differences between societies go hand in hand with similarities. Interlinkages, connections, and similarities among human communities always existed. The interplay of the global and the local, the mainstream and the marginal, the general and the specific, which you would have gleaned from this book, are a fascinating aspect of the study of history. Our account began from scattered settlements in Africa, Asia, and Europe. From there we moved on to city life in Mesopotamia. Early empires were created around cities in Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, Persia, and India. Empires of greater extent followed them, the Greek, Roman, Arab, and the Mongol. Trading operations, technology, and government were often highly intricate in these empires. Very often, they were based on effective use of a written language. A new era in human history took shape as a consequence of a combination of technological and organizational changes that occurred in Western Europe in the middle of the second millennium CE. These were linked to the Renaissance or rebirth of civilization, whose primary impact was felt in the cities of northern Italy, but whose influence spread quickly over Europe. This Renaissance was the product of the region's city life and of extensive interactions with Byzantium and the Muslim world of the Mediterranean. Over time, ideas and discoveries were carried to the Americas by explorers and conquerors in the 16th century CE. Some of these notions were carried later to Japan, India, and elsewhere as well. European preeminence in global trade, politics, and culture did not come at this time. It was to be the feature of the 18th and 19th centuries, when the Industrial Revolution took place in Britain and spread to Europe. Britain, France, and Germany were able to create systems of colonial control over parts of Africa and Asia, systems more intense and powerful than those of earlier empires. By the mid-20th century, the technology, economic life, and culture that had once made European states powerful had been reworked in the rest of the world to create the foundations of modern life. You must have noticed passages quoted in the various chapters of the book. Many of these are extracts for what historians call primary sources. Scholars construct history from such materials, drawing their facts from them. They critically evaluate these materials and are attentive to their ambiguities. Different historians may use a given source material to advance vastly different, even contradictory arguments about historical phenomena. As with the other human sciences, history can be made to speak to us in varied voices. This is because of the intricate relationship between the historian's reasoning and historical facts. In your final year at school, you will be studying aspects of Indian history from Harappan times to the making of modern India's constitution. Again, the emphasis will be on a judicious mix. 184 themes in world history, of political, economic, social, and cultural history, inviting you to engage with chosen themes through the case study method. We hope these books will help you formulate your own answers to so many questions, above all to the question, why study history? Do you know the gifted medievalist Mark Bloch began his book The Historian's Craft, written in the trenches during the Second World War, by recalling a young boy's question, "Tell me, Daddy, what is the use of history?" Suggested reading, Theme 1, L. Postgate JN, 1994, Early Mesopotamia, Society and Economy at the Dawn of History, Routledge, London, L. Meerup, Mark van Day, 1999. The Ancient Mesopotamian City, Oxford University Press, London, L. Scientific American Vol. 5, No. 1 1994, Special Issue on Ancient Cities, L. Pollock Susan, 1999, Ancient Mesopotamia, Cambridge University Press, Cambridge, Theme 2, L. Miller Fergus, 1981, The Roman Empire and Its Neighbors, London, Duckworth, L. Collin, M. Wells, 1995, The Roman Empire, Harvard University Press, Harvard, L. Walker, John S. 1987, The Roman Empire, London, L. Brown Peter, 1997, The World of Late Antiquity AD, 150 to 750, Thames and Hudson, London, Theme 3, L. Arthur Whaley, 1963, The Secret History of the Mongols and Other Pieces, Barnes & Noble, New York, L. Latham Rhee, 1958, The Travels of Marco Polo, Penguin Classics, London, L. Boyle, Ja, 1958, Giovanni's History of the World Conqueror, Vol. 1 pp. 23 to 34, Manchester University Press, Manchester, L. Weatherford Jack, 2004, Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World, Three Rivers Press, New York, Theme 4, L. Frankfurter, Daniel A. 2003, The Medieval Millennium, An Introduction, Prentice Hall, L. Doobie Georges, 1998, Rural Economy and Country Life in the Medieval West, Philadelphia, L. Poston, M.M. 1975, The Medieval Economy and Society, Penguin, L. Cipolla, Carlo M. 1973, The Fontana Economic History of Europe, Vol. The Middle Ages, Theme 5, L. Burke Peter, 1987, The Renaissance, Macmillan, London, L. Johnson Paul, 2001, The Renaissance London, L. Plumjohn, 2000, The Penguin Book of the Renaissance, London and New York, L. Nauert, C.G. Jr., 1995, Humanism and the Culture of Renaissance Europe, Cambridge, L. Henry J. 1997, The Scientific Revolution and the Origins of Modern Science, New York, Theme 6, L. Trigger, Bruce G. and Wilcom A. Washburn, 1996, The Cambridge History of the Native Peoples of the Americas, Vol. 1, North America, Cambridge University Press, Cambridge, L. Atwood, Bain, 2005, Telling the Truth About Aboriginal History, Allen and Unwin, Australia, L. Reynolds Henry, 1999, Why Weren't We Told? Penguin, Australia, Themes in World History, Theme 7, L. McLean, James L., A Modern History of Japan, New York, W. W. Norton Amp, Company L. Daikichi, Irokawa, The Age of Hirohito, In Search of Modern Japan, Trans Mikiso Han and John K. Urda, Free Press, New York, L. Shu, Emmanuel, 1983, The Rise of Modern China, Oxford University Press, London, L. Spence Jonathan, 1990, In Search of Modern China, Hutchinson, London, Kim in Geol, 1998, Lectures on Modern Korean History, 1945-1990, Dolbigay Seoul, Han Young-wo, 2010, A Review of Korean History, Vol. Gyeongsaewon, Seoul, The Association of Korean History Teachers, 2010, A Korean History for International Readers, Humanist, Seoul, Yoon Sung-yi, 2016, Democracy in South Korea, National Museum of Korean Contemporary History, Seoul, Korea University Center for Korean History, 2017, Korean History.
Saemunsa, Seoul. Notes. Textbook in History for Class 3C. Rashtriya Sikshak Anusandhan aur Prashikshan Parishad, National Council of Educational Research and Training.
Defining the focus of study. What defines the focus of this book? What does it seek to do? How is it linked to what has been studied in earlier classes? In classes for 6th to 7th, we looked at Indian history from early beginnings to modern times, with a focus on one chronological period in each year. Then in the books for classes 9 and X, the frame of reference changed. We looked at a shorter period of time, focusing specifically on a close study of the contemporary world. We move beyond territorial boundaries, beyond the limits of nation-states, to see how different people in different places have played their part in the making of the modern world. The history of India became connected to a wider, interlinked history. Subsequently, in Class C, we studied themes in world history, expanding our chronological focus, looking at the vast span of years from the beginning of human life to the present, but selecting only a set of themes for serious exploration. This year, we will study themes in Indian history. The book begins with Harappa and ends with the framing of the Indian Constitution. What it offers is not a general survey of 5 millennia, but a close study of select themes. The history books in earlier years have already acquainted you with Indian history. It is time we explore some themes in greater detail. In choosing the themes, we have tried to ensure that we learn about developments in different spheres, economic, cultural, social, political, and religious, even as we attempt to break the boundaries between them. Some themes in the book will introduce you to the politics of the time and the nature of authority and power. Others explore the way societies are organized and the way they function and change. Still others tell us about religious life and ritual practices, about the working of economies, and the changes within rural and urban societies. Each of these themes will also allow you to have a closer look at the historian's craft. To retrieve the past, historians have to find sources that make the past accessible. But sources do not just reveal the past. Historians have to grapple with sources, interpret them, and make them speak. This is what makes history exciting. The same sources can tell us new things if we ask new questions and engage with them in new ways. So we need to see how historians read sources and how they discover new things in old sources. But historians do not only re-examine old records, they discover new ones. Sometimes these could be chance discoveries. Archaeologists may unexpectedly come across seals and mounds that provide clues to the existence of a site of an ancient civilization. Rummaging through the dusty records of a district collectorate, a historian may trip over a bundle of records that contain legal cases of local disputes, and these may open up a new world of village life several centuries back. Yet are such discoveries only accidents? You may bump into a bundle of old records in an archive, open it up and see it, without discovering the significance of the source. The source may mean nothing to you unless you have relevant questions in mind. You have to track the source, read the text, follow the clues, and make the interconnections before you can reconstruct the past. The physical discovery of a record does not simply open up the past. When Alexander Cunningham first saw a Harappan seal, he could make no sense of it. Only much later was the significance of the seals discovered. In fact, when historians begin to ask new questions, explore new themes, they have to often search for new types of sources. If we wish to know about revolutionaries and rebels, official sources can reveal only a partial picture, one that will be shaped by official censure and prejudice. We need to look for other sources, diaries of rebels, their personal letters, their writings and pronouncements, and these are not always easy to come by. If we have to understand experiences of people, then oral sources might reveal more than written sources. As the vision of history broadens, historians begin tracking new sources, searching for new clues to understand the past. And when that happens, the conception of what constitutes a source itself changes. There was a time when only written records were acknowledged as authentic. What was written could be verified, cited, and cross-checked. Oral evidence was never considered a valid source. Who was to guarantee its authenticity and verifiability? This mistrust of oral sources has not yet disappeared, but oral evidence has been innovatively used to uncover experiences that no other record could reveal. Through the book this year, you will enter the world of historians, accompany them in their search for new clues, and see how they carry on their dialogues with the past. You will witness the way they tease out meaning out of records, read inscriptions, excavate archaeological sites, make sense of beads and bones, interpret the epics, look at the stupas and buildings, examine paintings and photographs, interpret police reports and revenue records, and listen to the voices of the past. Each theme will explore the peculiarities and possibilities of one particular type of source. It will discuss what a source can tell and what it cannot. This is part 1 of Themes in Indian History. Parts 2 and 2 will follow. Neeladri Bhattacharya, Chief Advisor, History. Part 1. Kinship, Caste and Class Early Societies. Theme 482. Thinkers, Beliefs and Buildings, Cultural Developments. Part 2. Theme 5. Through the Eyes of Travelers, Perceptions of Society. Theme 6. Bhakti Sufi Traditions, Changes in Religious Beliefs and Devotional Texts. Theme 7. An Imperial Capital, Vijayanagara. Theme 8. Peasants, Zamindars and the State, Agrarian Society in the Mughal Empire. Part 3. Theme 9. Colonialism and the Countryside, Exploring Official Archives. Theme 10. Rebels and the Raj, 1857 Revolt and its Representations. Theme 11. Mahatma Gandhi and the Nationalist Movement, Civil Disobedience and Beyond. Theme 12. Framing the Constitution, The Beginning of a New Era. Parts 2 and 3 will follow. Theme 1. Bricks, Beads and Bones, the Harappan Civilization. The Harappan seal is possibly the most distinctive artifact of the Harappan or Indus Valley civilization. Made of a stone called steatite, seals like this one often contain animal motifs and signs from a script that remains undeciphered. Yet we know a great deal about the lives of the people who lived in the region from what they left behind. their houses, pots, ornaments, tools, and seals, in other words, from archaeological evidence. Let us see what we know about the Harappan civilization and how we know about it. We will explore how archaeological material is interpreted and how interpretations sometimes change. Of course, there are some aspects of the civilization that are as yet unknown and may even remain so. Terms, places, times. The Indus Valley Civilization is also called the Harappan culture. Archaeologists use the term culture for a group of objects, distinctive in style, that are usually found together within a specific geographical area and period of time. In the case of the Harappan culture, these distinctive objects include seals, beads, weights, stone blades, and even baked bricks. These objects were found from areas as far apart as Afghanistan, Jammu, Baluchistan, and Gujarat. Named after Harappa, the first site where this unique culture was discovered, the civilization is dated between c. 2600s and 1900s BCE. There were earlier and later cultures, often called early Harappan and late Harappan, in the same area. The Harappan civilization is sometimes called the mature Harappan culture to distinguish it from these cultures. Figure 1.1, a Harappan seal. You will find certain abbreviations related to dates in this book. BP stands for before present, BCE stands for before Common Era, CE stands for the Common Era. The present year is 2015 according to this dating system. C stands for the Latin word circa and means approximate. Early and mature Harappan cultures. Look at these figures for the number of settlements in Sindh and Kholistan. 1. Beginnings. There were several archaeological cultures in the region prior to the mature Harappan. These cultures were associated with distinctive pottery, evidence of agriculture and pastoralism, and some crafts. Settlements were generally small, and there were virtually no large buildings. It appears that there was a break between the early Harappan and the Harappan civilization, evident from large-scale burning at some sites, as well as the abandonment of certain settlements. 2. Subsistence strategies. If you look at maps 1 and 2, you will notice that the mature Harappan culture developed in some of the areas occupied by the early Harappan cultures. These cultures also shared certain common elements, including subsistence strategies. The Harappans ate a wide range of plant and animal products, including fish. Archaeologists have been able to reconstruct dietary practices from finds of charred grains and seeds. These are studied by archaeobotanists who are specialists in ancient plant remains. Grains, bricks, beads, and bones found at Harappan sites include wheat, barley, lentil, chickpea, and sesame. Millets are found from sites in Gujarat. Finds of rice are relatively rare. Animal bones found at Harappan sites include those of cattle, sheep, goat, buffalo, and pig. Studies done by archaeozoologists or zoo archaeologists indicate that these animals were domesticated. Bones of wild species such as boar, deer, and gharial are also found. We do not know whether the Harappans hunted these animals themselves or obtained meat from other hunting communities. Bones of fish and fowl are also found. 2.1 Agricultural technologies. While the prevalence of agriculture is indicated by finds of grain, it is more difficult to reconstruct actual agricultural practices. Were seeds broadcast on plowed lands? Representations on seals and terracotta sculpture indicate that the bull was known, and archaeologists extrapolate from this that oxen were used for plowing. Moreover, terracotta models of the plow have been found at sites in Cholistan and at Banawali. Archaeologists have also found evidence of a plowed field at Kalibangan. Associated with early Harappan levels, the field had two sets of furrows at right angles to each other, suggesting that two different crops were grown together. Archaeologists have also tried to identify the tools used for harvesting. Did the Harappans use stone blades set in wooden handles, or did they use metal tools? Most Harappan sites are located in semi-arid lands, where irrigation was probably required for agriculture. Traces of canals have been found at the Harappan site of Shortagai in Afghanistan, but not in Punjab or Sindh. It is possible that ancient. Figure 1.3 A terracotta bull. Discuss. Are there any similarities or differences in the distribution of settlements shown on maps 1 and 2? Themes in Indian history. Do you think these tools could have been used for harvesting? Figure 1.5 Reservoir at Dholavira. Note the masonry work. Discuss. What is the evidence used by archaeologists to reconstruct dietary practices? Canals silted up long ago. It is also likely that water drawn from wells was used for irrigation. Besides, water reservoirs found in Dholavira may have been used to store water for agriculture. Source 1. How artifacts are identified. Processing of food required grinding equipment as well as vessels for mixing, blending, and cooking. These were made of stone, metal, and terracotta. This is an excerpt from one of the earliest reports on excavations at Mohenjo-daro, the best-known Harappan site. Saddle querns are found in considerable numbers, and they seem to have been the only means in use for grinding cereals. As a rule, they were roughly made of hard, gritty, igneous rock or sandstone and mostly show signs of hard usage. As their bases are usually convex, they must have been set in the earth or in mud to prevent their rocking. Two main types have been found, those on which another smaller stone was pushed or rolled to and fro, and others with which a second stone was used as a pounder, eventually making a large cavity in the nether stone. Querns of the former type were probably used solely for grain, the second type possibly only for pounding herbs and spices for making curries. In fact, stones of this latter type are dubbed curry stones by our workmen, and our cook asked for the loan of one from the museum for use in the kitchen. From Ernest Mackay, further excavations at Mohenjo-daro, 1937. Archaeologists use present-day analogies to try and understand what ancient artifacts were used for. Mackay was comparing present-day querns with what he found. Is this a useful strategy? 3. Mohenjo-daro. A planned urban center. Perhaps the most unique feature of the Harappan civilization was the development of urban centers. Let us look at one such center, Mohenjo-daro, more closely. Although Mohenjo-daro is the most well-known site, the first site to be discovered was Harappa. The settlement is divided into two sections, one smaller but higher and the other much larger but. Figure 1.7 layout of Mohenjo-daro. How is the lower town different from the citadel? Themes in Indian history. The plight of Harappa. Although Harappa was the first site to be discovered, it was badly destroyed by brick robbers. As early as 1875, Alexander Cunningham, the first Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India, often called the father of Indian archaeology, noted that the amount of brick taken from the ancient site was enough to lay bricks for about 100 miles of the railway line between Lahore and Multan. Thus, many of the ancient structures at the site were damaged. In contrast, Mohenjo-daro was far better preserved. Figure 1.8. A drain in Mohenjo-daro. Notice the huge opening of the drain. Lower. Archaeologists designate these as the citadel and the lower town respectively. The citadel owes its height to the fact that buildings were constructed on mud brick platforms. It was walled, which meant that it was physically separated from the lower town. The lower town was also walled. Several buildings were built on platforms, which served as foundations. It has been calculated that if one laborer moved roughly a cubic meter of earth daily, just to put the foundations in place, it would have required 4 million person days, in other words, mobilizing labor on a very large scale. Consider something else. Once the platforms were in place, all building activity within the city was restricted to a fixed area on the platforms. So it seems that the settlement was first planned and then implemented accordingly. Other signs of planning include bricks, which, whether sun-dried or baked, were of a standardized ratio, where the length and breadth were 4 times and twice the height respectively. Such bricks were used at all Harappan settlements. 3.1 Laying out drains. One of the most distinctive features of Harappan cities was the carefully planned drainage system. If you look at the plan of the lower town, you will notice that roads and streets were laid out along an approximate grid pattern, intersecting at right angles. It seems that streets with drains were laid out first and then houses built along them. If domestic wastewater had to flow into the street drains, every house needed to have at least one wall along a street. Citadels. While most Harappan settlements have a small high western part and a larger lower eastern section, there are variations. At sites such as Dholavira and Lothal, the entire settlement was fortified, and sections within the town were also separated by walls. The citadel within Lothal was not walled off but was built at a height. Bricks, beads and bones. 3.2 Domestic architecture. The lower town at Mohenjo-daro provides examples of residential buildings. Many were centered on a courtyard, with rooms on all sides. The courtyard was probably the center of activities such as cooking and weaving, particularly during hot and dry weather. What is also interesting is an apparent concern for privacy. There are no windows in the walls along the ground level. Besides, the main entrance does not give a direct view of the interior or the courtyard. Every house had its own bathroom paved with bricks, with drains connected through the wall to the street drains. Some houses have remains of staircases to reach a second story or the roof. Many houses had wells, often in a room that could be reached from the outside and perhaps used by passers-by. Scholars have estimated that the total number of wells in Mohenjo-daro was about 700. Where is the courtyard? Where are the 2 staircases? What is the entrance to the house like? Source 2. The most ancient system yet discovered. About the drains, Mackay noted, it is certainly the most complete ancient system as yet discovered. Every house was connected to the street drains. The main channels were made of bricks set in mortar and were covered with loose bricks that could be removed for cleaning. In some cases, limestone was used for the covers. House drains first emptied into a sump or cesspit into which solid matter settled while wastewater flowed out into the street drains. Very long drainage channels were provided at intervals with sumps for cleaning. It is a wonder of archaeology that little heaps of material, mostly sand, have frequently been found lying alongside drainage channels, which shows that the debris was not always carted away when the drain was cleared. From Ernest Mackay, Early Indus Civilization, 1948. Drainage systems were not unique to the larger cities but were found in smaller settlements as well. At Lothal, for example, while houses were built of mud bricks, drains were made of burnt bricks. Figure 1.9. This is an isometric drawing of a large house in Mohenjo-daro. There was a well in room No. 6. Themes in Indian history. 3.3 The citadel. It is on the citadel that we find evidence of structures that were probably used for special public purposes. These include the warehouse, a massive structure of which the lower brick portions remain, while the upper portions, probably of wood, decayed long ago, and the great bath. The Great Bath was a large rectangular tank in a courtyard surrounded by a corridor on all four sides. There were 2 flights of steps on the north and south leading into the tank, which was made watertight by setting bricks on edge and using a mortar of gypsum. There were rooms on 3 sides, in one of which was a large well. Water from the tank flowed into a huge drain. Across a lane to the north lay a smaller building with 8 bathrooms, 4 on each side of a corridor, with drains from each bathroom connecting to a drain that ran along the corridor. The uniqueness of the structure, as well as the context in which it was found, has led scholars, Figure 1.10 plan of the Citadel, to suggest that it was meant for some kind of a special ritual bath. Discuss, which of the architectural features of Mohenjo-Daro indicate planning? Are there other structures on the Citadel apart from the warehouse and the Great Bath? 4. Tracking social differences. 4.1 Burials. Archaeologists generally use certain strategies to find out whether there were social or economic differences amongst people living within a particular culture. These include studying burials. You are probably familiar with the massive pyramids of Egypt, some of which were contemporaneous with the Harappan civilization. Many of these pyramids were royal burials, where enormous quantities of wealth was buried. At burials in Harappan sites, the dead were generally laid in pits. Sometimes there were differences in the way the burial pit was made. In some instances, the hollowed-out spaces were lined with bricks. Could these variations be an indication of social differences? We are not sure. Some graves contain pottery and ornaments, perhaps indicating a belief that these could be used in the afterlife. Jewelry has been found in burials of both men and women. In fact, in the excavations at the cemetery in Harappa in the mid-1980s, an ornament consisting of 3 shell rings, a jasper bead and hundreds of microbeads was found near the skull of a male. In some instances, the dead were buried with copper mirrors, but on the whole, it appears that the Harappans did not believe in burying precious things with the dead. Looking for luxuries. Another strategy to identify social differences is to study artifacts, which archaeologists broadly classify as utilitarian and luxuries. The first category includes objects of daily use made fairly easily out of ordinary materials such as stone or clay. These include querns, pottery, needles, flesh rubbers, etc., and are usually found distributed throughout settlements. Archaeologists assume objects were luxuries if they are rare or made from costly, non-local materials or with complicated technologies. Thus, little pots of faience were probably considered precious because they were difficult to make. The situation becomes more complicated when we find what seem to be articles of daily. Figure 1.11 a copper mirror. Figure 1.12 a faience pot. Figure 1.13 a tool and beads. Hoards are objects kept carefully by people, often inside containers such as pots. Such hoards can be of jewelry or metal objects saved for reuse by metalworkers. If for some reason the original owners do not retrieve them, they remain where they are left till some archaeologist finds them. Discuss. What are the modes of disposal of the dead prevalent at present? To what extent do these represent social differences? Themes in Indian history. Use such as spindle whorls made of rare materials such as faience. Do we classify these as utilitarian or luxuries? If we study the distribution of such artifacts, we find that rare objects made of valuable materials are generally concentrated in large settlements like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, and are rarely found in the smaller settlements. For example, miniature pots of faience, perhaps used as perfume bottles, are found mostly in Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, and there are none from small settlements like Kalibangan. Gold too was rare, and as at present, probably precious. All the gold jewelry found at Harappan sites was recovered from hoards. 5. Finding out about craft production. Locate Mohenjo-Daro on Map 1. This is a tiny settlement as compared to Mohenjo-Daro, almost exclusively devoted to craft production, including bead making, shell cutting, metal working, seal making, and weight making. The variety of materials used to make beads is remarkable. Stones like carnelian, jasper, crystal quartz, and steatite. Metals like copper, bronze, and gold, and shell, faience, and terracotta or burnt clay. Some beads were made of 2 or more stones, cemented together, some of stone with gold caps. The shapes were numerous, disc-shaped, cylindrical, spherical, barrel-shaped, segmented. Some were decorated by incising or painting, and some had designs etched onto them. Bricks, beads, and bones. Techniques for making beads differed according to the material. Steatite, a very soft stone, was easily worked. Some beads were molded out of a paste made with steatite powder. This permitted making a variety of shapes, unlike the geometrical forms made out of harder stones. How the steatite microbead was made remains a puzzle for archaeologists studying ancient technology. Archaeologists' experiments have revealed that the red color of carnelian was obtained by firing the yellowish raw material and beads at various stages of production. Nodules were chipped into rough shapes, and then finely flaked into the final form. Grinding, polishing, and drilling completed the process. Specialized drills have been found at Mohenjo-Daro, Lothal, and more recently at Dholavira. If you locate Nageshwar and Balakot on Map 1, you will notice that both settlements are near the coast. These were specialized centers for making shell objects including bangles, ladles, and inlay, which were taken to other settlements. Similarly, it is likely that finished products from Mohenjo-Daro and Lothal were taken to the large urban centers such as Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa. 5.1 Identifying centers of production. In order to identify centers of craft production, archaeologists usually look for the following: raw materials such as stone nodules, whole shells, copper ore, tools, unfinished objects, rejects, and waste material. In fact, waste is one of the best indicators of craft work. For instance, if shell or stone is cut to make objects, then pieces of these materials will be discarded as waste at the place of production. Figure 1.15 a terracotta figurine, Figure 1.14 pottery. Some of these can be seen in the National Museum, Delhi, or in the Site Museum at Lothal. Discuss: should the stone artifacts illustrated in the chapter be considered as utilitarian objects or as luxuries? Are there any that may fall into both categories? Themes in Indian history. Fig. Copper and bronze vessels. Sometimes larger waste pieces were used up to make smaller objects, but minuscule bits were usually left in the work area. These traces suggest that apart from small, specialized centers, craft production was also undertaken in large cities such as Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. 6. Strategies for procuring materials. As is obvious, a variety of materials was used for craft production. While some such as clay were locally available, many such as stone, timber, and metal had to be procured from outside the alluvial plain. Terracotta toy models of bullock carts suggest that this was one important means of transporting goods and people across land routes. Riverine routes along the Indus and its tributaries, as well as coastal routes, were also probably used. 6.1 Materials from the subcontinent and beyond. The Harappans procured materials for craft production in various ways. For instance, they established settlements such as Nageshwar and Balakot in areas where shell was available. Other such sites were Shortukai, in far-off Afghanistan near the best source of lapis lazuli, a blue stone that was apparently very highly valued, and Lothal, which was near sources of carnelian, steatite, and metal. Another strategy for procuring raw materials may have been to send expeditions to areas such as the Khetri region of Rajasthan and South India. These expeditions established communication with local communities. Occasional finds of Harappan artifacts such as steatite microbeads in these areas are indications of such contact. There is evidence in the Khetri area for what archaeologists call the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture, with its distinctive non-Harappan pottery and an unusual wealth of copper objects. It is possible that the inhabitants of this region supplied copper to the Harappans. Bricks, beads, and bones. 6.2% contact with distant lands. Recent archaeological finds suggest that copper was also probably brought from Oman on the southeastern tip of the Arabian Peninsula. Chemical analyses have shown that both the Omani copper and Harappan artifacts have traces of nickel, suggesting a common origin. There are other traces of contact as well. A distinctive type of vessel, a large Harappan jar coated with a thick layer of black clay, has been found at Omani sites. Such thick coatings prevent the percolation of liquids. We do not know what was carried in these vessels, but it is possible that the Harappans exchanged the contents of these vessels for Omani copper. Mesopotamian texts datable to the 3rd millennium BCE refer to copper coming from a region called Magan, perhaps a name for Oman, and interestingly enough, copper found at Figure 1.17, a Harappan jar found in Oman. Themes in Indian history. Figure 1.18. This is a cylinder seal, typical of Mesopotamia, but the humped bull motif on it appears to be derived from the Indus region. Figure 1.19. The round Persian Gulf seal found in Bahrain sometimes carries Harappan motifs. Interestingly, local Dilmun weights followed the Harappan standard. Figure 1.20 seal depicting a boat. Mention contact with regions named Dilmun, Magan, and Meluha, possibly the Harappan region. They mention the products from Meluha, carnelian, lapis lazuli, copper, gold, and varieties of wood. A Mesopotamian myth says of Meluha, "May your bird be the Haja bird. May its call be heard in the royal palace." Some archaeologists think the Haja bird was the peacock. Did it get this name? What were the possible routes from the Harappan region to Oman, Dilmun, and Mesopotamia? Mesopotamian sites also contains traces of nickel. Other archaeological finds suggestive of long-distance contacts include Harappan seals, weights, dice, and beads. In this context, it is worth noting that Mesopotamian texts discuss, from its call, it is likely that communication with Bahrai or Mesopotamia was by sea. Mesopotamian texts refer to Meluha as a land of seafarers. Besides, we find depictions of ships and boats on seals, bricks, beads, and bones. 7. Seals, script, weights. 7.1 Seals and sealings. Seals and sealings were used to facilitate long-distance communication. Imagine a bag of goods being sent from one place to another. Its mouth was tied with rope, and on the knot was affixed some wet clay on which one or more seals were pressed, leaving an impression. If the bag reached with its sealing intact, it meant that it had not been tampered with. The sealing also conveyed the identity of the sender. 7.2 An enigmatic script. Harappan seals usually have a line of writing, probably containing the name and title of the owner. Scholars have also suggested that the motif conveyed a meaning to those who could not read. Most inscriptions are short, the longest containing about 26 signs. Although the script remains undeciphered to date, it was evidently not alphabetical as it has just too many signs, somewhere between 375 and 400. It is apparent that the script was written from right to left, as some seals show a wider spacing on the right and cramping on the left, as if the engraver began working from the right and then ran out of space. Consider the variety of objects on which writing has been found: seals, copper tools, rims of jars, copper and terracotta tablets, jewelry, bone rods, even an ancient signboard. Remember, there may have been writing on perishable materials too. Could this mean that literacy was widespread? 7.3 Weights. Exchanges were regulated by a precise system of weights, usually made of a stone called chert and generally cubical, with no markings. The figure 1.2, 1 letters on an ancient signboard. Figure 1.22, a sealing from Ropar. How many seals are impressed on this piece of clay? Discuss. What are some of the present-day methods used for long-distance exchange of goods? What are their advantages and problems? Themes in Indian history. Figure 1.23, a priest king. Discuss. Could everybody in Harappan society have been equal? Lower denominations of weights were binary, while the higher denominations followed the decimal system. The smaller weights were probably used for weighing jewelry and beads. Metal scale pans have also been found. 8. Ancient authority. There are indications of complex decisions being taken and implemented in Harappan society. Take, for instance, the extraordinary uniformity of Harappan artifacts as evident in pottery, seals, weights, and bricks. Notably, bricks, though obviously not produced in any single center, were of a uniform ratio throughout the region, from Jammu to Gujarat. We have also seen that settlements were strategically set up in specific locations for various reasons. Besides, labor was mobilized for making bricks and for the construction of massive walls and platforms. Who organized these activities? 8.1 Palaces and kings. If we look for a center of power, or for depictions of people in power, archaeological records provide no immediate answers. A large building found at Mohenjo-daro was labeled as a palace by archaeologists, but no spectacular finds were associated with it. A stone statue was labeled and continues to be known as the priest king. This is because archaeologists were familiar with Mesopotamian history and its priest kings and have found parallels in the Indus region. But as we will see, the ritual practices of the Harappan civilization are not well understood yet, nor are there any means of knowing whether those who performed them also held political power. Some archaeologists are of the opinion that Harappan society had no rulers and that everybody enjoyed equal status. Others feel there was no single ruler but several, that Mohenjo-daro had a separate ruler, Harappa another, and so forth. Yet others argue that there was a single state. Given the similarity in artifacts, the evidence for planned settlements, the standardized ratio of brick size, and the establishment of settlements near sources of raw bricks, beads, and bones material. As of now, the last theory seems the most plausible, as it is unlikely that entire communities could have collectively made and implemented such complex decisions. 9. The end of the civilization. There is evidence that by c. 1800s BCE, most of the mature Harappan sites in regions such as Kholistan had been abandoned. Simultaneously, there was an expansion of population into new settlements in Gujarat, Haryana, and western Uttar Pradesh. In the few Harappan sites that continued to be occupied after 1900s BCE, there appears to have been a transformation of material culture, marked by the disappearance of the distinctive artifacts of the civilization: weights, seals, special beads. Writing, long-distance trade, and craft specialization also disappeared. In general, far fewer materials were used to make far fewer things. House construction techniques deteriorated, and large public structures were no longer produced. Overall, artifacts and settlements indicate a rural way of life in what are called late Harappan, or successor cultures. What brought about these changes? Several explanations have been put forward. These range from climatic change, deforestation, excessive floods, the shifting and/or drying up of rivers, to overuse of the landscape. Some of these causes may hold for certain settlements, but they do not explain the collapse of the entire civilization. It appears that a strong unifying element, perhaps the Harappan state, came to an end. This is evidenced by the disappearance of seals, the script, distinctive beads and pottery, the shift from a standardized weight system to the use of local weights, and the decline and abandonment of cities. The subcontinent would have to wait for over a millennium for new cities to develop in a completely different region. Source 3. Evidence of an invasion. Deadman Lane is a narrow alley, varying from 3 to 6 feet in width. At the point where the lane turns westward, part of a skull and the bones of the thorax and upper arm of an adult were discovered, all in very friable condition, at a depth of 4 feet 2 in. The body lay on its back diagonally across the lane. 15 inches to the west were a few fragments of a tiny skull. It is to these remains that the lane owes its name. 16 skeletons of people with the ornaments that they were wearing when they died were found from the same part of Mohenjo-daro in 1925. Much later in 1947, Rem Wheeler, then Director General of the ASI, tried to correlate this archaeological evidence with that of the Rig Veda, the earliest known text in the subcontinent. He wrote, "The Rig Veda mentions Pur, meaning rampart, fort, or stronghold. Indra, the Aryan war god, is called Puramdara, the fort destroyer. Where are or were these citadels? It has in the past been supposed that they were mythical. The recent excavation of Harappa may be thought to have changed the picture. Here we have a highly evolved civilization of essentially non-Aryan type, now known to have employed massive fortifications. What destroyed this firmly settled civilization? Climatic, economic, or political deterioration may have weakened it, but its ultimate extinction is more likely to have been completed by deliberate and large-scale destruction. It may be no mere chance that at a late period of Mohenjo-daro men, women, and children appear to have been massacred there. On circumstantial evidence, Indra stands accused. In the 1960s, the evidence of a massacre in Mohenjo-daro was questioned by an archaeologist named George Dales. He demonstrated that the skeletons found at the site did not belong to the same period. Whereas a couple of them definitely seemed to indicate a slaughter, the bulk of the bones were found in context suggesting burials of the sloppiest and most irreverent nature. There is no destruction level covering the latest period of the city, no sign of extensive burning, no bodies of warriors clad in armor and surrounded by the weapons of war. The citadel, the only fortified part of the city, yielded no evidence of a final defense. From G.F. Dales, The Mythical Massacre at Mohenjo-daro, Expediton, 1964. As you can see, a careful re-examination of the data can sometimes lead to a reversal of earlier interpretations. Discuss. What are the similarities and differences between MAPs 1, 2, and 4? 10. Discovering the Harappan civilization. So far we have examined facets of the Harappan civilization in the context of how archaeologists have used evidence from material remains to piece together parts of a fascinating history. However, there is another story as well about how archaeologists discovered the civilization. When Harappan cities fell into ruin, people gradually forgot all about them. When men and women began living in the area millennia later, they did not know what to make of the strange artifacts that occasionally surfaced, washed by floods or exposed by soil erosion, or turned up while plowing a field, or digging for treasure. Point 1. Cunningham's confusion. When Cunningham, the first Director General of the ASI, began archaeological excavations in the mid-19th century, archaeologists preferred to use the written word as a guide to investigations. In fact, Cunningham's main interest was in the archaeology of the early historic and later periods. He used the accounts left by Chinese Buddhist pilgrims who had visited the subcontinent between the 4th and 7th centuries CE to locate early settlements. Cunningham also collected, documented, and translated inscriptions found during his surveys. When he excavated sites, he tended to recover artifacts that he thought had cultural value. A site like Harappa, which was not part of the itinerary of the Chinese pilgrims and was not known as an early historic city, did not fit very neatly within his framework of investigation. So, although Harappan artifacts were found fairly often during the 19th century, and some of these reached Cunningham, he did not realize how old these were. A Harappan seal was given to Cunningham by an Englishman. He noted the object but unsuccessfully tried to place it within the time frame with which he was familiar. This was because he, like many others, thought that Indian history began with the first cities in the Ganga Valley. Given his specific focus, it is not surprising that he missed the significance of Harappa. Figure 1.24 Cunningham's sketch of the first known seal from Harappa. Themes in Indian history. Sites, mounds, layers. Archaeological sites are formed through the production, use, and discarding of materials and structures. When people continue to live in the same place, their constant use and reuse of the landscape results in the buildup of occupational debris, called a mound. Brief or permanent abandonment results in alteration of the landscape by wind or water activity and erosion. Occupations are detected by traces of ancient materials found in layers, which differ from one another in color, texture, and the artifacts that are found in them. Abandonment or desertions, what are called sterile layers, can be identified by the absence of such traces. Generally, the lowest layers are the oldest and the highest are the most recent. The study of these layers is called stratigraphy. Artifacts found in layers can be assigned to specific cultural periods and can thus provide the cultural sequence for a site. 10.2. A new old civilization. Subsequently, seals were discovered at Harappa by archaeologists such as Dayaram Sani in the early decades of the 20th century. In layers that were definitely much older than early historic levels. It was then that their significance began to be realized. Another archaeologist, Rakul Das Banerjee, found similar seals at Mohenjo-daro, leading to the conjecture that these sites were part